Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Starting with a cackle, Marcus.
What's so funny, Murph?
I'm just laughing so I'm not crying, buddy. It's the gallows cackle. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna blanking do? You're gonna lose to the Dodgers again.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my 601 hot take for the day.
Ooh.
Will the Giants beat the Dodgers once this season?
Damn.
808 KNBR.
Right out of the gates.
808 KNBR.
You haven't even said good morning to me yet,
Golden
Murph.
State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Will they get one? And good morning.
Well, It doesn't sound like it's a good morning for you. I don't think it's a good morning for most Giants fans waking up after an extra inning loss against the Yellow Dodgers.
Well, if you detach yourself and just cackle, it's okay. You just go, that stunk. They had a chance. Matos hits a homer. Everybody's excited. You're at the yard. I need stories, buddy.
Well, I was like the rest of the Giants fans who were extremely excited to see Luis Matos go deep off a hanging curveball by Yamamoto.
You hang them, we bang them.
Giants take a 3-1 lead. You're feeling good. Jordan Hicks bounces back after allowing a leadoff bomb to Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts.
Starts to settle down. Mikey Yaz is out here making Superman catches out in right field.
Don't forget that defense when you rip Yaz.
And you start thinking to yourself, like, damn, the Giants have a chance to win this game.
Yeah.
And then Blake Sable starts missing pass balls.
Okay, that's where you start, huh?
That's where you start.
Sable's the guy who first, like the first warning sign to you was Sable. Huh?
And then you start complaining about Blake Sable being in the game. And then Bob Melvin pinch hits with Jackson Reeds.
Okay, you're going in.
Which makes it even worse. Well, you said you wanted stories. I'll break it all down for you.
I know. I was interested in your tack. And you're bearing down on Sable and Reeds.
And then Jackson Reeds had maybe one of the worst, maybe two of the worst at-bats I've seen all year.
Oof.
6 pitches, 2 strikeouts. Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
But there was nothing good about it.
And there was nothing good about it.
Bad morning, bad afternoon,
then
bad
we
night.
can get to Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off in the 9th inning.
All right.
After a leadoff walk to Wilmer Flores. You want me to keep going? Because I can keep going.
I read the Kike Hernandez quote after the game. He said, yeah, I think the biggest point in the game was when that guy got picked off first.
That guy.
Kike Hernandez. He goes, yeah, when that guy got picked off first.
You can't do that as a pinch runner picked off in the top of the 9th.
The Dodgers can't even be bothered to know who the Giants are.
No.
They don't even know. They're like, they're like, who's playing for the Giants today? They're like, I don't know. Just that guy. We picked him off.
They're going full Kevin Durant. Doesn't really matter. The answer is no, whether it's Tyler Fitzgerald. Then we get to Camilo Doval and the light show happening in a non-save situation.
Interesting.
They still dim down the lights and put the spotlight on Camilo Doval. Then he comes out and has a shutout, 8-pitch 9th inning, which led to questions about whether or not he would come out for the 10th inning. Surprise, surprise. He didn't. Yeah. And then Taylor Rogers comes in the game, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, all right, this is a ticking time bomb now. Taylor's going to give it up. Strikes out Shohei Otani.
Strikes out Otani.
So I'll give him credit for that. And then Will Smith gets him on a double.
When Will Smith hit that
Game over.
double, I was like, why does hitting look so easy for them? It's like, why is it if they need like Kike Hernandez? Why does it? They need. What do you guys need? You guys need a jack? Okay, let me just send this thing down the foul. Let me just send a freaking missile past the foul pole. Will Smith, what do you guys need? What do you need? A double off the wall? What do you need? I'll get it. Okay, it's just like they can dial it up. Well, Shohei Otani, run around third. What do you need? Just a bleeder, a little chopper? I'll leg this thing out.
I'll get that.
Unbelievable. Because after the Matos 3-run homer, the offense was meager. Other than another youngster, Ramos, getting the big knock, I was wondering if Mookie Betts' defensive deficiencies were exposed on that play. The one knock, Dodger fans, and don't even get me started. I actually know one, and they like complain about some stuff about the team. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna put you in a rocket ship and send you into outer space, bro, because I don't want to hear it. But one of their knocks is that Betts is a deficient shortstop. And that ball that Ramos hit, I thought a good shortstop might have gotten that, actually. So I was enjoying
That's what happens when you take an outfielder and move him to shortstop.
And then he hits his 50th career leadoff homer, 4th all-time, 3 shy of Craig Biggio for 3rd.
Yeah, that guy's a stud. Just looking at the top of the lineup and seeing 3 different dudes hitting above 300, I think Freddie Freeman might have dropped below it last night, 297, nothing to scoff at. But man, oh man, the top of that Dodgers line.
So if 260, we like to say about Jung-hoo Lee, if 262 is the new 305, what's 305? The new 390?
I mean, Mookie's betting 341. That's the new, 420.
Yeah, it's the new 420.
Hey.
Yeah, it is. Hey, now.
Hey,
yeah. Well, thanks for going out, buddy. I sure do appreciate you going out and, trying.
Well, yeah, I tried to represent for the city of San Francisco, but the city of Los Angeles showed up. That's the damn problem.
And this isn't...
With all these damn Dodger fans.
And this isn't even one of their designated takeover times.
Dude, that was the thing. John Joe Curley asked me this morning. He was like, was it as bad as it seemed on TV? I was like, bro, just wait till June. Till that traveling circus shows up with the Dodgers and they take over the entire outfield bleachers. Yeah, last night was bad, but I've seen it worse before.
Bro, they weren't even trying to take over last night, and they took over.
Last night was just a casual Monday night.
Last night, what do you guys want? Do you guys want like a Monday night takeover where we're just rolling out of bed? Sure, we'll give you that. But you want a real takeover come June, we're marching through the streets. Are they going to block off the Embarcadero? Are they going to march from like the ferry building down? You know what I mean?
They might shut down the streets like for that APEC conference. It's going to be Dodger fans taking over San Francisco.
Well, hey, they'll clean up the city.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
clean something up.
Maybe they'll clean out the encampments for the Dodger takeover on June 28, 29, 30, dude. Well, I digested it in a different way than you. We had a Little League rainout makeup last night, which was its own sprawling, unfortunate drama that ended in our third straight loss. Marcus, it's good to win 9 in a row. It's tough to lose 3 in a row. So we got to we had another one tonight.
Trending in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
Did Dodger fans take over Boyle Park?
Kinda, in my mind. Anyway, so I'm pointing the big fat finger at the manager right now is what I'm doing. So the manager's got to be better, and we have another one tonight, so we'll see if we can.
You talking about yourself or Bob Melvin?
Well, that's funny. I'm talking about me. But so I digest the game in pieces, and I hear from one of the kids who has his phone in the dugout, Luis Matos hit a 3-run home run. I said, you got to be kidding me. I said, I'm so excited. So taking the sting off of our 8-7 crusher last night.
Tough one.
I know. And was the fact that the Giants were winning the game. I got so excited. And I texted Brad Mangin, because Brad follows our team, and he said, tough one tonight. I said, yeah, we got to fix this thing in a hurry. And then I said, are Bowmel's guys going to really do this? And he said, I don't know. And it turns out that they didn't. So, I mean, okay, let's talk about like some of the big picture stuff here. We talked about the move that was going to be made for Jung-hoo Lee, and it turned out to be Jackson Reeds. That was the move. It was not Marco Luciano. So, and we thought that was possibly the case. Here's the disturbing part of why that might be the case. We thought it might be the case to free up Blake Sable to play outfield. It might be being done because Pat Bailey, bro, is a question mark right now.
Yeah, dude, and this is a scary story.
Yeah, I don't like
him
it.
Still having kind of lingering effects that we think might be related to the concussion. He comes back, is now scratched on Sunday with an illness, and now they're talking about maybe the two being related to each other.
This is bad. Now, again, we don't have the answers, but we do know that they said that he had to see the doctors again yesterday.
And last night, not having Patrick Bailey, A, in the lineup, and B, behind the plate, was a huge difference in that ball game.
As Brad texted me when Will Smith entered, he said, turns out their catcher is better than our catchers. You know what I mean?
Well, definitely two catchers were on the roster last night, I'll tell you
Will
that.
Smith entered, I think that guy, he entered the game last night 0 for 18. Didn't matter, though.
Oh, dude, don't even get me started. There was a couple of Dodger fans walking around like, oh, is Will Smith better than Buster Posey? And I was like, wait, what? That's an actual take? And then Walter goes, yeah, you haven't heard that take before? I was like, no, I've never heard that damn take. Don't put Will Smith in the same conversation as Buster Posey.
How did you wind up in that conversation? Somebody actually just shouted that at you on a concourse, or what?
I was walking around, and I heard people talking about it, like, oh, yeah, Will Smith is the next Buster Posey. And I was like, wait, what did that guy just say, Walt? And he's like, wait, I've heard that 3 times today at the bar. I was like, you've heard it 3 different times. I've never heard this take in my life.
Where'd you guys go pregame?
Well, pregame, we were just I met up with Walt probably half an hour before the game. We wanted to see the scene.
You talking about Weekend Walt?
Weekend Walt.
Yeah.
Weekend Wally.
That's my handle.
And so we met up and took a couple laps around the ballpark just to kind of scope it out to see the turf wars between the Dodgers and Giants fans.
I'm just going straight up right now. Will Smith, career batting average, 265. Buster Posey is over 300.
Yeah, don't even start.
I mean, his career OPS is 840.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's not Buster Posey.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So anyway, so the takeover was bad and everything. And then Matos, and then the Otani infield single, and then the Ramos base hit that gives us the lead, 4-3. He's got a higher career OPS than Buster, 831. I know.
That doesn't fit my argument.
I know. So, Buster also, he hasn't won an MVP.
Correct. Or a Rookie of the Year.
No.
Or 3 World Series.
Correct. He's won, did he?
He was on that COVID team, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope they continue to slap those Mickey Mouse ears on that. So the Eric Miller, Kike Hernandez home run was a tough deal.
Yeah, and I was sitting there calling for Eric Miller to come into the game because, of course, right after Kike in that 9 spot, you have Mookie Betts who's a righty, but then you have Shohei Otani and Freddie Freeman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing we've been talking about all season long. The Giants don't have too many left-handed arms in that bullpen.
Yeah.
Whether we're talking Eric Miller, whether we're talking Taylor Rogers, who came in the 10th inning, and we saw what happened there. Something that we can discuss later on in the show. My guy Reggie Crawford got called up to Sacramento AAA this past weekend.
Really?
And he's been pumping gas, dude. He's on the accelerated program. Maybe he's a left-handed bullpen arm we see in the Giants bullpen sometime this season.
That news had escaped me. You just broke news to me on the air. I like that. That's very cool.
Yeah.
So anyway, we talked about REITs coming up for Jung-hoo Lee, who went to the 10-day, but that's kind of a deceiving bit of paperwork. It ain't going to be 10 days. It's going to be a lot longer than that.
They're having trouble popping his shoulder back in.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah, Bob Melvin said the dislocated shoulder, the doctors were having trouble putting it back in yesterday.
Oh, boy. My Lord. Oh, boy.
That's not good.
Anyway, that's why I opened the show with a cackle. Ha, ha, ha. The media said what?
Oh,
You have that still?
this is funny. Funny how?
The media said what?
You got it more?
No, it cuts off right there.
Yeah, I thought we had more of that.
No,
crazy
it's
laugh.
not. It's not the 30-second laugh
All
track.
right. Well, get the guest list on the other side. We'll try to put the wheels on. We'll go through it together, y'all.
Together.
And look for one win over the Dodgers in 2024 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I hate the Dodgers
Yes,
so much
yes.
I can't even stand to
And
watch.
Maddie.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sounds
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
B Weezy, a.k.a. Brian Wilson, stopped by our show yesterday morning to talk about the Giants and Dodgers rivalry and what it's like being booed in both uniforms. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. it sound right, boy.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
We'll be playing some center field here for a while with Lee on the shelf, and he swings and he hits a high drive. Deep left field, on its way. Adios, pelota! A three-run homer, well back into the bleachers toward the left field line. And that's a big fly. A three-run homer. 3-1 Giants. The pitch. Swing and a hard ground ball to third. Could be two. Muncy over to second for one. Lux back to first. Double play. And the ball game is over. The Dodgers take game one of this series. They're now 4-0 against the Giants. And the final, the Dodgers 6-4 winners over the Giants.
We cackled to open the show, and now we plunge into the depression. No, another game tonight, 6:45. Keaton Wynn, who's had two tough outings in a row, going against Gavin Stone. Speaking of which, so what'd you think of the big fancy Yamamoto last night? It's a guy the Giants tried to, as Andy Bagley noted in his piece this morning. Part of the courting was to get him Michelin-starred sushi and have him shoot hoops at Chase Center.
Ooh.
How about that? Give him a ball. Let's see what he can do. And so there he was, fancy schmancy, but he wasn't anything more than kind of ordinary last night, although he did set down 12 in a row at one point.
Yeah, and also had 6 strikeouts on the night. But yeah, allowed 4 earned runs, of course. Luis Matos caught him on a hanging curveball. I thought his stuff looked good. I don't think it was his best outing by any means, but the kid's got good stuff.
Yeah. And was he, I mean, he wasn't like electric Lincecum sort of unhittable.
No, a whole sit, 94, 95. He's got the big looping Uncle Charlie. He's got a dirty splitter that falls off the face of the planet. So I like to see the Giants. It seemed like it, from my perspective, they had a little bit more of an aggressive approach to maybe attack the fastball early last night.
And they had that lead, and there you go. And by the way, guys, we didn't even mention, first 20 minutes of the show, if the Giants-Dodgers thing is depressing you, if being 19-24 is depressing you, if not ever beating LA is depressing you, can I get you Monday night, September 9? Oh, double chime.
Ooh.
Did you guys not plan that?
That was not planned.
That was a little jinx. Now, which one of you has to not talk for the next, hopefully Tony.
Yeah, I was going to say it's my job to talk.
Unless he can hop on the mic.
And we're about to say hi to him in a minute.
Yes,
so
we are, yes.
Pinch poke, you owe me a Coke, Tony.
Well, I don't get why and how they release certain things. Like we found out Thursday night will be the Chiefs and the Ravens in Kansas City, defending Super Bowl champs September 5th. We also found out yesterday that Tom Brady's Fox debut will be the Cowboys at Cleveland on Sunday, September 8th with Kevin Burkhardt.
I can't wait.
And then we just found out that the Niners have leaked their opener. And it's Monday, September 9 against Aaron Rodgers. That's what ayahuasca did for me. How about that? How great will it be to stomp Aaron Rodgers week 1 at Santa Clara?
Is he going to come out with the American flag again, running throughout the tunnel?
It's funny. I heard Greeny.
I mean, he only got one Monday night game last year. That's all he played.
And that was a Monday night. I heard Greeny say on that Get Up show, he goes, the schedule's coming out. He goes, the Jets will be fine as long as we don't open on a Monday night again.
Oh.
And they gave him a Monday night again.
That. Sorry, Greeny.
So anyway, guys, that's a little, start your prepping right now. In fact, I would encourage, if you're depressed by the Giants, why don't you head down to Levi's right now and start tailgating? Start tailgating right now.
Go hang out outside of rookie minicamp.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go
Just
get a look at Ricky Pearsall.
Get the grill going. Get one of those 4-month grills. You know, you did a 12-hour grill?
Yeah.
Let's get a 4-month smoker.
That's it. Bring the smoker, pull out the Traeger down at the parking lot down at Levi Stadium, and just get ready for football season.
So shout out to the Niners opening up
And
against the
shout out to
Jets.
George Kittle, who actually leaked the information yesterday, posted on Instagram a photo of him and Aaron Rodgers saying, "See you soon."
Oh.
So, of course, you could connect the dots a little bit before the official news came out this morning. George Kittle was the first one to leak it.
But, John Lynch is big on leaks in the building. Is he now going to clamp down on Kittle?
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean?
So long, Kittle. You're not going to see him no more.
Well, unfortunately, he might not. Well, they got no other tight ends.
Yeah, they got no options.
Shout out Mason Pline and Cameron Latu. All right, young Tony Farias. Farias is here behind the mic. He's on the rectangle. You can see him right there. And young Tone, you are my optimistic, innocent, naive Giants fan, and yet you're getting weather beaten and depressed too, aren't you? About this whole squad.
Yeah, that was a tough outing last night.
Yeah. How'd you process it?
I mean, I don't want to give them a mulligan, but also that was the game to win. Let's say they lose 10-2 tonight. That felt like a winnable game. When Luis Matos hit that 3-run Jimmy Jack, I was thinking we might have a chance. Jordan Hicks on the mound, he was pitching well, but the pitch count ran up, and then he only pitched, 5 innings?
When it got to 3-2, I got a little uncomfortable in my seat. And that was because but the guy Pages scored from third on the Otani chopper.
Yes, and that was right after a Blake Sable pass ball.
Yes.
I mean, we're talking about the 5th and the 6th inning, back-to-back runners moving into scoring position, whether it's Max Muncy getting onto second for that ground rule double in the 6th or Pages scoring on the Shohei Otani chopper. He got the third because Blake Sable can't block a damn ball.
Yeah, big time, man. Hey, question. The Will Smith double, center field, does Jung-hoo Lee catch that ball?
I didn't think Luis Matos got the greatest route. There's even a play earlier in the night. Gavin Lux had a double also. I didn't think he got the greatest route, but I don't think he's catching either of those balls.
Okay, we're going to have to watch that guy grow defensively. And then Ramos is going to play left. And by the way, if you're just looking at that lineup last night, Ramos in left, Sable at catcher, Matos in center, and Schmidt at short. Those were 4 straight-up River Cats in that starting lineup last night. And then pinch hitting, Reitz and Wisely. And I had a angry 16-year-old when Wisely's up. What are we doing? You can't send up Brett Wisely. I said, and here's optimistic dad. I was like, no, guys, he's playing well. He's swinging it well. Give him a chance.
And you get the lefty-righty matchup.
Yeah, and he went down meekly.
Yeah.
Meekly.
That's kind of how I felt about Jackson Reitz coming in to pitch hit for Blake Sable. But after I was sitting there bitching and complaining about Blake Sable not blocking a ball, I was glad to see Jackson Reitz, but I sure as hell wasn't glad to see those at-bats, man. Those were embarrassing.
No, that's a tough. As they say, non-competitive.
Those were bad. I was literally screaming, just lay down a bunt.
Yeah.
I don't care if there's one out already. Yeah. Just lay down a damn bunt because he was just swinging at air last
maybe
night.
Something will happen. Where'd you sit mostly?
So I went down right field line. I went to the belly of the beast, right in the middle of that Dodger swamp.
Were there any Dodger fans that at some point you just wanted to toss a piece of popcorn at?
Oh, dude, there's some just delusional Dodger fans, cheering for every fly ball like it's a home run. Ugh. I was getting into it back and forth. I mean, these Dodger fans really act like they're actually on the team.
Yeah,
I had to chirp a little bit. They're like, oh, look how many Dodger fans are here today. I was like, yeah, when are you guys going to start the wave? When are you going to pull out the beach balls?
Did they?
No wave last night, surprisingly.
That is surprising.
But there were a few let's go Dodger chants. There was a Freddie Freeman chant that started on the left field line, so it wasn't just the right field line that was infiltrated by Dodger fans. They were everywhere, Murph.
Are you going back tonight?
I'll be there tonight.
I
going
love it.
right back into the belly of the beast.
All right, let's get the guest list going on a Tuesday, 5/14/24. Yes, multiple people chiming in, 408-559, saying Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off was a bad look.
It's a terrible look.
It was even worse when Kike Hernandez said after the game, yeah, it was a big play when that guy got picked off first. They're like, who? He's like, I don't know, that guy.
That's tough.
Oh, man. All right.
That's your guy from Kentucky.
It is.
Young Tony.
You know,
I mean,
it's
he
funny.
had one job. I mean, I love the guy.
I went to that Wednesday afternoon Nationals game when he went off, and it was like the Tyler Fitzgerald game, and I was like, this guy's got to play more. He hasn't followed up on that impact.
No, we thought he was going to add that speed element, but when he was sitting there just twitching and dancing at first base yesterday, I was like, you're going to get picked. You're going to get picked. And then 2 seconds later, he got picked off.
And Blake Treinen's not even a pickoff artist either, yeah. What do we got, kid?
I did hear Bob Melvin say Blake Treinen takes a little bit of time getting the ball to home plate. So maybe that's why he had a big lead. He was hoping to get to second base, but hey.
Yeah, no excuses. You
is
can't
what
get
it
picked
is.
Off there.
Yep. All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we got Mark Spears stopping by for an early hit this morning to talk some NBA playoffs.
All right, we'll do that. Oklahoma City Thunder evened it up, so we got that 2-2. See LeBron, as the kids would say, pulling up to Cleveland courtside.
I saw him leaving early, too, after Jason Tatum hit a dagger on him.
Somebody said he had a full bottle of wine under his chair.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We know LeBron loves his vino.
Do we call him a wino? Can you still call people winos in today's day and age?
If it's appropriate, I'd say the answer is yes, because he loves his wine.
Yeah. It used to be a derisive term of a guy that's on the street corner drinking wine out of a brown paper bag.
What's wrong with that?
All right, what do we got?
All right, and then coming up at 7:30 this morning, we have the great Dwayne Kuiper joining the show, unfortunately, after another Tuesday or Monday loss.
I don't know what to say. This poor guy.
Can we get a win for Kuiper?
Let's just change the energy with
Please.
Kuiper and just be, hey, Kuiper, God bless. It's a wonderful, beautiful day. That's all we're going to say. I don't know. I'm grasping here. What do we got?
Curly said he was watching the game just hoping we get a win for Kuiper.
Didn't get it.
It's real.
Yes,
Coming up at 7:50, we got the big hit, the big story of the day. Matty Barrows is going to stop by the show at 8:50 to talk some 49ers football.
Talking Niners-Jets week 1, buddy. Monday night, 9/9/24. Let the game begin. Brock Purdy will be slicing and dicing Bobby Saleh's defense. All right? And that'll be with Matty Barrows.
Yep, at 8:50. And then we got Alden Gonzalez going to join the show at 9:30 to talk some Dodgers baseball.
Just to tell us how good they are?
Yeah.
Well, maybe give us some perspective on the season.
And do you understand, too, I was reading up, their pitching staff is racked with injuries. All those bullpen guys were backup guys.
And they don't even have their full starting rotation right now.
No. And all their, like, Gratterall and Evan Phillips and all those guys are out.
Oh.
We were going up against their second string.
Can't wait to
dude.
see the Dodgers in June with that traveling circus.
Oh, my God. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. Okay, here's the one thing we're going to spin today. Honest to goodness, is it a little better with the kids? With the Ramos and the Matos factor? Is that a little better? Is that helping you? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Not going to San Fran.
This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
There's a turn to throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. He is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown.
Yeah, look, I mean, Trinan's really slow to the plate, as you saw with Ramos, who stole him base, but you can't get picked off there. He knows that. He just got a little too big a lead and ended up getting them, and I think obviously we'll talk about that a little bit later with them.
Oh, tough one, man. A lot of people zeroing in on that as a symbolic moment where the Giants just aren't playing the level of baseball the Dodgers are. Tyler Fitzgerald pinch running for Wilmer Flores, who grinds out a leadoff walk in the ninth inning. And as Baggerly pointed out in his piece, if you're going by the ESPN win probably, which I hate, but sometimes it illustrates your point, the Giants went up to 71% at that point, and the moment he got picked off, it went back down to 50-50. The win probability's out here reacting. By the way, I need to check in on this here, young Tone. Who's stealing my 80s here? That's Alphaville Forever Young from the 80s, bro.
No. This is Jay-Z Forever Young.
Okay. Well, he just went into the 80s and just surgically removed one of our new wave hits.
But I love the fact that he kept the intro with the Forever Young chorus, and then also the music's for the sad man.
It is.
Right now, the music is for the sad Giants fans.
Ah, man. Good job, Young Tone. Way to marry two generations there, buddy. Although Jay-Z, I think, wouldn't be your generation. You consider Jay-Z an old head, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Really?
I remember listening to the song as a young kid.
His heyday was like 20 years ago, bro, right?
And?
Well, that's a long time ago, bro.
Well, I mean, it's still really good for my generation. It's a classic song.
Okay,
I can guarantee Jay-Z was putting out music before Young Tony was born.
I'm just saying, I'm not talking about this particular song. I'm talking about Jay-Z. I wouldn't consider part of your generation.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
But there's some artists that I listen to that were born or did a lot of work before I was born.
Do you claim Jay-Z?
Would I claim him? Yeah, because I'm like a 90s rapper guy.
Well, he made a Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee can.
So he says.
How do you feel about that lyric,
So
brother?
he says.
How do you feel about that?
I got no problem with Jay-Z, man. He's always repping the Yankees.
Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth, like, huh?
Yeah,
What?
Huh? Jay-Z made it more famous, huh?
Tony Lazzari's over here saying, what about me?
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Anyway, guys, so there you go. The Giants lose, obviously. Hey, we're going to shift topics to basketball at 6:50 with Mark Spears, and then we will get to the 49ers with Matty Barrows at 8:50 as the word comes out that they will be opening against the New York Jets Monday, September 9. Woohoo! That's a W, by the way.
Oh.
That's a W.
Oh, you sure about that?
Yes.
It's a good Jets defense.
It's 100%.
Here comes Sauce Gardner and Robert Saleh.
Niners, babe. Christian McCaffrey's playing, right?
You have a vision again?
I was going to say, those visions didn't turn out too well last time we had
Oh,
them.
I'm aware.
Tell you what, the visions for my little hum babies haven't been working the last 3 days.
I was going to say,
that.
Murph gave that take and then started choking off air all of a sudden and started coughing up. Are you confident in that take?
All right, so we talked about the young kids. I'm definitely choking right now in many ways. The kids, Matos and Ramos. And how about this little factoid, guys? Matos and Ramos, both Bobby Evans products.
Hey, yo, Bobby.
How about that? How about that little factoid? They were both signed pre-Farhan. And so there's also arguments, and you said you were hearing people saying you can't give credit to Farhan for calling up the kids because he's only doing it in case of emergency break glass.
Yeah,
right?
because his hand was forced with all the injuries that we've seen over the weekend. Jung-hoo Lee, Austin Slater, Michael Conforto, the list goes on and on and on. But what we're seeing right now, I know it's a quick sample size. Luis Matos has literally started one game since being called up, but he goes deep, and that's some of the power we saw in spring training this year, which is why I was calling for him to be the opening day right fielder.
Well, I mean, so the question to you guys all at 808 KNBR and 415-808-5627 is, does this literally somehow salvage a 19-24 start that at least you're going to see the kids? And I think the answer on my end is, it does. It does salvage a little bit. I mean, I got a pretty good inkling Giants aren't going to win the World Series this year. So let's see Matos and Ramos. Now, Conforto will come back, and Lee might not come back. That one might be a while. And again, there's still no official timetable. They put him on the 10-day IL because they still haven't done the full consult with the doctors yet. But let's assume he doesn't come back. So there's room for one of those two guys to stay, whether it's Matos or Ramos, or you could say goodbye to Slater and keep them both.
That is true. Or if the Giants are not competitive around the trade deadline, maybe you think about flipping on Michael Conforto, who's in the last year of his 2-year contract. That then opens the door for Luis Matos.
I would like to, it's all stuff to consider. But at least for the near term, you're going to get, for the next several games and 2 more Dodgers games, and maybe this weekend against the Rockies, and I'll be there Friday night, would be you'll see Matos and Ramos.
Yeah, and that's what Bob Melvin said pregame yesterday also, that Luis Matos is going to get the opportunity because we discussed yesterday who would be the center fielder, whether they would shift over Yaz from right field to center field, but his defense is just so valuable in right field, as we saw last night with that Superman catch down the line. That was absolutely phenomenal. We talked about maybe Elliot Ramos in center. I heard Papa yesterday saying maybe Lamont Wade Jr. in center field. I don't think he profiles as a center fielder. If you're going to put him anywhere, maybe left field.
Yeah.
But when you look at Tyler Fitzgerald, all these guys, I've got no problems at all giving Luis Matos the run right now to see what he can do. Give him consistent at-bats at the major league level.
Totally agree. Here's Bob Melvin, Z8, Young Tone, about young players struggling and then how they played last night.
We're going to have some mistakes from time to time, but there was a lot of energy. Certainly, Matos' first at-bat with the 3-run homer. With Hicks on the mound, we feel pretty good about it. We're down a couple guys in the bullpen today, but we still had some guys that, we expect to finish the game. Got nicked up a little bit to where we gave up a couple more runs, and then, it was one big swing. But, we are making some mistakes still, and that's going to come with youth sometimes. You want them to be aggressive, sometimes maybe a little too.
And again, that's Fitzgerald getting picked off. And, a couple people talking about the fly balls to center field. You're not going to put that on Matos. I don't know if he could have caught him, but, it's out there. We should probably study him defensively to get a good read on him.
Correct. And like I said in the first segment earlier this morning, I think he had 2 bad reads on 2 balls hit over his head, but I don't think him or Jung-hoo Lee are able to track those balls down.
No. I do want to talk about the catching situation. Some people on the text line saying, 703 checks in and says, first of all, he's mad that, he says, why did Sable, who can hit, get pinch hit for the clueless Reeds? Let Sable hit and then replace him the next inning behind the plate. Bad job by Bomel.
Bomel doesn't want him batting against a lefty.
Yeah, which is interesting because he will do lefties. Jung-hoo Lee, Mike Yastrzemski, those guys get to hit lefties.
Yeah, but Blake Sable's not in that same kind of conversation, I don't think. So he played the matchups, put in Jackson Reeds for the righty-lefty matchup, but you're better off having Blake Sable up there because, again, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Jackson Reeds just swinging and whiffing left and right.
This guy goes on to say Farhan's to blame for this catching conundrum. He didn't have Snell start the season in the minors, so you called up Dalton Jeffries to pitch in Snell's rotation slot, and you have to clear the roster spot by dumping Joey Bart. Now, again, Joey Bart's back under 200, but he's a defensive catcher at least.
Defensively, he is head and shoulders above Blake Sable.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
Yeah, not even close.
There's no conversation.
And, in fact, here's Bob Melvin on Sable last night, whose defensive deficiencies directly led to a Dodger run last night.
Look, everybody has strengths and weaknesses. Now, there's a lot of movement today. Hicks can be a tough guy to catch. He's trying to do the best he can framing, and sometimes you give up a little bit when you're framing on the blocking end of it. So that's partly what happened.
That's such a legendary quote. Yeah, everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
And what do you guys think of Murph on the radio? Everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
John Joe Curley. He's got his strength. He's got his weaknesses.
Oh my God.
Everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
Well, listen, poor Bomel. This is not. He came back home to put on the black and orange and black.
True.
came back home to talk about Willie Mays and Willie McCovey. And,
Yeah, and again,
he's 19 and 24
No,
right now.
he was not expecting to lose his two catchers, Patrick Bailey and Tom Murphy, on back-to-back nights. Like, we're down to their third and fourth-string catchers. And if we're being completely honest with you, I think that answer tells you everything you need to know about how Bob Melvin views Blake Sabol as a catcher. It's 100% his weakness, and I think Bob Melvin, as a former catcher, probably prefers to not have Blake Sabol back there.
But brother, until this Pat Bailey thing gets sorted, we got problems. And this Pat Bailey thing is not sorted yet.
No.
And he again misses his second game. Comes back off, if you missed it, came off the concussion IL Saturday, was excited. He had a productive day Saturday, but then Sunday tailed up with what they called flu-like symptoms. And we're like, okay, well, that's a tough deal. He got a bug. And then they came back today, or yesterday, I should say. And again, they said some sort of head cold or flu-like symptoms. And then he's going to see the doctor again. You're like, whoa, this is not good. So, maybe it is a virus and it goes away. Let's hope.
Yeah, fingers
But
crossed.
let's hope it's not related at all to the head stuff. And because you can see what's going on right now with Snell and Reeds.
Yeah, exactly. And so when you point that out and you ask the question, does it make you more excited to see the young kids? I think the answer is yes. But I also would like to see the young kid, Patrick Bailey, behind home plate, Jung-hoo Lee in this lineup. Like, it sucks that you're missing two of your young potential stars in this roster, the two guys that we've been the most excited about watching all season long.
Yeah, man, very, very much. All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. 925 says, I think Yaz has to be moved to center field, especially on the road.
Ooh.
And I think you have to keep Blake Sabol's bat in the lineup. We were talking about keeping Yaz in right because it's so difficult there.
So what do they want to do? Put Sabol in the outfield and bench Ramos or Luis Matos?
I don't know. That's just I'm just reading text, buddy.
I got you.
831 says Kruko was co-signing for the supposedly new style of catching compared to blocking the ball. Now, remember, Kruko was against it for a long time.
Kruko is anti-knee on the ground.
He said Craig Albernaz sold him the Bible on that, and he bought it. That's what he said.
I'm still not buying it.
And Mike was trying to, encourage, Mike was trying to support the coaching staff. But he originally was very down on it.
Correct. So I remember having multiple conversations about Joey Bart having to learn the one knee down system while at the major league level.
But then he flipped because Mike, I think, wanted to, support the.
I got it.
Got to support the team, as the great Putty once said. I got to support the team. Come on, man, go Devils.
But I can tell you, as a former pitcher, Mike Kruko did not support those pass balls last night.
No, for sure. There we go. By the way, here we go. 925 says, is letting Joey Bart go Farhan's worst decision ever? Well, that's a little bit of an overstatement, I think. A little bit of an overstatement, too. August 925 says, August 1st through 3rd, my Dodgers traveling circus will be taking over Oakland also.
Get the tent ready, Oakland.
He said we'll be taking on yet another 19 and 24 Bay Area team.
That's a good text.
Hey, man, he can heckle.
He's not wrong.
He's allowed to heckle.
He's not wrong.
Hey, man, I'm in a race with the A's. I saw the A's lost last night. I'm like, phew. Thank God, we're still tied with them. Oh, my gosh. All right. Well, Mark Spears is a great respite from giant depression. Talking basketball. Did I see something again? I heard on the way in Kevin Durant's unhappy again. Is that right?
Oh, what a surprise.
I know, right? Where's the happiness? He needs happy. Somebody needs to give him the Charles Schultz book, Happiness is a Warm Blanket. Just somebody get Kevin Durant a warm blanket.
Yeah, snuggle up with that blanket.
Or is it a warm puppy? Is it a warm puppy or a warm blanket? Or both. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about, the Shaq diss track. Let's talk about SGA going off and making a case for himself. And, of course, Jokic and the Nuggets sticking their flag on the mountain in Minnesota. Let's do that with Mark Spears next on The Sports Leader.
I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am. Y'all know who I am.
Well, good morning, bright and early to Steve Moskowitz, who's on the line to tell us what happens when you didn't pay your taxes or didn't file them, Steve.
You have all kinds of problems, but let's get over them and let's talk about it. There's so many good options. Most people don't file the returns because they just don't have the money to pay them. And that's okay. We'll go to the government and we want to make a deal for you. And what amazes so many people is, in so many cases, what an easy fix this is. It's like suffering with a medical problem over and over again when you don't have to, and the doctor can give you a pill and it goes away. The bottom line is there's so many good options. Like maybe you can get off the hook by just paying part of the taxes and forgive the rest, or maybe have the penalties forgiven, or monthly payments, or other varieties. The bottom line is whatever your tax situation is, just give us a call. We want to take it away from you, put it in the rearview mirror so you can have a normal life and enjoy your life and not have some IRS agent come chasing after you.
Sounds pretty good. So that was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. And Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, turn it up. Give me Robert Duvall in Apocalypse Now. Young Tony, do you know Apocalypse Now, Robert Duvall?
No.
Okay, we'll get more into that later. So, Marcus, are you feeling inspired here?
Is that a bird? Is it a plane? No, Murph. It's the new Golden State WNBA team.
The Valkyries. And this is the Ride of the Valkyries by Wagner, not Orlando Magic Franz Wagner, although that's who I always think of every time they talk about Franz Wagner launching a three. So just now, the Warriors, or Golden State has announced, I guess I can say the Warriors because it is the Golden State WNBA expansion team owned by Joe Lacob, announced their name and brand identity, the Golden State Valkyries, which is, of course, Norse mythology, a warrior woman from Norse mythology, fearless and unwavering, flying through air and sea alike. And their color's going to be violet, which signifies power, ambition, nobility, and women's empowerment. Hey, now, there it is. Perfect chance to say good morning to Mark Spears on the morning of the Golden State Valkyries, which isn't always the easiest thing to say. Good morning, Mark. We got a little Ride of the Valkyries, brother. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how that rolls off the tongue to chase in the crowd.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go, Valkyrie. Is that how?
You just did it. Let's go, Valkyries. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I already envisioned the V's.
And is
right?
it?
Like, that's going to be their nickname.
The V's. Yeah, the V's.
Let's go V's, right? Like, it's unique. It's unique. It's unique.
Yeah. Now, multiple reactions. I think Tom Tolbert, actually on our airways months ago, suggested it. So I think Tolbert gets the patent on this thing. So that's one. Number two, I see the word Kyrie in there, which is always a little disturbing now. So Kyrie Irving's going to be part of the team.
They got somebody that can play like him and won't be,
Very good. Any news? I mean, they won't start till 2025. Any reaction to that? It's just the fact that they've announced their brand and they announced their team president and all that stuff, and the way how serious Joe Lacob is about this.
Yeah, well, no, I think the thing that's great for the Valkyries or the V's, I'll be the first one to call them the V's if you guys want to give me credit for that.
You're in.
I actually talked to I could just say an NBA exec who played in the WNBA, and she was telling me yesterday how we kind of agreed that like next year is a great year to be an expansion team. It's a year before the Toronto team. And right now, like the WNBA, I think is going to try to expand to 4 more teams. But they'll get probably, I'm guessing, like the 5th pick in the draft. They're not going to get the number 1 pick. But the WNBA right now is like so deep in talent that when it's not the WNBA draft that you should be worried about, it's the expansion draft. And I think they're going to clean up. They're going to do quite well. And the lady also told me, she's like, they're going to be a premier destination for free agents. They're going to want to go there. I mean, you're going to be playing in the NBA arena. They're going to have their own facility in Oakland. Everything's going to be top notch. Live in San Francisco, live in Oakland, wherever. I guess they may live in Oakland because close to their practice facility. Remember, they're going to use the Warriors' old practice facility. But like, how many WNBA teams I think it's a new trend, or not many have their own practice facility like that. So I think I don't know that they're winning a championship as quick as Joe would like them to, but I do think they'll have a competitive team right out the gate.
And, of course, the WNBA season kicks off tonight. Caitlin Clark is the big headline, the number 1 overall draft pick. But I wanted to follow up on the draft process for next year. You mentioned that they could get a top 5 pick. Do we know whether or not it's set in stone what number they would get? And is this based off of what we've seen before from expansion teams?
No, it's just, I think it's the latter. I'm kind of guessing. There's only, 12 teams right now. But again, keep an eye on the expansion draft more so than that. Like, yeah, they'll get a good college player, but they're going to get some vets. And the lady I was talking to yesterday, she's like, there's going to be some teams that, because you're going to have to put a certain amount of players that are going to end up putting starters on there. Maybe starters that they want to get rid of, or starters that maybe they want to get rid of their salary, right? So I'm curious to see who's available, but you can't tell me that, like, the date I'm looking for is when it's Sabrina Ionescu's going to be a free agent. You know that they're going to go after her tough, try to bring the Bay Area girl back home. And so those are kind of things I'm looking for in the near future for them.
Well, there
I'm
it is.
Excited.
Yeah. There it is. Mark Spears of ESPN there as we break the news that the Golden State franchise, WNBA franchise, will be called the Valkyries, named after the Norse women warrior. And we can get to play Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries anytime we want. Go V's. Go V's, baby. You can make the V. We make the V like V for victory, like Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
All right, lots of stuff to get on the NBA before we let you get on your plane, buddy. I'm driving in. I heard one of the talking heads saying Kevin Durant's unhappy in Phoenix. I was like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Warriors fans would love to see him back, and then they'd probably tell you he should have never left. Maybe KD admits to that at some point. I've talked to him about it, and he won't say that. But I'd shoot. The key for the Warriors to me is getting an elite number 2 scorer, right? Like somebody that can give you 20 to 30 points a game on a nightly basis. Somebody to take the load off of Stephen Curry. Are you convinced that Kuminga's that guy just yet? I don't think so. But imagine if they're able to get that guy and Kuminga's your third scorer. That being said, it may take Kuminga to get a Kevin Durant as well. And I'm probably in the camp that Steph Curry has. No, I'm definitely in the camp that Steph Curry only has so much time left. So if I'm the Warriors, I try to maximize that, even if that's going to, result in losing some of your young talent like a Kuminga. Like I just think that you should go for it. As long as he's in that roster, on that roster, you go for it. So if it takes Kuminga to get Durant, I know there's probably people cringing in their cars right now. But, to me, you go for it as long as Steph is playing, and then you figure the rest out later.
There it is. Mark Spears says, go for it, man. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Marcus.
And, Mark, I'm just curious, how much, weight does Steph Curry pull in these decisions? Like, how much do they factor in his comfortability with bringing back someone like Kevin Durant or any of these offseason moves? How big of a part of the decision is Steph Curry?
Well, I'm going to tell you another story, which I'm guessing is similar to Steph, right? There was a player that I will not say their name, and then they said that they were in a hot tub with Dirk Nowitzki after a practice or a game in Dallas, and Dirk just, out of nowhere asked him about a player. What do you think about this guy? Just randomly, and the player's like, oh, yeah, no, he's pretty good. And he said a week later, the player was playing for the Mavericks. So he's like, hold on. Dirk knows some stuff, right? Like, you didn't just ask me that just to ask me that. And when that player said player was traded, I think he kind of wondered if Dirk knew already, and maybe he could have gave him a heads up. But I say that all to say, I think Steph's got to be in the same situation. Like, come on, man. Like, he's got to know everything that they do, I think, from the point of Mark Jackson getting fired to today. I'm sure he's certainly abreast of everything that they decide, and he should be. He's Steph Curry. He's the face of the franchise now and forever, right? And so I just think that he better be in a position to be a part of that. But, he's also said some read between the line quotes about a need for more talent. And I don't think you should just be comfortable and rest and just assume that he'd want to play with mediocrity or less the rest of his career. I do think the Warriors. I saw Mike Dunn leaving the elevator yesterday for 2 seconds, and I think he was glad that the elevator closed because he didn't have to talk to me, or me ask him any questions.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Yeah.
He was
love that.
going up, he was going down.
Yeah.
But he didn't do it on purpose. He was just going in a different direction. But I'm saying all that to say, like, I just really think that the Warriors should maximize whatever they need to do to make Steph happy, to put this championship team back. I think the fans would love it. And then also, you just don't want to run the risk of him saying, you know what, I want to finish my career somewhere else.
Yeah.
I can't go out like this. I mean, I saw Kobe go through this. I'm not going through that. I'm not saying Steph is saying that, but hey, you don't want to put him in a position to think that.
No. And so another name that comes up to make Steph happy is Brandon Ingram. There was a rumor from Sean Devaney of Heavy Sports that an anonymous Western Conference executive says the Warriors would target a guy like that. So, does it work fit-wise, money-wise?
Hey, man, I'm a big BI fan. I was actually in New Orleans when they got eliminated, and, you know, he certainly didn't have the playoffs that he had hoped for, but I think it was easier to game plan for him with no Zion Williamson, right? So he had this, I wouldn't call him like crying emotional, but he certainly was very transparent and very honest with himself about having a really focused and big summer, an honest summer with no people just patting him on the back, people being honest with him so he can have a sensational year. He's like, it didn't go well with USA Basketball. It didn't go well this season. He called it probably the toughest season of his career, and that he was going to come back with a vengeance. So the mentality I think he's going to have going into next season would be great. And he's a former All-Star. You could pencil in 20 to 30 a game. I think he'd be a great compliment to Steph personality-wise. He has a personality to be the number two. I don't know that you can do it without Kuminga. I think it probably would have to include Kuminga. But I know on a given night what you're going to get from Brandon Ingram. And I really like him as a player. I like him as a person. He just comes to work. He plays. He probably hang out with E40 and go into the studio with him. He likes to produce rap songs. But he's just a good, low-key guy who I certainly think he'd fit in as a player and personality-wise with the Warriors.
Mark, another name that we're going to hear come up a lot this summer is, of course, LeBron James. But I actually want to ask you about Bronny James because I know you were at the NBA pre-draft workout. The Warriors don't pick until number 52 in the second round. Do you think Bronny James will still be on the board, and do you think he's a fit with the Warriors?
You know, it's interesting. I talked to two teams yesterday. They said they had no interest in drafting him. You know, respectfully, they just don't think he's ready for the NBA or even the G League for that matter. I will say this, though. He had an impressive first day. He had a 40.5-inch vertical leap. You know, I think he made all but 2 of his three-point attempts in a workout. He was noticeably bigger. I think he gained like 15 pounds of muscle. But today's the big day. I mean, he's gonna play today. He's gonna scrimmage today, 5-on-5, full court. It'll be interesting to see if LeBron shows up. He was at the Cleveland game last night, but you know, this will if he dominates in these 2 games, maybe he changes the way a lot of people think about him. But if there was something that probably took a slap on him, it was that he was listed at 6'1" in measuring. So I hope he goes back to college. It certainly doesn't sound like he is. But if my guess is correct, I think you have a better chance of seeing him playing in Santa Cruz against the Warriors than in the Chase Center against the Warriors next season.
Yeah, and of course the theory's out there. If you draft Bronny, you have a better chance of landing LeBron James this offseason.
You know what? But somebody told me that they talked to LeBron recently, and they kind of felt like LeBron was basically putting this on his son and not putting pressures on teams to do that. So I don't know. Somebody that actually, I think, talked to him kind of got the impression that there is no pressure on his son to enter unless he wants to, and that there's no pressure to put him on his team. You know, he wasn't letting his son make this decision. So, I mean, that's somebody that talked to the source, right? But I believe that it doesn't sound like LeBron is putting pressure on his son to do either thing or teams to do that. So I know we'll see. But again, and I think it's on ESPNU if you want to watch it. But they got some scrimmages today that will include Bronny James and really give him a chance to show that he's worthy of being drafted.
Wrapping up here with Mark Spears at ESPN. And then, Mark, this is, we were talking to our producer, John Joe Curley. He said you talked to Pajemski right before the lottery. Something funny happened?
Man, I was checking into the hotel, which is the same hotel the draft guys are at. And somebody, started rubbing the top of my head. I'm like I was some little kid or something. I turned around, it was Pod, man. And I'm like, what's going on, man? And, you know, we always mess with each other. I always tell him that San Jose State beat him. And he's like, you know, he had some line about, you know, why would you go to San Jose State thing, he says to me. But he said before the draft lottery, because the Warriors had these horrible odds, he's like, if we get a top 4 pick, I better get an extension. I was like, you know what? Considering y'all odds, you should. But, hey, the Hawks ended up getting number 1 with 3%. So, you know, maybe whoever was there for the Hawks, I forgot who was there for it was their GM, Landry Fields from Stanford. He should get a raise. That was sensational. But Paz was just messing with me, man. I think he got a free trip to Chicago and then went home.
Yeah, I love it. And he's rubbing your head, too. That's good luck, right? He has a good luck charm to rub Spears' head. Is he tall enough, by the way? Because you're 6'6".
I mean, he's not a short guy. I mean, he got long arms.
All right.
I did sit next to interview Zach Edey yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And there's
Speaking of
only been a
reach,
few times where I felt like a short man. That was one of them.
That's a big body. He's a sec. Is he projected second round, kind of?
No. I think he'll be top 20.
Oh, okay. My bad. I guess I read some bad info. No. My bad. No, that's a ground ball through my legs there. I screwed that one up.
No. I mean, I'm not going to say I'm completely right on it. I just think he's too talented a scorer, too big. We had a nice conversation. We talked a little bit about Yao Ming. You know, I was just telling him how incredible of a player he was before he got hurt. Maybe he should kind of check out what Yao did to have success. But no, he's certainly very motivated to prove that he belongs in the NBA.
It's great stuff. So much going on, man. And obviously we didn't talk about the playoffs, but next time we will. It'll be more clear, and we'll get the conference finals going and all that stuff. So, by the way, last one, just 30 seconds here. Your take on Shaq's diss track of Shannon Sharp. A+ or what? Passing grade or failing grade?
I didn't even waste my time listening to it.
All right, there you go. There's the answer right there. All right, buddy. Hey,
but I know Kendrick Lamar's winning.
Oh, well, okay, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Mark.
There you go. Staying on the West Coast. All right, always great catching up with you, Mark. Can't wait to the next one. Take care.
All right, fellas. Take care now.
The always great Mark Spears. Would you rub Mark Spears' head if you saw him in a hotel lobby?
Hell no, I'm not rubbing the head of Mark Spears. Maybe if it was good luck and I got permission, but not without permission.
He's a big, tall drink of water, man, about 6'6".
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, that was a nice respite from Giants pain. All right. Hey, we'll split the next segment into two. One, we can tell the 7 o'clock crowd just what the hell happened last night at the ballpark. And two, there's 49ers news. Next on The Sports Leader.
Let's go, Valkyrie.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
There's a turn to throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. He is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown.
Yeah, look, I mean, Trinan's really slow to the plate, as you saw with Ramos, who stole base, but you can't get picked off there. He knows that. He just got a little too big a lead and ended up getting them, and I think obviously we'll talk about that a little bit later with them.
Ooh, tough moment in the ninth inning last night, and a giant loss, but at least it's set to this very bumping rejoin, which I'm enjoying. I don't know what it is. What is it, young Tony? What do we got here, buddy?
This is BBL Drizzy by Metro Boomin. Marcus just put me on.
Is this your brother's discovery?
No, this is Metro Boomin right here, who was one of the biggest producers in the game, who is now in the middle of the Kendrick Lamar-Drake beef. He's the one who produced the song with Future and Kendrick Lamar, Like That, and then Drake called him out in one of his diss tracks, so he dropped BBL Drizzy, which is the beat you're hearing right now.
I think he's winning, whatever it is. Sounds great. It's changing my mood about Ty Fitzgerald getting picked off at first base last night. It's funny. I mean, a baseball game involves 700 little moments, but that one is getting a lot of attention this morning from a lot of texters and listeners and tweeters and all that, because the Giants had a chance to finally beat the Dodgers, and they didn't. They lost 6-4 in 10 innings. If you missed it last night, no phone call to Rob Manfred for this one. Giants fall to 19-24, and it poses many, many, many questions. One of them is pretty simple. Are they going to beat the Dodgers this year? Are they going to beat them once?
Will they do it this series? Keaton Winn versus Gavin Stone tonight. Don't have a lot of confidence after seeing Keaton Winn's last two starts.
Yeah.
But Wednesday is Webb Day. They got to have a chance with Logan Webb on the mound, you would think.
Yeah, and he's going against an unnamed Dodger starter.
Yeah.
So we don't know that. But anyway, lots to get into from last night. Good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Tony Farias behind the glass right there. And, of course, coming up at 7:30, Dwayne Kuiper. The poor guy keeps drawing tough Tuesday mornings after bad losses. Matt Barrows will join us at 8:50. And I did tease the Niners. Just briefly want to hit that then and say, it was released this morning that the 49ers, it's funny, the NFL schedule, it's coming out Wednesday. No, it's not. It comes leaking out. And the Niners leaked out that their week 1 game is Monday night, which, by the way, I hate. I hate waiting until Monday night. At home, first home opener since 2020, against your boy, Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. There it is, man. Bring him in.
Going to San Fran.
By the way, I'm calling W right out of the gate.
Damn.
Home W against Bobby Saleh and the Jets. Brock Purdy goes and gets it. So get your tickets now. Start tailgating now to take your mind off the Giants, is what I would say. Start tailgating now. September 9, Monday, September 9, 5:20 kickoff. What's the spread on that game?
I was literally just Googling
6.5?
right now. I'm trying to find the spread already. I'm not seeing
maybe 7.5.
You think it would be that high against
Yeah.
that Jets defense, huh?
Yeah, I
Aaron
do.
Rodgers making a comeback. I think it's probably lower than that, to be honest
well,
with
if
you.
it's lower than that, give me the Niners and I'll lay the points.
We'll
But
wait-
you'll
we'll
have
wait
to
and
w-
see.
You have to wait for the forecast, buddy. Although you do the pro forecast, I do the college. Although we could change that.
You got to wait for Brian and Bobby's best bets.
Which were good. What were Brian and Bobby's best bets about last night at Oracle Park? I almost said Dodger Stadium because there were so many freaking Dodger fans, and you were there, buddy.
We're going Dodger North.
You said north of they had the majority.
Yeah, they by far outnumber Giants fans.
I mean-
I'm saying at least 60 to 65%, which is not as bad as I saw last summer once that traveling circus showed up and took over the entire bleachers. But yeah, it was noticeable the amount of Dodger fans in the building.
I mean,
last night.
to me, that's not even like a story anymore. It's just like this is their era. Scott also had a great line in the Chronicle today. He said, well, let's face it, the Giants are catching the Dodgers at a bad time. 2024, which was pretty funny. I mean, this is just
with
right now.
Shohei's contract, it's going to be a bad time for the next couple of years.
We're just living in this era right now where, and Bagley wrote about this too today. He's like, what's it going to take, to ever get to turn this stone over? Because, I mean, the Dodgers tried a lot in the late teens, but they didn't have super teams like this. It didn't go Betts, Otani, Yamamoto, all that. Although the Giants fought Yamamoto hard last night.
They did.
And Luis Matos, which leads to our big question, which will hit in the big hit, which is in this depressing 19-24 start in which all these injuries have happened, are you at least taking solace in that the quote-unquote kids, and by kids I really mean two, Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos, unless you're talking Jackson Reese, Blake Sable, and Tyler Fitzgerald.
Throw Casey Schmidt into the conversation.
Casey Schmidt.
And as much as I know Casey has got, one hit since being called up, it was the walk-off on Sunday, so that's a big, big hit. But watching him play defense, watching him throw somebody out from the hole yesterday, just showing off that cannon, to me, even defensively, Casey Schmidt is more exciting than Nick Ahmed, who I know we've knocked a few times on this show. He's just a boring at-bat. And in the field, I know he's a Gold Glove winner, but his arm doesn't even come close comparison-wise to Casey Schmidt. So I'm more excited seeing Casey get the opportunity. I'm definitely excited to see Elliot Ramos get the opportunity because those bats are a lot more interesting than what we were seeing with Austin Slater in the first 40 games of the season. And then I'm a Luis Matos man. I was calling for him to be the opening day right fielder, so I love seeing him jump on that hanging curveball by Yamamoto, going deep, putting one in the left field bleachers.
Yeah, just a check of the kids from last night. Elliot Ramos, 2 for 4 with an RBI.
Keeps hitting.
2 for 4 with an RBI. Blake Sable, 1 for 2 with an RBI.
Yeah, he can swing it. He just can't block a damn ball.
No, maybe he's your DH in Soler's absence. Matos, 1 for 4 with 3 RBIs. So those are the 5 RBIs last night. All came from those kids.
Well, think about it. We were talking about the losses of all these veterans with the injuries and whether or not it would affect the lineup negatively. Well, it was already a pretty negative lineup. It was already one of the worst offenses in baseball with those guys in our lineup. So at least now this seems like a fresh lineup, a fresh start for some of these young kids.
By the way, scratch that. Sable did not have an RBI. The Giants only drove in 4 last night. But at least he did go 1 for 2. Casey Schmidt 0 for 3 with 2 Ks.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still swinging at those sliders.
And then I'm going to offer you these 2 pinch hitters off the bench. Jackson Reitz and Brett Wisely 0 for 3, 3 strikeouts.
Oh, yeah. And Jackson Reitz, his at-bats, they were flat out embarrassing.
Yeah, and you can criticize Bob Melvin for hitting Reitz for Sable.
Yeah, but I think Bob Melvin, after seeing those pass balls in the 5th inning and in the 6th inning that led to 2 runs by the Dodgers, just wasn't going to stand for any more Blake Sable defensive miscues behind home plate. And, of course, he's playing the numbers. Reitz is a righty versus a lefty on the mound. Didn't want to get Sable in that lefty-lefty matchup.
I got you on that, but I almost would rather have Sable and a lefty-lefty than Reitz.
Oh, after seeing those swings from Reitz, dude.
Then you could replace him.
I mean, that guy can't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
And shout out Tommy Lasorda and Kurt Bavacqua. That's the famous line. He couldn't hit water if he fell out of a blanket boat. Hey, Bob Melvin, on the Jung-hoo Lee situation, we don't know what's going on. Young Tone, can we get to Z25? Because they put him on the 10-day IL. I got a text from Chris Kelly, our buddy, the Saturday Night Live stage manager. He goes, hey, is that hopeful news? And I said, no, it's not. He's going to be out for a while. I guess it's just kind of a paperwork thing because they haven't gotten the official diagnosis yet because they're still having trouble here. Bob Melvin, Z25, Young Tone.
Well, they were trying to pop it back in yesterday, and it wasn't going so well early on. They did finally get it back in a little bit later. Sometimes there's some anxiety, and it's tough to be calm when they're trying to pop your shoulder back in. So it took a little while, but they got it back in. Thank goodness. And like I said, the doctors will look at the MRI tonight. We'll see where we go with it.
Man, poor guy. Yeah. A hemisphere away from home, screaming in pain as they're popping his shoulder back in. That's a tough deal.
My guy's out here just trying to make a play.
He's just trying to make a play. Would he have caught would he have caught Gavin Lux's or Will Smith's ball last night?
I can tell you he would have had better routes getting to them than Luis Matos, but I think those were so far in the gap, I don't even think Jung-hoo Lee would have got to those.
Nah, but we do have to ask Melvin about the kids because the kids are the story. Matos, Ramos, Schmidt, and Z8, Tony, about maybe seeing these guys against the Dodgers, and they were competitive last night. They just lost the darn game here.
We're going to have some mistakes from time to time, but there was a lot of energy. Certainly, Matos' first at bat with the 3-run homer with Hicks on the mound. We feel pretty good about it. We're down a couple guys in the bullpen today, but we still had some guys that, we expect to finish the game. Got nicked up a little bit to where we gave up a couple more runs, and then, it was one big swing. But, we are making some mistakes still. And that's going to come with youth sometimes. You want them to be aggressive, sometimes maybe a little too.
So there it is, man. But again, you want to see these guys in the lineup. And again, now does Farhan get credit for this? No, he's only calling them up because they're injuries. But they're here and they're playing.
Yeah, and that's the problem we're talking about. You can't make mistakes against a team like the Dodgers. They'll make you pay, which they did last night. So whether we're talking about Blake Sable not blocking balls, Tyler Fitzgerald being picked off, maybe Bob Melvin pressing the wrong buttons, you can't make these kind of mistakes against the Dodgers. And that's why it felt bad walking out of the stadium last night, because it felt like that was a game that the Giants could have won and probably should have won if they just would have played better defense and not have those base running mistakes.
Tough deal, man. So tonight, 6:45, Keaton Wynn goes against Gavin Stone. Tomorrow, Logan Webb at 6:45. It's a night game, not a day game. Dodger fans are going to be there. What are you going to do about it? And you were right there in the belly, huh?
I'm going to heckle him, dude. I was getting so annoyed, dude. I want to start throwing peanuts at this one Dodger fan who kept on screaming scoreboard every time the Dodgers tied the game. I was like, yeah, the scoreboard says it's a tie game. Sit your ass down.
Boy. This is why I don't go, guys. It's better. It really is. Cooler heads need to prevail. I need to send, like I told you guys last year, I need to send the next generation out. I gave mine. I gave my blood, sweat, toil, and tears at Candlestick Park in the first 20 years of Oracle. When the Dodgers are in, I'll be there Friday night. Hey, man, I'll look at the Rockies. Hey, say hey to Ryan McMahon. Say hey to Ezekiel Tovar, and I'll enjoy the ball game.
Merce, you hear that, Tony? Merce running from the truth. He's running from the Dodgers.
I am. They have. They've beaten me into it. They've got me on the run.
Oh, man.
Shout out REO Speedwagon. Take it on the run, baby. All right, guys. So there you go. We set the table for Dwayne Kuiper. The big hit. We want to hear from you guys. Is there hope with the kids at least? At least. But Kuiper, we'll talk. We'll have a nice, rational conversation with Dwayne Kuiper on the Giants and Dodgers next on the Sports Leader.
Anyways, the Dodgers.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuiper on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right. Dwayne Kuiper every Tuesday is brought to you by NorCal Honda, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Will they ever beat LA? Maybe tonight. Who knows? Thought they had them, guys. 3-1 lead last night, and then 3-2, then 3-3, and then Ramos gets the big knock, and they're up 4-3, and I'm feeling pretty good. And then Kike Hernandez, and then Tyler Fitzgerald, and then the 10th inning, and then Dwayne Kuiper joined us on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Dwayne. We are hell-bent to keep this positive, mature, and rational. How are you?
No, I'm doing great. Although I will tell you that, I was like, every Giants fan that I know, and already have run into a few this morning, that, last night was really disappointing because, you want to be able to hang with a team that's that good. And obviously they're that good. And when you look at the Giants lineup and you see, they've got 5 regulars that are gone, you think, well, maybe they can hang with them. But not only did they hang with them, but they should have beat them. And but you can't make, you just can't make mistakes against any major league team. You certainly can't make mistakes against major league teams that are that talented because they're just going to take advantage of it, and the Giants made too many mistakes.
Well,
but it was nice to see. Look, the game starts out with a lead run by Mookie Betts, and then Otani hits one about 120 miles per hour off the bat, and you think, well, this is just going to be a bad night. And it turns out, 20 minutes later, they're leading 3-1. But, hey, we're going to get a chance to look at some of the young guys. And, that's the only positive that you can take out of this. But I think you're going to see a great effort. You're just going to see teams like the Dodgers that have all this talent that you got to play your absolute best to stay with them.
No, you're right. It was right there. 3-1 lead, 4-3 lead, even into the 10th inning, a chance. Listen, don't want to beat this kid up forever about it, but the Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off was such an unfortunate moment, and it happens in baseball. It happens to everyone. But if you're him, are you thinking how you kind of coaching yourself out of that?
Well, the one thing he has to remember is he has to remember that walk back from first to the dugout. Because if he remembers that, that's never going to happen again to him. He may get picked off again, but he's not going to get picked off in that situation as long as he remembers what it's like to have to walk back into that dugout. Because you've just let everybody down. Look, it's certainly not a lack of effort play. It's probably too much of an effort play, but you just got to be smart. Look, I don't even think he was running on the play. He was just taking a lead, and his lead was just, too big. So yeah, that was a punch in the gut. I think Ramos walked after that, or I know he got on base after that. So something could have developed after that. But, look, it happened to me. It happened 3 days into the big leagues. I go in to pinch run in front of my family in Milwaukee. And the last thing the manager said to me, Ken Aspermani, in the 9th inning was, don't get picked off. And 2 minutes later, I had to make that walk back. And it felt like I was walking across the country. It did. And then he sent me to the clubhouse. I felt like I was in first grade. So, you know the feeling, but you also know that you just can't let it happen again. And it's all part of the growing pains.
Yeah, and Kuiper, not to harp on the negatives too much, but there was also a couple mistakes behind home plate last night. Blake Sable, back-to-back pass balls in the 5th and 6th inning that led to 2 runs by the Dodgers. And I know it's not an ideal situation without Patrick Bailey, without Tom Murphy, but it really felt like last night you were missing the presence of a Patrick Bailey.
Well, first of all, let's be clear. They were not pass balls. They were scored wild pitches. And if it's a wild pitch, that means the ball is in the dirt, and you got to do your best to be able to block those balls. And one of the hardest guys to do that is the guy on the mound, Jordan Hicks, because he throws so hard and he's got such a really good sinker. We used to see it out of Tim Lincecum, where if a catcher was going to have a hard time, it's going to be against guys like Lincecum or guys like Jordan Hicks. Yes. Now, you can make the argument, should those balls have been blocked? You can probably make the argument that, yeah, there probably should have been a little, not better effort, but maybe technique. Because those 2 wild pitches and 2 runs score, and all those things, make a difference. I have no problems with Blake Sable. He's been put in a really tough situation, and I think he's doing about as good a job as you can, given his experience behind the plate.
Yeah, it's the whole catching situation and the Pat Bailey. I mean, you're not in the clubhouse medical office, but is there anything you know about Pat Bailey? And seems like there's a little bit of concern because it's been a couple days since he came back.
I think the concern, Murph, is they don't know.
Yeah.
If you got a sprained ankle, you know what it is. If your shoulder's bothering you, you know what it is. But when you go from concussion to virus to whatever, I mean, then all of a sudden you don't know. He may show up to the park today and say that he feels fine, and that's what everybody's hoping for. But if not, you got to find out exactly what's going on. I mean, the 2 guys. I mean, if you want to compete with the likes of the Dodgers, the 2 guys on that roster for the Giants that play every day that you can't lose are Lee and Bailey. And you've lost them both, and you've lost Lee for a long time. The Lee thing really hurts because for me, it was just fun watching him play center field. Just by the way he takes his routes, just by the way he played that position, the jumps he was getting. And to me, that one really hurts because he was one of those guys that you take your to the park and you say, hey, watch that kid in center field. He's really good. Hopefully it's not a season thing and maybe you can get him back for a couple of months. I have no idea, but I know that he's getting another opinion, and I think he's going to go to L.A. to get it. So, and then maybe they'll have a better idea. And, it's probably a decision whether you rehab it or you have surgery. I mean, if you rehab it, you got a chance of coming back sooner if the rehab goes well. If you have surgery, now you're probably talking a lot more time. But I hate it. I mean, he was really fun to watch.
And it sounds like from Bob Melvin's pregame comments that Luis Matos is going to get the shot to play center field. We saw him go deep with a 3-run home run off of Yamamoto yesterday. How much confidence does that give a young kid to go deep like that in his first at-bat against a pitcher like Yamamoto?
Well, I mean, he gave him a gift, and he took advantage of it. He got a hanging breaking ball, and he did not miss it. If you remember how that game went, I don't think Yamamoto gave up another hit until the 6th after that home run. So that's how good that guy was after that. And he really kept the Dodgers in the game. But as far as Matos, look, that's fine. You give a guy the opportunity, you're going to play, but you also have to perform. And then I guess the next question is well, how long do you get? Well, I guess it all depends upon how you look. And if he looks like he's getting a little bit more comfortable every day, then you keep running him out there. But, I mean, this is not his position. It maybe is for a little while, but he's going to have to earn it because that's just what happens in the big leagues. You got to earn it and keep it.
For sure. And talk about a guy who knows about earning and keeping it. We haven't had a chance to talk to you about Elliot Ramos since he got called up, because he got called up, I think, last Wednesday in Denver, and we talked to you Tuesdays. And, that's a guy, Kuiper, it goes back to Bobby Evans' regime and Brian Sabian 2017, right? So long road for him, and he appears, it's only been, 6 games or whatever, but there's just a comfort level, it seems like. Are you, to your eyes, you've watched him in spring over and over and over again. What are you seeing with him?
Well, I think we all saw the potential in the body, right? Pick a sport. Mike made a great point that if this kid was born and raised in the United States, he'd be on some college football team. Fast and strong and got a great arm. But I agree with you. He looks like he feels like he belongs. I mean, when you're that, he got to the big leagues, you kind of tiptoe around everything, and you go up to the plate and you hope you get a hit. You hope you don't strike out. Well, I don't think he looks like that anymore. He looks now like, everybody uses that word hitterish, but he looks now like he's got a thought in his head, like, I'm going to get a hit. And if he keeps doing what he's doing, he's going to play. He's going to play every day. And I now look forward to his at bats. I mean, there were times when he was a young player where you were a little worried that he was going to be overmatched, but that hasn't been the case the last 6 games that he's been here. So good for him. You just don't know when the light goes on for some guys, and hopefully what you've seen. And I agree with what you've seen. Maybe the light has gone on.
Nice.
And last question for me, Kuiper. I want to talk about the lights going down for the 9th inning last night. Camilo Duvall comes into the game in a tied ball game, has a flawless inning, 8 pitches. But we've got a lot of questions earlier this morning on the text line about Duvall not going back out there for the 10th. I know he had a 4-out save on Sunday on Mother's Day. But did you have any thoughts about Bob Melvin not sending Camilo Duvall back out there for the 10th?
I mean, look, you got 2 more games against the Dodgers. Yeah, I mean, managers don't want to wear out their closers. So, in all honesty, I never thought of it. I mean, I think of Duvall as a 1-inning guy, and when you need him in a save opportunity to get, an extra out or 2, then you take a shot at doing it. But I don't think so for extra innings. Look, I like seeing him pitch 9 innings. I also was a little surprised. I don't know the rules of the spotlight and the lights go off, but I thought that was just for save opportunities. I didn't realize that no matter what was going on in the game, that they were going to turn the lights off and spotlight Duvall, which is fine. I mean, I think it's great. But here he came in last night in a tie game. And when you do that, you have to be good.
When Matos,
he was super good last night.
I didn't get to see when Matos hit the homer. It was still dusk and light. Did they do the strobe lights for that? No? Yes?
You know what, Murph? I paid no attention, so I probably not.
Kind of hard to tell, huh? Yeah. Well,
it was so early in the game.
Yeah, maybe tonight. A late night strobe light effect. Keaton win against Gavin Stone, and they just keep chopping wood. We'll see what the young kids do. And Kuiper, you will be out there. We will look forward to your broadcast. Have a great week. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Yeah, thanks, Kuiper.
Yes. Keep the faith.
Why not? That's what baseball's all about. Dwayne, Kuiper, everybody. He's brought to you by NorCal Honda, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. All right, off of Kuiper, that's the big hit today. Are you feeling good about the kids, Matos, Ramos, and Schmidt? Is there something there, Jordan Hicks, et cetera, or are you profoundly depressed and want to drive your car just up the coast for hours on end and never come back? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Keep the faith.
Keep the faith.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The former Cy Young winner and Dodger closer Eric Gagne stopped by our show yesterday morning to talk about his legendary at-bats against Barry Bonds and what he thinks of the current state of the Giants and Dodgers rivalry. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We'll be playing some center field here for a while with Lee on the shelf, and he swings and he hits a high drive. Deep left field, on its way. Adios! Pelota!
Hicks to Betts. Swinging a little flare to right. Yaz is over. He dives, and he makes an unbelievable catch. And the pitch. Swinging a shot on the ground into the hole. Past Mookie Betts. Here comes Chapman, and the Giants take the lead.
1 ball, no strikes. Here it is. Swinging. That ball is gone if it's fair. Deep down the left field line. Hooking. It is a home run. Right past the foul pole, and the Dodgers immediately have tied this game on the second pitch thrown by Eric Miller. 1 strike offering. There's a drive into center field. Back and to his right goes Mato, still going back, and it's over his head. Short hops the wall. Mookie Betts will score. Now coming around third is Freeman, and the relay comes in to Schmidt, and he can't handle it. And 2 runs scored. It's 6-4 Dodgers.
Oh, man. Young Tony playing the highlights there. I thought they were going to do it. As I texted my great friend Brad Mange, I said, 3-1, Bomel's boys going to do this? He said, I don't know. And they didn't. They lose 6-4 in 10 innings last night. Marcus Boucher was out there taking on the front lines, taking on the brave assignment of staring down a majority Dodger crowd last night at Oracle Park.
Too many Dodger fans.
One is too many. You know what I mean? But anyway, this is their time. Like I said, Scott Oster with the great line. Giants picked a wrong time to play the Dodgers. 2024. I thought it was a pretty good line from Scotty O today in the Chronicle. It is, and Bagley wrote about the Dodgers are like that neighbor who just starts piling up material goods and just keeps parking them in the driveway. And they got like multiple Ferraris and Lamborghinis. They're out in a yacht in the backyard, and you're like sitting there with your little Prius just trying to get by, dude. Trying to squeeze by them on the street.
The sad part is you took one of their roommates. You took Farhan Zaidi thinking he was going to turn you into the Dodgers, and how's that working out so far?
How does it hurt Farhan on a personal level when the Dodgers whip him so soundly? And you know what's funny? I actually just had flashbacks because Duvall's inning in the 9th inning was so great last night. And I was remembering that he pitched in the 2021 playoffs against them. And in fact, he was the one on the mound when they lost in the 9th inning of Game 5. And I was like, it was just 3 short years ago that the Giants were trading haymakers with these guys, throwing punches into a 5-game series tied in the 9th inning.
They won more games than the Dodgers. They won their division. They won 107. The Dodgers won 106.
And I was like, how far ago that seems. So,
Buster Posey, where have you gone?
Brandon Crawford, career year, where have you gone? So my question among many today, yes, are you happy to see the kids? Yes, are you frustrated with this whole situation? And my other question is, will they beat L.A. this year once? Will they beat them once?
One time.
There was an old song by the 3 Degrees, When Will I See You Again? That's from my era. When will we beat L.A. again? From your era, maybe more Charlie Puth, whatever. I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. Tell you all about it when I beat L.A. again. All right, dude?
I might be waiting a while for that.
So, guys, Bob Melvin had to deal with it. And we talk about the kids, and that's kind of the focus of the big hit today, which is if there's anything positive, it's seeing Matos, Ramos, and Schmidt playing. And those are 3 guys that you think are going to be part of the Giants into the late 2020s, right? Although Schmidt's getting a little older now, right? And Ramos is 24. Matos is still young. Matos with the 3-run homer yesterday. Ramos 2 more hits and a big RBI. Schmidt 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, but you said some pretty good defense, too.
Yeah, he's showing off the arm at shortstop. Again, it's exciting to watch him play defense. I would love a little bit more excitement at the plate, but we got that on Sunday with the walk-off hit on Mother's Day.
And what's unfortunate about games like this is sometimes just one play symbolizes it. And even though it wasn't the deciding play in the game, I think as history kind of shines a light, like, oh, that was the game where blank happened. Well, I think already people are like, oh, that was the game where Tyler Fitzgerald got picked off in the 9th inning.
Or as Kike Hernandez said, that was the game that guy got picked off in the 9th inning.
I was reading the MLB.com wrap-up, and Kike Hernandez goes, I think the biggest play in the game was when that guy got picked off first. I'm like, that guy?
I would say put some respect on Fitz's name, but
doesn't know who he is.
He doesn't deserve it this morning.
I want to support Tyler Fitzgerald. He's hitting 269. All right, buddy? He's got a little flavor to him. But here's Bob Melvin on that exact moment where he got picked. I mean, what's Bob Melvin going to say Other than, he knows. And you heard Kuiper say he's got to remember the long jog back. Dude, overnight Dave told us he was driving up listening to the satellite broadcast. Dude, the Dodger guy got off the Savage line. He goes, I think he spent more time jogging back to the dugout than he did taking his lead off of first base.
I think he's right.
Oh, my God.
That happened quick.
Here's Bob Melvin, Z16 on Fitzgerald getting picked off here.
Yeah, look, I mean, Trinan's really slow to the plate, as you saw with Ramos who stole base, but you can't get picked off there. He knows that. He just got a little too big a lead and ended up getting them. And I think obviously we'll talk about that a little bit later with him.
Yeah, I mean, again, what's he getting? We'll talk about it a little bit later. And Kuiper said you got to remember that jog and burn it into your brain, and also burn into your brain the fact that you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, Marcus.
And that's the problem. There's no excuse. There's no acceptable answer. You can't get picked off, especially after a free 90 when Wilmer Flores works a walk to lead off the ninth inning. It's completely unacceptable, and I think the people at Redwood Credit Union would also tell you it's unacceptable. But what is acceptable is how you can watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much money you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
All right, well done. So about the young kids playing, you're getting Matos, you're getting Ramos. Interesting little factoids on these guys, both from the pre-Farhan era. Both were signed by the Bobby Evans, Brian Sabian regime.
Hey, yo, Bobby.
I know, right? Now, Casey Schmidt and Pat Bailey are the signature. Schmidt, Bailey, and Harrison are the signature development players of the Farhan system, although guys like Blake Sable are Rule 5 pickup, and Brett Wisely, who was out there last night.
Yeah, you can throw in Yaz and Wade and some of the offseason moves.
Yes.
And as we mentioned earlier when we were talking about these Giants bullpen, Eric Miller, of course, gives up that home run to Kike. We saw Taylor Rogers in the 10th inning. Even after he struck out Shohei Otani, gives up the big knock that put the Dodgers ahead. So we were talking about left-handed options. Another Farhan Zaidi draft pick, first-round draft pick, Reggie Crawford, has now been promoted to AAA Sacramento. So maybe he's on the verge of maybe coming up sometime this summer. I would say maybe around August. Maybe Reggie Crawford is another Farhan Zaidi product that we could see in the bullpen.
That's actually incredible news there for sure. How were you feeling when Brett Wisely was batting in the 10th inning? With the number 0, by the way.
Yeah,
rocking 0.
That was the thing. I was riffing with my guy, Walt. That's Weekend Walt, of course, who you can hear on Giants pregames over the weekend. And we were talking about whether or not anybody has ever worn number 0 in Giants history.
Well, yes.
Ooh.
You guys need the old head.
I need this date in Giants history.
Yes, you do.
With Brian Murphy.
You guys, of course, you well know the 00, right?
00.
Oh, you didn't know the 00. So we
Off
have a
the top of
0
my head.
and a 00.
Ooh.
All right.
Bless me with some knowledge.
I get to take my mind off of last night's loss and get into a little bit of that's it, young Tony.
Jonathan Kuminga plays for the Giants.
Nice.
Well, the 00 is made famous by one of the great Giants of the 1980s. Man, I believe you chopped it up with on the dugout, Jeffrey Leonard, the Hackman.
Ooh, Hackman wore 00.
Hackman wore 00 proudly.
Bad knowledge by me.
And he rocked it, and he it was emblazoned, and it was epic, and he was fantastic. A very obscure Giant, although he was a great baseball player who I believe won batting titles and came over to the Giants in a failed acquisition. I don't want to say it was like Evan Longoria, because Longoria was pretty good. But they picked up a veteran in 1984, thought he was going to be great. He was a really good hitter in his heyday, but he was at the end of the run with the Giants. Was Al Oliver. Go look up Al Oliver's stats, by the way. I'm going to tell you, did Al Oliver win a batting title?
Did he wear a 0 because his name was Oliver?
I kind of used to think that when I was a kid.
The big O on his back. It's like Dame Lillard wearing O for Oakland. Oliver wore O for Oliver.
I was 16, and I used to say, well, first of all, very few people were at the games. That was 1984. They were terrible. Al Oliver, career, God, where's the average, dude? They don't even put it on there anymore.
Where is he?
His career, dude, he played for a long time. Career 303 hitter, bro. He was legit. And he played for a long freaking time. Al Oliver played from 1968 to 1985. The Giants got the 1984 version of him. Batting title? Come on. Yes, 1982. Hit 331. Batting title. So anyway, he wore 0.
Okay.
There's your answer. But anyway, Brett Wisely wore 0 last night.
Yeah, and that's
how'd you feel about him being up?
I understand the decision. Again, kind of like the Jackson Reitz pinch hitting for Blake Sable. They're going to play the numbers. Everybody does in 2024 when we're talking about Major League Baseball. You don't want Casey Schmidt up there versus a right-hander because he's just swinging and missing at sliders. So they put in Brett Wisely, the lefty. But Murph, he left that at-bat with his batting average being the same as his number, 0.
Yeah, man, oh, man. And he looked overmatched like Jackson Reitz did. And, guys, that was the move, by the way. They called up, we were wondering, are they going to call up Luciano? But no, they're giving Schmidt the chance. Somebody asked, why Schmidt over Luciano?
Defense.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Okay.
Casey Schmidt is a better defensive shortstop than Marco Luciano.
Yeah. Well, that's the answer right there. Okay, so out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 650 says, speed is not everything on the bases. Wilmer's a solid base runner. He took a free base on balls and scored. He took a free base on a ball that squirted away because he didn't hesitate. And he could have made it from first to third on Ramos' dribbler because Freeman would have been holding the runner on. Well,
yeah.
I mean, I didn't hate the idea of pinch running Tyler
No,
Fitzgerald
absolutely
there at all.
not. That's why he's on the roster. And again, even when you get the call-ups of Luis Matos, Elliot Ramos, you see who's playing center field. It's Luis Matos, not Tyler Fitzgerald. You see who's playing shortstop. It's Casey Schmidt, not Tyler Fitzgerald. So that also tells you what you need to know about Tyler Fitzgerald defensively. But the reason why he's on the roster is because of that versatility as a backup, a late-game situation pinch runner. And that's why it's such a bad move to see him get picked off like that. It's completely unacceptable after a free 90 by Wilmer.
So he's part of these young players that we're seeing out there that are partially inspiring and partially deflating Bob Melvin on depending on young players here.
We're going to have some mistakes from time to time, but there was a lot of energy. Certainly, Matos' first at bat with the 3-run homer. With Hicks on the mound, we feel pretty good about it. We're down a couple guys in the bullpen today, but we still had some guys that, we expect to finish the game. Got nicked up a little bit to where we gave up a couple more runs, and then it was one big swing. But, we are making some mistakes still. And that's going to come with youth sometimes. You want them to be aggressive, sometimes maybe a little too.
Yeah, and poor Bob Melvin. I listen to that voice. That guy came back to San Francisco not to go 19-24. No. And this is a tough deal. And by the way, I was looking just out. Schedule-wise, okay, Colorado comes in this weekend. You like your chances. Although I think they won again last night. Have they won 5 in a row?
I was going to say they went on a 4-game winning streak and swept Bruce Bochy and the Texas Rangers after they finished that series against the Giants.
No, I think they won again last night. Let me check my scores here, buddy. Today is Tuesday, right? So that was a Monday game. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll give you a little Rockies. You need a little Rockies box score. I got it for you.
Let's go around the
Rockies
league.
5, Padres 4 in San Diego.
Oh, here come the red hot Rockies.
Bro, well, if you want to look at the division, they're 13-28, and they have won 5 in a row.
Oh, no,
okay,
dude. I thought we were a tier above the Rockies at least.
Well, briefly. But anyway.
Yeah, get back to your point. It felt like the Giants were a tier before the Dodgers, and that's why it's so frustrating. Again, we mentioned it all morning long, and you even heard Kuiper talk about it. You can't make mistakes like that against a team as good as the Dodgers.
Right. So more Bob Melvin on just sort of this deflating loss, because I kept thinking, are you going to do this? They're going to do this? And I hesitate to say this, but like as the game went on, I was like, the Dodgers are going to pull this out, aren't they? I mean, that's I had that like fatalistic feeling, and that's why I asked, will they beat the Dodgers this year at any point? Here's Bob Melvin, Z14, young Tony, on their mentality after a loss like that.
Yeah, it was their big boys at the end there, and it's tough to navigate around too. You got some lefties and you got Smith sitting in the middle of it, and he's the guy that got the big hit off our lefty. So you do the best you can to manage it. We had a couple other opportunities offensively, but it came down obviously to that last inning, and it was one big swing.
Oh, man. Well, Kevin of the 408 section says it's great to have some speed on the base paths at that point in time. But what about the base coach and dugout having him better prepared in that situation? See, it's just little things like that make a difference, brother. That's winning baseball versus losing baseball. And I got to go to my buddies in the natural, young Tony. Losing is a disease as contagious as the bubonic plague. And that's where they're at right now when they play the Dodgers. Feels like the Dodgers arrive. And Austin wrote this, too, in his column. It feels like the Dodgers, they're kind of like the Warriors in their heyday when they arrive. Was there a buzz around their dugout? And like Otani's like Steph and Mookie's Draymond or whatever, and, Freddie's Clay or whatever. I'm just saying they have that, like, people clamor to see these guys and touch the hem of their garment.
The Dodgers are box office.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they're selling out damn near every stadium they travel to. It's essentially like the 49ers taking over SoFi Stadium, but now it's in reverse. It's like the karma for all those years of the 49er faithful taking over stadiums. Now you got Dodger fans looking at that lineup that's being compared to the Murderers Row with Betts and Otani and Freeman all hitting above 300 at the top of the lineup. Like, yes, this is arguably the best lineup in baseball. They got the money to show it. They got the players to show it. And last night, they show when you make mistakes, they will win those games.
So here's 916 with an interesting one, because if you look at it, they're 0-8 against the Phillies and the Dodgers, and 3 games over 500 against everyone else. They aren't awful. They're just not the Phillies or the Dodgers?
What if I told you that the Giants are now 6-15 against teams with an over 500 record?
Well, then, so there's tiers. We're getting to our tiers there, aren't we, huh?
Yeah, shout out Mike Sando.
Shout out the TIER that leads to the TEAR. All right? You know what I mean? So,
the music's for the sad man.
oh, man. More thoughts from last night, guys. Jordan Hicks. Pretty good.
Hicks
5
was a
innings, 2
dude
earnings.
last night.
Okay.
And I love seeing him get his first taste of the Dodger rivalry because this dude was fired up, yelling left and right. You should have seen his reaction when Mikey Yaz lays out and makes that catch. He dropped a couple holy S's. He was hyped up for this matchup.
This is our guy. This is like one of Farhan's true gems. Z10, young Tony, about feeling the energy. Unfortunately, some of the energy was blue, but here it is.
I mean, good energy out there today, and I mean, not that there hasn't been in my previous starts, but it's obviously the Dodgers, and I know I got to come with my best stuff usually against them. So Shimsky had a sick play that got me really excited, and then just a couple good plays in the defense on the defensive side today. So. Yeah.
Sounds like he's chomped some gum there, right there. But here's his comment on them playing all the younger players. Matos, Ramos, and Schmidt in particular. Add Sable and Reitz and Wisely to that, too. So here's Hicks after the game, Z12, Tony, on the younger players.
Yeah, I mean, we're relying heavily on the young guys right now, and they're bringing some new life, new energy. It was a tough game, but I like the way we fought overall, and I think we're going to be good going forward in these coming weeks as everybody kind of comes off the IL. And I think we're in a good spot with a lot of these young guys defensively, and then with the bat, bringing some new life.
Okay. Bringing some new life with the bats.
And that's what is the exciting part right now about this lineup. Again, it would be more exciting if Jung-hoo Lee and Patrick Bailey were included in that youth movement. Those guys are both injured right now. But watching Elliot Ramos at bats right now are head and shoulders more interesting than what we were watching with Austin Slater. Even watching a guy like Casey Schmidt, who might be swinging out of his shoes to hit a slider. But I mentioned, dude, his defense, his arm from shortstop, to me at least, it's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and bottom line, guys, is that this whole situation with the Dodgers ain't going away anytime soon. And they are only going to get better as their pitchers return. They're actually pitching with bullpen second-line guys. I'm just shocked at how good they are at baseball, man. And I'm just kind of, when Will Smith hit that double, I'm like, how is it's big league pitching? How is hitting so easy for these guys? Kike Hernandez hitting that home run off of Eric Miller. I mean, these are the kind of swings we just do not see from the Giants at all. So, other than that, take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd.
Other than that, Murph,
buy me some peanuts. Buy me some peanuts and freaking Cracker Jacks. So you'll go out there again tonight, guys. And that's the big hit. And the big hit is pretty much that. As frustrated as they are, and they may never beat the Dodgers. Right now, the enjoyment is seeing Matos, Ramos, Schmidt, and seeing what those guys can do. Keaton Wynn counts as a young guy too.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know you can on their toys.
I actually thought about that when I heard they were playing the Jets. I was like, are they going to say they're going to come urinate on the 49ers kids' toys? But anyway, the point is that they go back at it tonight, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah.
Yes.
Keaton Wynn has not inspired the most confidence after his last 2 starts, but hey, any given Sunday, any given Tuesday, at least they'll have the City Connect uniforms tonight, right?
That's the rumor.
Oh, rumor has it.
Yeah.
No. I saw him in the dugout. In the clubhouse during the postgame with Hicks. In his dugout was the City Connect jersey.
Is this a good thing?
The season's going to turn around.
You never know.
They have a phenomenal record when they play in the City Connects.
So Keaton Wynn and the City Connects is all you need to get through your Tuesday, baby. Okay, cooler content always gives you what you need. Matty Barrows talking 49ers at 8:50. Can't wait. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Costa goes forehand, backhand, elevates it over that right pad, and me.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yesterday morning, Murph and myself had back-to-back closers, Brian Wilson and Eric Gagne, to talk about both sides of the Giants and Dodgers rivalry. To hear both of those podcasts and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, try to get our minds off the pain and the suffering of the Giants losing to the Dodgers yet again, and they'll try again tonight. They had a chance. They had a real chance, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Alden Gonzalez, ESPN's baseball reporter at 9:30. Matt Barrows at 8:50 talking 49ers. And you want to go with the Fox News, my friend? Because we do have Week 1 has leaked. It is leaked. It's a good leak. John Lynch won't get mad at this leak. Or maybe he will. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. After George Kittle posted on Instagram yesterday that he'll see Aaron Rodgers soon.
Monday night, September 9, Week 1, 49ers host the New York Ayahuasca Jets. How about that? Here comes Aaron Rodgers for another beatdown yet again.
It's a homecoming for Aaron Rodgers, the man that said,
Not going to San Fran.
he is coming to Santa Clara Monday Night Football, Week 1.
I hate the Monday night. I hate waiting that long. But Overnight Dave countered and said, you get to watch all Sunday Red Zone, no worries about your team. But I'm like, yeah, but I want my team. I don't want every team to be played. My experience has been when they open on Monday night, I get itchy. I get itchy.
Then you're sitting around waiting.
Yeah.
You can't take the Niners in the Friday football forecast.
You cannot.
Or Brian and Bobby's best bets.
I mentioned that we were taking the forecast, and some sharp listener said, I can't do it, Murph's on a Monday. That is my rule, buddy.
Yeah, Murph doesn't pick games on Monday night.
A lot of rules.
A lot of rules.
A lot of rules there, for sure, man. Okay, guys. So we told you guys some fun stuff out there. I guess Jay Wright was on Inside the NBA TNT, the former Villanova coach. And he, coached Team USA?
Yeah, and he was on last night talking to Draymond Green, who made an appearance on Inside the NBA.
And is he riffing on Draymond Green? Here, take a listen.
I have to ask you a question, because I was a little surprised by you just retiring the way you did. I thought you still had a lot of life left in you and a lot longer to go. Did some of the new rule changes kind of drive you out? You saw where it was going, a lot like we're now seeing Coach Saban. Like, we're starting to see some of the great guys of your era starting to take off. And I think you got ahead of it, but was that one of the reasons you got out when you did?
No, Draymond, it was strictly coaching you in the Olympics. After that, I was shot. I was done.
I understand that. You and Steve share that same.
No.
There it is. Just a little riff on Draymond.
Is that why Bob Myers decided to leave too?
Seriously. He said, I can't sit in another suite with him at an A's game in Marshawn Lynch.
Too much Draymond Green.
All right. Hey, it is that time of year where colleges are graduating. I went to a college with the quarter system, though. Like Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, too.
Yeah.
Didn't you always have that pang of jealousy in May when everybody graduated and we had another 6 weeks to go?
Yeah, but you also start in late September.
I know, which just gets a little weird. It's kind of late. It's like September 20th and you're not at school and everybody's like, the whole world's at school. You're like, not me.
I love it.
You liked it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well,
in
anyway,
the quarter system, you can kind of focus on classes. It's quicker.
Look at you.
I liked it. It was better for me, actually.
The academic Tony Farias.
Scholar Tony.
So Jerry Seinfeld was chosen to do Duke. Seinfeld's on a roll because he's promoting that Pop-Tart movie. Have you seen it?
The Pop-Tart movie?
Unfrosted on Netflix.
Oh, R.I.P. to our guy that passed away earlier this year.
And you know what? I just had half a Kit Kat. Now I wish I had a Pop-Tart.
Oh.
Anyway, he did Unfrosted, and it's on Netflix. And
Unfrosted?
Yeah, it's a true story. It dropped May 3rd.
Pop-Tart story, huh?
That's why he's been doing all his media now, and he did the Duke commencement address. So you got Seinfeld riffing at age 70. Let's go cut A, Jerry, because everybody says, follow your passion. Follow your passion. Jerry says no.
I can't imagine how sick you are of hearing about following your passion. I say, the hell with passion. Find something you can do, that would be great. If you try something and it doesn't work, that's okay too. Most things do not work. Most things are not good.
I like that. Find something you can do. And if it doesn't work, so be it. Most things don't work.
Most things are not good.
You know what? I want to keep that for Giants-Dodgers there, buddy.
I was going to say, sounds like some of those coaching decisions and performances last night from the Giants.
Most things are not good.
Shout out the audio system at Duke. That's nice and clear. He does give a little serious deal. Remember Tony, young Tony gave me his mantra when he first worked here? Keep your mouth shut, know your role, do your job. I was like, dude, look at this kid. It was like the Tim Tebow speech about Florida. We'll never lose another game here or whatever. So he does give his 3 keys to life. This is the serious. Oh, wait. Do we have them all at once? Or no, we have them. Young Tony, hop on
he's
here.
a little long-winded, so I got 3 cuts here for you. Here's the first.
Okay.
I will give you my 3 real keys to life, no jokes in this part.
Okay.
Okay, they are, number 1, bust your ass. Number 2, pay attention. Number 3, fall in love. Number 1, you obviously already know whatever you're doing. I don't care if it's your job, your hobby, a relationship, getting a reservation at M Sushi. Make an effort. Just pure, stupid, no real idea what I'm doing here effort. Effort always yields a positive value, even if the outcome of the effort is absolute failure of the desired result. This is a rule of life. Just swing the bat and pray is not a bad approach to a lot of things.
Okay, you buying this?
I like it. That's good advice. Again, it could be applied to the Giants lineup. If you don't swing, you can't get a hit.
Well, I had to put in a couple of backwards Ks in the scorebook last night, and I was like, we should go down swinging, guys.
Are you guys staring at those meatballs too?
Oh man! But anyway, that's kind of like the Woody Allen 70% of life is showing up. Make an effort. Young Tony, do you buy that? Just make an effort. Are we making efforts here in the morning?
Always.
Oh, look at this kid. All right. More pay attention. Oh, boy. Tell that to kids with phones here.
Number 2, pay attention. If you're in a small submersible that looks like a giant kazoo and going to visit the Titanic, 7 miles down at the bottom of the ocean, and the captain of the vessel is using a Game Boy controller, pay attention to that. What are you checking out down there? Oh, I see what happened. This ship sank. Now I understand why it never made it into port. If the fish where you are have eyes like Shelley Duvall and a bendy straw with a work light hanging off their head, you do not belong there. If the fish are going, I can't see a goddamn thing, you won't either.
I hadn't heard this. It's making me laugh.
He's riffing on submarines.
He's like, well, you're going down 7 miles? Great, it's sunk.
Yeah.
There it is.
The fish can't see anything, and neither can you.
Right,
you ever have any interest in going in a submarine?
Yes, only because to honor my grandpa, who spent a lot of years in the 1920s on a cramped A submarine. And he took me, it was on display at Fisherman's Wharf in the 1980s, and we went on it. And he said, this was my life, boy. And I banged my head a couple times, and he laughed. He goes, well, welcome to my world. So, but there is that slightly terrifying element, yes. Yeah. But, man, my grandpa was up and down the Pacific for years on that stuff. So, and it was not comfortable, dude. This is 1921, 22, 23, 24, 25. So, anyway, he's tougher than me, though. He was also a boxer, I told you.
Yeah, that's right. Sounds like he's tougher than both of us. I'll do the submarine ride at Disneyland. I think it's a Finding Nemo ride now.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. I'll do that, but I'm not getting into the Pacific Ocean.
And then finally, is this, I haven't heard this one, fall in love. Oh, does this get romantic or cheesy or what? Here.
Number 3, fall in love. It's easy to fall in love with people. I suggest falling in love with anything and everything every chance you get. Fall in love with your coffee, your sneakers, your Blue Zone parking space. I've had a lot of fun in life falling in love with stupid, meaningless physical objects. The object I love the most is the clear barrel Bic pen, $1.29 for a box of 10. I can fall in love with a car turn signal switch that has a nice feel to it, a pizza crust that collapses with just the right amount of pressure. I have truly spent my life focusing on the smallest things imaginable, completely oblivious to all the big issues of living.
All right, very good, man, very good. Fall in love with my coffee, I do it right now, every day.
I love that coffee machine.
Yeah.
That we have Circle KNBR. Oh, it's a lifesaver, Murph.
I think we love the great game of baseball,
I
don't
love
we?
baseball.
And we love the 49ers, right? And we love the Warriors when they win championships, right?
And we love the Valkyries.
That's right. Well, Golden State Valkyries. How about that? And then finally, let's just jump down to, I guess, Paul O'Neill and David. This leads us to a baseball analogy here, because Paul O'Neill and David Cohn, where were they making this Seinfeld reference? Is this in a broadcast booth?
This must have been on Yes Network for a Yankee game.
Okay, let's hear it.
You know what it was? It was a couple smalls that I sent back. I didn't
really. You didn't want them to sell us. 1-1 on Lo Perfido.
Well, he was on Seinfeld, so
is that it?
He's a star. You still get residual checks for being on that show?
Yeah, you know what they are? They're like $57. It's not big time. It's a good reminder, though. They're two on the show. It's kind of cool.
It's a glass of wine for you in a nice restaurant.
It's a good point.
Wow. Fancy. $57 glass of wine,
I was
baby.
going to say, he stole my riff. I was going to say that's beer money every time you get that $57
I'll
check.
take the $57.
Ooh.
Yeah, glass of wine. Michael K. pouring some expensive stuff there. So, all right. Well, that was fun. A little cooler of content. We're better for hearing Jerry Seinfeld's commencement episode. And John Joe Curley says it's ironic that we play this today because today in 1998 was the final episode of Seinfeld, May 14th.
He prepared a clip for us as well.
Oh, he
quick.
did?
Yeah.
The much maligned final episode, which Curb Your Enthusiasm builds its entire finale about. All these years later, 26 years later.
If I called Jill from prison, you think that would make up for the other ones?
Sure.
Because you only get one call. The prison call is like the king of calls.
I think that would be a very nice gesture.
The king of calls. There you go. All right. Very good, John Joe. Very good. All right. Well, that was fun. Non-Dodger Giant cooler of content. We can get back into that, but we got Matty Barrows at 8:50, or we can preview the 49ers and the Jets. Week 1, September 9. And the Niners made a signing. We'll tell you about that, too, on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Just swing the bat and pray is not a bad approach to a lot of things.
Alrighty, it's time to talk about the North Bay, where world-class beauty also has a world-class secret called Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
2nd and 10, Niners up 3-0. Purdy going to throw a double pass. Back to Juwan Jennings. A throwback across the field to McCaffrey. He's got it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
CMC, enter the dragon, baby. 6 points on a trick play.
All right, man. Tim Ron will get you fired up. 4 short months now. Now we know. Monday, September 9 at Levi's Stadium. 5:20. Marcus, how will the sun be beating down on the crowd at 5:20 on Monday, September 9?
Oh, it'll be a nice sunset down in Santa Clara.
Little evening temp drop down from, say, about 3 o'clock. You'll be roasting down there.
Get those golden helmets out for the golden hour.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, a couple things to tell you about. Sean Estes going to join Tolbert and Copes at 3:50. That's good. He's always good to talk to. And then Fabian Ardaya, who covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 today. So there's a couple of...
CMC, enter the dragon, baby.
So we told you guys a couple things. One, Monday, September 9, start your hibachi now. Get her going because the Niners will be hosting the New York Jets, which I love it. I mean, that's a dub, right? I love to see Aaron Rodgers start 0-1.
And by the way, I have done some research, and the spread I'm seeing so far for that Week 1 Monday night matchup.
I had my guess. I said Niners by 7.5.
No, Murph. That number's going down. Niners by 5.5.
Okay, I'll take it.
Which is the ballpark I thought it would be.
I'm laying the 5.5. But then again, you may have to tune into the forecast.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a spoiler alert for Brian and Bobby's Best Bets, Murph.
Sure, man. Meanwhile, the 49ers, I teased that the 49ers had a signing. And they did have a signing, and I lost my sheet right now. They signed a tackle. And the guy actually has a tremendous amount of history here. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Marcus. Chris Hubbard, 10-year vet. 10-year vet, 94 games, 58 starts in his career, 4 years with the Steelers, 5 with the Browns, 1 with the Titans, a 1-year, $1.375 million deal. They continue to sort of like, other than Trent Williams, which is an obvious and glaring exception, sort of work the margins at the tackle position. Like they did not spend draft capital on a tackle this year. They are going with Colton McKivitz. They have Jalen Moore, and now they have Chris Hubbard. And these are all kind of just veteran swing guys, and they think McKivitz is better than the fans think. Mm-hmm. And, we saw him. They had that horrific first start against J.J. Watt. They won the game, though. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but T.J. Watt was killing him.
Pardon me. Thank you, T.J. Watt. Mm-hmm. J.J. was not playing in that game. Mm-hmm. But the point being is that they do not invest in tackles huge money.
Yeah, so they must believe in Colton McKivitz, and they must believe that Trent Williams really does want to play until he's 40 years old because he's approaching age 36 this season, I believe. So that's why I thought you would draft an offensive tackle for the future. And I know there's people who will point out that Dominic Puny did play tackle in college at Kansas, but everybody's talking about his versatility and how he profiles more as a guard or a center, maybe somewhere on the interior line. Who knows? Maybe they flex him out if they need him with an injured offensive tackle. But it's been the most surprising thing to me watching this 49er front office invest so much into the trenches on defense, but not do the same thing offensively with offensive linemen.
I know. And I've always thought about those great offensive lines that the Dallas Cowboys had in the early 90s and how they changed the game. I also want to tell you guys, I thought the Detroit Lions offensive line manhandled the 49ers in the NFC Championship.
They absolutely did, and especially when we talk so much about the Kyle Shanahan system that is rooted in running the ball. I know George Kittle is a phenomenal blocker. I know Kyle Juszczyk is a phenomenal blocker. Hell, we know the wide receivers can block also. But again, to not invest in the trenches like that, it's a question mark for me.
And they would say, yeah, and guess what? We're in the Super Bowl 2 of the last 4 years, and the NFC Championship the other one.
We're one of the best rushing teams in the league regardless.
They seem to know something that we do not know. Just like we need to seem to know that we told you guys yesterday that 8:30 was our new giveaway hour. And we got it. $100 Amichi's gift card right now. John Joe Curley, who arranged that Seinfeld finale clip there on today's 26th anniversary, is going to take your call, number 10, at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. $100 Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. That's awesome. Furnished by Amichi's. And, of course, that's for your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. So check out the menu and order online at Amichis.com. Okay, I said that the Lions O-line manhandled them. Well, guess what? Lions are in the news. This one, I actually made a noise out loud. Jared Goff just signed a 4-year extension. Okay, this is a guy, I want to say 2 years ago, I think most people felt like he was on his way out. His career was, he had been traded to Siberia. The Lions were not going to be a winning team, and Goff was just going to fizzle out.
I mean, he was being packaged with first-round draft picks just so the Detroit Lions would take on his contract that we are looking at as an expiring contract just to get Matthew Stafford to L.A. and to get that draft compensation. And now here we are talking about a contract extension for the king of Detroit.
So you're like,
Jared
okay,
Goff.
well, what does he get? And then you read, 4 years, $212 million. Now, I paused because I go, whoa. What about guaranteed? Maybe it's like, what? Ready? $170 million guaranteed. Oh, my God. To the Goff family who lives here in the Bay Area, to the great Jerry Goff, congratulations, because your ship is coming. Not like he wasn't already making good bank, right? He already was, but this makes him the highest paid player in franchise history. This $53 million annual average salary makes him the second highest paid quarterback in the NFL behind Joe Burrow. And now they've given, somebody wrote this in earlier on the text line. They said, I just feel like they're messing with the Niners. Because they signed Amon-Ra St. Brown to a big extension that puts a little heat on the Brandon Ayuk deal.
Drives up the price for Ayuk.
And now, does this drive up the price for Brock Purdy? Well, yes, it does.
Absolutely.
That's the market. And my gosh, well, congrats, Jared. Marin Catholic, I think Marin Catholic just built a new wing on its campus.
Yeah, congrats to Jared Goff and congrats to Brock Purdy. We've already been talking about the fact that he's going to get a $50 million contract. And I know some fans have checked in saying, oh, Waterboy, he's going to take a hometown discount. No, he's not. We're talking about the man that's currently the 55th highest paid player on his own roster right now on the 49ers. A guy that's got the lowest quarterback contract for a starting quarterback in the entire NFL. Brock has not got the bag yet, and he's going to get it next offseason.
Yeah, man. Well, again, he has to perform this year, right? There's no guarantee he's going to perform to that same level, but if he does, this is the standard we're at. By the way, anybody hit me with the salary cap info on Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Jared Goff making this much bank? Again, it seems like, like the Chiefs doing it with Kelsey and Chris Jones and Mahomes, just doing whatever they want. And now Detroit's doing whatever they want.
Well, look at Detroit. Look at Kansas City. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith both making $25 million. And this is after they paid Jalen Hurts.
Where do you rank Jared Goff in the NFL quarterback hierarchy?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, I've never been in my head. I don't think he's top 10.
I think you can make the argument for it, but I think if you're going head to head, I'll take Brock Purdy over Jared Goff. I'll tell you that.
Well, he beat him. Goff was not brilliant in that particular game, was he? I mean, no, he wasn't.
No, it was all running the balls. The 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Yeah.
And we saw what Brock Purdy did in that second half. So I have him ahead of it on the power ranking. But that's the hard part to kind of categorize it because, in my opinion, and I think most opinions around the NFL, you look at the AFC, and they're just stacked with elite quarterbacks. Now, over in the NFC, it's a completely different story. And I don't know where Jared Goff falls into that conversation. If we're talking top 5 in the NFC, I think maybe you throw him in there. But again, if he's getting $53 million, that's just setting the floor for Brock Purdy's big contract.
So I'll just throw some names at you. Mahomes, obviously, ahead of him, right?
Yes.
Josh Allen ahead of him. Joe Burrow ahead of him.
Yep.
Is C.J. Stroud already ahead of him?
I'd take C.J. Stroud over Jared Goff.
Okay. Is Lamar Jackson ahead of him?
Yep.
Is Jalen Hurts ahead of him?
I'd take Jalen Hurts over Jared Goff.
Okay. Is Dak Prescott?
I think that's kind of the tier that he falls into.
Justin Herbert?
I'll take Justin Herbert over Jared Goff.
I'm good. Jordan Love?
Ooh, I think Jordan Love has a higher ceiling, so I'd go Love over Goff.
You go Love over Goff?
I'd go Love over Goff.
Aaron Rodgers?
I'm still taking Rodgers.
Okay. Tua?
Tua, I think with the weapons around him, I say you go Tua over Jared Goff.
So we've kind of hit the level where we're going on the Dak Prescott, Tua, Goff level. Kirk Cousins?
I think he's in that same conversation. Like, I think his ceiling is
Trevor
to be
Lawrence?
Kirk Cousins. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has been so up and down. You can talk all about that, Mr.
Old man
Mid-segment
Matty
Reed.
Stafford?
I'd take Stafford over Jared Goff.
Even in his dilapidated state at this age?
Matthew Stafford looked good last year.
He slings it.
He still slings it.
Deshaun Watson? Take Goff over
No,
Watson,
yeah,
right?
we're not talking Deshaun Watson.
Russ Wilson? Baker Mayfield?
Steeler country. Let's
Kyler
ride.
Murray? So now we found the ones he's ahead of.
Exactly.
So he's around.
That's a category.
Somewhere in the bottom of the top 10, top of the teens.
Yeah, between 10 to 15.
Yeah,
I think he's in that rank.
That's kind of where we used to put Jimmy G, isn't it?
Yeah, I know some people did. It wasn't in my rankings.
Now, the great Brian Primetime Smith, the legendary former board op who did Ralph and Tom for years and years and years, has checked in. First of all, thanks for listening, B. Smith.
Oh, what up, B. Smith?
Hey, B. Smith, are you still in the demo? That's my question. He's been around so long, he might be out of the demo at this point in time.
I think he's still in there.
But he says the Detroit Lions, if you want to continue this Lions are messing with the Niners theme, the Lions also matched the offer for that backup tight end the Niners tried to sign. And I didn't know this until Primetime told me. They also wore that player's jersey during one of the days during the draft, dude. Is there trolling? Yeah.
I got to throw a flag on B. Smith because I think there were some outlets that ran with that story of them trolling the 49ers, but I also read a story that they were rocking Dan Campbell jerseys from his time with the Detroit Lions.
That sounds more likely.
Yeah.
That sounds more likely.
I think people got duped on Twitter.
510 says, well, why does Brock have to make $50 million? Why can't he be happy with $39 million so the Niners can stay good?
I don't know. Why does anybody want more money? It's a great question.
Do I go back to my Christian biker gang in that Taco Bell in Westwood? I'm worried about Brother David. Why do you say that, Brother Matthew? Because he said he's wandering, he's straying, and he said, Brother Charles, the eye of man always wants more. The eye of man always... And it's like, damn.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to have my Taco Bell.
That's
right
the
here.
thing. Brother Brock wants the bag.
Guys, 209... Oh, just checking in on a totally different... Why did I send a Ross Dwelly text right now? 408 says, I put Matt Stafford and Jared Goff equal statistically. But anyway, congrats to Jared Goff, and that's the bag for a guy we put down there in the 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 realm. So what's Brock Purdy going to get? Now, again, Brock... He's not going to negotiate till after the season. Yeah. And, I don't even want to put this out in the universe that he might not have a spectacular season. I'm expecting him to have a great season. But if he doesn't have a great season, maybe the price is moderated.
Ooh, if he doesn't have a great season, do you think the 49ers entertain the option of moving on to a different quarterback on a rookie contract?
Hey, what does Kyle Shanahan say? Not only never say never, we're not even sure who's going to be around.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
So that's my answer. Is there a chance they'd move on? Yes.
And that goes for Brother Brock also.
There it is. 707's upset at the Lion Talk. He says, hey, Lions, bring the smoke. We won't even see you in the NFC Championship next year.
Ooh.
So there you go.
People are feeling good, Murph.
Did the Niners play them in the regular season this year?
Football season is around the corner.
Do they?
Let me look up the 49ers.
I don't think they do. 656 says, why wouldn't Brock have a great season? He's going to get better and better and better. I got you. I'm just saying. Hey, this is why you play the games. My kid, who's a big Aston Villa soccer fan, told me. Oh, go ahead.
They do. Detroit Lions are on the schedule this year.
Who is it, home or away?
It's going to be a home game.
Ooh,
the Motor City Kitties are coming to Santa Clara.
Are they going to be marching like those Dodgers fans at Petco down Tasman?
I hope not.
Just, and you know what they chant now? The go-to chant is the $170 million guarantee man. Jared Goff. Jared. They were doing it at the draft. It's now the symbol of like the Lion fan. It's beyond Goff. It's like the symbol that we are the Lions.
Jared Goff. Jared Goff.
This kid's producing his cojones off over here, buddy. On that high note of board hopping at a high level there, buddy.
Young Tony.
Guys.
Young Tony.
From there to Matty Barrows of The Athletic to talk about the 49ers and Jared Goff's bag and just Matty Barrows things. 49ers next on The Sports Leader.
Tell them to bring me my money. Yeah!
That's fun. All right. Year 7 of Farhan John. It's just no way to Amichi's East Coast Pizzeria, and a reminder that Amichi's just opened a brand new location in Hayward, offering takeout and delivery to not just Hayward, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Union City, as well as Hayward. So, Excited for all y'all in the 880 corridor to get your Amichis on. Check out the menu at Amichis.com. Click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page to place your order. And how about this? We're going to give you a special deal. To celebrate the new location all this week, when you order via Amichis.com, just enter the promo code HAY20, HAY20 at checkout, and they'll give you 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. Amichis has been making and delivering their famous New York styles pizzas, pastas, salads, and chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years, and now Hayward gets to join the pizza party. So 20% off all your favorite Amichis menu items in the Hayward area this week. Go to Amichis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20. Amichis delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, here comes Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, 2024 style, September 9, Monday night. That's week 1. It has been leaked. Tomorrow we get the whole schlemiel. Plus, we had rookies. I almost said Rockies. That's Friday night at the baseball game. We had rookies and undrafted free agents in Santa Clara. And we got Jared Goff out here setting quarterback standards here in bags, as the kids like to say. All stuff to talk about with our great friend Matt Barrows of The Athletic. It's always a pleasure. Matthew, how are you?
Hey, morning, Matt.
I'm doing well, guys. And they learned that they're going to be in Irvine for joint practices against the Saints. And this is something I've never seen before. The Saints-49ers game is at Levi's Stadium, but the joint practices are at the Saints facility in Irvine. Usually they're at the host team that week.
That is a little odd. Also odd that the Saints train in Irvine. When did that happen? I thought it was Metairie.
Yeah. Their home base is in Metairie, but they often go far afield for training. Apparently, it gets kind of hot in
away from the air that you can reach out and then you grab the air and like liquid comes out of the air when you grab it. You know, so humid like that. You wring it with 2 hands. That's that Louisiana summer. So the marine layer of Irvine and Newport quite welcome in the summer, and I see you rolling large at Newport because Irvine, of course, abuts Newport Beach, which is Marcus, one of the glam spots, like the Shohei Otani.
Is that where all the beautiful people that Dante Winter hangs out with?
The late Kobe Bryant, all those people down there. That's you, Matty. You're a beautiful person.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to invest in some expensive sunglasses, maybe a V-neck T-shirt or two, and kind of put out the vibe down there. See what I can reel in. You know what I mean?
V-neck tee and reel it in. I love it, buddy. All right. Well, I mean, listen. I have a love-hate relationship with the NFL schedule release because I love that we get to kind of speculate. I hate the fact that they're going to play 17 games and 9 are home and 8 are away, and we know this. So why are we making such a big deal out of it? But if I'm too blasé, I'm too old. So tell me how exciting it is that the Monday Nighter is against the Jets on Monday, September 9.
Yeah, I mean it's a really intriguing matchup. I mean I've just been going through all the sort of storylines, and when you've got a head coach of one team, Robert Saleh, who used to be an assistant on the other, it means that there's going to be a lot of overlap in philosophy, which means that overlap in players. A lot of ex-Niners are on that team. Javon Kinlaw is going to be coming back. He'll probably be in the starting lineup and, wanting to make amends for, not playing up to his first-round status with the 49ers. I go back a couple of years ago during the draft that year in 2022, the Jets made an offer for Deebo Samuel. They were going to give the 49ers the number 10 overall pick for Deebo Samuel, and that pick ended up being Garrett Wilson. So, I mean, I'm just saying that there's a lot of sort of philosophical similarities. The Jets drafted a guy named Malachi Corley this year, and Malachi Corley is supposed to be the second coming of Deebo. So you sort of see these two teams very similarly built. They like the same types of players going against each other.
Yesterday on Instagram, Matt, I saw George Kittle post a photo with Aaron Rodgers with the caption, "See you soon." So that kind of spoiled the big announcement this morning that the Niners would be playing the Jets. So I guess my question is, does the organization already know the entire schedule, or does just George Kittle have inside information?
They knew the week 1 game. The NFL sort of leaks out by piecemeal the schedule. So they had that, and so I'm sure it started to go around the building very quickly yesterday. So I don't think they have the whole thing. I know that they know the preseason schedule and maybe a couple of select games. I think inside the building, they're eager to learn about their games at Miami and at Tampa Bay. They would love those games to be back-to-back in some way, shape, or form, which would probably mean a week-long stay at some facility in Florida.
Talking to Matt Barrows here of The Athletic as the 49ers re-enter our sphere with the rookie mini camp over the weekend and now the schedule released tomorrow and the word that the Jets will be the opening foe week 1. And then, of course, we'll get it all again tomorrow, the whole schedule. Matt, just other kind of just big stories going on. Jared Goff gets $170 million guaranteed. Hey, now. Nice work if you can get it. Second highest annual average value. How does this impact, do you think, Brock Purdy's future?
Well, I mean, I think, no offense to Jared Goff, but I think everybody realizes that Brock Purdy is probably the better of the two quarterbacks. So if Goff is getting this money, then there's no way the 49ers can avoid that $50 million barrier. And the question now becomes, okay, how much over $50 million is the average per year? And I guess we have to see the details of the Goff deal, but I mean, it was heading in this direction, obviously. And this is what it's all about. It's not just about drafting players that are going to mesh well with Brock Purdy, i.e., Ricky Pearsall, their fourth round pick, et cetera, et cetera. It's about making sure that the salary cap aligns with Brock Purdy as well. That $50 million price tag, $50 million plus dollar price tag. So I think every move we're going to see from here on out for the next few years has to be geared towards that. So this starts to kind of set the focus. The number's fuzzy right now, but the more deals that come into place, the more you see it more clearly.
And now we've seen the Lions give big contract extensions to Jared Goff and also Amon-Ra St. Brown over this offseason. So, Matt, do you think there's any strategy there with the Detroit Lions to drive up the price on guys like Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers?
I think that's just a nice little benefit for the Lions, a team that expects to be playing the 49ers a lot in the playoffs. But, I mean, it just shows that it's possible to do. It's possible to have your $50 million quarterback plus a really highly paid wide receiver. And I've been hearing good things about Brandon Ayuk. I mean, as far back as the draft, the feeling inside the building was that, okay, we're starting to make progress here. That deal is going to get done. Now, whether that gets done before they take off for the summer or just before they reassemble for training camp, I don't know. But obviously the Lions are showing that it's possible. I think the 49ers are going to be following fairly closely with one of those deals. Of course, they can't do the Purdy deal until the 2024 season ends.
Matt Mayo. Sorry about that, Matty. My bad. Matt Barrows.
Wow.
Gosh,
what an
darn
insult.
it.
Wow.
I know.
Now I'm going to be looking in the mirror, a little tear
I
going
know.
down the
Go ahead and
side of my face.
call me Greg Papa if you need to. All right, buddy. You owe me one. They signed a tackle. The guy's name is Chris Hubbard. And you know what? I'm looking at a tweet by Mayoko. That was the problem. But we're talking to Barrows. Chris Hubbard, a 10-year vet. And it's interesting, he's a swing tackle, kind of like Jalen Moore. And we were just commenting earlier in the show that other than Trent Williams, the Niners continue to kind of work the margins with their O-line. They're like, no, we can get by. We can just kind of pick up these old guys. This is a 10-year vet, 94 games, 58 starts. And so your reaction to that?
Yeah, well, the reaction is that they didn't really draft a tackle in April. They brought in Dominic Pooney, who could play tackle, but they're going to start him out at guard. So they went through this draft that was deep in tackles without taking a tackle. So this was sort of a necessary move just to have depth for training camp and perhaps the regular season. So Trent Williams and Colton McKivitz are your starters. And now the question is, who's the swing tackle? You've got Jalen Moore. You've got Brandon Parker, an ex-Raider who they picked up in March, and now you've got Chris Hubbard. So I think that the 49ers are feeling like that at the end of training camp, we're going to have 4 guys there to possibly work in if there are injuries. And it's been a lot of years. It might almost be 10 years since Trent Williams made it through a full season and played a full season of games. He usually misses a few games. So chances are that one of those guys is going to make a start at some point during the 2024 season.
Get to know the name. Chris Hubbard is the 10-year vet. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, Marcus.
And speaking of the draft, Matt, Of course, the 49ers held their rookie OTAs this past weekend. What are your takeaways from seeing Ricky Pearsall for the first time in the entire 2024 49er draft class?
Yeah, it's very hard to make any bold conclusions about rookies in the rookie minicamp. You've got all these guys of varying skills kind of thrown together for the first time. And so basically it's just an eyeball test. The only time you could tell, good or bad, about a rookie was back in 2012 when they drafted A.J. Jenkins. Remember A.J. Jenkins?
Oh, yeah.
About the same point in the draft. Actually, it was. It was number 31 overall. Wide receiver out of Illinois, A.J. Jenkins. And A.J. Jenkins couldn't stay on his feet during the no-contact rookie minicamp. And so you thought to say to yourself, I wonder whether the 49ers got the right guy here. I will report very boldly that Ricky Pearsall stayed on his feet throughout the entire rookie minicamp practice on Friday. He did look the part. I thought that he passed the eyeball test. He was actually maybe even a little bit bigger than I was expecting him to be. Quick off the line, quick through all of his drills. That's why the 49ers drafted him. He gets open. He's able to create space. He's like Ayuk in that way. And I think that going back to what I said, as far as building a team around Brock Purdy, I think Ricky Pearsall is the type of wide receiver that Purdy is going to enjoy throwing to. Because he's a lot like Brandon Ayuk, and Ayuk and Purdy have hit it off very well. So the eyeball test was a win, I think, for Ricky Pearsall. For some other guys as well, I thought Pooney looked good. Not a lot of extra weight on him. That's the key to these offensive linemen. They move very well. They're quick, and Pooney fit that description.
A few more minutes here with Matt Barrows talking 49ers. We find out their Week 1 foe is the New York Jets, Monday, September 9 at Levi's Stadium. We wonder how Jared Goff's contract affects Brock Purdy. It all goes up, 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 rising tide, lifting all boats. And, of course, the rookie minicamp to talk about. Matt, you wrote about Tariq Ahmad, and he's the guy Niners fans, hardos, should know him because he's the new director of player personnel, which he shares with R.J. Gillen. By the way, quick digression from me. Is R.J. Gillen at all from the Pete Gillen family, basketball legend Pete Gillen?
I don't know that. Okay. I don't know that. It hasn't come up. I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but I hadn't heard that.
That guy was one of the great one-line. He was one of those college basketball. You know Pete Gillen? The whole deal with him at Xavier. He was like a one-line machine. You ever look up Pete Gillen quotes?
I haven't. I will, though. I will.
Matt, he once said, describing his own fate, he said, "I'm just a caraway seed in the bakery of life." Thought you'd like that, buddy. So anyway, you wrote about Tariq Ahmad and R.J. Gillen, who's the director of player personnel. And he's the new Adam Peters, right? So a lot on his evaluation skills. And was it fair to say his first two picks, Pearsall and Renardo Green, both went earlier than expected? So sort of a referendum on this guy's ability to eyeball talent if they pan out or if they don't.
Yeah, for sure. Those two picks were earlier than expected. I will say that a lot of times these draft boards, they're not set. In early spring, you have a good idea about what they're going to be even before Adam Peters left for Washington. So I think really that the 25 draft will be the first one that's sort of Adam Peterless, and that these guys are on their own. But you're right. I mean, the draft took place without him. Those were interesting picks, and they'll be scrutinized picks. And I think a big theme from what I was discussing with Ahmad was that, toughness and feistiness and intensity went a long way with all of these picks. And they often superseded some of the kind of traditional scouting combine-y things, the 40 times, the arm length, a lot of the buzzwords that we hear in the run-up to the draft. So I think that's a lesson that they always thought that they knew, but I think it's been really reinforced with some of their recent drafts. I listed the draft in which they took Diamador Lenore and Ambry Thomas in the same draft, a couple of rounds apart. Ambry Thomas was the earlier of the two picks. Amador Lenore was the 5th-round pick, but Lenore was the physical guy, the feisty guy, and Lenore has been the better of the two cornerbacks. And I think that's a lesson that this team really took to heart, and you sort of see it in this most recent draft.
And we saw this past weekend also Nick Sorensen, new 49ers defense coordinator, spoke to the media for the first time publicly. Matt, what were your takeaways from his press conference?
Yeah, the takeaway was that he was the sort of the back to basics guy. He was the reaction to Steve Wilks, sort of a newcomer to the system, not working out. So they went with the guy who has a long background in this type of defense. Was in Seattle for a long time. The question is, what is Brandon Staley's role going to be, and how much does Brandon Staley sort of spice up that traditional flavor, that traditional soup that the 49ers have been cooking with all these years? And we still don't even know, Brandon Staley's title. But I think that absolutely was the intent there. You bring in the guy who knows the system, that runs the system very well, a guy that the 49ers are familiar with. And you also bring in somebody who's going to sort of push the envelope and be able to analyze things and maybe take this defense to places that it hasn't been before, because there also was a sense last year that the 49ers had gotten too predictable. So I think that's going to be a really, really interesting relationship, an interesting marriage to watch this season. And we're going to probably see some stuff as early as OTAs and in training camp.
Yeah, what is the schedule going forward? When do you guys get to see the great Brock Purdy after his wife Jenna dropped those heartwarming Midwestern pictures on Instagram the other day?
Yeah, a bulked up Brock Purdy. I wonder if I'm even going to be able to recognize him out there. He's been working on the guns. Wasn't able to do that last year because of the elbow injury. But to answer your question, next week is the first OTA practice, and then they'll have probably one open practice a week until maybe the first week in June when they have their mandatory minicamp, and that'll be the first time that Brandon Ayuk would have to be in camp. So I think that'll be another sort of marker in this relationship.
Maddie, it was a good, wide-ranging chat. We covered it all. And
yeah, thanks, Greg. That was absolutely good question.
Get him, Matt.
Deserved lashing. Deserved. We always love talking to you, the great Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Have a wonderful day, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys.
There he is, man. Matt Barrows.
Yeah.
Was staring at that tweet by the other one about the Chris Hubbard signing.
That'll get you, Murphy.
It's my bad. My B, as you kids say.
It's all right. I thought he was going to refer to us as the Mike Murphy and Marcus Boucher show.
Well, hey, like I said, it's all fair game. By the way, congrats to Brad in San Jose.
Ooh.
He won the Amichi's gift card.
Look at the big brains on Brad.
I'd take a $100 Amichi's gift card any day, man. All right, guys. Well, that was a nice respite away from the pain of the Giants. We opened up the show at 6 a.m. this morning, cackling in despair. The media said, what? Can I get one of those, buddy?
Ooh, I'll give you one of those, Murph.
The media said what?
The media said Dodgers 6, Giants 4 in the 10th inning last night. So we'll pinpoint exactly what went wrong, what was the biggest problem, and is playing these kids a good thing or a bad thing? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Check out the big brain on Brad. You're a smart little That's right.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It's Dodgers and Giants rivalry week. So earlier this week, we spoke to Brian Wilson, we spoke to Eric Gagne, and coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, we'll talk to Alden Gonzalez from ESPN to get his take on the Dodgers and Giants rivalry. But if you want to give your take, 808 KNBR is the number. Hit us up on the text line. Give us a call. We got an open segment. 808 KNBR is the number.
It's the Dodgers. Go.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a turn to throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. And he is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown.
Yeah, look, I mean, Trinan's really slow to the plate, as you saw with Ramos, who stole him base, but you can't get picked off there. He knows that. He just got a little too big a lead and ended up getting them, and I think obviously we'll talk about that a little bit later with him.
Oof. Tyler Fitzgerald picked off as the symbol of the Giants' extra inning loss to the Dodgers. And this is blowing my doors off right now because I hear Marcus over there fiddling around on the computer, and I hear music coming out that's definitely not Larry June or Andre Nicotina. And I said, what's going on over there? And he says to Tony, he's like, young Tony, you got to rejoin? And Tony's like, yeah, I got something. He's like, no. Go get the Bee Gees song called Spirits. I'm like, whoa. What is going on right now? Are you guys trolling me right now?
Well,
is that what you guys
let
are
me
doing?
explain, Murph, because you've been asking the question all morning long. Are the Giants ever going to beat the Dodgers? So I respond with the Bee Gees. How long must I wait, Murph?
I'm going to take 30 seconds of our precious time. How in God's name do you know the Bee Gees Spirits?
So I know this because there was a big hype video in the UFC. There's two of my favorite fighters, Khabib Nurmagomedov out of a.k.a. San Jose, and Tony Ferguson. And they scheduled their championship fight like 5 times, and it kept getting canceled for injury reasons and health reasons. So somebody made a hype video with this song, How Long Must I Wait, for Khabib versus Tony Ferguson.
Did the MMA hype video person realize they were completely missing the demographic?
Dude, it works. It stuck with me for all these years.
Oh, my God. I can only applaud them for bringing back the Bee Gees. Dare I even ask, does young Tony know the Bee Gees?
So I've definitely heard the name. I recognize these guys, but I don't remember this song.
No. This wouldn't be one of their big songs. This would be like my sister spinning the vinyl on Spirits Having Flown was the album she had. Is this from Spirits Having Flown?
Staying Alive is the one I know, by the way.
Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so. That's kind of low-hanging fruit on what did young Tony learn
but
today.
if anybody's interested, just type in Khabib Nurmagomedov versus Tony Ferguson. How long must I wait? It's my favorite hype video ever.
I'm like still trying to recover right now in this segment right now.
Yeah, keep those flutes going, Tony.
This is incredible. Well, the Murphys were there on Christmas break watching. We always make the kids watch the Kennedy Center Honors. They drives them nuts because they find it very dull, but we want to tell them the 5 Americans who get, and actually they're now going to non-Americans, and Maurice Gibb was, or was it Barry Gibb? Oh, geez. It was Maurice, right? Barry? Maurice? One of the Gibb brothers was inducted into the Kennedy Centers. He's the only remaining one. Uh-oh, I've stepped in it now. Who is the last living BG? It's either Maurice or Barry, my bad. But anyway, they were on our mind. Listen to this, by the way. It's Barry Gibb. Robin and Maurice have left us. Anyway, props to you, brother.
And it
props
brings
to
up
you.
the question, how long must we wait until the Giants beat the Dodgers?
I was gonna say, that's what I kind of wrote down. I said, will they ever beat the Los Angeles Dodgers this year? That's my question. They're 0-4. Last night was the night they had a 3-1 lead. They had a 4-3 lead. They couldn't hold either one. I said, when will they beat L.A. again, 3 degrees? Or Charlie Puth, I'll tell you all about it when I beat L.A. again. It's never happened. They're 0-4. Or how long must I wait, said the Bee Gees. And, you know, you were at the game, and there were too many Dodger fans. You said over 50%.
Yeah, I'd say it was at least 60 to 65% Dodger fans in the building last night. It was a takeover. Not as bad as we've seen previously last summer when they took over the entire bleachers, but it was definitely noticeable more Dodger fans than Giants fans.
We've just come to accept this now. There's no pushback anymore. There's no ability to, like, say, hey, you can't let this happen in your park. It's like... The defeat is real.
Yeah, but
like
you go
the spirits have been defeated.
You go back to the 107 win season. I was there for the playoff games. It wasn't a Dodger takeover then.
That's how fast this thing's been dismantled.
Yeah.
And that's how fast the Giants stopped being good and compelling, and how the Dodgers they didn't have Freddie Freeman in 2021. No, did they?
That's scary.
Yeah.
They had Trey Turner, but yeah.
Yeah, adding Freeman. Trey Turner.
Yeah, how about that?
They didn't have Otani either.
No.
Yeah, they had bets. They did, but and you're right. But there were little pockets of Dodgers fans at that game.
Yeah, but nothing like we've seen over the last 2-3 years.
Over. Now it's over, and it's going to take the Giants to be exciting and good and fun. And we thought going into this season that maybe this would be the season, and no.
So far, not so good.
Now you're talking Jung-hoo Lee out for an extended period of time. We still don't know the definitive thing, and so this leaves us with maybe the only positive, and that is playing the kids, and yet. That lead in to the segment was Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off in the 9th inning last night. And it's like so funny, inside baseball. Well, how can that happen? What's it doing with his lead? And it just comes down to this simple. It just can't happen.
No.
It just can't happen.
And it's simple. He just blanked up.
Yeah.
I can't say the word on the radio.
Well, and so what do you say to the it's almost like the my famous story when I blew the horse handicap at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, and I got called in and got blasted by my editor. We had dozens and hundreds of callers. You screwed up the horse handicap. What do you completely blew our trust with the public? And he said, what do you have to say for yourself? And I said, human error?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
I mean, that's all you can really do at that point is put your hand up and say, Coach, I messed up. And Murph, I can't say the word on radio, so I'll let Biz Nasty do it from the Spit and Chicklin podcast. It was basically Tyler Fitzgerald. Take a left step left, take a left step right, and next thing you know,
Pasta goes forehand, backhand, elevates it over that right pad, and me.
That was Tyler Fitzgerald last night.
We got Andrew checking in Sacramento on the Giants right now at 8:08 KNBR. Andrew, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Andrew?
How's it going, fellas?
Well, I would have preferred they hold that 3-1 lead or that 4-3 lead, but not to be, Andrew.
Man, it was tough to watch. Every time they got a lead, it was like, all right, let's go. And then it was, just one mistake after another.
It is. And it's so obvious. Like, you just sort of sit and you're bracing for which Dodger's going to get the hit. And I had forgotten about Will Smith. I mean, he's like the Ringo Starr of the four Beatles, because you got Betts, Otani, and Freeman. It was like, Betts, Otani, Freeman, John, Paul, and George. And then here comes Ringo, Will Smith.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, everybody hates the Max Muncy because he's like the giant killer. Dude, Will Smith is constantly, every time he comes up with somebody on in the late innings, I'm like, this is going to be a double. It's going to be smashed every single time.
Andrew, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but Waterboy was walking the concourse and hanging out in some bars and hearing some slander here.
Andrew, I'll get your take because I was absolutely blown away to hear Dodger fans already not only comparing Will Smith to Buster Posey, but saying that he's a better catcher than Buster Posey.
Yeah, Dodger fans are delusional. It's just something you got to put up with.
That was a good laugh, by the way. That was a quality laugh. So what was on your mind today when you called in?
Man, I mean, I cannot sit there day in and day out and watch the statue of Matt Chapman swinging.
Ooh.
It's like foot down, get some move, like load. There's zero. Like I was watching and comparing like Lamont Wade, and when the pitcher is coming set and getting ready to deliver, Lamont Wade is loading. He's getting some movement. Matt Chapman is a statue. This is like it's like little league stuff where it's just, how are you not like, hey man, start moving, like get some movement, get in an attack position to hit the ball.
You don't like his load. I hear you. You don't like his load. Well, we'll have to get into that with Pat Burrell. Maybe he's like a small load guy. Like, some guys don't, but you're right. He is a little static and there is not much of a load, and he strikes out a lot, Andrew.
What's he striking out on? It doesn't matter. It's fastball anywhere in the zone. He can't catch up. because his foot, I was watching it and the pitch is released and his foot is still, he's like, pick up, set down. And that's like the college ball 101. I hear my coach yelling at me, foot down, like over and over and over again. Get that foot down, load early. Like there's got to be something because it's just fastball after fastball. The guy can't, as a major leaguer, you're due to run into one. So it's like, oh, grand slam the other night. Great. But it's just, you cannot hit the fastball. Like, it's hard to watch.
Yeah, it's been a problem all season long, and it's funny, Andrew. Me and Murph were talking yesterday about Statcast, new bat speed kind of stats that they put out. Matt Chapman has one of the fastest swings in baseball. The only problem is he doesn't swing until the ball's in the catcher's mitt.
Exactly. I still play baseball. I'm about to be 40 in the men's league, and it is tough to watch because as a pitcher, you see those guys, and you're just like, I'm going to blow the ball right by this guy because he's the foot's still up. Like, you can't swing while your foot's, you know what I mean? If I release the ball and you're still stepping, you're too late.
I love it, Andrew. Hey, listen, we got the call. Hopefully Pat Burrell was listening. Justin Vealey was listening. Matt Chapman was listening. Load early, get the foot down, says Andrew. In SAC. Thanks for the call, brother. Thanks for the call, man. Well, it is true. He does have a slightly more static approach at the plate. I'm sure this is something that he works on. I think he knows about loading and getting his foot down. It's just his style of hitting.
Yeah. Can I tell you one positive for Matt Chapman besides the grand slam that he hit on Saturday? He's changed his walk-up music. He's now using Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
The diss track.
Yeah, the diss track to Aubrey.
By the way, Chapman last night, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. And did you notice, by the way, we haven't talked about this. Eighth inning took a different hue, home plate ump. Home plate ump, I know you can't see it at the game, but we can see it on the TV. Bro, the home plate ump lost the plot last night. Both Tyro Estrada and Matt Chapman were in disadvantageous counts because of brutal, and obviously missed strike. 2-1 pitches twice were called strikes, and both of them, Statcast showed, were out of the zone. Even your eyeball showed it was out of the zone. And as Mike Krukow said, being 3-1 or 2-2 is night and day. And as a result, both guys struck out. And so the home plate ump, what are you going to do? Where are you on robo-umps? Yes?
No, I'm anti-robo-umps.
Oof.
I think when you got guys like Angel Hernandez out there, I think we're going to get the robot umpires, but I think it devalues catchers like Patrick Bailey and the ability to frame a baseball.
Well, yeah, but I guess Will Smith then is Buster Posey if he framed those last night. It really did hurt the Giants. It really did. And again, I got to shout my guy out. I'm going to call him out by name here. Home plate ump, Marvin Hudson. Bad night, Marvin.
Way to go, Marvin.
Bad night. All right, here's the deal. Alden Gonzalez, ESPN baseball writer. Some good Giants-Dodgers talk next on the Sports Leader.
Dodger fans are delusional. It's just something you got to put up with.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
All right, Giants take another one on the chin from the Dodgers, who've now beaten them 4 times out of 4 tries this year. They'll try again tonight with Keaton Wynn, who's had 2 tough outings his last 2. The Dodgers answer with Gavin Stone, not one of their superstars, but we'll ask Alden Gonzalez about it. He is, of course, ESPN's baseball reporter. We've had Alden on before. It's great to have him back. Alden, welcome back to KNBR in the morning. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. How you doing?
Hey, Alden.
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
We're beaten and battered by the blue here. It's we were just saying, it's funny, just 3 short years ago, these teams were locked in a 5-game NLDS that went down to the 9th inning of a tie game. But a lot has changed, Alden, since then, and now the landscape is just so dramatically different. To you, just from a LA perspective, or these are just 2 different universes, it seems like, these franchises right now. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly that gap seemed to widen. Although I caveat that by saying that I think the Giants are a lot better than their record is. I think obviously they need to get healthy. They need to get Blake Snell back. They need to get their outfielders healthy. It feels like their entire outfield is on the injured list right now. But it's and you guys have your fingers on the pulse of this a lot more than I do. But I just feel like, from an outsider's perspective, I thought that front office group would do a better job of creating the steady pipeline from the minor leagues, like the Dodgers have done. And everybody looks at the Dodgers and thinks, well, they spent $1 billion in the offseason. They signed Yamamoto and Otani and Oscar Hernandez, and they traded and extended for Tyler Glasnow. And yes, all of it is fair. But what they also have is a really good development system, and they just have players constantly coming up through the system. You're going to see one of those guys tonight, Gavin Stone, who's somebody who is, if everybody's healthy, is not projected to be in their starting rotation, but is a very important depth piece because, as we all know, everybody gets hurt. And, I mean, you look at that 2021 season, that was a Giants team that obviously surprised us very much so, because that team was in some ways supposed to be kind of a bridge to the next generation of Giants. And I don't think that next generation has come as steadily and as quickly as I would have expected, just knowing how good Farhan Zaidi is at this. And so what they've had to do is they've had to supplement a lot of holes in free agency. And look, I like the deals that they got for Matt Chapman, for Blake Snell. I think both of those, Blake Snell's going to get back healthy, hopefully before the end of the month. Matt Chapman should hit better. It's just not happening right now. And I just don't know that it's not a sexy thing to say, but from an organizational depth standpoint, I don't know that has shown up for the Giants. But you guys can correct me if you think I'm wrong.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Alden. It's something that the Dodgers have done well over the last 4 or 5 years, is have that balance between prospects and also going out and being able to land those superstars. And 2 of them you mentioned, Shohei Otani and, of course, Yamamoto, who was on the bump last night, have already paid big dividends early on this season. I wanted to start with Yamamoto. Ran into a little bit of trouble yesterday. Luis Matos' 3-run home run. He was forced to change his glove in the middle of the game, but then seemed like he really settled down. Just kind of big picture outlook on Yamamoto. What's been your breakdown on the first 40 games of the season for Yamamoto?
I think there's still an adjustment period to pitching in the United States, pitching on these mounds, pitching with these baseballs, facing hitters of this level. But look, it was clear from the onset that this guy's stuff was elite. His command was elite. And I think it was just a matter of him kind of putting it together. I think this year he's going to have before this start, he went on a really good run, about a handful of starts where he was basically dominant, or at least close to dominant. And he has some hiccups from time to time. The command eludes him from time to time. I think the sequencing, he's still trying to learn how to do that at the big league level against this level of hitter. But, I mean, the stuff is, from the first day of spring training, guys were tracking pitches during his bullpen sessions, and they were like, wow. Like, it's elite stuff, the splitter, the four-seam, being able to drop that curveball, which just, like, aesthetically, love watching that on TV, just all of a sudden dropping this 70-some-mile-an-hour curveball in the middle of the strike zone. He's fun to watch. He's not fully formed yet, but I think he will be.
Yeah, Yamamoto last night, not awesome, but the Dodgers bats did enough. 6-4 win in extra innings last night. And we're talking to Alden Gonzalez, ESPN's baseball reporter, who covers all sorts of things MLB-wide. Just a little bit more on the Dodgers, then ask a couple MLB-wide questions here. This Otani betting scandal, whoop, it's kind of gone.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, this is going to hang over the Dodgers all summer, and Otani's going to be implicated. And Alden, they waved a wand. Is it gone?
Wave the wand is a very interesting way to put that. It's not gone. I think, and this is not something that I anticipated when these reports first started coming out. Okay, I was about as cynical as anybody. Maybe not the most cynical of people, but I understood where the cynicism would come from as it relates to this. And I mean specifically, how could that much money go missing from an account with somebody not noticing it? It seems like the sort of dynamic where somebody would take the fall. But look, I was there in LA court when 3 major government entities went through a really exhaustive, detailed report of what they found in their investigation. And Shohei Otani, I mean, look, you could choose to not believe the IRS and the U.S. Attorney's Office and the Department of Homeland Security. But Shohei Otani was basically as close to vindicated as somebody can be in something like this. We got new details from the plea that was announced last week. And his interpreter, by the way, has his arraignment. His court date is today for his arraignment. There were more details in the plea about just how much money was transferred out. That he impersonated Shohei Otani at least 24 different times when speaking to bank officials about wiring money. And I think, to me, it speaks to, if this is all precisely the case, the way it's been detailed, it speaks to the perfect confluence of events of a player who's from another country, who doesn't speak the language, at least not fluently, the dynamic of a baseball player and their interpreter and how they go so much more beyond the baseball field. And a player that I think, and from all I know about him, and to be fair, the public doesn't know everything about him, doesn't know much about him. But what I do know about him is he's very singularly focused on this one thing that nobody has ever done before. And I think that led to something like this happening. I think there are very real questions about how the people in Shohei Otani's inner circle would allow something like this to take place for more than a period of 2+ years. But I mean, when you take a step back, it's amazing. Like, amazing is not the right word, but it's the most absurd story, I think, that I've ever covered while covering this sport.
And Alden, with all that being said, do you think we're past the point where Rob Manfred and Major League Baseball could still potentially punish Shohei Otani for his involvement in the betting scandal, or do you think we're too far past that by now?
I don't think he's going to get punished. They haven't released the results of their investigation, but if 3 major government entities basically vindicated Shohei Otani and called him, quote, a victim in this situation, I don't see Shohei Otani being punished. And I think and when this first came out, especially non-Dodger fans, I'm sure you heard this a lot in San Francisco, fans were basically out for blood, so to speak, with Shohei Otani, thinking that he should get banned from baseball, that he should get suspended for at least a year. And one thing I try to remind people, and you could disagree with the punishment here, but the way it's laid out in the CBA, a player who is not betting on baseball, who was going through an illegal bookkeeper, it's basically it's a suspension. The punishment is up to the commissioner, and the precedent for this is Jared Cozart, who only got a fine. And Jared Cozart was found to have been placing bets with an illegal bookmaker. Shohei Otani was not. So I don't expect anything to happen here.
Oh, it's wild. Waving that wand, Alden. Alden Gonzalez, ESPN's.
I get it. I understand it.
I know. It's funny. But you're right. I mean, you got 3 major government entities saying that. But the last one is this non-Dodger Giant one, is this MLB Statcast swing data that got dumped on Monday, or unleashed, I should say, to the public. I don't know how into this stuff you get, how much you roll up your sleeves. I know you retweeted it on your Twitter timeline from Jeff Passan, your colleague. Have you dived in, and is there some gold there, or what?
I haven't fully dived in yet. I've been reading some of the articles, including the one that Jeff Passan wrote. I think it's really fascinating stuff. And I just think it's just more transparency, more ways for fans to understand what they're watching. And I think baseball, because of the dynamics of baseball itself, does a better job of fans being able to understand what they're watching on television more so than football, which is a much more complicated sport to understand. Like, I covered football. I don't understand offensive line play, and I don't think I ever will. And even the NBA. And there's a lot of interesting nuggets there. Like, Giancarlo Stanton has the fastest bat speed in baseball by a lot. He hits the ball harder than anybody by a lot. But he's obviously a very imperfect hitter. So, it's not the end-all, be-all. The lowest bat speed, I think, belongs to Luis Arias, who won back-to-back batting titles. And that's obviously very intentional. But I think it's really, really interesting. Front offices have had this data before. For it to be publicly available now, I just think it's another element for fans to – and look, I mean, you don't have to be inundated with this stuff. You don't have to immerse yourself in it. But if you want to, you have that as information that you could go to, and I think that's awesome.
And last question for me, Alden, just because you're down in SoCal, I wanted to ask you about Mike Trout's torn meniscus. This is a guy that was lighting the world on fire first couple weeks of the season. Sounds like he could potentially be back sometime this season. And do you think this is finally the season that the Angels would put him on the trade block?
No, I mean, look, I think it was already difficult to imagine that. Number one, because Mike Trout has continually said publicly that he doesn't want to be traded. Number two, because of the amount of money left on his contract when you couple that with the injuries that he's had the last few years. And number three, because Mike Trout has a no-trade clause. So it would have to be something that they both agree on. It's a very limited market to begin with. The chances of that were slim to begin with. When you throw on top of that he has another injury now it's a knee surgery, I think at the very least for Mike Trout to even be thought about as a potential trade candidate seriously, he needed to put together a fully healthy season in 2024. He is not going to do that. This knee surgery makes it even less likely that he's going to get traded this year.
It's great talking baseball with you. We appreciate you sharing a few minutes here on KNBR with Murph and Marcus, and we wish you a wonderful week. Thank you, Alden.
Yeah, thanks, Alden.
Thank you, guys. Same.
Yeah, Alden Gonzalez, great baseball talk, man. Really good stuff from Otani to the Dodger-Giant gap to even your Mike Trout question there to this Statcast. Have you read some of that swing stuff?
I told you I got into it a little bit yesterday. And what he was talking about with Giancarlo Stanton having the fastest swing in baseball, you know who was top 5? Matt Chapman. But to my point earlier, the problem is he's swinging after the ball already reaches the catcher's mitt.
That's that Bugs Bunny when you swing and that changeup that he swings at. That they swing at. So, oh, man. How about Arise having the slowest swing in baseball?
That's insane. So does this stat even really matter?
But it's
the best bat-the-ball guy in baseball has the slowest swing?
And it's how long it's through the zone and everything. It's worth diving into. So
yeah, there were some stats about like, oh, here's a square-up stat. Like, I don't need a stat to know if a ball was squared up or not.
Well, it's funny. I tell my kid who's all data-oriented, I'm like, you do know that most of that stuff correlates to the stuff we used to follow, which is batting average, home runs, and RBIs. Same guys at the top of those lists, right?
I can tell you when it's a meatball down the middle of the plate, and I can tell you when a ball's squared up.
It's kind of hard to find like some total outlier gem that shines in Baseball Savant that isn't one of the best players in baseball, you know? So, but hey, like he said, Alden said, you can, if you want to have fun going into it, you can do it. If you got time, if you're one of those nerds, hey, do we have the This Nerd Loves Data? That's got to be on the board at all times. If you're John Curley here, you know.
I was
going to
say, the way that John Curley's been running through numbers at KNBR, this guy might be running through these Statcast numbers.
This nerd loves data.
That is an incredible sound, but one of my favorites of 2024. Keep that around.
This nerd loves data.
Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. His data, though, is like radio data. That's all right. All he hears is Radio Goo, Radio Gaga. Shout out Freddie Mercury.
Nice.
Does the young man know who Freddie Mercury is? Look at that. There's no young Tony today.
I gotcha.
What did young Tony learn today? Everything. He knows everything.
Bee Gees Spirits, maybe.
All right. On the other side, Papa in studio? What? Get out of here. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wow. Bee Gees. Spirits having flown. I want the record to show that young Marcus Boucher requested this.
This is my rejoin.
I don't want
because the question of the day, Murph, how long must we wait until the Giants beat the Dodgers?
Listen to
Well, just in time for the City Connects to show up tonight. Maybe give you a little City Connect magic. Why not tonight? It's a good night to beat the Dodgers.
I'm still blown away at this whole MMA rejoin with the spirits having flown.
Dude, with
and
the
Bee
flute in
Gees,
the background.
flutes and all this. And once again, when you get any lip, young tone, from any higher ups, you tell them it was Boucher.
This is all me. I'll give you some Bee Gees and I'll give you some BBL Drizzy.
Right,
That's on my playlist, Murph.
One part we're going to have to hear Bruce Springsteen and Kilkenny singing Rainy Night in Soho, which may or may not have gotten me somewhere in my feels.
Hey,
all right,
now.
buddy. By the way, Marcus and Thompson joins Papa and Lund at 11:30 this morning, but it is that time for Dr. and Young Tone. This will probably be the only thing you learned today. You know who Marcus Welby is? This is a deep
Not
one.
a clue.
Of course not. There was an old medical TV show in the late 60s, early 70s called Marcus Welby. He's just a doctor, and he would just solve little cases. So we go from Dr. Marcus Welby to Dr. Marcus Boucher.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, the health updates keep on coming in on Jung-hoo Lee. And of course, this health report is sponsored by Sutter Health. Bob Melvin spoke yesterday on the Bob Melvin Show and gave us this injury update on Jung-hoo Lee.
Well, they were trying to pop it back in yesterday, and it wasn't going so well early on. But they did finally get it back in a little bit later. Sometimes there's some anxiety, and you know, it's tough to be calm when they're trying to pop your shoulder back in. So it took a little while, but they got it back in. Thank goodness. And like I said, the doctors will look at the MRI tonight. We'll see where we go with it.
Oh, it took a while for them to pop that shoulder back into Jung-hoo Lee, and it's taken a while to get these MRI results. We should get them today. So again, stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all your updates on Jung-hoo Lee. And that health report is, of course, sponsored by Sutter Health. From 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits, Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Bro, what a tale that was about the shoulder.
Sounds painful.
Now, if you played football, and I think you said, did you separate a shoulder or dislocate a shoulder?
Me personally, no, but I had buddies on my team who would dislocate a shoulder, and then they would just pop it back in and get back on the field.
Somebody actually wrote in and said, can't Jung-hoo Lee just be like Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon? Didn't he? Do you guys remember that running plot line where he would have to pop his shoulder back in? You guys remember that? Young Tone, Lethal Weapon? You down with a Lethal Weapon?
Ooh, definitely heard of it.
See,
I have not seen the whole film.
We're scraping
cue the music, Tony. Hit the open.
All right, there it is.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, it was only recent. It was the Bee Gees. He says, but he kind of knew him. He pointed to one of them and goes, I kind of recognize that guy.
Staying Alive.
Staying
is
Alive.
the song I know.
There you go, buddy. And then Lethal Weapon, which was a very popular. Now, it would be predate you by a few years, but I don't know if that came back to you guys on cable, perhaps.
I get the pop culture references, but no, I don't think I've ever sat down and watched the full movie.
It's a cop buddy drama. Mel Gibson and Danny Glover as a couple of older cops who's kind of just trying to keep it together and having some adventures and busting bad guys. And, you know, it's Gibson kind of at his self-deprecating best. Danny Glover rolling his eyes a lot. I do believe, if the Lethal Weapon community can help me out, I believe there was a Lethal Weapon 2 and 3. And one of the running jokes is Mel Gibson's shoulder keeps popping out. My shoulder, and he keeps having to violently pop it back in against the wall.
That's Jung-hoo Lee,
And I do believe Danny Glover drops the Joe Montana 1994 AFC Championship line to huge laughs in the theater. At one point when Gibson does something that gets them into a serious physical predicament where they're up against it or hanging from a building, I'm too old for this S. And then the audience roars with laughter there. So anyway, Montana theoretically said that to Bruce Smith in the 94 AFC Championship. Is that right, Greg? G. Papa, Bruce Smith lying on top of Joe Montana, 94 AFC Championship, and Joe says, I'm too old for this S? That was a true story, wasn't it? Yes, that was the true story.
That's
that was
perfect.
Those are Greg Papa's Buffalo Bills, by the way.
That's absolutely right. And I guess that's one thing that we learned as a class today, Murph. Me, you, young Tony, John Joe Curley. Papa probably already knew this information. But the 49ers are taking on Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets Week 1 Monday Night Football.
Have you been sitting on that for weeks, Greg? Have you been sitting on it for weeks, huh? Couple days. Hey, a texter. Yeah, Bob Sala coming back. A texter said that he heard a rumored Niners-Bills Christmas. Come on, no, that's not happening.
Well, that's why the schedule has been delayed, is figuring out one of those games is going to be on Netflix. That's right. And they're going to pay about $25 million. So you're saying I'm going home for Christmas? My entire adult life, I wanted to have a Christmas in Buffalo. And now my mom and dad are gone, and we're going back there to play there on Christmas. Are you kidding me?
That'll be. Is that
what it's going to be?
Well, you'll be Jimmy Stewart running through Bedford Falls.
Well, I don't know about all that.
Which kind of looks. Isn't that near Buffalo? Is set kind of in that
Orchard Park?
Well,
you mean
the movie?
It's a Wonderful Life?
Because at one point they make reference to like Rochester or something.
Is it in Jamestown?
They don't.
Somewhere in there?
They never truly identify it. But if you're an expert, at one point they mention a couple of Western New York towns near Rochester. How far is Rochester?
Elmira, Pittsford,
Something
Shiloh.
like that. I think they mentioned Elmira.
Elmira?
How far is Rochester from Buffalo?
1 hour.
Okay. So there it is. It's all in the neighborhood.
Syracuse, 2 hours.
All in the neighborhood. Cooperstown to
Interstate
Buffalo?
90. That's a little bit south.
Yeah.
A
few hours.
Going closer to Albany, Poughkeepsie.
Did you go as a kid, Cooperstown?
To Cooperstown? Well, I was doing the Syracuse Chiefs games. I did their AAA team there. I went every summer. And then last time I was there, my brother died. And we had to go to his memorial in Philly. So I took all the kids. We were in Buffalo. And we all drove to Cooperstown.
Yeah.
And spent a couple days there. Even my daughters loved it.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful little hamlet.
I will
in
be
central
there.
New York. Are you going?
And you're taking the kids this summer, right?
My 12-year-old son has a travel baseball tournament there in the summer. Going to be romantic. We're going to get into our baseball
How do you say the name of the hotel there? The Otesaga?
Hey, great. You did it better than I did.
Hotel, something like that?
Wow.
I cover it. Here's the one we got to go. I know, but...
I wrote my brother's eulogy on the porch of the Otesaga Hotel.
I'm going to leave it at that then.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Hey, Greg Papa's in person dropping all kinds
We're
of
not going to eulogize the Giants.
Not yet.
And when it's time, young Tony, John Joe, good job. Marcus, hey, hold the fort tonight, buddy.
I got
all right,
you.
buddy. Hey, and it's time for a change. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Just swing the bat and pray is not a bad approach to a lot of things.
Everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
No, Draymond, it was strictly coaching you in the Olympics. After that, I was shot. I was done.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
We'll be playing some center field here for a while with Lee on the shelf, and he swings and he hits a high drive. Deep left field, on its way. Adios, pelota! A 3-run homer, well back into the bleachers toward the left field line. And that's a big fly, a 3-run homer. 3-1 Giants.
So Hicks gets the sign from Sable, and the righty deals, and Outman swing and a miss. He struck him out as he pulled the string on him.
Miller's 3-2 pitch. He struck him out swinging. The slider. And again, Otani's hips were bailing back toward the Dodger dugout on the first base side as he reached his upper body across the plate in desperation, trying to somehow get a piece of that one. There's a turn, a throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. He is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown. The pitch. Swing and a hard ground ball to third. Could be two. Muncy over to second for one. Lux back to first. Double play, and the ball game is over. The Dodgers take game one of this series. They're now 4-0 against the Giants. And the final, the Dodgers 6-4 winners over the Giants.
Oh, yes. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. Appreciate your presence. We got a lot to discuss. You just heard the end of that game. That cannot happen, and that's what Bob Melvin said about Tyler Fitzgerald, but it did happen when that wasn't the major thing. Lots of blue at Oracle. We'll get into that discussion as well. NBA playoffs continue. We do know a bit of speculation yesterday. We do know how the 49ers will open up against an old friend, actually a bunch of old friends. We'll get into that conversation as well. It could be the end of Inside the NBA. I know it's not your favorite show, but they'll probably recreate it on NBC.
How was Draymond Green last night, by the way?
He's okay.
I was watching the game, but I didn't have the audio up. How was he?
I think he's going to be more Kendrick Perkins than Charles Barkley. I do.
Don't say that.
Well, everybody thinks he's going to be Barkley.
He says ridiculous, inaccurate things like Kendrick Perkins.
I just think he likes being the bad guy and he likes saying crazy stuff. And Charles, for everything that he does.
What did he say that was crazy?
He's not in the playoffs anymore, so I guess it doesn't matter. But he's always, picking on guys and evaluating, and he just.
And Kendrick Perkins picked on Durant, like Durant wasn't any good.
And Nurkic, there's more Nurkic stuff, and I think he likes being the black hat, and I think he's going to be more of that than the likable Barkley. Even though Barkley's got that relationship with Warriors fans, you still like Charles. I don't know that Draymond has that likability, or will have it.
When Dennis Eckersley first retired, he came in the booth to me just to fill in for a couple of games. Who was the catcher that's from the Bay Area? I want to say Chad Kruger, but it may have been a different name. Anyway, just in the middle of the game, he's just, what a tired act. And he's going off. I don't think it was Chad. I'm trying to get the name of the catcher. It was a backup catcher. And I'm looking at him like, dude, what are you doing? You're Dennis Eckersley. You're going to the Hall of Fame. And we talked after, and I said, you're above Chad Kruger, whoever it was, anonymous backup catcher. And like, just be. And then when he came back later as a Red Sox announcer and he did some stuff for TBS, it was much better. But when you're recently retired or in the middle of it like Draymond, you take, pot shots at guys you shouldn't. And Nurkic. And also what it does, John, is it clouds your judgment on him because there's such a personal bias there. And then as a listener, you're like, well, if he doesn't like someone, does that mean he's not a good player? So he's got to be careful of that. So in any event, came in the studio today to get in a better mood, going to go to the game tonight. But just first of all, the amount of Dodger fans at the game last night is a little disconcerting. When Will Smith's ball, and I got to ask you, should Luis Matos should have caught that ball? I'm not. We'll get into it all.
First thing I thought.
But you and I talked about outfield. Mike Yastrzemski catches that ball. There was the one earlier that the Gavin Lux ball that he completely botched and he slipped and we looked awkward, but it didn't matter because it was a ground rule double. But the one that ended the game, that Will Smith nutted, I thought that ball's got to get caught. So we'll go. And he hit a 3-run Jimmy Jack. Yamamoto was not great. He hung a curveball. He got you 3 runs, but it's obviously Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off first base. And boy, Treinen just held him. He did not move for a long time. He's slow to the plate. So what did he do? Just held. What's he up to? And then a little shoulder flinch. Damn. That's why I think Tyler Fitzgerald needs to play every day, because if you play him once in a while, he makes mistakes like that. With Sabo, we'll get into it. I think it's the technique of the one knee down. I just don't get it. So that's going to contribute to wild pitches and pass balls, whatever. But just the shot that they had of the lower third looking over the Dodger dugout when Will Smith's ball landed. And you would have thought you were at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
And I remember when
Walter
it was
there.
20, it was like, what is going on? I didn't hear it as much when Mookie hit the home run or,
they're conveniently late. They're from L.A.
But you know what it reminded me of? Remember the 2021 season, the epic race, and it went 107 to 106. And so they came in on a Labor Day. And it was the color of Dodger blue. Remember the fan group that came in?
Yeah.
And I'm all of a sudden they're just marching down the streets. I'm like, what is this invasion of Blue Man Group? Who are these people? And I was like, what are they doing? They took the ballpark over. That was the one game of the weekend the Dodgers won. The Giants, remember Steven Duggar's triple off tight pants on Sunday? Anyway, we'll get into the game, but it's difficult with their payroll and their great stars, and they're way worse than the Yankees. If you don't like the Yankees, they're the ultimate evil empire in baseball right now. I do appreciate their immense ability, but it's inexcusable. Maybe it's just a lack of giant season ticket holders or people, the secondary market. But when Will Smith's ball landed and they scored the 2 runs to go up 6-4, if I'm a Giant executive or Larry and I'm looking at that crowd and the way they erupted when that happened, it's like, not in our ballpark. That is not happening. I mean, that's how the Rams people feel when the 49ers go take over SoFi. It cannot happen, but it has happened. So not only are you powerless
what are you supposed to do when you have a secondary ticket market like this?
I don't know.
That's what you do, right?
I
mean, some people actually prey on that. They're like, I know when the Dodgers come to town, I can double my, if I got season tickets, I can sell those and I can make a lot of money back. And that's what they do. And then they dominate the park because over the last few years, I've gone to a lot of Giants games. I went to those playoff games here. And now those playoff games here, well, there was Dodgers fans. When I was out in right field and Buster Posey hits that home run off tight pants, that was a Giants crowd.
Totally.
But last night, that was a Dodgers crowd. Big time.
I don't know. I mean, it really, when you look at it and, Wilmer drawing the walk and, Tyler coming in and you're thinking of first base and Wilmer and the Gabe Morales check swing to end that game. And, I mean, at that point, the rivalry was at the highest. We never had a real playoff game between the two of them, and it was legit best of 5. It's hard when you're in the same division for years in the National League West, or there's no National League West, and it's just, winner goes on to the World Series against the Yankees, the losers out. So it's easy to understand why they never met, but they just never did. But right then, you just felt like, man, they're pretty even. Farhan is here. Cap is here. They're ex-Patriots, ex-Dodgers. You stole those guys. We're going to play the way. It's just, I don't want to say you're light years away from them. And the bottom line is you're hurt. And you have too much inexperience right now. You're making a lot of young mistakes. I mean, center field, whether Matos should have caught that ball or not, he's not Jung-hoo Lee. I'm concerned about what's going on with Patrick Bailey, John. And we can go on and on about Blake Sable and the technique, and he has improved, but he's not Patrick Bailey. What is exactly going on with his nature of his illness? Is he going to go back on the concussion IL again? Is he having lingering side effects? It's a little bit scary, but last night it was just, the veteranese of the Dodgers and even their young guys playing better. But really it was when they took the lead in the 10th inning, it was like, damn. We are at Oracle Park, right? This is not Dodger Stadium. What's going on? It was like when the Lakers came in to play the Warriors with Kobe, or Magic and Kareem's Lakers, and it would annoy me that they would just come in. And the Warriors, they'd sack up once a year and beat those guys, but it was just all this purple and gold in our building, and you understand that. But those guys won championships. Kobe won championships. Magic and Kareem won. This team... They won one in the bubble, and the guys, Shohei's not won anything. So it's a little, just the star power of them. But, man, just looking at that shot from the lower third camera over the top of the Dodger dugout and seeing all those people in blue, what the hell's happening here?
Well, plus, again, those stars, 1 through 4 in the order for the Dodgers last night, 6 for 19, 3 runs, 4 RBIs. Giants 1 through 4, 1 for 15, 3 walks and a run. And
why is Mike Yastrzemski leading off? I just want to know that.
Brutal.
Do you not want, I know all the analytics on who should hit second and third and fourth, and if the guy leads the league in on-base percentage, do you not want him leading off the game for you? Why is Lamont Wade Jr. not leading off? Please tell me that, Bob Melvin.
All right, let's get into it. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. That's both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, call-in line. You can do either. Give us your thoughts. Will the Giants ever compete with the Dodgers after last night's game? I mean, it was a close game, but like you said, in the stands, they're 0 for 4. They've been outscored 24-15 so far this year as well. We'll get into that conversation. Give us your thoughts. We'll give you a guest list next as well. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Barrows from The Athletic. You joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss the 49ers facing off against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets in week 1 of the 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is that time again. It is time for you to see, like I can see now, like Papa can see now. It is wonderful being able to see. That is fairly obvious. But you know what? I talk about the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley almost every day. Monday through Friday, we talk about it all the time. Papa and I just have had amazing results with it. And now it is your opportunity yourself to talk to the doctors themselves. Dr. Craig Bindi and Dr. Joseph Ling. Dr. Ling did my procedure at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, CLR, custom lens replacement. But you get an opportunity to actually talk to the doctor yourself and say, okay, what's this all about? It's a free webinar, free, I tell you. It's coming up Wednesday, May 22nd, so a week from tomorrow at noon. Now, it's free, but you have to sign up for it. So to do so and get all the great information so you can see like Papa and I can, lasereyeclr.com. Lasereyeclr.com. At the webinar, the doctors are going to answer any and all questions. The difference between CLR and LASIK. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? I can tell you that. Just minutes. It's awesome. And you can trust these guys. That's what was really important to me was, all right, we're talking about my eyes here. Fairly important. So just get the information from the doctors and you will be good to go. It's the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Free webinar coming up a week from tomorrow. Sign up now. It's free. Lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Dodgers beat the Giants 6-4. The Giants certainly had their opportunities. Matos with that 3-run shot to give them that 3-1 lead after Mookie Betts had led off with that home run. You had a couple on in extra innings, including the ghost runner, but Thairo Estrada hits into the double play to end it. Jordan Hicks.
5-4-3. Wasn't that ironic?
It was 5-4-3.
That's all we talked about was how bad they were going to be defensively. Max Muncy to Gavin Lux, who can turn that one, but he can't make a throw from shortstop. And they partly won the game, John, because they played better defense.
Yeah. And like you said, maybe Jung-hoo Lee gets to that ball in the 9th inning. I think he does. That's the first thing that went through my mind. Matos couldn't get to it. I think Jung-hoo Lee probably does. Will Smith with the game winner there. Bullpen lets him down a little bit. Taylor Rogers at the end gets the loss after that. And the Giants go down 6-4. So 0-for-4 against the Dodgers this year, outscored 24-15. As we've been talking about and John Shea wrote about, a lot of blue in the stadium. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. And to just go back to what you were talking about to start the show, in 2021, it looked like these teams were equals. The Giants beat the Dodgers by 1 game, and then it just seems like right now they're completely in opposite directions. And I hate to even say it because I know it's going to upset Giants fans, but it's one of the best run organizations. You look at who they signed in the offseason, those guys are coming through. You look at through the Giants, who spent the second most money to the Dodgers. Those guys aren't, now they're hurt, but they weren't coming through when they were playing. And you can add Chapman and other guys like that. And I like Jordan Hicks, but when Jordan Hicks pitches, he puts a lot of pressure on the bullpen because he's going 5 and fly, and the bullpen a lot of times isn't coming through.
I remember being at 24 Willie Mays Plaza when the Giants were getting ready to host a World Series game, and we got the alert that the Dodgers had hired Andrew Friedman from Tampa Bay. And you're like, damn, what's he going to do there? That guy ran Tampa Bay and started the analytics, and he did it on a Billy Beane budget. I thought he's going to hire Joe Madden. He's going to be the manager of the Dodgers. That didn't happen, but they just dominated. And the Giants, obviously, that 21 year, but they've won, I've lost track, 10 of the last 11 National League West. And going back to that 21 year, I remember when they came in May and Trevor Bauer pitched, thinking that the Giants were overmatched in that matchup.
Remember
and
the sword stuff?
He went out, and then the sticky stuff came out, and Kershaw got exposed a little bit, and they weren't the same team. And there were so many epic matchups. Remember later that year, Memorial Day weekend, Mike Tauchman catch against Albert. Buster had a big home run. They beat Kershaw soundly on a Sunday. They flipped the whole year around, and I forget what the season series was that year, but I think it was like 13-12 or. Well, they didn't play 25 times, probably 19 times. But I think it was 10-9, Giants. I mean, they were really even. And they were separated by maybe a run. And then they got into a best of 5, and it was game 5, tied at 2-2. And you come right down to it. And it was Camilo Duvall against the buggy whipper, Bellinger. And Bellinger lined a base hit. And then, obviously, the Wilmer Flores check swing with Gabe Morales. So at that time, you thought they are equal. And, the Dodgers that year added Max Scherzer. They added Trey Turner. You're like, what is going on? So it's not, this lineup is really strong, obviously, from top to bottom. But they've had great lineups that the Giants have been able to navigate through. So we'll see. The Giants have lost 4 games to them this year, John, but 3 have been close. So it is, they've been competitive. They're not getting bombed. But I do remember, like the year after 21, remember they came out of the All-Star break and went to Dodger Stadium, and they got swept in a 4-game series, and they looked like, again. And it was the defense, the outfield defense in particular, and they were just overmatched. They just played so sloppily. There have been times they've been more competitive with them. They won earlier this year when Shohei hit his first home run. That was a tight game. That broke up at a tie game. And then last night, what's galling about it is they are good. There's going to be nights Yamamoto is locked in and his splitter is diving and he's not giving up. He's not hanging 3-run Jimmy Jacks and you're not getting 4 runs off him. You're lucky to get 4 hits. Last night they were beatable. So when you have an opportunity to beat them, you need to beat them. But I'm not going to beat up the Giants too much because they're just young. The guys that made mistakes, were the Sacramento River Cats just recently. The catcher, well, Tyler's been here all year. I think he needs to play more or send him down. He's not a veteran. It's a tough role for a guy to come in to be a pinch runner. You could see when he ran out there, he was fidgety. Baseball's an everyday game. You're not asking him to play every day. And then Matos hits a bomb. There were a couple of balls I think he could have caught in the game. There were other mistakes that were made. So there's a lot of factors here. But when they are beatable like they were last night, you need to beat them, and they let it slip away.
Well, the positives are Ramos looks like a different player. He had really good at-bats last night for the most part. And that goes to your point of these guys have got to play and they've got to get better. And, I don't know if Ramos is going to stick this time, but he does look a little bit different. Matos defensively, Lee gets that ball in the ninth inning. I'm convinced of it. Maybe I'm wrong.
But he's hurt. So,
right. I agree.
Does Yaz catch that ball?
Maybe.
So
probably.
Yaz made a hell of a catch going on Mookie's
That's what
ball.
I mean.
Going to the,
if he doesn't catch that ball, they might be out of the game anyway, right?
So did you move Yastrzemski? I mean, do you want your best fielder in center? Right is so big and tough to play. This discussion we had yesterday, I think Jung-hoo Lee's not catching that ball last night because he's got a dislocated shoulder. Mike Yastrzemski, if he's in center, he does catch that ball. Should he be in center? What do you do there?
Right. I mean, he made such a great play in right field last night that it's like, well, does anybody catch that ball? No.
Can he play both?
He's like,
put him in right center.
From the Bad News Bears, that's what he is.
Be like Willie Mays.
I mean, just
Willie, anything gap to gap, you catch. If it's right on the line, we'll let somebody else get it. Monty Irvin, you got the right field line. Everything else, Willie, it's yours.
But my big question is I'm watching that thing last night. And again, 808 KNBR, 415-808 KNBR, 567, both on the text line and the call-in line is, it almost seems like, will they ever catch him? I mean, you talked about it's like the Niners fans going down to L.A., or it's like the Lakers when they were in their prime, both with Magic or Kobe and Shaq or whatever the case may be, invading, and it's getting frustrating. And I think fans are just like, well, I'd rather sell my tickets and make money. I don't want to watch the Dodgers beat the Giants. It just seems like it's,
Is that what it is? Is that what's happening here?
I mean,
do you have enough of a season ticket holder base where they can come in and just take it over, or are Giant fans selling their tickets to Dodger fans?
On the secondary market, a lot of times what fans will do is, because I've done it, is I'll throw my tickets up for a certain price. And a lot of times it's outrageous, but if someone's going to pay it, then heck with it. I'll double or triple my money on a certain night. And people know that Dodgers fans will do that. So if the team was better, I think that people wouldn't do that because they'd feel like, you know what, I'm letting my team down. But I do feel like people are like, I don't know if I even want to go and watch them get beat by the Dodgers. So you know what, if someone will pay triple my amount, then I'm going to just put the tickets up. And if they don't get sold, then I'll go to the game. But if they're going to pay an outrageous price, and that's what happened last night. And the place was, and that's what's disheartening is it's Giants fans to me, and I could be wrong here, but it's kind of like you're giving up. Like, hell, I don't want to watch the Dodgers beat the Giants. I mean, that's what it is. Back in the day, that's what it was with the Lakers and the Warriors.
And Walter was at the game. I don't want to. Sometimes television, television does, not sometimes. The medium condenses. Like when you're watching a rain game, it looks like, God, it's pouring. Look at it, but it's not raining that hard. It's just the screen. Sometimes it can't translate. So my advice to Jeff Kuiper, and we love Jeff, and Jim Lynch, don't take that lower third shot of the Dodger dugout. Was it just seem like because they were all right behind the dugout, they just took a 2-run lead in the ninth inning, but didn't it seem like there was a million Dodger fans all of a sudden right there? Or was that just television condensing that area behind their first base dugout?
No, so I was sitting over there down the right field line, right where Yastrzemski made that catch. And I kind of felt like it was kind of a situation where that's where the contingent of the Dodger fans go. But as the night went on, it was just a sea of blue. It was everywhere you look, and you would know when Dodgers would make the plays, the place just erupted. And I had to pinch myself. I was sitting there with the water boy. I had to tell myself, I'm in San Francisco. I'm not in L.A. Like, it felt like I was at Dodger Stadium last night.
Have you ever felt like that before for a Giant Dodger game?
No, not recently, no.
That was strong. That was strong. So what's their fan club that came marching in that Labor Day Saturday? Remember, it was named after their Dodger blue.
Ooh, I don't remember what the name was.
252 or what the hell is it? I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, it had some numbers.
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know the color of Dodger. But anyway, so it was that strong. So of 35,000 there last night, how many were wearing blue?
I honestly, by the end of the night, it felt like it was 60-40 Dodger fans.
That's a problem.
And I scooted down the Embarcadero, and I just saw the sea of blue as I was going to Oracle Park. And then when I got there, I just saw the realization that there's a lot of Dodger fans here tonight.
But hang on a second. Maybe we have a common denominator. How many? Because you were down in L.A. for the Giants and the Dodgers, right?
Yeah. I was down there, too.
How many games did you go to?
I went to 2 of the 3. I went to the 2 of the 3.
So you're 0 for 3, Walter.
Yeah.
You've been
I
to
just stopped
3
going.
of the 4 games this year.
It's me.
It is you.
I'm the problem.
Stay
I
away.
gotta stop
So
going.
when you were at Dodger Stadium, did you feel Giant fans there at all for that series?
No, there was little pockets, but it wasn't nearly as what it was last night.
Plus, they're number 1 in attendance.
You know, believe me,
they almost sell that place
doing
out
A's
every night.
games for 14 years.
Yeah, you know.
When the Yankees came in.
Yeah, it's like that.
And when the Red Sox came in, when the Giants came in, the biggest crowds they've ever had in Oakland, 9 of the top 10 are against the Giants. So you get that feeling, but, that's why the A's are leaving. That's why the Raiders left. So when you're the San Francisco Giants and you have this payroll and that team rolls in and not only beats you in extra innings, they take over your stadium, we got to have a meeting this morning.
Oh, I bet they are. Because, again, it's something. Well, let's get into this next because it's something that you and I kind of mentioned yesterday. And I got to believe, again, the big mahogany table, they're not happy. They cannot be happy. They lost, but then you lost and your stadium was taken over, and you're not the A's.
How do you prevent that?
I don't think in the secondary market era that we live in, I don't know that you can win. And so your fans want to fill the stadium and not give their tickets up. I think that's the way. Your suggestions, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same. We'll get into it next. By the way, I promised the guest list, David Lombardi, in an hour to talk about the opener for the 49ers against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Fabian Ardaya is from The Athletic, covers the Dodgers. And your friend Rich Cimini from ESPN, Syracuse guy.
And covering the Jets since we left the campus in 1984. So you've been covering the Jets forever? I think Al Woodall was the Jets quarterback when Rich was
Wow. That's saying something.
Richard Todd, maybe? Maybe Richard Todd.
There you go. So, anyway, he'll talk to us about the Jets and the 49ers, and that one is juicy. There's a lot of matchups there. So we'll get into that with those guys coming up, starting with David Lombardi in about an hour. We'll continue our conversation. The Giants get you involved as well. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, hey there. John Lund, your friend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they are not even based here in the Bay Area, and it gets worse. Some are not even based in the entire state. That is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to NolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, you see this great weather. That is not the unfortunate part. Over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, that nicer weather, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And you know that they have secured more than a billion with a B, dollars in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay, that's right, nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Marcus. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
One strike offering. There's a drive in the center field. Back and to his right goes Mato, still going back, and it's over his head. Short hops the wall. Mookie Betts will score. Now coming around third is Freeman, and the relay comes in to Schmidt, and he can't handle it. And 2 runs scored. It's 6-4 Dodgers.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Is there a solution other than winning to the Dodgers invading Oracle Park? What's going on with the Giants now? I am seeing things on social media about Bob Melvin. I know everybody is culpable when the team is not playing the way that you want them to. Everybody goes through injuries. They got a bunch of injuries right now. I understand that, but they weren't even playing well before. I'm a firm believer in players play, coaches coach. I mean, is Bob culpable? Sure. Is Farhan culpable? Sure. But to me, I mean, they went out, they spent the money. Bob Melvin's a proven commodity. Players before weren't playing, and now they're injured. So they lose last night, and it was the small things like you talked about. I think Jung-hoo Lee or Yastrzemski gets to that Will Smith ball in the 9th. Tyler Fitzgerald, both Bob Melvin and you heard John Miller's call. He can't do that, but he did. They're just guys making mistakes. And in a close game like that against the Dodgers, you're not going to pull out a close game like that against a veteran team with a bunch of rookies. And even before that, they weren't playing that great anyway.
But they're making mistakes. They're just not playing crisp baseball, and I think that's what's frustrating. And we love Bob, and we've watched him, ascend when he was in Seattle to Arizona, and obviously his run with the A's. And but you're watching him differently. You'd always kind of glance at him and have an idea. And when you watched him manage the A's for Billy, it was, wow, he runs the bullpen the way Bochy does. Now, Billy put a lot of arms in that bullpen because he knew that was the value in baseball where it was being devalued. Remember, he had like 2-3 closers in the bullpen. But Bob handled it. And the bottom line is that they'll go out and execute. But I will say, John, there are things that he's doing, watching him every single day, that I think is subject to debate on whether it should be done or not. And I am surprised. I thought there would be time when Gabe Kapler managed this team, and I know it's popular to bash Gabe and everything they did. I can count on my right hand how many times I questioned a move. He almost always got the matchup that he wanted. They very seldom. You could, make a pitching change and the guy gives it up. 2021, they didn't do a lot of that. Seems like he always made the right call in the pen. The hockey line change going to the pinch hitter. They set a record for the most pinch hit home runs in the history of baseball. Now, they set up more pinch hitters than anybody, but still. So I think as far as the management of the game, I thought he was really on it. Did he? The one thing about baseball, it's funny. In every other sport, the guy who runs the team is called the coach, the head coach. In baseball, forever, you're called a manager. Why is he a manager? Why is he in college baseball or any other level of baseball, you're a head coach? In the major leagues, you're a manager. So what's a big part of the job? Managing people. It's a day-to-day. There's veterans. There's young guys. Right now, you're in between because a lot of your veteran guys are hurt, and you're playing younger guys. But I would like to understand, explain to me why last night Mike Yastrzemski was the leadoff hitter and not Lamont Wade Jr. Just explain that. None of them have seen Yamamoto before. I actually thought, Yamamoto, the Japanese pitchers don't work the very top of the strike zone the way our pitchers do because they've been playing baseball the correct way forever since they took the game up, which is down, 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 down. You don't go up in the strike zone. So you can see Yamamoto, when he is forced to go up in other Dodger games I've watched, he struggles to get up there. And I'm thinking, let me see how he pitches Chapman. Let me see how he pitches Yastrzemski because they got the top rail where they're vulnerable. Struck out 3 times last night. It was all over the strike zone. So anyway, was that part of it? Was Yamamoto's not going to live in the top rail? Yaz will be able to get on him. Is it that the cleanup spot in the batting order is more valuable? I've heard him talking. His first lineup he laid out, John had him on the pregame show, and he was explaining, because Soler was hitting second, what, in fact, the analytics show of your top 4 hitters in the lineup, which are the most important. I think he said number 2 is the most important, 3 is the least important, and 4, and then leadoff. So the analytics are showing you that. But so if the most important spot in your batting order is 2, then I want Lamont Wade Jr. batting 2. I personally want him hitting leadoff because he leads the world in on base, and he's not a plotter. He can run. So, I mean, little things like that. But then to a bigger picture, I think the one thing we were all, everybody was on Gabe's staff because they were doing strange things with Kai Correa. I thought it was, wow, what are all these tennis balls out there? What are they doing? And they're picking it so clean in 21. This is interesting the way they're doing it. But the way they're preparing, and it's Matt Williams. It's old school. Wodey's still around there, but it's Matt Williams, it's Bob Melvin, it's Brian Price. There's an old school mentality to how they play. I wonder, and there's different decisions you make here and there, but they're making a lot of mistakes. They make physical mistakes defensively. The base running, Bags laid out the percentage of the stolen bases. They're not stealing. They're getting caught almost half the time. That's inexcusable. How many times have they gotten picked off base? Not just Tyler Fitzgerald at first, but Austin Slater's getting picked off base. I remember Nick Ahmed. These were off second base. So when I'm evaluating Bomel, I'm thinking like, whoa. I gave him a pass in San Diego last year, John, because I thought Machado and Tatis are hard to manage. Those guys do what they want. They're buggy whippers. They're going to, why did they never win a game in extra innings? Because you don't know how to make an out. You got an automated runner at second base. Hit the ball the other way. Even if you hit a home run, hit it that way. So if you don't hit a home run, we're still moving that guy to third. We can score. Those guys they're hard. So how do you manage those guys? They just do what they want. I'm seeing a lot of runners in scoring position, the situational baseball. So when I look at it, honestly, I thought Bob and his staff would give us more.
Yeah. Well, as far as Yaz goes, maybe that is the thought process because the guys who have problems with the high fastball, Yaz hit first and Chapman hit third. But I'm with you. I mean, Lamont Wade Jr. should be the leadoff guy, even when Lee. We don't know the status of Lee other than he's on the IL right now, and they were supposed to give us more today. But I think Lee's a 2-hitter with his contact ability, and I think Wade's a leadoff hitter. I mean, he came into last night's game with a .480 on base percentage. Now, again, if we were talking the second week of April, it'd be like, it's early. It ain't early. We're 6 weeks into the season.
The highest in baseball.
Yeah. So that's your leadoff guy. Lee would be 2. I love the play that Yaz made last night, but like you said, he struck out 3 of the 4 times. So right now with the injuries, I understand it's troublesome. It's not really easy to put together a lineup, but this was happening before. This isn't new. Now having to put Yastrzemski up there is, but yeah, I saw the lineup and I vomited in my mouth when we were doing the show yesterday. Like, what?
Explain to me. I don't. I mean, that's the last name I expected.
Right.
I mean, I didn't know who to play center. You and I were debating, and I thought one thing for sure without Jung-hoo Lee, Lamont Wade Jr. leads it. Right. That's what he did here before. So explain to me why. I'm not. I just want to know. Educate me why Yastrzemski led off last night and not Lamont. Did you because you want Lamont? Is that the spot you want him in the 4th spot? I mean, I think, and Ramos is there. The top 6 are undeniable. I want Yaz somewhere in there. With the young guys towards the bottom, you may want to break it up a little bit, but Matos is swinging the bat well. Casey's still chasing. The Wisely at bat late in the game was just really surprising. His bat is he's overwhelmed by it all. That was just a terrible at bat, and the swing wasn't good. But when you look at Yaz, Estrada, Chapman, Wade, Flores, Elliot Ramos, I mean, tell me what's the proper way, and it may all change tonight against Gavin Stone. But explain to me why Lamont Wade Jr. does not lead off. That's
hopefully tonight he will. And then here's the other thing, too. And again, I don't want to blame it on injuries, but it just seems to me, maybe I'm wrong, but the Dodgers in the offseason, it's pretty easy. You get Yamamoto, you get Otani, so you hit on your free agent guys. I get it. But then a guy like 44 Pages.
Andy Pages, yeah.
Yeah. So he comes in, and it's like he comes up, and he's ready to play. Or James Outman comes up, he's ready to play. Like they have everything covered. And then you just talked about the intricacies of the game. Otani beats out an infield hit. He's a great base runner. Even though Freddie Freeman's not fast, he's a great base runner. Scored easily on that Smith double after he got walked. I mean, it's just they do. So they've got the best players, and then they seem to be the best coached, and they have the baseball smarts, and they understand it. They're great base runners. I'm not saying they're perfect. They're not. But if you want to bring up the coaching aspect of it, they make very few mistakes. So if you're going to beat the Dodgers, you've got to play tight baseball. You got to play great baseball. You've got to win in the areas that they may not. Well, that's not what they do. They're not like you said. They're not Tatis. They're not just doing swinging for the fences or making stupid plays. Or they do everything, and it's frustrating because how do you beat them?
I mean, Fernando's a great player, and I think there's more. And he's a second-generation player, so there's more intellect there. But his skill is just—he's hard to manage. Pages, he doesn't walk. He has 4 walks on the year and 26 strikeouts, but he barrels everything. He hits everything hard. James Outman, and we saw him come up last year. I thought he was going to be Rookie of the Year. He didn't get it, but he had a great rookie year. He is really struggling.
Yeah, big time.
They may, in fact, send him down. So, there are elements of their lineup. They're not all, super. They're not all Shohei and Mookie and Freddie or Will Smith, but they have it. So that's why it's frustrating today to wake up and know that they were beatable. Tonight, they may not be beatable. They could play 5 on you on the top of the front. Keith Wynn's got to, he's got to have a splitter tonight. He did not pitch well. Last two have not been good, John. I mean, Denver's Denver, but 10 pitches he gave up 6 runs in 10 pitches. That starts happening against these guys. Timeout, back up, back off, get somebody up. You're not going to overreact to everything, but that's what's hard. Your Bull Mel, you wake up today. They were beatable last night. That's a game we should win. Or that's a game that they're gettable. They're not gettable every game. They could just go out and roll you. So maybe tonight and tomorrow, who knows? But last night was a game where you can beat them, and for whatever reason, you didn't beat them. And it's young players making errors, but it's also they're just not playing crisp baseball. That's what's concerning, is they're making a lot of errors in a lot of areas.
Well, and just look at the 10th inning, for example. So if you say that the second hitter is your most important hitter, well, you had 2 on, and your most important hitter up, that was Estrada. That was the 2-hole. He hits into a double play, the game's over. At the top of the inning, they had 2 on as well. They had first and second. Will Smith hits a gapper. Like, that's what it came down to.
After you walk Freddie Freeman.
Right.
That was a major mistake.
Yeah. And
that's why you're in the game left on left, is to get the left.
Right.
Now, I know that's Freddie Freeman, but you got to get him out. And then the back-to-back fastballs to Will Smith. And then ultimately, is Matos your best choice? And of the guys who played in the outfield last night, is Luis Matos the worst outfielder? So why is he in center?
Yeah. All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is the story, plus, of course, the Dodger fans and blue taking over the stadium. You got a thought on that conversation, we can do it as well. David Lombardi's going to join us about 11:30. We do know who the 49ers are going to play in week number 1, and it's a juicy one. We'll start getting into that, and then David Lombardi joins us at 11:30. It's Pop on London on your Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, good morning, Greg Papa. The sun did come up after last night's game, and it was tough to get to sleep last night, tossing and turning and all the mistakes the Giants made, and the Dodgers wind up winning. But eventually, thanks to my sleep number bed, I was able to get fast asleep and get another quality sleep. They actually track the quality of sleep that you get, and the Sleep Number smart beds let you individualize your comfort. It's a game changer for quality sleep. You know the deal, adjustable firmness on each side. So only a Sleep Number smart bed lets you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and a feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. Like last night, after a hot loss to the Dodgers, it was tough to get to sleep. So do you have a Sleep Number bed? Most of the NFL does have a Sleep Number bed, and you got to have one. I've had one for a number of years, and my quality of my sleep, I didn't sleep well at night till I got on a Sleep Number bed, and you can adjust the firmness with the herniated disc. It's a game changer. So. And right now, they're getting the backing of the best. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now you can save 50% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. This is for a limited time. So take advantage right now to get, if you want more of the J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. It is only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Giants lose to the Dodgers 6-4 in game number 1. Blue takes over. Some questionable things going on. Would Jung-hoo Lee have caught that ball in center field? We shall never know. Give us your thoughts. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. That is both the call-in and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And then we'll hit up some Niners. We know who they're going to play in week 1, and it is a juicy one. Let's start out with Bill in Fresno. Hi, Bill. Welcome.
Good morning. I always enjoy the program, and Greg, I think you're on the money about the question you asked. Why the hell that lineup I had a friend of mine years ago. I was lucky enough to know that played for the Cincinnati Reds in Big Red Machine. He was a pitcher. Anyway.
What was his name? Don Gullett?
George Cover. He pitched a no-hitter for him.
Wow.
Whoa.
Or for Houston, actually. Well, anyway.
All right.
But I happened to meet a couple of the guys, but they had, how about this as the first two? And here they have Rose and Joe Morgan.
And then who at third? Was it George Foster?
Ken Griffey. Was it
Ken Griffey?
No, what's his name? Cepeda.
No, Orlando Cepeda wasn't a Red. It was Bench. It was Perez. It was... Well, they
First
had
baseman.
Tony Perez. He had down because he was more in the RBI spot. Up until the Big Red Machine, when they went, it was Rose, it was Joe Morgan, and it was George Foster. And then later, when Rose and Morgan went to Philly, and they hit 1-2, and Michael Jack Schmidt hit third, the last time, the only time in the history of baseball, you had 1, 2, 3, all former MVPs, and now you've got it with these three going.
Well, and not to say that the 49ers, I mean, the Giants have to be that way, but you know, either it reminds me, that kind of move reminds me of a guy who was totally outclassed and he tries lobs in tennis. I mean, that's just crazy.
You're stealing my game. I can put it right on the baseline.
Thanks, Bill.
So, I mean, obviously, if you've got Betts and you've got Shohei and you're Freddie, you're hitting them 1, 2, 3. The one thing that's interesting with Doc is I would have thought maybe he'd slip a right-handed batter in there with Will Smith somewhere, but you want Freddie Freeman to protect Shohei so you don't care about the lefties. That's why bringing Taylor Rogers in, John, at that point, he cannot walk Freddie Freeman.
Not at all.
Because now you got to deal with the 3-batter minimum rule, which I think has changed baseball. I mean, if that was Bochy's time with Javi Lopez, he's out.
Yep.
You know, he does not pitch to Will Smith. But that, you could hear Bob a little frustrated. Couldn't get the lefty out. You got the righty right in the middle of it. But you don't have Mookie, Shohei, Freddie. By the way, all three of those guys, they traded for and gave money to, they bought. None of them came up through the great Dodgers system. So, but if you're Bowmel, you don't have that. But you do have Lamont Wade Jr., who has a higher on-base percentage than any of those guys, higher than Mookie, higher than Shohei. Just explain to me why. What do the analytics show here? Why is Lamont? I want my best hitter up right away to put pressure on them, and I want him up more than any other batter in the lineup. But I think overall, and he's not hitting home runs, but if you want a guy to get on base for you, do you not want Lamont Wade Jr. to start the game?
If you have a guy who, again, coming into yesterday's game has a .480 on base percentage, he leads off. I mean, I'm no doctor here.
Now, what's Yaz's?
I mean, come on, .480.
Is Yaz's ops .480? Where you add on base plus slugging?
My God, man,
yeah, it's about 6.
I don't know what the Commodore 64 spit out for them yesterday, but it's like, wouldn't you think the computer would be like, .480 on base percentage, lead him off? I mean, is your computer broken? That doesn't seem like.
I think that
one.
should be the first question that John has in the Bowmel show. Why is Lamonte Wadey not leading off?
I mean, was that an aired? Was someone drinking?
I don't know. I don't know. So that's what. So the caller just thought their lineup is so stacked. I'm going to have my worst. No, Mike's doing fine, but I just explained to me that. That's the one thing. But in any event.
All right. Rick is up next in Novato. Hi, Rick. Welcome.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, Rick. How are you?
Slick Rick.
I'm great.
Very good.
So my theory is that Farrell anxiety needs to go immediately.
All right. You give us your theory there. What's your thought?
So 2 years ago, he said, I'm building a defensive team, right? What happened last year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's the defensive team in the major leagues? This year, I'm building a defensive team and getting some pitching. We have no pitching, and we have no defense, right? He totally goes after underachieving players, hoping they'll overachieve in the following season. I think he needs to go immediately. Bob Melvin's doing the best he can with what he's got. So that's my theory.
Thank you, Rick.
Ricky's harsh. All right. Just the defense. You've lost your three most important defensive positions on the diamond. And arguably, John, would you say your three? Yaz is really good. So leave him out of it.
Where are you going?
But your catcher, your shortstop, and your center fielder.
They say you got to be good up
your
the middle.
Three best. I mean, you lost Patrick Bailey, Nick Ahmed, and Casey's doing fine. I don't like Matos in center. You lose Jung-hoo Lee. So right away, the defense has been shabby, but you've lost your catcher, shortstop, and center fielder.
To take that a step further, they have the worst catching in baseball right now. Between Sable, who I like his bat, but and Jackson Reeds is not a major leaguer. I mean, he goes to the plate, and it's like, what in the what? I mean, he's not a major leaguer. So right now, without Bailey, and I don't know if he's coming back tonight or what. We thought he was coming back last night. When Bailey's in there, you're far above average. When he's gone right now, they don't have anybody. They don't have a veteran. They tried, Tom Murphy, Bart's gone. I'm sure they've probably called the Cubs about Kirk Casale, but the Cubs are sitting there going, look, there's a reason why we have Kirk Casale at AAA. We're not letting him go. So that's a problem. And then last night, Matos, great 3-run home run, but I think either Yaz or Lee catches that ball in the ninth. He's just not a center fielder. So Bob said yesterday they're going to give him a shot. And again, what I would have to ask, if somebody's going to call and say, okay, Farhan, didn't you want Matt Chapman? Didn't you want Jordan Hicks? Didn't you want Blake Snell? Didn't you want Jorge Soler? I mean, I don't remember people calling, texting, whatever the mode of communication is, and say they didn't want these guys. So they're not playing up to the back of their baseball card.
No, I mean, obviously we've detailed Chapman and Soler and the problems that they've had, and even Tom Murphy before he got hurt. But the injuries are, I mean, the beginning of the when you got into Philly, you were just underachieving. Now you're being ravaged by injuries, and the injuries are piling up in position groups. You're losing 2 catchers in back-to-back days. You're losing outfielders every day. The weekend series against the Reds, Slater runs into a wall. Conforto rounds the bag, hamstring. Jung-hoo Lee runs into a wall. I mean, it's like, what do we do here? So now you really don't have a pure center fielder on the team. It was a curious move to bring Jackson Reitz up yesterday. I'm like, what are they doing that? And then the obvious answer is Patrick Bailey's not right. And then on top of that, John, it seems bad right now. Keaton Wynn's got to go out and pitch against the LA Dodgers tonight. And the injuries with the starting rotation. We thought Alex Cobb would be back certainly by now. I think he's eligible right after Memorial Day, so you got to go for a couple of more weeks without him. And look at the schedule coming up. After this gauntlet and you go on the road, the Phillies are coming in and the Yankees are coming in behind that. So, it's hard to win a division or secure a wild card spot in April and May, but you can lose one. You can get buried here. And I think to Farhan's, and again, the bottom line is, And Shohei was really good last night, but he didn't, he made an impact in the game. Yamamoto was gettable last night. But what makes it really hard is the 2 guys, and they roll them out. And I think that was a big buzz in the ballpark to have those 2 guys. We used to, when Shohei would come and play the A's, or the one time he came to Oracle, fans of the Bay Area went to watch Shohei Otani because he's just that. Now, he's a Dodger, but there's still a buzz. How much of that is just, closet Dodger fans in the Bay Area? It's not all Patagon 752, whatever that color is. I don't know what the hell it is. I think that's their new outfielder, Andy Patagon. Whatever it is. But you know what I'm saying? So had they gotten Shohei Otani or Yoshi Yamamoto, then that buzz you're feeling when the Dodgers come in are going to be your buzz every day for Shohei, and then when he starts pitching again next year, and every 5th day for Yamamoto or 6th day. So it's just, and how do you blame Farhan for that? Those guys wanted to be LA Dodgers. They gave him a combined $1 billion plus. And then on top of that, you have to play them. The first time they come to Oracle Park, Yamamoto's pitching. Shohei's first pitch he sees is how hard did he get that ball to right field? Beats out a base hit. They got him out. They struck him out twice later in the game.
Big moments.
But you're ravaged by injuries. And, you're middle of your lineup from like the 5th place hitter on of the Sacramento River Cats. And why you lost last night was the young guys made inexperienced mistakes. And now you got to roll out. I mean, this should be Blake Snell in the rotation. Right. Or not exactly, because Keaton Wynn was there, but Mason Black. They sent Mason Black back down. Is Blake Snell pitching Friday against Colorado? They do have an off day here after the Dodgers leave on Thursday. So they going to skip that spot in the rotation, or are they going to pitch Blake Snell on Friday?
Well, this is going to be an interesting discussion because Blake Snell said he needed another one in Sacramento, but you brought this up yesterday. If I'm the Giants, I say, look, we're paying you $30 million, $1 million a start. I don't want the $1 million start going to Sacramento. I want it to be here. We think you're ready. Now, ultimately, he's going to come to the player, but I would say Yeah, but I would. I'd be like, hey,
just watching his whole bit, throwing the long toss pregame, the bullpen, his warm-ups. I just watched him. He's finicky. He's a quirky dude. I mean, the way he talks, he's a little surfer, but he's like every pitch he throws, he does the shadow pitch, the pantomime after, like he's fighting his mechanics. He's not locked in like he was, middle of May on last year. He's still fighting it. So whatever he wants to do is up to him, but I would impart on him, Blake, we need you, dude. Like as soon as you feel like you're Blake Snell, and look at you hit the mitt here. But if you don't think your curveball's ready, maybe don't throw your curveball. It is Colorado. But at some point here, we need something to help us through. And right now, the Colorado series, look at the schedule, John. You better sweep them over the weekend or take 2 out of 3. I mean, last time you had a chance to sweep them in Denver, you didn't. Keaton win. It all went quickly within 10 pitches. But then you're back out on the road trip, and when you come home, I mean, the Phillies are pretty damn good. You've lost to the Dodgers 4 times this year. You've lost to Philadelphia 4. Then the Yankees with Juan Soto are coming in the middle of Judge and Stanton and the way they're playing right now. So you're going to have to stay, within contact of everybody in the National League West, not just the Dodgers, but the Padres and obviously Arizona. All of a sudden, Colorado's won 5 in a row. Where did that come from? So we'll see what they do. But if he doesn't feel like he can do it, that's up to Blake Snell. But at the same time, you read the clubhouse, Blake. This team needs you right now.
Let's go out to Rod in Vallejo. Hi, Rod. Thanks for waiting. Go right ahead.
Hello?
Hey, Rod.
Yes, I just wanted to, the problem with the Giants, this goes back all the way to the early 60s. When they let Charles Chubb Feeney get away and go to Cincinnati, he takes George Foster with him.
That was bad.
Yahtzee.
Yeah. He builds the Big Red Machine. We had the Latin American talent cornered. They end up with Speck Richardson and Tom Heller. They ruined everything. We let that get away.
Wow.
And
you didn't like what Brian Sabian did? Didn't we have a little bit of a buffer after that? You're going way back to losing George Foster? How about trading Orlando Cepeda? Did you like that move for Ray Sadecki?
Well, he went to St. Louis, and they didn't have arthroscopic surgery in those days. Usually in those days when you tore up a knee, you were finished. But they let CC Sabathia get away. CC Sabathia batted .550 in Vallejo, hitting 465-foot homer. Sabathia would have been Otani before Otani, because in the National League he would have been able to hit. He
was a hell of a tight end too in high school, as I remember.
There's an enormous amount of talent in Sacramento in these high schools, down in the West Coast Catholic League, and it all gets away. All they concentrate on is free agency. It is totally ridiculous. Thanks for hearing me.
Wow, you're going back.
Hope you feel better.
Should have kept George Foster when he had 52 bombs in 77. Think about that. They put George Foster in the middle of that lineup. How about the Reds got Joe Morgan? Wow. I don't know.
I mean, they did win 3 World Series between now and then. So, I mean, they righted the ship at one point.
They had some good teams in the 2000s as well. The Bonds and the 90s, but I hear what he's saying.
Okay.
They're frustrated.
I hope you feel
now,
better.
all that being said, the Dodgers, how many World Series have the Dodgers won?
I don't even count the fake.
Well, that was a hard one because they had to go to Arlington in the pandemic. But they were 43-17 that year. And then it was hard to win, but they won. But they won 1. The Giants have won 3. So I understand they're winning all these National League West, and hell, they could share. I don't know what their 1-loss record. What are they now, John? 28-15. I thought when the year started, they may get Seattle's record or Yankee. They could win 120 games. I don't know if they're going to do that now. What does it matter? You win the National League West, then you sit around for a week and you get eliminated by the wild card. So if you can't beat them in May, beat them in October.
Yeah. My frustration just comes from a little bit more recent history, which is in 2021, you beat them by a game. And now we're just 3 years later, and it seems like they're just playing a different game than you. And I know it was a close game last night, but I'm just talking about organizationally and what they're doing and everything across the board. And you bring up a good point, which is a lot of it just a few years ago was a lot of homegrown talent. And all of a sudden, because, I mean, you're looking at a guy like Friedman who believed in that kind of thing, but now he's got the dollars behind it. It's kind of like if Billy had gone to the Red Sox maybe. And all of a sudden now but he nails these deals. You don't always nail the deal. I mean, Betts, he nails the deal. Otani is, Yamamoto. I mean, they've got the money. I understand that, but they're not just doing the money. It's not just
go back to 21. And that team was fueled by the Brandons and Buster and Kevin Gosman and Anthony DeSclafani and a lot of guys. But it was 107-106. I think the Giants won 10 of 19, so it was 10-9 in the regular. I mean, it was so close. And then in the playoffs, it was 2-2. And it was 2 games to 2 games, and the score was 2-2 going to the 9th inning. And Bellinger's up. I mean, that's how close you were to them. But they were lacking. Max Muncy got hurt late in the year that year. Brandon Belt got hurt late in the year. So what did they do that offseason? And you thought, what are they doing? Well, Matt Olson is going to the Atlanta Braves. What? Now Freddie Freeman's available. When they got Freddie Freeman after, then what are they going to do with Max Muncy? They play him at second base? Are you kidding me? He can't play second base. Now he's over at third base. He's lost 15 pounds. He's better. And then when the Red Sox just gave you Mookie Betts, it's like, what are they doing? But to make those transactions, to be able to get Freddie Freeman when you already had Max Muncy and move him over because the Braves wanted Matt Olson instead, and then you obviously triple down this offseason and you go get Shohei Otani, who I honestly, he'll come back and pitch at some point because he's good at it, but he is a great hitter. He's Barry Bonds of this generation right now. Without it, every at-bat is quality.
Right. But here's the difference, too, is, okay, so they spent the money. But here's what they spent it on Freeman. They spent it on Otani. They spent it on Yamamoto. They make a great trade for Glasnow. They get Betts. The Giants spent this money, and their guys are,
even Teoscar Hernandez. They gave him a lot of money.
He has 11 home runs and 33 RBIs. I mean, they're spending the money. I realize where we are, and we shouldn't be talking up the Dodgers so much, but when they spend the money, the guys have come through. When the Giants spend the money, who's been above average? Jordan Hicks?
Good news is Jorge Soler is going to take batting practice tonight, John. He is eligible to come off the IL tomorrow.
That is lovely.
We need that Soler power.
Okay.
He's got to pick it up. What do you want? Farhan's saying, what do you want me to do?
Well, that's what I mean when people call and say it's Farhan's fault. We all wanted him to spend good money. Last year, I would say that, the Hanigers and the Striplings, I hated that.
How's Haniger doing in Seattle, by the way?
Oh, did you see that? No, I put that down. He's 9 for his last 78 with a strikeout rate of 34%. Yeah. I wanted to put that in the notes today just to say he stinks.
Hard to hit with a broken forearm.
But I mean, last offseason, I would blame Farhan. Like, that's poor money. That's bad. That's poorly spent money. That's me drunk on vacation. But this year, these guys were supposed to be better. No, hasn't happened yet. All right. Give us your thoughts. We got to get into the schedule because David Lombardi's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We know who the Niners are playing, and it is full of storylines. We'll get into it next in the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Dodger Eric Karros, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. He was on the call for Saturday's game, actually, for Fox last week. He discussed who is the most hated Dodger by Giants fans in his playing days. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
You enjoying it a lot more now, I would assume, yes?
I've been enjoying it since I did ayahuasca. So the last few years have been...
Hold on, okay. You're loving football, though, since ayahuasca. Why? New bright mindset, new vision on things, new look at things? Well, how come?
Yeah, mental health, bro, it starts with self-love. And when you increase that, then you're able to pass that on more easily.
All right. I got to still try
I am a
ayahuasca.
big proponent of self-love, John.
That's all I ever get is self-love. My God. A lot of self-love.
Heading over to Lefty O'Doul's for some self-love.
For lunch. So here's what we've got so far on the schedule. David Lombardi's going to join us, our pal from The Athletic, at the bottom of the hour. I'll get back to some Giants in a little bit. So the kickoff, we know, Ravens versus Chiefs. The next day, Packers versus Eagles in Brazil.
Wow, I want that one.
Me too. That would have been cool. They're going to be very confused. It's a different ball. I mean, soccer, you're never going to, I don't know how much headway you're going to make, but still, just selfishly, that would have been awesome to go to Brazil. Anyway. And then I do believe Peter Schrager was right again. Tom Brady's debut, Cowboys v. Browns on Fox. And that's
Michael Strahan and Tom Brady announced that together.
So that's going to be
And
Brady's
Tom
debut.
called out Dak Prescott. What's he up to? Wow.
Look at that, Tom. So that'll be his debut. Everybody watch that. Then week 1, September 9th, and we were talking about this before. It looks like it's just a standalone. They usually do those Monday Nighters. They do the doubleheaders. But that's going to be a 5:20 start. Jets at Niners on Monday Night Football, September 9th.
Kind of had a feeling that was coming, and we were efforting to get Robert Saleh on, obviously. We had Robert on, remember when the 49ers were playing the Packers, and we got into the Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur relationship, and they met each other because of Robert Saleh and, being together in college, best man at the wedding and all that. And I remember we asked Robert Saleh about when the schedule comes out, and we kind of thought maybe it'd be the opener, but there was talk about Sunday Night Football, but it will be Monday Night Football. A lot of times Monday Night Football, ESPN does doubleheaders, but it will be a 5:15 kick. We also do know the Chiefs are going to play Cincinnati their second week of the year, so they got a tough schedule. They got to open against Baltimore and healthy Joe Burrow, assuming he's healthy, and we hope he is. Those are both going to be at Arrowhead. So obviously the storylines are dripping with Gang Green coming in for the season opener. I'm so glad we're playing him in the opener this year, not last year, because last year at this time when he first went to the Jets, it was just nonstop national talk about Aaron Rodgers. Mike Greenberg lost his mind this morning when he found out it was going to be the Jets on Monday Night Football at the Niners and Levi. So, Robert Saleh, their staff, Javon Kinlaw is now a Jet, Solomon Thomas is now a Jet, DJ Reed is now a Jet, on and on it goes. But I think the one the nation is going to gravitate towards is Leonard Floyd is no longer a Buffalo Bill. He's a San Francisco 49er, and he was the guy on the fourth snap of Aaron Rodgers' debut game against Buffalo that got to him, and he suffered the ruptured Achilles. And he was under siege, John, he was out there for like 4 snaps that night, literally, but every one, you remember those dark eyes he had when he played the 49ers on Sunday Night Football? I think it was week 12 of 2019. And that's the first time I thought, the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. Because he had that look in his eye. And Eric Armstead and Bosa, Buckner and Dee Ford, they overwhelmed him. And he just had that deep look in his eyes. It was pre-ayahuasca. He had no magical mystery tour to get out of this one. He thought, like, Bakhtiari and Bulaga, will you block these guys? Yeah, they had no answer. Then we saw him in the championship game, and it was the same thing. So I ask you, Leonard Floyd is now a Niner. Nick Bosa is now a Niner. Who are the tackles for the New York Jets? That's Tyron Smith, Olu Fashanu, the number 1 pick. Right. Is he going to play right away? They got Morgan Moses over at right tackle,
they got a bunch of old guys
who Nick loves in Washington. They signed the veteran guys, Smith and Moses, but will he move into the starting lineup? Will they line up with 3 tackles? If it's Aaron Rodgers in the ayahuasca all over again, that's Leonard Floyd. We got a double Bosa. But wait a minute, that guy ruptured my Achilles last year. So how are they going to handle the Niner pass rush?
Yeah, and they do. They revamped their offensive line. John Simpson over from Baltimore. And then they revamped really a lot of their receiving corps because Garrett Wilson stays there, but Mike Williams comes over from the Chargers. And then Corley, the kid that a lot of people were comping him to Debo, drafted that guy. So they got a bunch of new guys.
Alan Lazard they had in Green Bay before.
Yeah. So the one thing I think is that Aaron Rodgers doesn't exactly take care of himself like Tom Brady. So is he going to be able to, play as a 40-year-old guy is that kind of a thing? We'll see. I mean, he thinks he can. And then the other thing, remember, Hassan Chop, he's on the Jets, the guy that took out Brock.
Oh, wow. I forgot about that. Hassan Reddick.
He's a member of the Jets now.
Damn, they got Kinlaw. They got Quinn and Williams.
Good defense.
That'll be a test for the Niners' offensive line against their group. C.J. Mosley, the linebacker. You know the matchup you want to see is Sauce one-on-one with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome.
Because he will pick him up man, and he will follow him around all game.
That's what it's going to be. So can the Niners get off man? That's you know what Salah's going to do. They're going to try to jam him up and that kind of stuff. But that's cool. I mean, that is a great opening weekend if you think about that. I mean, those games we just talked about. Brady's going to make his debut. You got Kansas City and the Ravens. Maybe the Ravens, now that they have Derrick Henry, will actually run the ball against Kansas City like they didn't. But
and it's right away on Monday Night Football, which I love because that first weekend of the season, we can watch Thursday night, Friday night, all day Sunday, Sunday night, do the show with you, and then roll out and do the game that night. So how many times will the Niners be on primetime? 5, 6? We're hearing Christmas Day. I'm going to Buffalo. I'm hearing Christmas Day in Buffalo. Have you not heard that?
Yeah, but would they put them on 2 years in a row on Christmas? That's
up to Netflix, John.
Would you like
buy
that?
A game? I don't know.
That's true. You're right.
I wanted to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas Day in my hometown of Buffalo ever since I left there. I got to go back there now to play the Bills and Josh Allen, and my mom and dad are with me as well. I would love that.
The revamped
Christmas? Are you kidding me? A Christmas Day game, and I'll get those
Scantling too.
I'll get those Cucciadati cookies.
Yeah, bring those back.
I may have to play pulling guard for that game.
It's a long day.
So how many times do you think they're going to be on national TV? 5? What's the max? 6?
Yeah, as many
and
as
plus,
they can.
you know, like Detroit gets the extra one because of Thanksgiving.
Game, right?
The Detroit game, yeah.
Would they put the Niners on Thanksgiving and Christmas? They wouldn't do that.
We did it last year. What are you talking about? We were in Seattle on Thanksgiving. We were in Washington or suburban Maryland on New Year's Eve, and played home for Baltimore on Christmas night. We had the
do that again?
The triple last year, the trifecta.
So again, Ravens and Chiefs kicks everything off in the 5th. The 6th, Packers and Eagles, Brazil. Cowboys, Browns is the 8th, and that's going to be Tom Brady's debut. That first Sunday. Jets, Niners, Monday Night Football, and also what we know is Bills, Dolphins that next Thursday night. So the original Week 1 Thursday night or Week 2 Thursday night is going to be Bills, Dolphins, and then Bengals, Chiefs. So the Chiefs don't get an easy start.
They get Ravens, Bengals back to back.
They get them home both, but still, man, that's a.
So and also tomorrow morning. So the full schedule comes out tomorrow night at 5 o'clock our time. We'll talk about it Thursday. We'll do the red marker, the gold marker. But tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. on Good Morning Football, and that show just went off the air. They've taken a hiatus. They're coming back tomorrow, and they're going to announce the international games. And the one game to keep an eye on, the Minnesota Vikings are playing at Tottenham Stadium in London. The 49ers are scheduled to play. The Hotspurs. They are scheduled to play the Vikings. So am I going to get a Juicy Lucy?
That would be so good.
Or a Hotspur?
Oh, we got to go. We got to go. The
Vikings got to get that game. I'm hearing the Niners may get that game.
Oh, that'd be amazing. Oh, man, last time was fun. I enjoyed going to London with you. That was a good time. It was a good time.
And the other thing, last time we were in London together with the Raiders, Dennis Allen never made it home.
He did not.
He had the D.B. Cooper on the flight home. They kicked him out without a parachute.
He deserved that.
Speaking of Dennis Allen, he's now coaching New Orleans. So the 49ers apparently are going to scrimmage with the Saints at UC Irvine, where they're going to hold training camp this year in Southern California and then play them in a preseason game. So are they coming to Levi's for the preseason game, or are we going to Nolans the same year the Super Bowl is back on Bourbon Street? Kind of like last year.
2 trips for you in New Orleans? I don't know if you'll survive that. I've been in
like
New Orleans
last year it was
too.
Vegas. What starts in Vegas ends in Vegas.
That's true. I did. That is true.
Will it be New Orleans to start and New Orleans to end for the Super Bowl?
All right, David Lombardi, he's going to answer some of those questions as well. What does he think of Week 1? Also, he was right next to you at rookie minicamp. So what were his impressions last weekend? We'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa talking about the Niners schedule opening against the New York Jets. The real debate, though, who has the best pizza? New York. And the original Rays, how many original Rays do they have in New York? Like 6,000 of them. There's only one Tony's Pizza, and it's here in the North Beach, and it's the best that the world has ever had. In fact, it has been ranked #1 in the entire world, and it's my go-to spot for New York-style pizza, Neapolitan, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make a delicious, spicy bucatini. The pasta, so delicious. I don't know what you want to do. A slice, go bucatini, and then roam around the North Beach as well. Tony's got other spots like Capo's where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, you may have to make a couple of trips, Chicago Italian beef sandwiches, and the 49ers are playing the Bears. They're coming to Levi's as well this year. Those beefs, like the Chicago D-line and O-line, they are gigantic, but so good. Save room for dessert, cannoli or tiramisu. Wake up the next morning and do it all over again. A morning stroll through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, his pastries, his New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And then head over to Levi's when the Niners are in town, Chase Center, and also Oracle Park to watch the Giants against the L.A. Dodgers chant, beat L.A. tonight while you're having a Tony's slice at his fast casual restaurant. So serving up delicious slices. They got good pizza in New York, but the best in the world right here in the Bay Area with Tony Gemignani.
Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund on a Tuesday edition. We'll get back to some Giants talk, but 49ers. We do have we have an early part of the schedule, but we have the 49ers first Monday night. It looks like it's a standalone against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and that is dripping with storylines. Let's get into that. Plus, David Lombardi was hanging with you over the weekend. Rookie minicamp.
Saw him very briefly. He is a world traveler. I want to see his passport. Lombardi, where have you not been on planet Earth? My God, I am impressed.
I actually haven't. I haven't been to East Asia yet. We wanted to go to Japan. We wanted to go to Japan in April, but it just didn't work out. So that's next. But I've technically been to Asia, because if you go to Istanbul, if you go to Turkey, you can cross the Bosphorus and say that you've been in Asia. But that's cheating. So haven't been in.
Now, where have you been just recently? I can't keep up with you. You've been all over the place.
We did London, Brussels, Amsterdam, Prague, Verona, Italy.
I was Amsterdam.
And then,
I was Amsterdam.
Amsterdam was good.
I got to do me some Amsterdam. How are the cafes in Amsterdam?
Yes, they're nice.
You knew I was.
But the best part was Ticino, which is the Italian-speaking region of Switzerland, which is where my Lombardi name comes from. Where does Papa come from in Italy?
San Felice, just east of Napoli, which I may be going to in July.
Oh, so very nice.
We will see.
So you're a Southerner. I'm a Northern Italian.
Yeah, in the far southern east, southeast. So maybe we'll go there in July. So you went to London. I want to get your thoughts on the Jets game, but we are hearing a little rumor. Tomorrow we're going to find out at 4 o'clock in the morning, the international games. And one of the Niner opponents, the Vikings, are scheduled to play in London and Tottenham. Are we going to Minneapolis for Juicy Lucy's, or are you going back to London maybe in the fall? What are you hearing on that game?
I would hope for the latter. No offense to Minneapolis. I really would like to see a 49ers game in Europe. And the talk earlier coming out of the owners' meetings, that it didn't seem like there would be an international game. And then the NFL UK Twitter account posted some cryptic message with Deebo Samuel on the picture. So I don't know if they were hinting at the 49ers coming, but it would have to be against the Vikings. And I don't know when it would be, but
October sometime,
We need
right?
to call Will Gavin.
I was going to say, Will, text Will Gavin, John. He'll know.
I'm going to text
That's
him
our
right
guy
now.
from UK.
Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, that would be cool.
So what do you think of the Jets? It's obviously the storylines are just dripping. Head coach, the players on the Jets, obviously Aaron Rodgers. Just your thoughts about the opener on Monday Night Football against the New York Jets.
Well, it will be the first time that we see Aaron Rodgers with the Jets, right? Because he lasted all of 3 or 4 plays in the season opener last year. That was also on Monday Night Football. So there's that. There's obviously Brock Purdy on the other side against a Jets defense that's really good. This was a top 3 defense last year. Jeff Holbrook is their coordinator. Robert Saleh is obviously the defensive-minded head coach. So you have 2 49ers connections right there. You had Charvarius Ward and Sauce Gardner with a little bit of a Twitter beef after the Super Bowl. Gardner talking about the 49ers, and then Ward was telling him to be quiet. So that adds a little spice to the game. You have some ex-49ers on the Jets side, including Solomon Thomas and Javon Kinlaw up front. So, yeah, a lot of storylines. And I think with the Jets, if you can get any sort of offensive production, which I would assume that you would get, even if Aaron Rodgers isn't the Aaron Rodgers of old, then it's not going to be an easy team to play just because that defense is loaded.
I think the best storyline is Leonard Floyd knocked out Rodgers and Hassan Reddick knocked out Purdy.
Oh, damn.
You got those guys.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
a new team.
I realized Floyd. I forgot that Reddick was,
Yeah, he's on the Jets now, so you got those guys.
Yep.
I mean, that's fun. I don't know what you think of Rodgers. My thought is we haven't seen him in a long time, but he doesn't take care of himself exactly like Tom Brady. I just wonder how he's going to age.
He's been to Amsterdam, I think, John. Was he with you in Amsterdam, David?
I mean, we love the Aaron Rodgers story in the Northern California, and we know what they've done in the playoffs. But I mean, do you expect Aaron Rodgers to be Aaron Rodgers?
I mean, at some point, age catches up to everybody, right? I think it caught up to Brady there in that last year as well. So he's closing in on 40 if he's not there yet, and I don't expect him to be as good as he was in his prime, although he did have a couple primes, right? He had the prime in the mid-2010s, and then he really slowed down. He didn't have a good 2019 season. The year that the 49ers beat the Packers in the NFC title game was a real down year for Aaron Rodgers, and it looked like, that slide was beginning. And I think that's when they drafted Jordan Love, and then he roared back to life in 2020 and 2021. So, well, I don't know if he's got a third prime in him, but he is getting up there in age.
And that's going to be a rare home opener for the 49ers, and it will be on Monday Night Football, first week of the year against Robert Saleh and the New York Jets, which will be so intriguing. So tomorrow night we're going to find out at 5 o'clock the full schedule, David. At 4 a.m. we'll find out about the international games, and maybe it's a trip to Tottenham to play the Vikings. But first of all, it's a great schedule because you got so many rematches from last year's playoffs. You're playing Green Bay again. They're playing the Detroit Lions again at Lambeau. Detroit's coming to Levi's. Obviously a rematch with the Chiefs. How many times do you think the Niners will be in prime time? You think it'll be maxed out? What's the number, 5 or 6? And then we're also hearing a rumor they have to go to Buffalo to play the Bills in Western New York. It may be on Christmas. So we know about the Jets and the opener on Monday Night Football. What are your thoughts about the rest of the schedule?
Wouldn't Christmas be on a Wednesday this year?
It is. It is on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
It's a Wednesday.
This would be. I know that's a new addition to the schedule.
There's two games on Christmas this year. One's on Netflix.
Yeah, the only day is Tuesday, right? That they wouldn't be playing
I
this
think
year.
it would be wild if the NFL gave the 49ers 2 Christmas games in a row, right? Last year they had one against the Ravens, and this year would be if what you're saying happens would be against the Bills and Buffalo of all places on Christmas. You could get snowed in there, so. I think they'll get the max allotment of primetime games. I mean, what I always think about is last year, this team broke all the records in jersey sales. They also, according to some of those fan tracking websites, averaged about 50% of the crowd at away games, which had never happened before. So the 49ers are, I think, the hottest commodity in the NFL right now. They just have so many star players on the team, and they've been good for so many years. But the only thing, that's stopping themselves from calling themselves America's team is the fact they haven't won a Super Bowl yet. But if they can win a Super Bowl, then they're going to have claim to that, right? With how they've just thoroughly dominated the fan interest around the league. So I think the NFL is going to want to give them the max allotment of primetime games.
David Lombardi joining us, and again, the 49ers going to open up Week 1 Monday Night Football against Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh, the whole crew, and the Jets on Monday Night Football. It looks like it's standalone. They're saying it's going to be a 5:20 start. As far as rookie minicamp, you and Pop were down there over the weekend. Anything Pop jump out at you? I know they're just running around in shorts and kind of finding their way, but anything jump out?
I really like the way that Ricky Pearsall moved. I think you could tell just by looking at him for 5 seconds, this guy moves like a first-round receiver. The question still is, will he be strong enough to deal with some of the more physical defensive backs in the NFL? Because he's listed at 189, 190 pounds. But when I look at him, I think that the quads and the base is strong. And I think that's what the 49ers really like about him, that he can move like a Dante Pettis, but that he's tougher and has a stronger lower body than Dante Pettis. And, I think it was a very clear reaction from the 49ers in 2019, the year after they drafted Pettis, because they thought that he separated really well, but then they started to feel that he might not have been physically tough enough to deal with press man coverage in NFL. I think that the very next year they drafted the inverse type of receiver in Deebo Samuel, who obviously was built like a brick and could physically manhandle any defensive back, but he wasn't as good of a separator. I think that there's some hope that Ricky Pearsall can be a hybrid of both. And just given the way that he moved, he's got that little stutter step. He's got the shoulder drop. His dad, who was a receiver in Northern Arizona, obviously taught him all the nuances of how to set up defensive backs and just all the nuances of receiver movement as he was growing up. Looking at how he can move, if he can combine that with some of the toughness that I think that he showed on tape at Florida, the 49ers can get themselves a nice hybrid receiver who could play inside or outside. Beyond that, it's really hard to tell much just because the 49ers weren't really scrimmaging and it was, just the rookie quarterbacks and a tryout QB out there. Body-wise, I looked at Malik Mustafa and I said, this guy really looks like a mini linebacker, which is interesting to me because he played this position at Wake Forest where he was all over the defense on third downs. And I think that the 49ers will definitely like moving him around the formation. He was one of the better blitzers from the safety level in college football last year. And also Dominic Pooney, the lineman that they picked out of Kansas, he carries his 313 pounds really, really well. He walked into the room, and there's no baby fat on this guy. It's not like you're going to have to rework his body. I think there's a little bit of that happened with Aaron Banks when they picked him out of Notre Dame in the second round in 2021. I think Dominic Pooney physically is close to ready to go and at the very least be a sixth man for the 49ers body-wise here in 2024.
Yeah, we'll know more when Phase 3 of the organized team activities start on Monday, coming up on May the 20th, and that's when the veterans will be out, and in particular Brock Purdy. So we've asked you a lot about Brandon Ayuk's contract, and we've had some movement in the wide receiver room as far as Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions got a huge extension, and Jared Goff yesterday, and we kind of heard it was coming from Marin Catholic and Cal and via the Rams, got a 4-year extension worth up to $212 million, David, reportedly $170 million guaranteed. Jordan Love has got to have his contract reworked, and something's got to go with Dak Prescott. But just give me your thoughts, because you're so good at balancing the game of football with the finances of football. What do you think Jared Goff's contract extension with the Lions, how does that impact Brock Purdy and the 49ers?
Listen, I don't think that Jared Goff is a bad quarterback. I think he's a good QB. But a lot of the limitations that people allege that Brock Purdy has, incorrectly allege that Brock Purdy has, Jared Goff actually has. And I'm talking about the ability to deliver outside of structure. And I think 49ers fans are very, very familiar with this. You saw when Jared Goff was with the Rams and the 49ers couldn't pressure him, then he was a perfectly rated passer. As soon as the 49ers got a defensive line that could pressure him, Jared Goff really started to struggle. I think a microcosm of that was featured in the NFC Championship game when the Lions were rolling with the run game in the first half. Jared Goff looked great. When it came time to beat the pressure and make some throws down the stretch as the 49ers were coming back, he didn't look as good. A lot of people say that Brock Purdy is limited in such a way, but I think the actual football people, the 49ers themselves, who are going to have to make this decision to pay Brock Purdy, I think that they very starkly disagree with that. Brock Purdy was one of the best quarterbacks off schedule in the entire league last year. And I think ultimately that's what is going to get Brock Purdy paid ultimate top dollar in the NFL. So if Goff is at $53 million per year, which is second to only Joe Burrow, I've been saying for a long time that Purdy, if he continues his current trajectory, will be a $50 million plus quarterback. But Goff making this much essentially opens the door for the possibility of Purdy signing for 60 next year. I don't know where exactly the market, how quickly it will progress between now and when Purdy signs, but it's definitely going to be more than Jared Goff if he continues at his current trajectory. There's obviously still a year that Purdy has to deliver, but we might see this market hit around $60 million per year for quarterbacks in 2025. And it's wild to think of, but that's the going rate for the position. And let's be honest, Brock Purdy so far has been good enough to warrant that kind of talk. And it's a matter now of adding one more season to the sample to solidify that before he's actually eligible to receive the contract.
Well, just to your point, I looked up 2025, the top 10 in 2025, so the year that he can start to get paid. Mahomes is at 67 that year. Watson's at 64. Allen's at 60. The average top 10 is 54.
Yeah. So
so what you're saying is correct, because Love's going to sign. Some other guys are going to sign. By the time he hits that season, the average is going to be close to 60 for the top 10. So he's going to sign that kind of deal.
It's mind blowing. But again, he's got to put in one more year. He's got to stay healthy for that 1 year. It's not signed, sealed, and delivered. You know, the way that the CBA is set up, you can't get paid until after year 3, which puts a whole heck of a lot of pressure on Brock Purdy in this season, puts a whole heck of a lot of pressure on Shanahan, on the offensive line, on the receivers. You know, it's not a given at this point. So that's why I qualify everything with if he continues at this trajectory. And the trajectory right now is that Brock Purdy was the top-rated quarterback, the most efficient quarterback in the league over his 1.5 seasons, and he was an MVP finalist in 2023. So if he does that again, he's going to be very worthy of top 1 or 2 quarterback money. You know, it's him and Mahomes if he does that again here in 2024.
I know the answer to the question, but I'll throw it out to you. Has anybody ever gone from making under $1 million a year to potentially, and we'll see how they structure the deal and backload it, to 60? You're going from 0 to 60 or 1 to 60? I mean, obviously, that's never been done. So how much is riding on Brock Purdy's season this year, not just for the franchise, David, but for Brock Purdy and his family?
It's NFL history because nobody's ever signed for 60 at the time of signing, right? They have these backloaded contracts that may be worth 60, but nobody's signed for 60 over the length of a deal. And I don't think anybody's ever gone from literally the lowest slotted draft pick, 262, to a quarterback mega deal. So we've never seen anything like it on both ends. And that's what makes this season this crazy, crazy hinge point.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. Hey, David, as always, thanks for the insight, man. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks,
You're the
guys.
best.
Amsterdam. Next time he's going, I want to go with him.
Yeah, that's the best. By the way, this is the breakdown on the contract. So it's a 4-year, $212, $73 million signing bonus, $125. This is Goff over the first 2 years, $165 over the first 3 years is Goff's deal. So
Jerry Goff, I was all wrong about your son.
You got a lot. Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, and I was talking about this with somebody this morning. What the agents do for people, you know this, but what they'll do is they'll come to the Niners and say, okay, you just got 4 years for $6 million. So we're gonna go X to this, and then they're gonna average that out over the time, and they're gonna say, you got a bargain because you got Brock Purdy for the first 8 years of his career at $30 million. That's what they do. They just go, well, look, you just underpaid him. And it's like, well, it wasn't my fault he was a 7th round pick, but he's gonna get that money. And it's probably going to be close. You and I were talking about 40.
You think he's going to make $60 million?
It's going to be close because I looked up 2025 today, and the average is over $52 million. Mahomes is at 67, Watson 64, Allen 60, Rodgers 52, Kerr 52, Stafford 50, Burrow 46, Kyler 45. I mean, it's already over 50, and that's before Love and any other contracts are signed by quarterbacks.
Is he still going to do the Toyota Sequoia commercial? Hi, this is Brock Purdy. When I just got my new Bentley, Sequoia.
Toyota's getting the rear view, man.
I gave that one to Colton McKivitz.
Well, what was Jimmy doing?
I'm driving a Corniche.
Jimmy was doing some high end. What was he doing when he left?
Jimmy had a nice SUV. I don't think he didn't have.
He had a deal
Rolls
with
or a
somebody.
Bentley. Did he?
He had a high end car deal. So I mean, he's going to be like. How long is that Toyota
He drove around
deal?
like a Range Rover, I think. He had a nice SUV, but it wasn't like a Rivian or anything like that.
He had a bunch of high-end stuff. I'm Jimmy Garoppolo.
Sean Goldson's got one of those.
Oh,
That's a sweet ride.
That is nice.
It is nice.
Yeah,
Colton? Where we going?
Exactly.
Colton?
Colton, is that you? Yeah, he's got some work to do before he's Peyton Manning or anything like that.
What was that, for John Deere?
Yeah.
It was for John Deere.
He's got some work to do.
Get one of the Trent Williams cars. Trent has an all-electric Rolls.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I just don't see
I don't see Brock.
doing that,
Brock's
right?
not now. Brock Steady ain't doing it.
I mean, he might get a gold-plated John Deere or something like that.
Gold-plated John Deere.
But I just don't see,
That's the best corn picker in Northern California. We love Brock.
Yeah.
Wow.
He'll see.
From $1 million a year to $60 million?
Jeez. Seriously. Wow. That's like Ferrari stuff.
Wow.
Like 0 to 60.
Wow.
Woo. See ya. That's going to be that's just like, we've only just begun. Hey, Kyle,
save a little bit for your teammates, Brock.
Hey, Kyle,
save a little for your teammates.
We got to shave it again. We thought he was going 0 to 40. He's going 0 to 60. Sorry. All right. Get back to the Giants. What happened last night against the Dodgers, and the biggest part of the whole thing, too much blue. We'll explain. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can count on and trust. It is Habas Law, founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and a dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to life-altering tragedies, Habas Law has the experience and resource to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team came directly from major corporations, so they have inside expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of dollars and thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. So visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They'll fight the right for the right to make it right.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
That's what we need, John.
Bring them.
Bring us an absolute martini. I like mine extra dirty, 3 olives.
Oh, dude.
Until the Giants beat the Dodgers.
Blue cheese.
Blue cheese. Until the Giants beat the Dodgers. Tonight's the night, right?
Could we get, back in the day, a guy who's become this big media guru and tells everybody what to do, gave us a bottle of vodka before a show one time. Can we have that happen here? Because then we could do
No, that was our boss.
Yeah, I know.
Because he won some award, remember? Did we drink that right before we went on the air?
Yeah, that was just a bad idea.
Vodka? Yes, I love vodka.
Did we do that? Did we do shots during that show?
Yeah, and I think somebody brought up
I think it was around the holidays.
Yeah, but they did still. I mean, it was like we were getting ready to do the show.
It was during football season. I remember that.
And you won some award, and so your reward was a bottle of vodka.
Because of my
literally gave
my
it
Rapper's
to us.
Delight.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Presentation.
And it was right before the show, so like they had to rush us out of the meeting with like 5 minutes to go, and I go, probably the dumbest thing you've ever done as a leader.
No, it was the smartest thing. It was the best show we ever had.
Give us a bottle of vodka, so we just started.
So why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Let's get Bob's coaching staff around and do a shot of absolute.
It was
until they.
That was interesting.
They're going to beat the Dodgers tonight, John.
You feeling it?
I think I'm going to the game tonight. So I think
don't let Walter go to the game. Walter has gone to 3 of the 4 Dodger Giants games, a couple in LA and 1 here, and he's 0 for 3. So no Walter.
Well, look, I'm not going to go tonight.
You're not going.
And if they win, maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll go tomorrow. I don't know.
Keaton Wynn is pitching, so it is a win day.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Well, last couple. Although he was sick in Philly, okay, bad weather, but I don't know
what happened
about
in Denver.
Colorado. That
Altitude get to him?
Yeah, I guess. Didn't get to Kyle Harrison, but anyway, all right. We're going to be positive today. All right, give us your thoughts. Last night they lose 5-4. Messy game. A lot of blue in the stands if you're at the game. And that's the one thing too is. I don't know who is more annoying, whether it be the Dodgers fans now or recently. Laker fans when, I don't know, you could say it was Magic. You could also say Kobe and Shaq. They were everywhere for a long time. And the irony in that is the Warriors have been that team for a long time. So we've seen both sides of it, which is a lot of Warriors fans through this run have invaded arenas and pissed fans off. But we know the Lakers. We know the Dodgers. We know the Niners do it in L.A. So, I mean, we have been on both sides of this. But it is rather annoying when you're in your own home ballpark and you're the minority in that ballpark. And I wasn't there, but you could certainly hear it through the TV. Like every time the Dodgers did something,
I was talking to Murph. Murph said it's the reason he does not go to Giants-Dodgers games anymore in San Francisco. He gives his tickets up because it's been that way for a couple of years. I can't recall the last time I sat in the crowd for a Giants-Dodger game at Oracle Park. But I'm going to go tonight, so I'll give you a report. But and a lot of it is that fan group that comes in and they let us know they're going to take it over. But it just seemed strong last night. But I remember when we doing the Raider games going into San Diego and completely taking over that stadium. And when they moved into the small place in Carson, felt bad for them. Phillip Rivers had to go to a silent count, which Matthew Stafford did against the Niners. But the Raiders, whenever they went back to Southern California, they took over.
Even those cans. Like if they did joint practices, all the Raider fans were there. It was crazy.
It was difficult for their fans. But I felt it more. It was when I first got in the Bay Area doing the Warrior games, and the Lakers would come in. But you're talking about Magic and Kareem and James Worthy and Byron Scott. I mean, with some of the best players in the history. But Pat Riley strutting the sidelines in his $5,000 Armani suit, and they were just, I remember George Karl calling them out. They were just haughty. But the Warriors would rise up once a year and beat them at home, never in the Forum. But it was great energy. And then later, when Kobe came in, then Kobe would come out and do warm-ups hours before the game. And it's just like, here we go again. They're just completely taking over this stadium, this arena. So the Lakers did it. And then doing the A's games for as long as I did, it was the Yankees when they came in.
Always.
And my first year doing the A's in 1990, we beat the Yankees it was 13-0 against them. But when they got, when Buck Showalter got there and they turned it around, then Joe and they started being the Yankees, you're playing them in playoff games. Then Giambi came back with the Yankees and they stole Giambi, yet another A that left and went to the pinstripes. And then the Red Sox, they don't do it as much, John, but they used to take over the stadium every time. But I think the hard thing for A's fans is when the Giants would come across the bay.
Oh, man.
They completely take the stadium over. Look at the highest crowds in the history of A's baseball in Oakland. I think 9 of the top 10 were Giant games. So the Giants have, felt that a little bit, and the A's obviously know what I'm talking about, and the fans in Oakland. Not so much with the Raiders. Teams didn't take over the black hole. They'd get their ass beat. But I don't know. And Murph said it's been going on for a couple of years, so I just haven't felt it as much as I felt it last year. I did feel it the Labor Day Saturday of 2021 when that fan group came. They were like taking over the city. They were marching down right to King Street, right to the ballpark. It's like, who are these people? What are they doing? And that was the one game they won. So that was a great, obviously, division race, one of the greatest in the history of baseball. But since then, Dodgers keep racking up National League West. Giants were a 500 team. Last year lost 83 games. And, here we are. They're pulling away a little bit from you. And the one-loss record, they're 28-15. And the Giants are 19-24. These games are important. They got Colorado comes in. You go back on the road, John, and I keep looking at that next homestand. The Phillies and their fans, and it's different with them. And then the Yankees come in late May, right after that, right around Memorial Day, the Phillies come in. So the time is now, here in mid-May. You got to turn this around. Maybe not to win the National League West, but to keep in the wild card race with these other teams. You're 5 under. You don't want to drop to 10 under and then have an uphill climb all year when you do get some of your guys back, John. So these games against the Dodgers are important, but I think more tonight is just about turf war. You got to take your stadium back. Your fans have to take Oracle Park back, and your baseball team has to take them back and finally beat these guys.
Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. They lose 6-4. And again, we were talking about maybe Lee gets to that ball. A lot of injuries, of course. Farhan catching a little bit of flack. Even Bob now catching a little bit of flack as well. And the Blue taking over Oracle Park. Any of those thoughts as well? Again, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Mark leads us off in Redwood City. Hi, Mark. Welcome.
Fellas, it's a pleasure. I've been trying to call you since 11 o'clock, so let's make it good this time.
Yeah, let's go, bro.
You got 11 seconds, Mark.
Greg,
make it good.
Plenty of time.
Greg, first of all, just sitting here listening to you, you're an encyclopedia, my man, and I appreciate all your knowledge. I really do. John, on your point about Farhan spending money, it's not the money, my man. It's the brains behind the money. The Dodgers are a A-plus organization. Everybody, look at you guys were talking about it. They pick up Mookie Betts. Why would the Boston Red Sox ever get rid of Mookie Betts? The guy is awesome. Why would the Braves ever get rid of Freddie Freeman? The guy is awesome. And then you got Shohei Otani. Look, guys, I was sitting in the third baseline last night, and everywhere in that stadium there was a sea of blue. I wanted to yell and scream for the Giants so much, and the only time I really got a chance to do that is when Luis Matos hit that 3-run homer. It was spectacular at that moment. I didn't even bite into my hot dog and taste my garlic fries before Mookie Betts got the first run of the game.
That was like,
it was exciting. It was exciting. Now my buddy, give me his name, the pitcher for the Giants that started.
Jordan Hicks.
Jordan Hicks,
yeah.
Jordan was pitching a great game. He was just throwing too many pitches. He was going to a lot of full counts, 3 and 2 counts. So he ran out of gas by the 5th inning. Their pitcher,
Yamamoto.
What's the guy's name?
Yamamoto.
Yoshi Yamamoto.
I'm sorry.
Yoshinobu.
I'm sorry. I'm not good on names.
Sorry.
That's all right. Me neither.
He was fantastic. The guy was fantastic, but he gave up a couple hits. The Giants made mistakes. Greg, you brought it up. I saw Matos in center field twice. He misjudged the ball.
Could he have caught? Did you stay to the end? Did you stay to the 10th inning, Mark?
I'm going to be honest. with you. My wife and I wanted to get out of there
you
because
left.
it was 35,000 people.
Yeah.
I left right when they brought in the Giants brought in the reliever when the lights started going out. I almost fell down up
They brought
the
in
stairs,
Camilo
right?
Duvall. Yeah.
The place went dark.
Yeah.
The place went dark. I couldn't see the stairs. I was walking up. But check this out. Check this out. I thought in the ninth inning they were going to pull it out because we're walking out to the parking lot and I hear the noise. I
Lead
go,
off walk to Wilmer. Let's go. Yeah.
And Tyler Fitzgerald gets
And
picked
the
off.
guy they put in to run for what happened to the guy they put in to run for Wilmer? He got picked off
Before he even
right?
threw a pitch. Yeah, that wasn't
There
good.
you go.
That was
So
good.
anyway, the Giants that play with Otani gave them a run because they caught him off first base. They couldn't get him in a simple rundown. He gets to third. He makes it in. What's his name? Kiki Hernandez comes up and hits
He's
a
a
blast
killer.
to tie the game,
Kills the
right?
Giants. Yep.
Great pinch hitter. The Dodgers, I'm telling my wife, you have to understand this, honey. Every guy they bring to the plate is dangerous. Every guy they bring to that plate is dangerous. It was the all-star team against a AAA team. I admire the Giants. They put up a great fight. But in the end, who wins, right? The guys with the most marbles. And these guys got the most marbles. They're just fantastic. I love their color blue. I hate their team. I hate their organization. And I can't
Are
stand
you
it when
from
I see-
Canada, Mark? You've dropped an
I like Mark.
organization. How do you feel about the LA Kings? Are you from Canada?
No, sir. San Francisco.
Oh, okay,
born
you
and
dropped an organization.
Thank you, Mark. Call anytime. That was a great call. We
Mark,
appreciate
you
it.
waited 11 a.m.
He was awesome.
To 12:12. He nailed
worth
it.
it.
He
Worth
nailed it, John. He was the best.
One of the things he said though there, and this is look, I like the guys they signed. I was behind all the guys that they signed. They spent a lot of money. I thought they spent much better money this year than last year, even though the guys haven't come through. But the one thing he mentioned is, and this is always going to be a Giants issue that we're always going to go back to, Freddie Freeman is an A-lister. Mookie's an A-lister. Otani's an A-lister. Yamamoto's an A-lister. The Giants aren't getting those guys. The guys they got are flawed guys.
Blake Snell's an A-lister.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely.
Jorge Soler's a World Series most valuable player. Has anybody with the Dodgers won a World Series MVP? Corey Seager, but he's no longer there.
He's not there.
I know what you're saying.
But I'm saying that
those are three of the best players in baseball.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, boom.
Right.
They are.
And that's just, Otani just went, I'm just going to go across the street. Freddie Freeman's from Southern California. Boston was stupid to trade Mookie. I mean, sometimes you got to get lucky.
Why did they do that? Was that finances or what was
They didn't want to re-sign him. And you're going, if you're not going to re-sign that guy in your Boston and you've got the money to do it, who are you going to re-sign?
They didn't want to re-sign Mookie?
I mean, I get it. Like
they did the wrong thing.
Bogarts. Okay, you don't want Bogarts. I get it. But Mookie Betts, that's an A-lister of an A-lister.
Devers, they had Mookie,
and they
had Bogarts.
Yeah, that's just weird to me. You draft, develop, and then you don't want to re-sign that guy? I mean, look, sometimes you get lucky, and the team's dumb. You look at Boston like, really? You're gonna trade us this guy? Okay, fine. But that's always the thing, too, is they seem to always spend the right money, and how many of their prospects come back and bite them? Like from that Boston trade, anybody? Anybody?
I'm going back to when they got Adrian Gonzalez. Remember that? They got Agon.
They ate a bunch of money in that.
They ate a lot of money.
That's why they did it, right?
Or they
Carl
drinking
Crawford.
beer and eating chicken in the clubhouse. Remember that?
It was Crawford.
Oh, Carl Crawford.
And that one World Series pitcher from the Marlins. I'm blanking on his name, but they got him. Beckett. Josh Beckett.
Josh Beckett.
They got him. They had to take all that money.
But they got Agon. Remember Agon?
And that helped. All right.
Then he went to San Diego and all.
415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Fabian Ardea is going to join us bottom of the hour. He writes for The Athletic, covers the Dodgers. Did they ever do anything wrong?
They even have Fabian as their beat writer?
I just looked him up. Good-looking guy, too. I hate the Dodgers. It's like everybody. Hi, I'm Fabian.
Okay.
Yeah, you had me at Fabian.
We got Andrews and they got Fabian. Love you, Bags.
Oh, it's Fabian? It's Fabio?
Oh, it's
Fabian.
Is it Fabio?
Oh,
No.
sorry. I thought
Is
it's spelled Fabian, like Fabian. But Fabian.
We're not selling jeans here.
My mistake.
We're trying to find baseball players.
Fabian. Still cool.
Is it Fabian?
Still cooler than John.
Was he a defensive back for the Raiders?
My parents named me after a toilet.
Wasn't he a first-round pick?
I mean, what the hell, bro? His name's Fabian.
Baby in Washington?
Changed my name. But yeah, they took him ahead of Randy Moss.
I don't recall. Randy Moss wasn't coming here. He had a chocolate chip cookie all over Dr. Elbow.
All right, give me some thoughts. Pop and load on these.
He was a Raider later.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Susan Slusser joined Pop and I yesterday and gave us a Blake Snell injury update, among other Giants discussions. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. Oh, hey there. John Lund, your friend. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they are not even based here in the Bay Area, and it gets worse. Some are not even based in the entire state. That is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to NolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, you see this great weather. That is not the unfortunate part. Over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, that nicer weather, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And you know that they have secured more than a billion with a B, dollars in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay, that's right, nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcast. You're tuned in to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Just carrying on in the other room.
Everybody wants to know schedule.
Jeez. Any new schedule stuff out?
I don't know. We'll find out about.
You know something.
I know nothing.
I'm not going to. I'm not.
I know
I'm
nothing.
Not calling you out.
I'm just texting Peter Schrager. He knows.
I just turned my mic off.
Bears 49ers Sunday Night Football, right, Peter?
That's the only one he's gotten wrong.
The only one we care about.
That's the only one he's gotten wrong, though.
Am I going to Minneapolis for Juicy Lucy?
Oh, wait a minute.
Or are we going to Tottenham?
I texted. What time is it in London right now? Because Will
probably. Will would know.
Yeah, I texted him 45 minutes ago. I haven't gotten anything back.
It's probably like 8:30 at night.
Come on,
around there.
Oh, he's out drinking. He's in a pub. He's not going to text me back.
Could you imagine if we do play the Vikings in London and I got to deal with a Will Gavin?
It's going to be amazing. Just amazing. Oh, my gosh. We did our show back there.
The night before the Super Bowl.
We've been loving T-Rock and Papa every Sunday.
He would not I'm like, I got a Super Bowl tomorrow, dude. Would you leave me alone? You're not drinking tonight? Like, we have a game tomorrow.
Well, he's our friend from London, and we're trying to find out if the Niners are playing the Vikings at Tottenham. Tottenham's
He would know.
Yeah, I just texted him, and I want to know what's going on.
Yeah, it's about 8 hours ahead, right? 8:30,
yeah,
somewhere in there.
But he was bad enough in like Arizona, but man, this last one in Las Vegas, because we were at the Mandalay Bay, and you would walk up on that one part, the bridge part, to go back.
Arizona was fun when we smoked stogies with him.
But man, I'd see him everywhere, and I was like, oh no.
And he had to do the game too.
Yeah, he did.
He did play-by-play.
That's right. We saw him. He was fun game day. I remember seeing him. But anyway, yeah. So if we go over there, he's gonna see. Now we went back with the Raiders, and that was fun and everything. But he's gonna know the spots, and that's
he knows now. It's on. It's a home game for Will.
Right, and that's gonna be dangerous.
I'm kind of afraid.
You're gonna have to hide away.
I think I'd rather go to Minneapolis and hang with Paul Allen.
You're gonna be like first down. Oh,
and how about going back to Buffalo? How's that trip gonna be?
Man,
incredible.
You might have a rough. A London
we got a
trip,
great schedule. Trip. We got a great schedule.
Yeah, starting with the Jets.
But the home schedule's the best.
Oh yeah,
we got Lions again. We got Chiefs again. Chicago Bears, Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
By the way, it's good.
New England.
Yeah.
It used to be a good game. No more.
That's all right. Get a break. Drake may be starting maybe. By
Which
that point.
49er game will they put Tom Brady on? So not only is it the matchups, but
Lions.
which network gets what?
If the Lions is a Fox game, that's Tom Brady.
That's right. He's in the Kevin Burkhardt, Greg Olsen.
Is
Greg Olsen working this year?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know yet.
The best analyst on television. T-Rock's the best on radio. He's the best on television. Is unemployed?
Well, they're saying he could have the 2 chair, but I don't know that he's accepted that yet.
You mean the 3 chair?
Oh yeah,
you got Burkhardt and
right. So I don't know. I don't know.
Seriously, he's not. They're not going to use him.
I mean, I think he's number 1, but
wow.
But yeah, Brady's debut as Cowboys. So he did.
So how many Niner games will he get? The Lion game. Now will that be a Fox game or that be a primetime game?
I mean, that would probably be a primetime game. But the Niners in the NFC, they're going to get a lot of number 1 team games.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll get 5. What's the max? 6, 5 or 6?
6.
And then they can throw you on, a Thanksgiving game. That's not prime time necessarily. Right. You're on the day. What time are the Christmas games? Are those prime time? Well, one's going to be on Netflix.
If we get Tom Brady, because, we got Greg Olson before. We got Kevin Burkhardt.
We got Greg Olson a lot last year.
So
he did all the Rams games. We saw him at SoFi. He did the Philly game. We had Greg Olson and Burkhardt they're the number one crew on Fox.
We would get him on our show. What if we got him on our show? Would you just berate him about the?
Well, I think we're likely to get Tom Brady Sr. But Tom Brady himself, after everything we said about him,
try to promote him.
The night of the roast they just had, he got off light that night compared to what we've been saying about him since the that snowy night in New England.
If he came on the show and I said, "Hey, Tom, would you just break in with admit it?"
I'd say, on behalf of Andrew Luck, could you tell me how you sagged your balls, Tom?
He did finally admit it during the roast.
He admitted that one. He never admitted the tuck you.
He did.
He fumbled. Just say it.
He did say he deflated his balls.
I put my second hand, the left hand, on the ball, and that's a fumble.
He and Charles Woodson played that out, right?
They did. They did.
All right. We're going to talk Dodgers. Fabian Ardaya.
Nicely.
That is the correct way to say it. He covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. Fabian Ardaya. He's going to join us coming up next to talk Dodgers and Giants, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is offering another one of their free live CLR webinars coming up Wednesday, May the 22nd at noon. It's a great opportunity for you to find out all about custom lens replacement, CLR. I had it, John had it, and it works. At the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? Am I a good candidate for one over the other? What is the cost of CLR? Is there financing involved? How long will the procedure take? And will I ever get a cataract after I have CLR? Well, the answer is no, which is interesting, but that is the truth. So find all about and how CLR is your permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and never developing a cataract the rest of your life. It is at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar. That is Wednesday, May the 22nd, so a week from tomorrow at high noon. Space is always limited for these, so register now at lasereyeclr.com. That is lasereyeclr.com.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680, the sports leader.
The pitch. Swing and a hard ground ball to third. Could be two. Muncy over to second for one. Lux back to first. Double play, and the ball game is over. The Dodgers take game one of this series. They're now 4-0 against the Giants. And the final, the Dodgers 6-4 winners over the Giants.
John Miller on the call, 6-4. Giants had their opportunities with their young guys, did not get it done, and the Dodgers win again. 0-4 on the season, outscored 24-15, and a lot of blue at Oracle last night. Let's talk about it. Fabian Ardaya does a great job. He covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Fabian, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good. I wanted, before we get to the Dodgers, I'm looking at this scene that was outside the L.A. courthouse with Epi Mutsuhara. Wow. How crazy has that story been? I mean, I know it's taken the back seat now, but just at the beginning and going through all of this, and I'm shocked at how Otani has just been able to just keep on going despite this being in the background.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's a massive story, especially when you sort of fold in the greater context of where sports are now with gambling. Obviously, this was with an illegal gambling operation, but with legal gambling, sort of how much has been perpetuated. That combined with the guy having the richest contract in sports history, like there's a lot of different factors, along with Otani's popularity globally, that sort of escalated this into being such a big story, especially considering, I mean, if there was anyone who's going to be recognizable in an interpreter role, it was Ippei Mizuhara. So I think everything along that with it has made it such a big story, and obviously it's wrapped up. It's close to wrapped up at this point, but still, it's remarkable what Shohei Otani's been able to do, sort of producing on the plate with all this going on, and also the fact that he's recovering from a second elbow surgery. That's the other part of this that's sort of getting folded in here.
Yeah, since you get a chance to watch him every day, and obviously he was pretty good last year. He led the American League in every category, on base, slug, and the home runs and everything. But just the ability to shield, we thought maybe he would be somewhat distracted this year. Not the case at all. But just give me your thoughts when he climbs in that left-handed batter's box. There's such a sense of purpose in everything he does. I mean, he leads the league in hits and doubles, and the numbers are just incredible. Total bases. I mean, Mookie's Mookie, and he's so good. And Freddie is just trying to find his way a little bit this year. But is he the best offensive player, Shohei Otani, you've watched for a quarter of a season every day?
I mean, it's hard to argue. I covered him a little bit when he was with the Angels, right up until like that first MVP season. And it was kind of crazy. Like, there's been a couple of times in this first month of the season where I kind of thinking to myself, like, he's gotten better since the last time I saw him every single day, which is remarkable to think about just because of how good he was in that 2021 MVP season. He's only gotten better at the plate. I think something that you're kind of seeing him adjust to in real time is being able to be a little bit more selective just because of what's around him in the lineup. I think he's in a position where he was always able to do damage and be really successful even with the Angels, but kind of understanding where he's at. He's going to have a lot of at-bats as far as the scoring position now. Mookie Betts is going to set the table in front of him. He has Freddie Freeman and Will Smith behind him. It's allowed him to become even more selective. And, yeah, I mean, there's damage pretty much every single time he steps in the batter's box. Even his outs are really loud. So it's remarkable what he's been able to do. And obviously there's going to be still another part of the learning curve. And I think they think that he can get even better than he has been so far.
Fabian, after the win last night, as you point out, 28-15, and they've won 16 of the last 20. This is kind of the team we expected to see. What has been the difference in this latest run that they're on?
I think the thing is the starting pitching has started to stabilize a little bit. You saw early in the season, you saw guys were kind of trying to find their footing a little bit. There were some injuries. Yoshinobu Yamamoto got to a little bit of a slow start, obviously steady the ship a little bit. Tyler Glasnow has been great basically from the start, but he's even turned it up a little bit. He's looking like a genuine Cy Young contender right now. James Paxton is sort of like stabilized things. Gavin Stone, who's starting tonight for them, is starting to figure things out. And they're starting to get healthy. So you're starting to see that, some more consistency at the bottom of the lineup. They've managed to sort of make things work. This is obviously a really talented team. I think you're going to see stretches like this no matter what this season. But, yeah, this is pretty impressive, the role they've been on.
And what's frustrating, Fabian, from a Dodger, Giant perspective is the Dodgers, there's so many nights you're not going to be able to beat them because of their ability. Last night, the Dodgers were beatable. And as you spoke to some guys in the clubhouse, the reason the Dodgers won is they out-executed the Giants in all facets of the game in timely scenarios, and defense being one, certainly. We came in with John Miller's call of Thairo Estrada grounding into a double play to end the game. And it was Max Muncy at third base to Gavin Lux at second base and then on to Freddie. So I just want to ask you about, one thing you looked at before the year started, if the Dodgers have a weakness, it's their infield defense. But Max Muncy is lighter. He's lost 15 pounds. He's moving well. Gavin Lux had a problem throwing from short, but he had no problem turning that double play at the end. So speak to both of them, Fabian. But I want to ask you about Mookie Betts, and I think what he is doing is the most selfless act of a great player that I can recall really in the history of American sport. Give me an example of a guy who was so good, perennial Gold Glove winner in right field, first going to second, and then hell, in the middle of spring training going over and playing shortstop, and he's made 4 errors all year, and they've been on throwing errors, no fielding errors. So just talk about what the Dodgers are getting from second, short, and third this year.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I think kind of like you mentioned, the Lux and Muncy were two of the big question marks going into the season. Of course, you anticipated those guys being the left side of the infield, but Muncy's really picked it up defensively. It seems like confidence-wise he's regained what he's been looking for. I mean, he had stretches like this even last year where he had really good stretches defensively, and when it went bad, it went really bad. But he's on a really good roll defensively at third base right now. Gavin Lux, I know the bat hasn't been where they want him to be, but he's shown in the past, he can handle second base fine. I think there's a confidence, not having put too much pressure on himself at shortstop. I think that sort of opened things up for him defensively. But, what Mookie Betts has been doing, I've written about it enough times, but, I feel like I can't write about it enough, how difficult it is what he's doing. And the fact that he's not just passable there, but he's been good. He has surprised the Dodgers with how good he's been there, even with how much confident they were when they first moved him over there. They kind of first moved him over there because they felt like that was the best overall choice for them. But now it seems like that's genuinely their best alignment going forward. And, could I still see them moving, try to get a shortstop at the deadline? Maybe if the right thing comes together, but I don't think they'll be actively looking for a shortstop at the deadline like I thought they would during spring training.
Fabian Ordaz joined us. He covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. Of course, Game 2 tonight over at Oracle Park. The atmosphere last night, and I think this is disheartening to Giants fans. Just a few years ago, 2021, obviously the Giants win the division by a game. They feel like they're coming close to the Dodgers, and then over these last 3 years, they've just kind of blown them out of the water, and now you're sitting at your home ballpark, and it sounds like a home game, at least on TV, and we've had a couple of guys in our studio who went to the game last night. Atmosphere-wise last night, what would you say? Was it 50-50, 60-40? I mean, it certainly seemed like there was a lot of blue.
I would say it's 50-50. Like I think you heard some Dodgers chants. Like obviously the beat L, whenever they throw beat LA on the board, like you'll sort of still hear the Giants fans sort of pour through. But yeah, I mean the atmosphere, at least it was a full ballpark. Like it was a good, exciting atmosphere. You've sort of seen this on the road every single place the Dodgers have gone. Like they've traveled really well, but also you sort of see even those home team fans like kind of get into it a little bit more. The stakes are a little bit higher, and the Dodgers have kind of enjoyed that because it's a chance to sort of keep them sharp and sort of get used to those atmospheres come October. But yeah, I think there was a lot of things about last night that were typical Dodgers-Giants, the weather, sort of like the back and forth nature of the game and stuff like that. But like, I think you could tell there's a tier difference between the two clubs, and I think it was pretty obvious from the first pitch all the way till the end.
You know, one thing about the Dodgers is they're tough to beat right now, and it may become more difficult to beat them in time when they start to get some of their great pitchers back. I've seen Walker Buehler pitch a couple of times, Fabian. He's got the velo there, the breaking pitches he's struggling with. His first two outings have been so-so, but when he does lock back in, he's Walker Buehler. So give me your thoughts on what you've seen from him and what you project him to be when October rolls around. And then what's the status right now of Clayton Kershaw?
Yeah, I mean, with Buehler, it's tough because, like, yes, the velocity has sort of gotten back to where it was before the injury. It's just a matter of, like, how he has to go about pitching at this point, how he has to go about attacking hitters. You saw his last start, he was really fastball heavy early. They got to him, and by the end of the start, he was relying so much on his off-speed stuff. That might be what he has to be going forward. Like, he can locate a good fastball in mid-90s and maybe not blow past guys like he did in the past, but that's something he's still looking to fine-tune. I think this part of it also, like, he just hasn't pitched in the big leagues in 2 years. There's a lot of small little things, like how to finish off hitters, covering the bag, controlling the running game, like all kinds of different stuff that you can tell that there's a lot of rust he's still knocking off there. So that's going to be the biggest thing to look for in the next couple of months. I think that'll sort of help things on the periphery. The Dodgers don't need him to be a front of the rotation starter come October. I think that's a good thing for Walker Buehler, expectations-wise going forward. Like, he can be a contributor. He's probably still got good enough stuff, even after a second Tommy John, to be a contributor. But they don't need him to carry them in October like he kind of has in years past. So that'll sort of set expectations. And in terms of Clayton Kershaw, I mean, he's started throwing bullpen sessions. Obviously nothing super crazy. It's been mostly fastballs, just 15 to 20 throws per bullpen session. But obviously it's a really good sign going forward for him. Shoulder feels really good. It looks fluid. It looks pretty natural. So I'm sure the Dodgers will be patient with him. They kind of know that they don't have to rush him back. But I think they know that Kershaw is smart enough to make do with what he has at this point. And as long as he's not throwing 88 like he was by the end of last year's postseason run, I think he'll be in a really good spot.
Fabian, before you go, can you give us something bad? Because it doesn't seem like there's anything bad about the Dodgers.
Can't hit. He sucks.
Yeah, give us something bad.
No,
like the bullpen
that.
is vulnerable. What do we got? Anything?
The bullpen has been vulnerable when it comes to injuries. And they had a couple of really freak things. Ryan Brazier pulled a calf sprinting for a game. Evan Phillips, their closer, tweaked his hamstring playing catch before a game. So they're without 4 of their 5 probably most reliable relievers right now, which is why you saw last night they had to kind of rely on Michael Grove in a spot that they probably didn't expect to before the season. JP Fireisen was closing out the game despite the fact that he was a guy who's been up and down for the minors and really has not looked like himself for much of the season. So they have a lot of injuries in their bullpen right now, but creating some opportunities for guys to figure stuff out.
Yeah.
Who's pitching tomorrow night? Is Glasnow not going to pitch on this series?
No, Glasnow is not going to pitch on regular rest. They've been trying to get extra rest for every single guy in their rotation, basically every turn through. So they're still kind of trying to figure out who's going to start for tomorrow, but it looks like possibly a bullpen game. Maybe they pop an arm up from AAA. But, yeah, it looks like they'll be kind of by committee tomorrow.
Very good. Fabian, before we let you go, and I know I already said this, but, you know, Greg often has Syracuse guys on from Morehouse because he went to Syracuse. My son goes to ASU and Cronkite. So you're giving me hope that someday he may get a job So I appreciate that. Well done.
You better get a job.
Yes, absolutely. Fabian, thanks so much, man. We appreciate the insight. Enjoy. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks for having me.
All right. Yeah.
Al Guido's here.
How about that?
I want to schedule. Hold on.
You want to go run after him?
Well, we are, since you had your guy from ASU on.
Yeah.
Rich Samini from Syracuse is coming on. With the Jets, and I'll get the whole Niners schedule from Al.
Yeah, let's do it right now. He knows stuff.
Let's get Al on.
Let's see if he can
Am I going to London?
Can he do pantomimes? Yeah,
Or
that's
am
all
I
we
going
need
to
know. Can we just get the
Minneapolis?
London
That's what we
thing?
wanna know.
Because we would like to know.
London calling.
Yeah, go find him. Go get
You have
him.
your passport in order, Jim?
Yeah.
You just
I
got back
got
from
it,
Mexico.
yeah.
All right.
They were going to deny me. I brought maybe
You
one
know-
too many kumquats back or something like that. I don't know.
Let's just tell Will Gavin the game is in Minneapolis, even if
Still
it
hasn't hit me
isn't
back, damn it.
My liver cannot deal with Gavin.
All right, Rich Samini at 115, so we even this thing out with Syracuse. 130. Guess what? We got our guy back. Yeah. Talk some infield, outfield, defense.
Wody.
That's right. 130. All right, Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center. Summer starts right here at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big savings. Of course it does. Enjoy summer with that new Toyota you want with great deals just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So come in, check out all the new models and deals, or go to ModestoToyota.com and see all the incoming vehicles like I did. Then just pick out the one you want. And like never before, now is the time to save on gas. We've had it. That summer trip, many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks, and you can check the totally new Tacoma and, of course, the powerful new Tundra. Great trucks. Even some of the models with big customer cash back, and you know since 1965, Modesto Toyota's had thousands of happy customers like me because of the great service and great prices. So it's the time, and summer starts right here, right now. It's time to get your new Toyota where there is no dealer markup at Modesto Toyota. And as I said, the time's never been better. Let's go. Sure, get my Toyotas, obviously. Come find out for yourself, Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
At Barrows from The Athletic, you joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 49ers facing off against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets in Week 1 of the 2024 season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. You don't want to go anywhere, by the way, this hour. Rich Cimini is going to join us at 1:15, our pal, Syracuse guy, who covers the Jets. Has been covering the Jets since he left the Orange.
I've never done ayahuasca with him, John.
He's going to talk about the opener, Jets and 49ers on Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. So we'll talk to him at 1:15. And then we just added Ron Wotus at 1:30. So we can talk about some of these young guys.
Clean this up.
Talk about some of these young guys. So we'll get into that whole situation with Wody at 1:30. So that's a quality hour is what that is. So we'll do that. That's coming up. And we'll give you
Al Guido's here, by the way.
Yeah, we just saw that.
Gave me nothing on the schedule. He said, I got a hot tip for you. Jets, Monday Night Football, first game of the year. Beyond that, nada.
Didn't give you anything? Didn't even give you – did you try the Juicy Lucy
when am I going home to Buffalo? Am I going to Tottenham to hang with Will Gavin, or am I going to get another Juicy Lucy? When are we going to Miami?
He wouldn't give you anything.
Gave me nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Nothing. I was thinking.
We'll find. Are you waking up at 4 a.m. today, tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
To find out if we're going to Minnesota or...
Yeah, I got to know. I got to know.
Tottenham.
Hot space.
Now that's a new stadium, right? It's a brand new stadium? Yeah.
We got to go back to the old place that we did it when the radio was at.
Wembley.
Talk Sport or whatever it was. Like the ESPN.
When we did the show there? Yeah.
We did the show from there.
We were on at like 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock. I would roll in every day at 9:59 after being around. That was the trip. Remember George Atkinson and Cliff Branch wanted me to go to Amsterdam.
And you were a good
And that's when Amsterdam was Amsterdam.
Yep. And you were a good boy.
Well, it was the one day off. It was Tuesday, right? Because we were, and my daughter turned 21, and we surprised her for her 21st birthday and flew her to Paris from London.
You went with the family.
She had no idea. I took her to Coco Chanel and all that. But George was like, you want to go to Amsterdam? I'm like, what?
Not to go on a tangent here, but I have a picture. I got to get this, and then I'll
of George
and
Cliff?
No, it's at Wembley Stadium, and it's me, you, Cliff, and George.
And they just got back from Amsterdam.
And we're in a circle.
Oh, send me that picture.
And George is laughing, and you and I are laughing, so I know that it's an Amsterdam story, and it's a great picture.
No, what they said was, you missed out, man. You should have been there. But they were, and these are
they didn't
George
come back till right before the game.
George and Cliff have been going strong since the 70s. They were so wobbly and like, I'm like,
we couldn't have gone.
We're like, you should have been there. I'm like, thank God I didn't go there.
Because that was.
How would I have called that game?
Well, they left on, I think it was
Tuesday.
Yeah, and
because I went to Paris,
came
back
just
for practice.
Coming back. It's like,
they got there just for kickoff. Yeah. That would have been me.
It was like we had shows to do and stuff to do. They were there for like 3 days. It's like, you can't be in Amsterdam for 3 days.
Oh, they
That's
were
like
there.
Vegas times 10.
They were there. They had every cafe in Amsterdam.
Almost got arrested for getting too Larry.
Too Larry. We got Larry.
All right, let's get to it. Let's start out with Bob Melvin. And this, I know you have a separated or a dislocated shoulder story, so we got to do this because here's Bob Melvin. I hadn't heard this. Here's Bob Melvin yesterday on Jung-hoo Lee. Said the doctor had trouble popping the shoulder back in.
Ugh.
Take a listen to this thing. Ugh.
Well, they were trying to pop it back in yesterday, and it wasn't going so well early on. But they did finally get it back in a little bit later. Sometimes there's some anxiety, and you know it's tough to be calm when they're trying to pop your shoulder back in. So it took a little while, but they got it back in. Thank goodness. And like I said, the doctors will look at the MRI tonight. We'll see where we go with it.
So how long was it out of the socket?
So we still don't have the exact MRI. I mean, I think they know, but they're waiting for it to be public. So I'm thinking that's probably not good news. But that sounds painful as hell.
It's the most painful. So all the while I'm watching this, I'm thinking of Dave Greshner. And I know Gresh. I'm like, is he able to pop that shoulder back in? And a lot of times you just pull on it, and it'll pop back into the socket. They didn't do it. Remember, they were holding his arm out from his body, and they walked him back up. How long did that take? And it's excruciatingly long. So my shoulder was dislocated. I was skiing. And I used to be an insane. We used to bring a football down the mountain and tackle each other. It was just insane. So it's the last run of the day one day at Squaw, and I'm bombing it. Last run, straight down. Big Al's with me. And somebody just cuts across the mountain that I don't see. Anyway, I get airborne. I'm flying. While I was in the air, I am thinking a number of things could happen here. I could lose my life like Sonny Bono.
Right into a tree.
Or I'm going to, what's going to happen? When I landed, it was just,
right on your shoulder.
Right on the shoulder. So I dislocated it right on the mountain. I'm in intense pain. The ski patrol comes down, and they're going to take me in. I'm like, just pop the shoulder back in. They couldn't, so they got me inside the infirmary. Al Brown's there. And the guy there is kind of awkward on how to do it. He didn't know. And first of all, he's giving me, I'm not allowed to pop it. I'm like, dude, it's been out for like 15 minutes. It was intense pain. Finally, he realized who I was. And he went, oh, okay. He goes, I'm going to try it. I've never done this before, but I'm going to try it. So
did you have a bottle of whiskey by your side?
Well, I did that night when I went from North Shore to South Shore and drank with John Ward. Anyway, it was out for a long time. And he had never done one before where he put it back in the socket. So he's like, how do I? He's like reading out of a manual. I'm like, dude, figure it out. So basically, you just take. No, I'm exaggerating for the embellishment of the story, but it was so much pain. Then what you do is you just pull on like the wrist, and you pull the whole arm down. 1, 2, it's not working. 3 strikes, he got it. It was the greatest physical sensation. Sex or a good urination after like a 12-pack of beer, nothing. Like when he popped that shoulder back in the socket, it was like
it was better than that. Wow.
So I drove one arm from North Shore to South Shore. Where's John Ward? Cheese Will's out there. We drank that night as the pain was coming back on. I played pool all night and ran the table like every time. And then at some point, my arm, I could start to feel it. So how long was Jung-hoo Lee's shoulder capsule out of the socket? Mine was out. I don't know. I just felt that the pain was so intense when it was out of the socket. And once they put it back in, it's the greatest physical exhilaration I've ever had. So I'll
take your word for it.
How long? My shoulder's never been the same, except when I went to Amsterdam with Jordan Atkinson and Cliff Branch. That was way better. No, but
I brought some stuff back from Mexico if you're still hurting.
How long? I need the pharmacia. How long was his shoulder socket out?
I don't know.
Was his capsule out of the socket?
I don't know. That sounds like he had your kind of situation.
And if it's out, every minute it's out, does that make it more difficult to come back? You would think from the injury. Yeah. So I feel you, brother. But I was thinking of Dave Greshner or Sagliamendi, who's one of the Niner doctors. Like they had that happen in football where I don't know what doctor did it, but I was thinking, can Gresh, can he put that shoulder capsule back in the socket? He wanted no part of it. He didn't do it.
I want to know when they're going to let Jung-hoo Lee speak to the media again, because I'm going to ask him that very question. Is that the greatest? How did you phrase
from the moment
the greatest
physical exhilaration? It went
I would ask him that.
It's intense pain.
I don't understand.
The most intense pain when it's out, and when it goes back in is like, wow.
That's what I'm going to ask Jung-hoo. He's going to look at me like you're a freak.
And sex is overrated. It's that piss you have after you're holding like 4 beers and you have that. That's like,
when you're like on the freeway and you're stuck in traffic.
Oh, don't get me started.
That's
no.
the worst.
When I pulled over on the bridge. But that is nothing like when they put the dislocated shoulder back in the socket.
Yeah, that good,
It's like, whoa.
I think I might have to dislocate my shoulder.
You want me to dislocate it to put it back in? No, because my shoulder's never been the same. It hurts like hell every morning, all day long. So that for Jung-hoo Lee, the one thing that'll help him is it's not his throwing arm. Yeah. It's not his throwing shoulder.
Right.
And the way he hits left-handed will help him. But that was big-time pain.
It's a good story.
Sorry.
I digress. Here is.
Did I say sex is overrated? But not drinking beer. That's
exactly. Here's Jordan Hicks. Not talking about his pitching last night, but relying on young players, which the Giants are going to have to do for a while. Oh, sorry. Oh, I didn't give you that one? 513Z12. Sorry, I messed up. Did I not give you the rest of these? Sorry, I just got caught up in that story.
Sorry, it's my fault.
No, I'm thinking about the shoulder and how much pain that must be, and how much whiskey.
Hurts right now,
drink.
just reenacting it. Damn.
All right, here's that Hicks cut for you.
I mean, we're relying heavily on the young guys right now, and they're bringing some new life, new energy. It was a tough game, but I like the way we fought overall, and I think we're going to be good going forward in these coming weeks as everybody kind of comes off the IL, and I think we're in a good spot with a lot of these young guys defensively, and then with the bat, bringing us some new life.
Casey Schmidt did make a nice play.
He's good defensively, Casey.
He made a great play in the hole, and Mike Yastrzemski
likes to throw
made
off
that
the
insane
right
catch.
foot, which is interesting.
Yeah, that was wild. But
he's got a great arm.
That was a hell of a play. He does have one hit. It's a game winner, but keep it going. Let's go, young fella. And Ramos looks like a different kind of a player. Matos did hit the 3-run shot, although he's not a center fielder. So, yeah. And then hopefully Bailey comes back. You've been talking about that for 2 days. I mean, if
That's
Bailey doesn't
scary,
come back,
isn't it?
man. Yeah, the concussion thing. And then he didn't play last night. And you were talking about it yesterday when we thought he was going to play.
Well, what's going on? I mean, they said he's out. He's in the lineup on Sunday to DH, and he's out because they said, I read flu. Flu? Really? And now he's sick to some degree. I mean, you think the worst. We're Mike Matheny. All of a sudden, he's gone. Remember Hector Sanchez?
Oh, my gosh.
He would
man.
take a foul ball off his face mask like once a week. The
John
poor
Jaso
guy.
had to retire because of those.
So terrible.
Former A.
I mean, obviously Steve Young in football. I mean, but so you just in that position. I mean, was that the driving force in Buster Posey deciding to retire when he did? I mean, Buster had his second best year of his career in 2021, and he has a life and things to do. But when you're behind, if Buster Posey played shortstop, would he retired in his early 30s? But when you're a catcher, it's a whole different thing. You worry about it with Patrick Bailey. So I don't even want to think about that. But we'll get Wody on at 1:30. The thing about Wody is he's been going around the system a lot. He was in San Jose, obviously at AAA. He's seen these guys develop. As Ramos looks like he's here to stay. Where should Matos really play? What do you do with Tyler Fitzgerald? Is he best served to be a role player off the bench when he's vulnerable to these mistakes, when you bring him into the game to pinch run, and he's an everyday player everywhere he's ever played? He's played every day, and at shortstop, and now he's playing second, he's playing center. I mean, what's the best way to utilize these guys, John? Because they're going to have to lean on the young guys for a while.
Rich Cimini's going to join us from ESPN, covers the Jets, and Niners in Week 1 on Monday Night Football. So we'll talk a little NFL. We had Logan Ryan on a couple of weeks ago, and he was absolutely great. I think he's going to be a media star, played for the Niners, with defensive back with the Patriots, Tennessee, et cetera. But finished his career in the Super Bowl with the Niners last year, and he was asked an interesting question. Who is harder to defend, Ayuk or Debo? Here's what he said.
Yeah. It's Ayuk. Because his route running is definitely the best of the three. Like, he's crispy, fast, electric. But, all three of them, what Debo does with the ball after he gets it is just special. That's world-class special. And what Jennings does, boy, them blocking, the 49, the reason why Ayuk deserves to get paid is because of route running and all that stuff, like Keenan Allen-ish, a little more speed. But, dude, this dude's blocking, too. Blocking. I like playing number receivers that don't block. That's the easy day for me that don't block, right? I can tell if it's runner pass. They subbing out every 2 plays. I'm like, all right, they ain't getting the ball. The ball ain't coming this way. They don't bring a backup receiver in to go catch a pass on one play. They're running the ball. Ayuk staying in the whole game.
Yeah.
And he's blocking dudes 70 yards downfield. And he's blocking guys to the Gatorade cooler with Jennings and Debo. So those guys are asked to block, and he's also running high-quality routes and catching the ball when he's targeted. So I think all that's a guy that I would pay because he plays the position every single down.
How about that?
Logan Ryan's good.
He's really good.
So he had him on the day before the NFL draft. I think he dropped a crispy on us as well. He's a smart guy.
I told him he's going to be a star.
When he first got here, and he's real particular, he told the equipment guys he wants his uniform laid out this way and cut. And they're like, who's this guy? 2-time Super Bowl champion Logan Ryan. He's just on his deets. I mean, the guy's incredible. What he's saying about Ayuk is he's tougher to defend to prevent him from catching the ball as a pure route runner. But once he has the ball, you don't want to be tackling Debo Samuel. So when you have them together on the same team, one is an X, one's a Z, you move them around, you have quite a package there. And then when we had him on, John, what did he talk about? The first game he was with the Niners was
Ayuk.
What was the block that Ayuk got? Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, on the run
McCaffrey Pittsburgh was the first game of the year. But the first game he arrived, Seattle, the home game.
Oh, right.
Remember when McCaffrey had the cutback run and Ayuk was blocking like 50 yards downfield? So what he's talking about, and Debo's become a better blocker, but Ayuk and Jawan Jennings lead the Leonard Hankerson has the hard hats for blocking in the wide receiver room. They're just transcended. So, I mean, Logan Ryan, first of all, it's a great breakdown on Ayuk and Debo. And is anybody going to hire Logan Ryan? He reached out right after we had him on the air. He wants to be more involved, so we'll get him on more here. But he's going to be a TV star. Should he do game? Is he a big enough name to put right on Sunday Football? When is one of these networks going to hire Logan Ryan?
He's crispy.
He's crispy.
That's a great word. That is
kind of like my
word.
bacon this morning. It's
That's a
crispy.
great word. Crispy is usually when you've had, like you wake up in the morning and you partied a little too hard or had a really rough weekend. They call you crispy. So you could, I'm done. In other words, but you could use crispy in a lot of different ways. I mean, crispy in that case is positive.
Absolutely.
I've been crispy on a Monday morning.
Yeah, you've been crispy.
Yeah.
When you've been having Bloody Marys and the crispy bacon and the bloody. No, he's talking about your route running. Your route running is crisp.
Yeah.
So it's crispy.
Yeah, no, that's a great word to use. I've woken up on Monday mornings after a rough weekend and said, I'm crispy. I'm done.
Yeah, your crispy's different.
So it's different.
When you fell asleep by the water in Mexico,
Exactly.
you were crispy. Yeah.
Sun all day, all that
A little
stuff.
bit different.
Yeah, different. Yeah. But it's a versatile word.
You can Debo, but then that crispy too.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're just as crispy with you.
Exactly.
When you get them on a football field and a tight clutch.
I heard after the Super Bowl,
crispy twofold.
All right, Rich Savini's going to join us, ESPN, Jets, and Niners to kick off Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium on September 9th. We'll talk about all the juicy details. A lot of reunions in this one. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. Of course, he has the answers to all your tax issues. And even though tomorrow is May 15th, so we're a month past D-Day, there are still some people, Steve, who have not paid their taxes. What do they do?
They call us, and there's a lot of people that haven't paid their taxes for a month, a year, 5 years, 10 years. And they feel like they're up against the wall. They don't know what to do. They feel like they're drowning. Call us. You might discover that there's an easy solution. A lot of people are shocked how easy a fix it is for a lot of people. And the bottom line is, we hear you. We want to talk to you. We want to explain all of your options, all your rights. And then if you want us to, we'll just go ahead and do it for you. So you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And the bottom line is, we'll file all the old back returns we have to file. If you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. We want to make a deal. The deal might be something like an offer in compromise where you only pay in part and they forgive the rest, or maybe forgive the penalties or monthly payments. There's so many good things, but don't let one of these new IRS agents come and do something to you. It's so much better to be proactive, and it doesn't cost you a penny. We have a free consultation to talk to us and tell you what we want to do for you. All you have to do is pick up the phone and talk to us.
Very simple. You can call Steve right now, 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Dodger Eric Karros, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. He was on the call for Saturday's game, actually, for Fox last week. He discussed who is the most hated Dodger by Giants fans in his playing days. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
So now they've got to start from deep in their end of the field, and Garrison Hurst takes advantage of it. He takes the handoff, sweeps to his right, gets to the 20, he's at the 30, needs to cut in, he comes back up the right sideline, breaks the third tackle, comes down to the 30, he's down to the 20, he's down to the 10, he's down to the 5, he's into the end zone, touchdown, touchdown, 49ers!
What a bonanza!
How about that?
That may have been Joe's best
That
call.
was Joe Starkey. That was week 1 of the 98 season, 30-30 going into overtime at then 3-com. 11:09 left in overtime, and Garrison Hurst down the right sideline. That was the last time the Niners opened against the Jets, and they win that one.
And he was the Niners' second leading rusher that day because Steve Mariucci beat him by 1 yard. Mooch ran with Garrison Hurst all the way down that sideline. You know who else was there, I'm sure, back in 98? Rich Cimini was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, from ESPN covers the Jets, and that's who the Niners are going to open with again. Aaron Rodgers, all sorts of juicy storylines as Robert Saleh comes back, etc. And Rich joins us courtesy of the Guest Line. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Yes, I was at that game, Greg, and the hardest part for me in that old stadium was getting from the press box down through the crowd to the locker room after that stunning end to the game. But, that was a wild, wild finish.
So you had a wild opener last year, and it put the Jets back on Monday Night Football when it was literally 4 snaps into the game, and Leonard Floyd, then a Buffalo Bill, now a San Francisco 49ers. So I was watching Get Up this morning when the announcement came, and Mike Greenberg lost his mind on national TV. He's a huge Jet fan. So just from the JETS, Jets faction, what are your thoughts about having Aaron Rodgers roll out another season again on Monday Night Football?
Well, I don't think Jet fans are happy about it. I think Greeny probably speaking for everyone. I saw that. It looked like he was going to lose his breakfast there for a second. But it's not like they didn't know they knew they were going to play the 49ers. It was just a matter of when. And the fact that it's another Monday night game and there's going to be that Rodgers, some ghosts of last season haunting them, and the fact that Leonard Floyd is on the 49ers is going to be there, and then, like you mentioned, so many storylines with Saleh. It's not a great opener from the Jets. I'm giving you from the Jets fan perspective. They're going to have 3 new starters on the offensive line. They're going to go up against one of the better defenses, one of the better defensive lines in the league. So usually it takes a few weeks to gel as an offensive line. So it's not the ideal opener for the Jets, that's for sure.
Rich Cimini joining us, covers the Jets and has for a while for ESPN. And again, came out this morning that the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh are going to open at Levi's Stadium in Week 1 on Monday Night Football. Would it be safe to say that if Robert Saleh doesn't get it done this year, doesn't win, that he's probably out as head coach of the Jets?
I think that's very safe to say. And I think if you gave him a shot of truth serum, he would admit the same thing. I mean, look, he's 18-33, I want to say, in 3 years. They haven't sniffed the playoffs. And, of course, that streak goes way beyond him. It's 13 years in a row. The Jets haven't been to the playoffs. It's the longest streak in the league, active. And, I don't even know, if they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs, that may not be good enough to save his job. I mean, everything is built around Rodgers The window is closing. It's maybe a year, maybe two, but for Robert Saleh, it's 1 year. He's got to get into the playoffs this year, or else there will be dire consequences.
And outside of the teams in the AFC East, you got to go on the road to Pittsburgh and Jacksonville and Minnesota and Tennessee and Arizona. You got the Rams coming to Jersey and Houston, Colts. Tough schedule. Seattle as well. So the one thing that surprised me, and we know Robert obviously very well running Kyle's defense here, Rich, but he does not call the Jets defense. Jeff Ulbrich does. And that became a talking point, obviously, last year during Hard Knocks. But the 49ers wanted to reach out to the Jets to talk to Jeff Ulbrich about being their new defensive coordinator. So tell me about that dynamic. What do you know? Because I think Jeff wanted to leave Florham Park and come back home. He is a former Niner from San Jose. And was there anything from ownership? We hired you because you ran a great defense in San Francisco. It's just odd to me that Robert does not run the Jets defense. He runs it, but he does not call it on game day.
No, he has not called it since he became the coach. He said from day one that he wanted to be more of a CEO-type coach instead of running one particular side of the ball. So he's basically given it to Jeff Ulbrich. Obviously during the week, Saleh has a fair amount of input into the game plan and how they want to call the game. But on game day, Jeff Ulbrich calls the game. And the Jets defense is really good. I mean, the first year they were atrocious. They were maybe the worst in the league. The last 2 years, they've been a top 5 defense in yards allowed. And Jeff Ulbrich did a really good job. And you're right, the 49ers absolutely were interested in hiring him after the Super Bowl this year. And the Jets, I think your information is correct, Greg. I think Ulbrich was very interested in exploring that opportunity, but the Jets would not let him out of his contract. They wanted him to stick around. They wanted to create some continuity on defense because they think they have something special there. And we have not had an opportunity to talk to Jeff Ulbrich since the final week of the season. And rest assured, that'll probably come up in the next couple of weeks, and that'll probably be one of the first questions about the San Francisco possibility.
Rich Cimini joining us talking Jets and Niners. Are going to open up week 1 on Monday Night Football at Levi's Stadium. How is Aaron Rodgers? Is he good to go? I know that he was doing certain procedures, and at the end of the year, there was potential that he could possibly play, I guess. How's he coming along? Is he going to be ready for week 1?
Yeah, he's absolutely going to be ready for week 1, barring any setbacks. He's, according to the Jets, he's going to be ready for their first OTA practice is on Monday, the 20th, and he will be participating with no restrictions, according to Saleh. So, and you're absolutely right. He was close to being able to play at the end of last year. He was practicing 2.5 months after surgery, which is just insane to think about. And had the Jets won another game down there during the stretch, I think they lost a blowout game in Miami with about 3 or 4 games to go. Had they won that game in Miami, I think there's a decent chance that Rodgers would have played because they would have still been mathematically alive. Now, he would have been compromised. I think it would have been idiotic to play him, but I think he would have pushed to play, and he usually gets his way with the Jets. And he probably would have played out of shotgun because I don't think he was moving well enough to do all the footwork and handoffs that a quarterback needs to do. But the bottom line is he's really close to 100% now, and they expect him full go for training camp. And unless something screwy happens, he'll be out there on September 9th against the Niners.
Yeah, he's a 40-year-old quarterback coming off a really bad lower leg injury, the worst you can have, behind what has been, Rich, a suspect offensive line, and I'm being kind. And we even go back to Hard Knocks last year, and he called them all out. And then Leonard Floyd got him on the 4th snap of the year, but the first 3 snaps, they could not block the Buffalo front. And if you're coming to Levi's for the season opener, you got to block not only Leonard Floyd, but the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, and Nick Bosa. So tell me what Joe Douglas has done in the offseason. We know Tyron Smith well from his days in Dallas. I'm not sure how much he has left, and he has had a hard time with Nick previously in matchups. He's your new left tackle, Olu Fashanu. You drafted the number 1 pick. Could he beat him out? And they got Morgan Moses at right tackle, John Simpson, the guard, a free agent signing from Baltimore. So is the offensive line going to be that much better than last year, Rich?
I think it will be better, Greg. I don't think they're going to be one of the top 10 lines in the league, but they will be better as long as those 5 guys are starting. Elijah Vera-Tucker, who's probably their most talented lineman, their right guard, missed most of last year with a torn Achilles. He's going to be back. I assume he'll be 100% by week 1. So those 5 guys, if they have time in the preseason to get, some chemistry going, I think it'll be a pretty good line. Tyron Smith is going to be the key to it. I mean, you're talking about a possible, a likely Hall of Famer someday. I mean, he's just been a fantastic player for Dallas, but he's been injured a lot. He hasn't played a full season since 2015. Last year he played, I think, 13 games, and that was, I think the Jets would sign up for that, honestly. That's one of the reasons why they drafted Fashanu out of Penn State. So if something happens to Smith, they could just put Fashanu in there. And, Fashanu obviously is the heir apparent. He'll take over next year. But it's going to be a really interesting line. The one concern, if I'm a Jet fan, Tyron Smith is not going to practice a lot over the summer. They're going to give him a lot of veteran rest days. They're going to put him on a very regimented schedule to keep him healthy. So I wonder how many reps he's actually going to get in the preseason before facing the Niners. And as you mentioned, Bosa's a handful of, for any left tackle, let alone a guy maybe who's a little rusty coming in.
Rich, as you said, really good defensively. Offensively, signing Mike Williams. Some people say Malachi Corley is a guy who they picked up in the 3rd round. Is kind of like a Debo kind of a guy, and then Breece Hall for an entire season coming off injury. What are the expectations offensively?
Yeah, well, I mean, they were god awful last year on offense. I mean, obviously the reason, losing their quarterback, but even after that, Nathaniel Hackett, who is very much on the hot seat this year. I guess they're all on the hot seat, but if we could do different degrees of hot, I would say Nathaniel Hackett's seat is like from warm to burning right now. I think if the Jets got off to a really bad start over the first few games and the offense was stinking it up, I could see them replacing him. I don't think a lot of pressure on Hackett. He's only here for one reason, and we know that. He's buddies with Aaron Rodgers. So they have a lot of skill position talent. To me, Breece Hall is one of the best running backs in the league. Garrett Wilson is outstanding. The question is, who's the number 2 target? I mean, they did sign Mike Williams, but he's not going to practice all summer because of he's coming off an ACL. So the game against the Niners will probably be his first game action. So you don't know what you're going to get there. Malachi Corley they're going to be their slot receiver. He's kind of a poor man's Debo. That's what everyone calls him. Very good with the ball in his hands, yards after catch, that whole thing. So it's going to be a slow developing offense. I think it's going to take some time. And Rodgers, like you guys mentioned it, 40-year-old guy, hasn't played football in well over a year. I'm not counting the 4 snaps last year. So it's going to take him a little time before he gets his legs under him. So I think you're going to see a compromised offense in week 1, a team that will be relying very much on its defense to carry the flag early in the year.
Jets have not been to San Francisco, and it was Levi's, John, in a while. We're going back to 2016. That game, like the Garrison-Hurst game, as you guys both know, went to overtime. Who was the quarterback of the New York Jets in that game?
Rich, I said this right off the top of my head because we were talking about this during the break. The Niners were back then, they were giving up 100-yard rushers to everybody. You get 100 yards, you get 100 yards. And it was Bilal Powell and it was Bryce Petty as the quarterback. I remember that because we were sitting in the booth going, my God, another guy that we've never heard of getting 100 yards. My goodness.
Yeah.
And the Jets won the game?
Yeah.
Jets won in overtime.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yeah, it was not a well-played game by either team. I think Kaepernick played.
Yeah.
And he looked really good in the first half, and then all of a sudden the wheels came off, and it was just a really ugly game. And you're right, Bilal Powell, that might have been a career game for him. Now, he was actually a pretty decent
he wasn't bad.
No, but he hadn't really done anything yet in the league, and it was like,
Yeah, but that was like his career game, and I think it might have been the only game that Bryce Petty won as a starter, and so that was just a really ugly game.
It was dark days here.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure.
It was dark days here. I can't remember if it was Jimmy Tomsula or Chip Kelly or whatever it was, but it was terrible. I just remember sitting in the booth going, this is terrible. Anyway.
Yeah, it was two bad teams at the time.
Well, Rich, thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll see you week 1. We're looking forward to it.
All right, looking forward to it, guys.
Can't wait to see you, my friend.
There you go.
Rich Cimini.
Yeah.
He's been covering the Jets since he left Syracuse.
Dude,
he's been on the beat forever.
He knew that the Garrison Earth play like right away.
Well, he knew he knew that one. That was a classic.
That was a classic, man. That was incredible. All right, we're going to flip. Coming up next.
Wody?
Ron Wotus. These young guys.
My man.
These young guys. Let's ask them all about it.
Get
what
back.
are they going to do to beat the Dodgers?
Put Wody at first base. He'll tell Fish, get back. Get back.
Couldn't hurt. All right, we'll do it next. We'll hear on these Sports Leader.
It's GCP here, Greg Papa, or on behalf of Golden State Window and Door Designs. And they want to encourage you to think beyond the wall. Larger windows and doors allow you to enjoy a wide open canvas of nature. How would you like to have a wall of windows that open or a wall of windows that disappear, offering unobstructed views? It may be hard to imagine, but you can see them for yourself when you click on products at goldenstatelumber.com. Then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other respected vendors that are sure to inspire you. Under brands, scroll down to Marvin. There you're going to find even more extraordinary options for your project. As a Marvin direct retailer, you'll receive competitive pricing as well as phenomenal service. Located throughout the Bay Area and Sonoma County, Golden State has been the go-to supplier for 70 years, and they're confident when they say, when you succeed, we succeed.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
There's a turn to throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. He is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown.
That's not good. You had Flores get on last night, and then Fitzgerald, as you heard John describe there, get picked off before Blake Trinan even threw a pitch. Let's get into the conversation about last night and what they got to do with all these young guys with lots of injuries for the Giants. Our good friend Ron Wotus is going to join us momentarily. Do remember the Pop and Lund today brought to us by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. And Ron Wotus joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
Hi, John. Well, I'm crispy.
See, that means you've had it. You're maybe a little tired, crispy.
Is there a baseball equivalent to good route running in the NFL and being crispy, Wody?
Well, I don't know what the heck that means, but for me it means, my competitiveness is up. I want to win a game. I want to get on that field and play, and that's what the Dodgers do. It brings that out in you. It makes you crispy.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice, so we're getting right to it. So Mark Hallberg's role at first base there with Tyler Fitzgerald. Take me through the whole play, because Blake Trinan is slow to the plate. Bo Mel managed him in Oakland. He knows that. But he held it. There was a slight flinch. Do you get help from the first base coach in that scenario to get back? And I feel for Tyler Fitzgerald, Wody. I know you saw him play a lot in the minors and making the transition from an everyday player. Now he's playing center. It's hard in the big leagues to be a utility guy when you're used to every day. But just take me through that scenario, because a leadoff walk in the ninth inning, you think you're going to walk off the Dodgers, and then moments later, Tyler Fitzgerald's walking off the field.
Right. Well, you uncorked a lot there, and I agree with you. He's been a little snake bit early in the year, moving around. He had some errors, but in regards to last night, look, they know Trinan. They know his move. They know he can be slow to the plate. He does have a slide step too, so you got to see if he's going to use it or not. He knows he's going in there, and if he gets a chance to steal the base, he's going to steal the base. But I think the number one thing is that people don't realize he balked bigger than what. He flinched his front leg just like Johnny Cueto used to do, and they didn't call it. They don't call many balks, so it can't happen. But I do cut him a little slack, because if you look at the replay and you slow it down, it's a huge balk. Now, he's had some mistakes in the past, so that's where it compiles and piles on, and kind of feel for him. You said doing its utility job, but he did balk, and he was out. He was clearly out. So can't happen in that situation. He was in there, as you said. He knows that, if he gets a chance, he's going to steal the base, because the guy can be slow. And it was unfortunate that the umpire didn't call it.
Ron Wotus joining us, talking Giants. They lose game 1 to the Dodgers 6-4. So, obviously, the big story is the injuries, and especially to Jung-hoo. And we're just kind of waiting on how long he may be out. But give us some thoughts, because defensively, Casey Schmidt makes another great play last night. Obviously, Yaz in right field, but in your mind, is Matos a full-time center fielder? What do we expect out of these guys? And I really love that Elliot Ramos just looks like maybe a different player. I mean, I don't know if it's confidence, whatever the case may be, but the other times he came up versus now. So these young guys, what are you seeing so far?
Well, I'm seeing a group that, is more prepared to help us win games. Last year, all these guys, got to the big leagues and participated, but now they got a year under their belt. They went back to AAA. They didn't make the club out of spring training, and now they're back for the second time, and that's a good thing. You mentioned Elliot Ramos. He's really upped his game. I've never seen him this locked in. He's been locked in for over a month, so he's made some mental adjustments and some adjustments at the plate, mostly not chasing, swinging at strikes. And he is god-awful strong if you watch him hit BP. and he's playing great outfield. So he's taking his game to the next level, and that's what, reps and games played will do for you. But the thing that I like, I think they're in a better position to help us. And of course, we need the help right now with everybody down. Who would imagine we'd have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys from AAA now with the big club at this point in time, all at once.
Yeah, it's hard defensively when you lose your center fielder, your shortstop, and then you're playing without Patrick Bailey, 3 of your best defenders at 3 critical positions, which leads to Blake Sable's night. And they were not technically pass balls, but Jordan Hicks is going to bury balls in the dirt. And with 2 strikes in particular, Wody, you got to block the ball. Luke Jackson's going to bury balls, breaking balls. You got to block them. So everybody's beating up Blake Sable. I think he's improved a lot. You can see that. But I just want to ask you about the technique, because the 1 knee down catcher thing, I guess it came up during the pandemic year. I'd never seen that before. And then you're seeing a lot of guys do it. We asked Tom Murphy about it in the beginning of the year, Wody, and he said, I'll do it with nobody on base, but a runner on base, I don't want to put one knee down. We're seeing Blake do it. Just talk about the change in the catching philosophy to frame that low pitch and to ask these catchers with 2 strikes or in any situation, runner on base, to put 1 knee down. How do they have the mobility to block those dirt balls? So just talk about what's being taught at the minor league level and what is being executed at the major league level with the 1 knee down for the catchers.
Yeah, well, there's been a big change with the catchers going on the knee, but years ago it was Tony Pena. He did that kickstand, right? He'd kick his knee way out there, and but you didn't see a lot of it. And I think a lot of the new coaches that are in the game today, and this is, started about 6 years ago with us. I know Craig Albanez is a big proponent of that, and a lot of people around the league are a big proponent of it. Some of the old school guys that I talk to, managers and people that have played the position, they're not in love with it for the fact that you say, especially with a man on third base or men on base. Man on third base, I mean, you got to block that ball. If it gets by, it's a run. And, but the reason they go to the knee and they do that kickstand where they shoot the leg out is because with the analytics today, the number 1 tool that everybody wants the pitchers to have is, receiving numbers. They want the receiving numbers through the roof, and they all believe by putting that glove down low and snapping that glove up and being real low to high, you're fooling the umpire on balls and strikes, and that's what you hear. So it gets them in a better position to receive. The throwing, the blocking, it takes a back seat to those things, and I'm not a huge fan of the receiving numbers because I think there's too many other variables. You got an umpire who has his zone. You may have a veteran on the mound. You may have a veteran catcher who can work with an umpire who's going to get more pitches. So for me, in the umpire zone, as I said, is the biggest one. I think those numbers are not as accurate and put as much value into them to other people. Now, being on the knee, I'm told that it's easier to block if the ball is right in front of you. You're already down on the knee, but when it's to your side, it becomes a little more difficult. And when you have that kickstand, you start with 1 knee down and then you throw that leg all the way out, like extended straight. It's even more difficult to block from that position if you got to move right or left because you're kind of stuck.
Ron Woe is good enough to join us. We're talking Giants game number 2 tonight. You can hear it right here on these Sports Leaders. Keaton Wynn goes to the mound tonight. Just as a general rule, because you've been in the clubhouses so much, when you have, I don't even know if this ever happened to you, to have these many injuries in a row, to just boom, 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 like they have, and then all these young guys come up from Sacramento, and a lot of them do have experience here, but is it difficult to keep morale up to when you have all these injuries, or is it just like, hey, next man up, and we just got to go?
Yeah, I mean, it depends who's replacing, the injured player and who the injured player is, but I think that your initial reaction is you're going to expect some injuries. You expect a guy or 2 to go down, but I don't think, you ever expect this many guys to go down in a short period of time. So you let that get into your psyche and you can make excuses saying, well, look how many guys we have out. But we all know, Bo Mel and this staff, they're not going to do that. And Logan Webb and Yaz and these guys, they're not going to do that either. So it's the mentality of your club that, let's go. And if your young players come up and help you win games like they've had, and honestly, I thought it was a great game last night. I saw a lot of fight during that game. There was a lot of energy in the game, but we have to continue to do that, just not against the Dodgers. We have to do it against everybody in the league. I mean, there were some great plays in that game and a lot of energy. So I don't think anybody here is, letting that creep into their head. I mean, subconsciously you say that, but we don't want to accept that. And, we have some guys that have played in the big leagues. Wisely's been playing well. Schmidt's doing a good job at short, like you say. Matos hits the 3-run homer last night that gave us the lead. So they're contributing, and, that's all you can ask. So we can't make excuses. We got to get through this period. You can have rough goes during the season with the injuries. We got to keep our heads above water, right? You don't want to fall too far behind and go on a long losing streak. And we all believe we can do that.
You got to be crispy tonight. And I can hear it in your voice. You've been in this organization forever. I was at San Jose Muni on Sunday watching Blake Snell deal. And your clubs and your accomplishments there, people should go down there and check out what a manager you were down there in your clubs in the early 90s and all the way through the system. And then obviously coming on to Dusty's staff. And you've been the longest tenured coach in the history of the franchise and one of the longest ever in baseball. I can hear it in your voice. You've been battling the Dodgers for a long, long time, Wody. And it's just the way they took over the ballpark last night, the vibe, the star power. They've become the evil empire. I guess they've always has been, but they're even more, hard to deal with than the Yankees. Just where you're looking at it with your decades of perspective, going into Dodger Stadium and kicking their ass and winning World Series. I mean, talk to the Giant fan today about what's going on with this Giant-Dodger rivalry, Wody.
Yeah, well, you know what? You always find a reason to want to beat the other team. And I think, all the staffs I've been on, and we have a lot of guys on this staff that feel the same way. They're such competitors, and I think the great players are great competitors. Whether it's the Dodgers or another team, you find a reason to beat them, to get upset at them. And, of course, the Dodgers are at the next level because it is the Dodgers. And you just mentioned it. I don't like the fact that we go out in our own ballpark and I hear them, all these Dodger fans screaming and cheering for the Dodgers. Now, we had the same following. We won 3 World Series, and we go on the road and the Giants overtook the stadium. So I understand it, but I don't like it. I don't think anybody likes it. And if that doesn't, motivates you just a little bit more, to beat them or to give your best, I don't know what will. So, I think all the good athletes have that. When you're playing the best, you want to be the best. You want to beat the best to be the best. And those things really sit with you. And I don't think it ever changes. We did it as players. You do it as coaches. But everybody's different. But we have a lot of guys that feel the same way.
Is it because it seems nasty with the fans? What is it like from a on-field perspective? I mean, is it respect? I mean, what term do you use? Because fans don't like each other, but it's different when you're a player or a coach, right?
Well, I think it's the competitiveness that you want to win, and you don't want to hear, in your own park, the fans cheering for the Dodgers. They've been very good for a long time, and I do think that the rivalry has softened. For many reasons, players, change teams all the time now. They have the same agents, years and years ago. I'm going further back now, right? There wasn't as much movement. You didn't have the same agents. So I think it's a little bit more of a gentleman league game today. I mean, you don't throw at people. People aren't getting hit. So it's a little milder, to say the least. So, you have to accept that. But I think if you want to win and you want to get to the playoffs, the bottom line is you got to beat the teams in your division. And who wants to get beat up by the Dodgers? They've been beating everybody up. That raises the hair on your neck. You want to beat them.
No doubt. Always great to catch up.
Crispy, extra crispy Wody.
Yeah, crispy. That's a good thing. Yeah. Good to talk to you. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Keep up the good work. We'll take care.
Thank you, Wody.
Appreciate it. There's Ron Wotus giving us some good insight. Crispy.
It's time to win a game, John.
Let's go.
It's time to beat LA.
Or we're going to be crispy in a bad way.
Stop chanting it and do it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really help that much.
Well, it helps. It helps. I love it. Beat LA, but it's time to actually beat LA.
All right, we got some remnants for you until the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hi, John. Well, I'm crispy.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a couple of remnants before we get out of here in a few minutes. How does Golden State Valkyries, how does that strike you? How does that strike you?
That's the WNBA team.
Yeah. I'm seeing Steve Kerr wear the sweatshirt right now, like a soft purple color. Well, I don't know, violet, whatever you call that. Valkyries.
So what's the nickname?
I don't know.
What's the equivalent for dubs? The Valks?
I guess. I mean,
That's a good
I
one.
like the logo. The logo's
commend
cool,
him.
like
I
a bridge
commend him.
logo kind of a thing. But Valkyrie. I'm just trying to get it to flow.
Female
you know
warrior,
what I mean?
Valkyrie.
Yeah, Golden State Valkyries. I'm just trying it out.
Yeah, that's good. We're gonna have to. It's gonna have to embrace it.
It's gonna take a minute.
It'll take a little while.
It's gonna take a minute. If you're going to the game tonight, and see now Walter's reconsidering his.
No, we don't need him tonight
because
what's his one-loss record?
He's been to 3 of the 4 games, 3 in LA, 1 here.
No, we don't need
2 in
him.
LA, 1 here, and he's 0-3. They're 0-4 in the season. But Brock Purdy's throwing out.
Yeah,
the first pitch.
I gotta. Keaton Wynn is pitching tonight, but he won't make the first pitch, so it's a win day. But I got a guy with a one-loss record in the NFL of 17-4. Brock Purdy is throwing out the first pitch tonight. He'll do a much better job than Fred Warner and Deebo Samuel.
Here's what I want to know.
Who was the last quarterback? Colin Kaepernick.
He threw 83 miles per hour.
I think it was higher. I think it was like 88
just looked it up
or
this morning.
They
said 83.
83?
Yeah, they said 83.
I remember it being closer to 90, like 88, 89. He is buff. He is a year off the UCL. We got to put a radar gun reading.
Yes.
Just hit the strike zone. He is an NFL. It's a different thing.
Come on, throw harder than Kaepernick.
Warner told me that he didn't practice. He blamed it on that. I came up with, you know what Warner's going to do next time? Simulate a pick six and spike it like Gronk did.
Yeah,
so,
that's a good idea.
Are we going to get a radar gun reading on Brock?
Nah,
don't throw out your elbow.
Just nice and easy. I
Just
just
throw a
remember
strike.
Kaepernick really wanted to throw hard.
I remember it being like 88. I thought he popped it because I was like, whoa.
Maybe I got bad information, but I looked it up.
I remember that well. I remember that first pitch. So you got Brock Purdy, you got Keaton Wynn, you got the return of the City Connect jerseys.
My God, it just came back
What
from
are
the
they,
laundry.
26 and 10?
They're late. That's what I know.
Is mine clean?
Yeah,
Is mine pristine?
That's Nike, right? Excuse me, can we have our jerseys?
I'm the big G.
We're 6 weeks into the season. Can we have our jerseys
And
now?
I'm going to the game tonight with Larry and Gina Nibby. So we're sitting right down there.
You're gonna be right there.
I may be sitting next to Brock Purdy tonight.
He's going to see you.
Hey, Brock, you want me to valet park your Toyota Sequoia?
Man, when he gets that new deal.
I drove Trent's electric rolls.
They're going
to
make that thing into scrap metal.
The Dodgers got no chance. I'd leave Brock on the mound to go get Mookie Betts.
Put him out in the pen.
Did anybody in L.A. beat Brock Purdy? We got somebody finally that can beat L.A. It's Brock
Get
Purdy.
him in those City Connects.
Tonight's the night, right? They're going to win tonight, John. You feeling it?
Colton? Where we going?
He's got a lot of work to do on the acting front. A lot of work. Oh, Colton, is that you? Yeesh. All right. Thanks as always, David Lombardi, Fabian Ardaya.
Nicely done, John.
Fabian.
Yeah.
And Rich Samini, as well as our good friend Ron Wotus.
Crispy Wotus. He's crispy.
Thanks to Danny. Thanks to Walter. Will Walter go to the game? Because if he does, they'll lose.
No, we don't. We got Brock. We got Keaton Wynn. We got City Connect. It's all working against us.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Ofer should not show up tonight.
All right. The boys are coming up next. I just saw Tolbert. They're good to go. Tolbert and Cope still here on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Hi, John. Well, I'm crispy.
He's crispy.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolver with you. Sean Estes, Alec Pavlovich on the show today. And we'll get you ready for Giants-Dodgers. And we'll talk about the fine art of base running at some point, I'm sure.
Oh!
I got to ask, and I know I say this name, maybe somebody has not a solution, but an answer for me. So Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic. Both sounds are CH sounds.
So Doncic?
Luka Doncic.
Okay.
Luka Doncic.
I mix it up every time I say it. I think I say Doncic sometimes.
Okay, that's fine. But why? So I say Doncic, and that's what I hear. Doncic. Everybody calls him Luka Doncic. How come there's two different accent marks over the C's? Wouldn't that mean there's like two different sounds?
Now
maybe not.
Now we're in a territory I have nothing about. Serbian language.
Anybody know about Serbian accents?
Tim, tell us about the Serbian alphabet.
You know, I'm going to have to ask.
I don't have a lot of thoughts on that.
I'm going to have to ask my son's buddy Elvin, who's Bosnian. He'll know.
He's in the fantasy. He's in the fantasy league.
He's a huge Luka guy too.
Is he in the fantasy league? Right.
Elvin is in the. He won it last year.
We might have the most diverse fantasy league of all time.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe the most.
He won it last year. He beat me in the second round. It was like
juggernaut too.
Yeah, I had the best record in the league until I got whacked in the playoffs. And he was like, "Yeah, I told you my team was good." I go, "Bro, you just said your 3 best weeks you've had all year." That's the thing. Just get to the playoffs and hopefully your team rolls for like 3 weeks. You know what he caught me on?
What?
He caught me on the Amari Cooper 52-point game.
I remember this one. Yeah,
52-point game is the reason he got me. That was the first week of the second week of the playoffs. I was like, are you kidding me? Amari Cooper, 52? And Joe Flacco's the quarter? Oh, go, please stop. Somebody make it stop.
Elite Flacco.
Oh, yeah, he was elite that day. So was Amari Cooper.
They got hot at the right time. I mean, that's the thing. That fantasy team, you get into the playoffs, it's a crapshoot, man. You were built for the regular season, as you know.
I was built for the grind. Yeah.
You built for 162.
Put me in the Premier League. I'm Man City. Give me the playoffs. Who knows what's going to happen?
That was a fun game last night.
That was a really fun game. I mean, it sucked, but it was fun.
No, I was saying the Mavericks game was fun. At one point, Giants had the lead, and I was like, "Ooh, Mavericks game's going to end." I bounced back over to that. And I was like, "You know what? I'm going to go back to the Giants. I got to check it out." I was like, came back. What? Well, it fell apart.
What happened?
It slipped through their fingers. I got to tell you, I was impressed with the life of the offense. Impressed with, first of all, it seemed like they were playing really, really hard for like 6.5 innings. Like they were in it. They were grinding at bats. Mike Yastrzemski, the incredible catch in left field. It was cool. Matos hits the home run. Elliot Ramos is out there like a bat out of hell. I mean, I'm getting more excited to see Ramos at bats and plays in the outfield the more we see him. I don't know that there's one person you point to in this. It's a great team in the Dodgers. You took them to 10. They beat you in extra innings with the runner on second, which just feels like, I don't know. Runner on second to me at times now feels like a shootout in hockey or something like that. You know what I mean? It's like, they won the game, but it's not the way the game was played for the entirety of the game.
Well, the only difference is shootout in hockey. If you lose it, you still get a point.
Still get a point.
You don't get a point in football, baseball.
Don't give me a half a game for this one.
Win, lose.
I'd love a half game. I'd take one.
Exactly.
I'll take a half.
You take a point.
That'd be great if they gave me a half game. But did it feel like one slipped away last night? It felt like that to me.
Kind of felt like that way.
I thought they had
Kind of felt like that way.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you this since you're a former catcher. What are your thoughts nearly on the one knee down?
Hate it.
Catching style. Okay, there you go.
Well, and the reason I hate it, it's funny because Krug was talking about it on the broadcast last night, and it's the first thing I ever thought when they started teaching, when you started seeing it at the major league level, where I was like, why is that guy dropping down to a knee? What's that? What's going on there? I remember like Jorvit used to do it every once in a while, but he would do it like, he'd do the thing where he stretches his leg way out wide, and then he'd like sit down on one knee kind of. But now it's done strategically so you can reach out, steal pitches at the bottom of the zone.
Yep.
Also, how many catcher's interference calls do you see nowadays? Tons of them. Yep. Used to never happen. I feel it happens, but it almost never happened at the major league level. Happens when you're in like high school and college and the minors. But the reason you don't reach out and grab is because almost always catcher's interference, if it's a real one, can not always, but it can result in a broken hand, like easily. A catcher reaching out, you see a guy reach back and swing, and a lot of times his bat just comes through the zone, hits the hand. You also have no range of motion when it comes to ball blocking.
Yep.
Which to me was an elite thing for a catcher to have, is you can be a great defensive catcher. Now you can pinpoint him because almost nobody's a good ball blocker because they sit down on a knee and you don't have the same lateral movement. I guess if everybody's doing it, it's just part of the game now.
Yep.
I've never been a fan of it. I don't understand why it
well, you better have great hands because what you're doing now, instead of blocking it, you're stabbing at it.
Yeah.
You're just stabbing at it. And Sable stabbed wrong on 2 of them, where you just stab, and then it's like, and it's not his fault. It's the way you're catching. Because if you're catching like you'd normally be catching, right? You drop down to the knees, you put the glove down to the ground, and curl up like a cobra, and use a chest protector. Yeah. Boom, let it hit you, and then go get it.
Glove and then get over top
exactly.
of it. Right.
Now you can't do that anymore. So it doesn't bother me as much when the bases are empty. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Guy in first, kind of who cares. Second, I'm starting to get a little more like no, and then third, it's like absolutely not. You got to be up on 2 feet on third base. You can't. I don't care about stealing strikes so much. You
got to protect the plate.
Yeah, I want to make sure there's no. I'm curious. That would be an interesting stat to find out. Like, that's something probably Elias could find out. Since guys have been dropping down on the knee, which is,
I'd say in the last 6 years.
6 years?
Because Buster didn't do that. He did I guess maybe when he came back in 2021.
Like the last, so just let's go last 6 years. How many runs have scored via the wild pitch versus the 6 years before that? I'm just kind of curious. That'd be an interesting stat. And you know what? Maybe stats would say, you're wrong. And I could be wrong on this too, because I know they have all the analytical, they're doing this for a reason. Like, they don't just do it and throw it out there and say, hey, let's give it a shot. Like, sometimes the reasoning is flawed. Like, I'll give you one, for instance, that they had a really good reason for, and they used to do all the time. Not everybody, but a few teams. Giants did it a couple times. Madden did it all the time. The Cardinals did it all the time, which is bat the pitcher 8th. Bat the pitcher 8th. Let's bat the pitcher 8th. And that's why that way we have 2 leadoff hitters. I'm like, well, why not just put the guy at the top of the order? Then you have 2 leadoff hitters. You don't got to worry about it, because I don't want the pitcher coming up in a spot where the 8th place guy could do some damage. And also the pitcher's there. Like, I don't want to need him up sooner than possible, sooner than he needs to be. But obviously you don't see that anymore because, well, pitchers don't bat. But even before the DH, the last few years before that, you didn't see that as much. Guys weren't doing that as much. It's like the Wildcat. Remember, they had a reason for doing that, too. Nobody does the Wildcat anymore. They're like, that was dumb. Let's get away from the Wildcat. So, I mean, look, some things come, some things go, some things stick. But generally speaking, when it's around for, 100 years, there's probably a reason that it's around that long.
Well, what's funny is they used to teach you to receive, I was coached to receive different based on the situation always. If there's nobody on base, you could just sit on your heels or on your knee savers and you could sit on your butt if you wanted to.
You can go Benny Santiago.
Just get down on the knees there. And then, which is why he was great, because he would just drop to the knees and throw you out forward.
Yeah, he would.
But he started on his feet. He was on his heels, and he used that momentum falling forward to throw guys out. But then they would teach you, if there was a guy up who was who could, if there's a guy on first who could steal second, you generally have to get up to where you're not in a crouch anymore. You would call your pitch, and you can't just sit there because you're on your heels. You've got to be up almost in a bent over your knees position, so you have the ability to drop. It's like being in triple threat.
Yeah.
You can do almost everything. You have momentum forward, you have momentum laterally, and you can drop down to your knees and block a ball. You can do anything you have to. But now it's like it stays the same no matter what. They don't care if a guy's on first. He'll drop to a knee just so he can steal a low strike, which to me, I'm like, is that valuable? I don't know. How much more value is there? And that's all this incremental value that we can't even quantify, really.
Yeah.
So, who knows? Giants end up letting one slip through their fingers is what it felt like last night. 808 KNBR, we will get your thoughts and get involved on the conversation on this. The kids shined last night, though.
Yeah.
The young guys. I said this in the Diamond Notes, the award-winning Diamond Notes, which we'll have for you again this evening in Giants pregame. Of all the guys who went on the injured list, over 3,000 total games played together, or the major league level. Of all these guys, Matos and Schmidt and Ramos who've come up, a total of 370 games played together, 10% of the number of games. They had some life last night. It felt like the ballpark maybe a little bit different. Luis Matos, it's a 3-run home run. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off at first. Giants fall to the Dodgers, but there was life last night at the ballpark. We'll talk more about that. Tolbert and Copes, Giants and the Dodgers, game 2 of the 3-game series. 6:45 first pitch. We'll get into last night next on the Sports Leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's Sports Leader.
The Giants folded the Dodgers last night in extra innings, letting one slip through their fingers after Tyler Fitzgerald is picked off at first base. How difficult will it be for the Giants to steal a game in this series? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
We'll be playing some center field here for a while with Lee on the shelf, and he swings and he hits a high drive. Deep left field, on its way. Adios, pelota! A 3-run homer, well back into the bleachers toward the left field line. And that's a big fly, a 3-run homer. 3-1 Giants. There's a turn to throw to first, and he is out. That just can't happen. Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off. He had a very long lead, and when the turn was made by Trinan, Fitzgerald flinched towards second. Wow. He is picked off before there was even a pitch thrown.
Oof. Oof. Young guys out there, they helped the Giants stay in this ball game. 4-4, Dodgers end up pulling away in the 10th, winning it 6-4. There it was. The home run from Luis Matos, the young guys giveth, and then the pickoff there of Tyler Fitzgerald, the young guys taketh away.
That can't happen.
And look, Tyler Fitzgerald, he's got a skill set. He does. He's made the Giants faster. I know he's plugged some holes for them. He's actually had a couple of nice hits and some decent games. He's been a liability in the field, and he's been a liability on the base paths. Like, I don't know that I'm comfortable with him in any position on the diamond right now. I know they need him because they don't have much else on the 40-man roster. And I do think he's got a big league skill set, and they like the speed and all that. But it's to me, it feels truly like a jack of all, master of none when it comes to what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, that was brutal. That was just brutal. And
it's a mental mistake.
John said the same exact. I said it when I was watching on the couch.
Brutal.
It can't happen. That can't happen. Period.
That can't happen.
It did happen. Look, he knows it. Everybody knows it. But still, to reiterate, that can't happen. It just you can't get picked off in that situation. You just can't. I don't care if you have to take a half step closer so you can see the move. One time, maybe 2 times. I don't know if he was getting ready to go first pitch.
By a righty, though, too? That's the thing. Is he gets caught leaning with a righty. It's weird.
Yeah, that just kind of took the air out of the building. Like, it's like,
it was a pinch runner.
You thought maybe okay here because you're getting ready for him to take off, and then back to the dugout. It wasn't even close. Didn't even challenge it. It's like, hey, you're out. Get over here. And he didn't even stop. He didn't even look over there and put his hand and put it up to his ear. And check it? No, we don't want to check it. You're out. Let's go. You're back here. So, yeah, and it was, I mean, they hung in there, battled. After Mookie hits the home run, you're like, uh-oh. And then, Otani had a couple singles, one of them an infield single. Yeah,
the infield one was tough, too. I was like, just his presence makes him, I mean, he moving up the line on that chopper to second base to Tyro, and Tyro's a pretty good fielder. It was going to have to be a tough play anyway.
Yes.
And he fielded it cleanly. I don't know that he would have got it.
He's so fast.
It's incredible. Just his presence there. You look up and he's there. You're like, oh, screw it.
I mean, 6'4".
It's incredible.
I mean, it's not like a little dude scampering on the line. This guy just eats up real estate. Like, his strides, like, whoa, he's on me already. This is a big dude. Then steal the base and get up and go to third base. So, yeah, it felt like that was there to be had. And when Matos hit the 3-run home run, looked like it might have been a hanging curveball left up there. I'm not sure. But you thought, okay. I don't know what the odds were. I'm sure they were sizable underdogs with Yamamoto pitching. And you get a 3-run home run off of him. You're like, okay, let's just, maybe we can get a couple more. And he settled down. And they got one more. And then they just, I don't know. I mean, it was a tough spot for Rodgers there at the end. Because, I mean, Will Smith was not the guy. Like, I almost thought should maybe just walk him. I think because Muncy was up after him, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, walk him and get to Muncy and go go from there. But that's a tough lineup to navigate your way through. You got righty, lefty, but Freeman. I don't think I haven't looked ever, but I don't know that Freeman gets affected by splits much. I think Freeman's probably one of those guys.
He seems pretty
similar.
proof.
Like I know Otani, you can get him on those pitches, those sweeping curveballs, those breaking balls. Lefty on lefty, yeah, he'll chase the one away, and occasionally you can sneak a fastball by him high, but above the strike zone, he'll catch those occasionally too. Like when he
catch the top of it,
when he hits it, it's like oof. But if you leave it in the zone, even high in the zone, he can catch those. When he catches them, they're just rocket shots. But yeah, those are the pitches, lefty on lefty. If you can throw a nice sweeper or a nice breaking pitch down and away, I've seen him swing at plenty of those, even off the plate. But then again, you're like, okay, cool, you got him. Now you got a really good right-handed hitter coming up, and it was tough. And then he left one over the plate, and Smith cracked it. And I was wondering on that one ball if Matos, if he didn't stumble, if he could even got to. Like I forget who hit that.
You're talking about the double?
Yeah, who hit that?
Double?
Yeah, who hit that one? That wasn't the Smith double. That was.
I think it wasn't. Wasn't that the Smith double?
Was it the Smith double? I thought it was before that. I thought it was in the regular frames. I didn't think it was.
Was it Gavin? Oh, it was Gavin Lux, right?
Yes, that's what it was. And I don't know if
that's right. He inside out. Yeah.
I don't know if he would have got to it. I don't know if that's one that if he doesn't stumble or gets a better jump, he gets to, because he was a ways away from it. So I didn't get a great look at it.
They caught a break that it went over the fence.
I didn't get a great look at it. So, but yeah, I mean, you asked the question, did it feel like they let one get away? Yeah, it did. It felt like, okay, this is one we can get. Like, this is one right here against, one of their best pitchers. And you just kind of sand through the fingers. Just see you, gone. And because there are going to be a lot of games they're not going to give you those chances to get them. And it was, the top three of the order is just a rough go. It's just such a rough. And by the way, I should point out, I'm sure I would mention it at some point, but since I'm thinking about it, what a catch by Yaz in right field.
Unbelievable play. I've said it before. He's the best defensive right fielder at Oracle Park ever. I mean, that ball gets away. It's a triple at least, right? I mean, that was incredible that he laid out, slicing away from him, going the opposite direction. Full extension. By the way, on the game on Saturday where Ramos threw out two guys at second base, Yaz came in and had that incredible throw to throw somebody out at second as well, where he played that Kerr perfectly off the wall. It's like there's a short list of guys, and I know Jose Cruz Jr. gets the bad rap.
Yep.
Because of the drop in Miami.
He was incredible, too.
He won. He's a Gold Glover.
Yeah.
Only Gold Glover to win it in right field at Oracle Park for one season. But it was like him. Shearholtz had a cannon. He played it pretty good. Hunter Pence played it fine. Randy Wynn played it great. But Mike Yastrzemski better than anybody. And he's a plus defender. I don't need him in the leadoff spot with 3 Ks.
Yeah.
He's not the guy who would have hit leadoff there. I heard Papa talking about it earlier. I kind of wondered why Lamont Wade wasn't in the leadoff spot. He's got now a 14 or 15 game on-base streak. Drew another walk yesterday. He had a 9-game hitting streak coming into yesterday. He's hitting 330 with an OPS pushing over 900. To me, he's the guy. He's getting on base every game. If you're not creating offense, at the very least, put the guy up at the top of the lineup who's getting on every single day.
I'd bat him 9th. Be like having 2 leadoff hitters.
Thank you. I'd like to. I'll settle for 1 at this point. Jung-hoo Lee, I'll settle for 1 leadoff hitter for the Giants. Yaz goes 0-for-4, 3 Ks. So the top of the lineup there, I combined with the top 3. You said Yaz, Estrada, Chapman. I combined 1 for, what's that, 9, 12. 1 for 12 with 6 Ks.
I don't think that's going to get it done.
I don't think so. And they drew 2 walks as well and scored a run, did Matt Chapman. Lamont, the only one really in the lineup doing much of anything. Elliot Ramos did have 2 more hits last night.
Yep.
Matos, the 3-run homer. It's tough to ask, hey, if these guys deserve the right or do they deserve the right to play every day now? Well, they don't have an option at this point.
Yeah.
Like, Matos is probably going to be out there. If he's here, you may as well have him in the lineup. It's kind of the way I see it. Give him the opportunity, give him the experience. He proved last year at the AAA level he could hit a bit. But the more I'm seeing of Ramos, the more it feels like it's going to be tough for a guy like Austin Slater to get his spot back.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps going like this, he's making good contact too. And I haven't looked at the stats, but I'm just curious how many strikeouts he has, because it doesn't seem like he's striking out a ton.
He struck out once yesterday. I got his numbers here in front of me. On the season,
8 strikeouts in 22 plate appearances. So that's not great.
Nope.
That's damn near 40%.
And he's only walked once.
So. Yeah, maybe I was
7 for 21 with a double, 3 ribs, but he's putting the ball in play.
Yes.
I mean, 8 strikeouts isn't great, but he's putting the ball in play. And he's having at-bats to me that are feel like major league at-bats. And that's the difference. You can tell like when a guy's overpowered. Like if Fitzgerald comes up, I'm thinking, he may flare one down the line or something and leg out a double, which he's done a few times. But Ramos, I'm looking for hard contact and for a little more. I think the power is going to come in terms of gaps. I think it was Andy Baggerly told us that. Like, he was projecting early on as a big power hitter, and we thought, where's all this power? Now he may just be more of a line drive guy. At this ballpark, that's great. This guy can hit you 25 doubles. That's fantastic.
Yeah. No, I think he's going to get you said it. They don't have much of a choice anymore.
Yeah.
These guys are going to get a long, long look, and we'll see what you have. Because that was supposed to be when and that's kind of been my whole thing here is when Farhan took over this thing, it was going to be about the minor league system. We haven't seen much. It's been a long time.
Yep.
We saw Luciano for a little bit. He's not here. Ramos is coming up because of injuries. Montos is coming up because of injuries. Schmidt is coming up because of injuries. Really, the only guys we have seen have been the pitchers. Wynn has been good. Harrison's been fantastic. Bailey, I always forget about Bailey because he's hiding behind home plate.
He seems like a vet, too. But, Bailey to me just seems like he's been here for a decade, right?
But Bailey, yes, exactly. Okay, give him credit for that.
Like him back out there.
Again, I'll probably forget about him again just because he's hiding behind home plate. He's behind the gear. You never see him and everything. So, but the other guys, it's like, okay, where are the dudes? Where are the guys? And that's ultimately my biggest gripe with Farhan in the front office. It's just minor leagues has not produced like everybody thought. Like I'm sure he thought it would. Like everybody hoped it would. And I know it gets old hearing it, but it's really about producing your minor league guys. Your minor league guys are the guys until you can kind of get things rolling. Then you can go out and kind of supplement them with everybody else. Like the Dodgers were all minor league guys for a long time. Now they've just turned into, you know what? We got enough minor league guys around here kind of kicking around. Let's go out and just spend. They go out and trade for Mookie. They go ahead and sign Otani. They trade for Freeman, or they signed Freeman, I think it was.
They did trade for Manny Machado at one point, didn't they? And Darvish
so.
Like mid-season acquisitions to make World Series.
And then you get Yamamoto. But, they still got Will Smith, one of their best players. Muncy wasn't theirs, but, I mean, they
found him.
It's like
Lamont Wade for the Giants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know who this Pajas guy is. I've only seen him a couple times.
I'm already sick of him.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw Gavin Lux at that double last night. That was my first thought. Was that caller yesterday who put Gavin Lux on his most hated? He's like, I only got one.
My first thought was the guy that put Kike Hernandez on his. I was like, Kike Hernandez. How did I forget about this guy? This guy's always tormented Bumgarner. He's against left-handers, and he looks like Eric Burns too. Bothers me.
He looks younger than he used to, which is weird.
Kike Burns is what he is. I was like, of course he hits a home run.
Just hate him.
Of course that dude hits a home run.
Kike. Not a fan. Not a fan of that name. It's Over and Cubs with you Tuesday afternoon. Here's one, dude. I was out there Saturday. I told you I went all Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Saturday, great day. 4:15 start against the Reds. Packed to the gills. Like one of the best days you can have at the ballpark. Sell out, totally full. You roll into a Sunday, Mother's Day, same sort of thing, great crowd. And then Monday comes, the Dodgers are here. Where are the Giants fans? Saw the blue out there.
Was it all Dodger fans?
Saw a lot of blue. Saw a lot of videos and photos. A lot of blue. There always is. Larry Baird told us this. Other teams are going to show up. Yankees and Dodgers, they travel well. The Dodgers did not used to do this. Like a decade ago, this never happened, where they would take over the ballpark. And now it is overwhelming. Do Giants fans just not want to go see them play the Dodgers? You can't tell me it's just a Monday night thing because they played all weekend series last year. Same sort of thing. There's more excitement around the team, I know, but where are the Giants fans? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Just hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right. NBA playoffs still going on. Good game last night, too. Chance for you to make some money each and every night with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. The Pick'em game is where, well, I'll tell you about it in just a minute, but the way the Underdog works is they give you a select series of player stats. You select higher or lower than any one of those stats to create your Pick'em entry. And if your picks hit, you can make 100 times your money. in a single game. But it all starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app or going to UnderdogFantasy.com to sign up. And when you do sign up, make sure you use promo code KNBR. When you do that, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick-em entry, and they'll also give you a special deposit offer. By the way, this is all totally legal in California. It's a blast to play along as you get back in on the NBA playoff games tonight. Again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR to get your first deposit. KNBR to get a deposit offer. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use with your first pick-em entry. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon after the Giants fall 6-4 to the Dodgers. So I told you Friday, Saturday, Sunday, great crowds out at the ballpark. And we know this is going to happen when I was younger, I felt like the teams that came to town, when you'd get good travel. I always noticed it with the Red Sox first time they came early on in the ballpark's history. You thought, okay, first time they get to come, people want to come out, check out the yard. Red Sox fans always travel well. Cardinals fans have always traveled well. Cubs fans always travel well, and you end up with them all over the country. But never do you get a takeover. And the Dodgers for 20 years didn't do this. And I know that they weren't winning championships. They weren't printing division titles and flying banners the way they were or the way they are now. But to have this type of takeover, and maybe it's the people I think want to point to, well, the Giants haven't been very good. They weren't winning championships for 20 years. I know the ballpark was new, but we had sellouts all the time. Dodger fans would show up, but not like this. Larry Bear was on with us like he is every other week. And here's what he had to say about opposing fans showing up at the ballpark like we saw last night.
There will be Dodger fans here. There will be Yankee fans here in the end of the month. Why? Because there are a lot of people in L.A., and the Giants-Dodger rivalry has been a hot rivalry for, since New York for over 60 years. Why are there Yankee fans in the ballpark? Great team, as are the Dodgers, but also the fact that it's the largest market in the in the country, and the Yankees have a great heritage and tradition, and there are a lot of transplanted New Yorkers in San Francisco. So it's I don't know if the question's about, are you trying to restrict this? Is it frustrating? Yeah, I wish there was 100% Giants fans, but I mean the fact that the people are coming, they're baseball fans, that's a great thing too, and it's okay. It's okay.
I didn't think it was that okay last night. I haven't thought it was that okay for a couple of years. Like, I'm okay with opposing fans. Like, I don't like the overwhelming takeover of Dodger fans of the ballpark. Anyway, KNBR, you were out there last night. We got people hanging on the phone lines here. Armand is in Fair Oaks. Armand in Fair Oaks, you were out there last night. What did it look like, and where are the Giants fans, man? Did he put us on hold? Did Armand in Fair Oaks put us on hold when he's on hold?
Is that smooth jazz?
Put his ass back on hold. No, he's not getting off the hook. No, keep him on hold. We're coming back to that's unbelievable. He called in with a take. And he put us on hold with elevator music. That's unbeliember Daniel
with some Kenny G.
That's unreal, dude. Daniel's and Tracy. Dude, I'm like, where are the Giants fans? Where's our caller? Remember when the callers used to call in, Tom, and they'd show up when you said they were on?
Oh, the good old days.
Oh, the good old days.
The good old days.
First 20 years of the ballpark, they were showing up to the phone lines. Daniel's and Tracy. Daniel, I hope he's here, dude. Daniel, Giants fans not showing up, man. What's going on?
What's up, guys? I'm going to tomorrow's game, but I mean, it's completely disgusting that our fan base is not there. I don't care if we're, playing like butt right now, but we need to show up. This is our home. This is the best rivalry in all sports, and we're not showing up. Dodger fans never used to come out like this. Now all of a sudden they got their little Mickey Mouse World Series, and they got Otani, and I mean it's like a few months ago, how you guys did that one segment with the caller.
Yep.
Dodger blue smells like poo, all right? And that's all I'm saying.
All right, good deal. We appreciate the call, Daniel. I mean, it is ironic and it's funny because all those Niner fans and all of us Niner fans who take over that stadium down in Southern California, SoFi Stadium, every single time, it's like 80% Niner fans. It's overwhelming. I went to my first game last year, Niners and Rams, week 2 at SoFi. I couldn't believe. I was like, we joke like, it's like a Niner home game. No, dude, it was a 49er home game. Yep. Now, my logic on that is there's all these people my age and younger, maybe a little older, who grew up in Southern California, who probably just rooted Niners because either parents did or they didn't have a football team, didn't care about the Rams having left years before, the Raiders haven't been there just a little bit. It was maybe just the West Coast NFL team. That might have been why that was. And I feel like if you're in SoCal, that plays just fine. That said, the same fans that are down there, and I think a lot of them are people who live in LA as Niner fans, a lot of Niner and Dodger fans are making the trip up here. We mock the Rams for taking over their stadium and then just let it happen here at Oracle Park. Like it seems like time after time. Let's go back to, you said check back in with Armand. I don't have an Armand on the board here. See the top one there? Is this him again? No, Tim's messing around. Okay, David in Hillsburg. Giants fans not showing up to the ballpark. We didn't need you to work the bit, Tim. He actually did it. The guy did it on the line. David in Hillsburg. Dave, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, man, just want to give a comment about all these Dodger fans taking over. And I've been a long-time Giants fan for 10, 15 years now. And notoriously on the secondary market, all these tickets are so expensive, and it's kind of hard to get to Dodgers games. But this year I joined the 415 Club, and I was able to get in last night for $20, tonight again for $20. I'm getting tickets throughout the week for $5. So I'm really enjoying the 415 Club membership, and it's helped me to get to a lot more games this year.
So pricing should be off the table then when it comes to Dodger games. Because that's my thought is like the game on Saturday was a great crowd, Mother's Day, awesome crowd. You can't tell, I know it's Reds, but it's a Saturday, Sunday day game. Those tickets are always more expensive than a weeknight, and I think that's why they shove the Dodgers on a weeknight there. You get a premium series middle of the week.
Dynamic pricing.
Yeah, there you go. Appreciate the call, David. Thanks so much, man. Is Armand still there? Can we check back in with Armand? Armand, you're on the Sports Leader.
I feel like we're heading into Christopher Cross territory. Somehow, somewhere.
We're going to Megadeth, dude. I think Megadeth is coming. We actually do have Armand back. Armand in Fair Oaks. He's back. Armand, did you put us on hold, bro?
No, I just got settled for farmer's insurance. I got run over by a 93-year-old woman riding a Cadillac Escalade, and basically I heard it coming, and I backed up, and she ran through a pole, ran through a rock, ran through Trader Joe's, and knocked me over, and I just got settled. So.
Wait, this happened while you were on hold with us?
Yeah. No, it happened up. Yeah, this happens on Father's Day, and I just got. They call me, and when somebody's going to give me money, I'm going to hang up on you guys.
I was just saying, it was a settlement call. We clicked over to you.
Father's Day last year
or Mother's Day?
No, it was 2 years ago. Tommy, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
As a matter of fact.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Go tell us what happened.
Tell us, please.
So I'm ready to go. I just got back from vacation, and I'm at Trader Joe's. I grab my cart, and all of a sudden I hear this engine roar, and I'm saying, that don't sound too good. So I started backing up with my car, and just like the movies, you hear this deek, and she sheared off a 3-inch pole. She pushed a 300 rock, right into the store, and I fell on my ass against the bicycle rack, and I had a bruise about the size of Peru.
Well, no, the rock went into Trader Joe's?
Yeah, she sheared the pole off. And she pushed this rock 10 feet into the store.
What Trader Joe's was this? What city was this in?
This was in Fair Oaks.
Okay, got to be a news story about this. I got to look this up. Damn rock in the store?
No, there was no news story. And then they called the highway patrol. I don't know why they call us. They always call us, it's like, I don't wonder what they call. And she's crying, and she's 93 years old, driving a brand new Cadillac Escalade. And I said, if I was 93, driving a Cadillac Escalade, and I almost killed a guy, I would drop the mic and says, I'm done driving. She says, and then she says, I'm probably going to lose my driver's license.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Hey,
what if she stole it? It was a hot car.
Yeah, dude, that'd be
93-year-old car thing.
That starts moving. Hey, you get a pretty settlement there, Armand? You get a good dollar amount though?
No, not that good. I wasn't looking for a big settlement.
Just a little bit. Just take care of you. Just make it right.
We'll pocket you. We'll walk around money.
Tommy, Tommy, exactly. Just make it right.
Just make it right.
There you go.
Do right by me. Yeah. Let me get out to a Giants game against the Dodgers on a Monday or a Tuesday night.
I don't want to send you a photo of my ass.
Nah, I'm good with that. But the imagery is already good
Text
enough.
line's open, my man.
Appreciate it, though.
Text line's open.
There was blues, and there was purples, and there was yellows.
I've been there.
It's like
I've definitely been there.
Like a summertime sky.
So quickly, your thoughts? Dodger fans invading Oracle.
I hated it. Tommy. For me to go to a night game, it's torture. Okay, and I've tried it, and trying to cross the bridge, trying to take the rail, trying to find a parking spot, and come from here. So it's hard. But when I lived in San Jose, I used to go the games, and I hated it. And what was even worse, it was a sparsely. They say it was a nice crowd, sparsely. Yeah. If it wasn't for the Dodgers fan, there wouldn't be a crowd at all. That's freaking embarrassing. And this wouldn't happen several years ago, or even during a normal season. But what I want to call you about is Jordan Hicks when Otani was caught off the bag. Tommy,
yep.
As soon as I saw that, I say, run to Otani.
Correct.
Run to him. Run to
Yep.
him. No, instead he throws to first base, and then you could have just walked right up to him, and he'd be frozen. Okay, and he'd have no choice but to be tagged out. Plus, you could have hold the runners. Instead, it was Benny Hill.
Yeah, it was yakety sax. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Armand, thanks for the phone call. Great story, and take care.
Listen, I got a catcher for you.
Real quick.
A catcher that can hit.
Yep.
Sandoval.
Okay, that's enough.
He can't hit. We looked it up.
Thanks, man.
We
Take
looked
care.
it up last week.
Take
he was
care
not
of your
hitting.
ass, too.
Take care of that ass, Armand.
Hopefully that Trader Joe's is okay. Yeah, we didn't even bring that up, but he's right. Jordan Hicks should have froze him.
Yeah.
And then ran at him. I mean,
you run right at the guys.
That error, to me, was on him.
Yep.
There's a mental error, which obviously you can't charge him with an error. But yeah, that was a bad play. That was a bad play. Absolutely.
We'll jump off of some baseball here. We'll get back into it a little bit later. We are going to catch up today with Sean Estes at 3:50. Alex Pavlovic at 5:15. Giants pregame 5:45. I don't know what the update is, Derek. You said tease that we've got schedule release news as it relates to the 49ers. Gotcha. That's next, and more of your calls at 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader. 49ers will be home week 1 against Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. Listen or watch live tomorrow at 5 o'clock when we announce the full 49ers 2024 schedule, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
NFL schedule released tomorrow. Is that an exciting day for you, Tom? It's intriguing. I like it more than I used to, I think.
Well, I like it because I know where I'm going.
Yeah. I mean, I do like to see. We get they do that thing where they give you the opponents first.
Yep.
Right? Like they roll that out near the end of the season, right after the season, you get the opponents. And you find out what weeks they play, your division, and all that. We'll get back to some of these Giants calls, by the way, in the Dodger takeover in just a minute. But do want to give you an update. We found out the Niners week 1, I told you in the sports update there, will be playing at home against Aaron Rodgers, Robert Saleh, and the New York Jets Monday Night Football. So at least I get my first NFL Sunday off. How about that? Week 1, I'm going to spend on the couch. That was my first thought. I was like, how sick is that, dude? I get to watch all of week 1 uninterrupted before we get to the 49ers. It's usually a doubleheader Monday night. Is it still a Monday night double? It's just one now?
Just one.
With the Monday night solo game for the Niners. But we also now have a little bit of a leakage, so we call it. Some spillage.
Spillage?
Leakage, slippage, spillage. Yeah, you usually pay extra for that kind of action. Here we go.
There's actually pay extra not to have it.
We know the 49ers are going to play the Chiefs this year.
Correct.
We have the update on when they'll play them.
Really?
That's the leakage we have.
Let me guess.
NFL schedule leak.
I'm going to guess. It's here.
Chiefs are coming to San Francisco.
Ooh, Thanksgiving.
Earlier
than Thanksgiving. Halloween.
Week 7. Yeah.
Is that Halloween?
That's right around Halloween time, isn't it? Week 7, week 8. October 20th is the date.
Okay.
Week 7 on Fox. Tom Brady will be on the call.
Oh, they're going to make this one a monster one, huh? Okay.
The Super Bowl rematch, Week 7. So get ready, 49er fans.
Okay, hot shot.
Get ready for Week 7. Chiefs are coming to town. And then we got to find out when the bye week is. That's the bigger thing. I'm like, when's my bye?
Who's Brady going to be working with?
Who's Brady's partner? You know, Derek? It's Kevin Burkhardt.
Nikki Glazer? Play-by-play, Jeff Ross?
Piss him off again? Man.
I feel bad for
Giselle?
Olsen.
Oh, Greg?
Just kicked to the side.
Greg Olsen, yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Dude. Sorry, man.
I know you had a partner, you had a whole crew and everything. Yeah, you know what? Not going to happen. We're moving you down. I mean, he saw it coming, but it still sucks for him because he's good. I like Olsen.
Derek said he got a good job. What is he doing? Is he doing Amazon?
Who's that?
Oh, he's going to get a new job, says Derek.
Amazon. I think that's Herb Street, isn't it?
Well, they've got the whole panel. I didn't know if he was on that panel. There's 4 guys there. I don't know. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text.
Okay.
If you went to the game last night, Dodger takeover at the ballpark. And by the way, we already have the lineup for tonight. Remember, I was like, I don't know if I like Yaz in the leadoff spot. They didn't hear me.
They didn't hear you?
No, they didn't hear me. You know, I know. Because he's in there again tonight. Alex Pavlovic, who's going to join us at 5:15, already with the Giants lineup. How about how early we get lineups now? 2:55 or whatever, 2:50. Yaz and Wright leading off. Tyro bats second at second. Chapman third at third. Wade fourth at first. Flores fifth DHing. Ramos sixth and left. Sable seventh catching. Matos eighth and center. Casey Schmidt ninth playing some short. So pretty similar lineup to what we saw last night, at least for the Giants. We'll go back out to the phone lines here. Dennis is in Petaluma. Dennis, where are the Giants fans, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Longtime listener, native San Franciscan. Never been to a Giants game with so many of the opposing fans in the stadium. I was with my son. It was horrible. We were so angry at the end of the game. The Dodgers fans were everywhere. Blue sweatshirts, LA hats, chirping, standing up, being obnoxious. I was like, what happened? What happened to our city? Where is everybody?
We used to do this to San Diego. It used to be Oracle Pac Bell Park South or whatever, AT&T South, right? Like now there's no takeover down there.
And my son asked me that, you know, were there a lot of Giants fans in Dodger Stadium when the Giants were winning, you know, more games? And I said, I guarantee it. We used to pack opposing stadiums. I don't know. It was terrible. And then at the end, all the chirpers were just in our face. We weren't, you know, causing any disturbance or anything. All the Giants fans around us, we were just sitting politely, honestly. And at the end of the game, we were so angry, man. We just, that was a hard loss last night, a tough loss for sure.
Yeah, felt like one that slipped away. Appreciate the call, Dennis. Derek had said earlier, and I don't think it's quite to this level, it's a great timeout Warriors. Remember how much the Lakers would take over? Oracle Arena? And it was like tickets were like $6.
A joke.
You know what I mean? But it was like that they'd advertise it as come check out Kobe, Shaq, Derek Fisher, and the Lakers.
Yep.
And then we wouldn't, and then the Laker fans would show up and do it.
Exactly.
But it was a takeover.
And then they'd thump them.
Yeah.
Absolutely thump them.
I mean,
look, that's what happens when you're not winning. That's what happens when you're winning. Then you take over San Diego. You go down and you're there in mass in L.A. And I was at the Angels game when I was like, oh my gosh, look at all the orange in this stadium. That was incredible. Oh my God. But that's what they did when they're winning championships. I mean, when you're winning, you're getting a massive fan base. And now, not only the Dodgers, winning, they have Otani. So it's it's twofold now. You have, you have Yamamoto, you have Otani, so you have like new fans now that are coming in that want to come see the game. And it's just not, it's not the same. Like if the Giants were to start winning again, same thing had happened. People would start traveling, especially in California. They'd go to Dodger Stadium. They'd go down to Petco. They'd go to the Big A. They go to all those places, but they just don't anymore because they're not winning. Like Cubs fans always travel. Yankee fans always travel. Red Sox fans always travel. But when they're winning, it's even more. That's just the way it is because people are more interested in your team. The fans are more interested in like making the investment to travel and go see their team when they're actually good. Like I don't want to. I mean, just from an Angel fan standpoint, I mean, not that they travel, but it'd be cool to go watch them if they were in first place September. Go somewhere and like watch them against the Orioles or watch them. They stink. It's like, nah, why would I do that? I'm not going to go. Why would I go to that game? So I'm sure a lot of fans are like that too. But yeah, if the Dodgers get to a point where they're not good, I don't foresee it in the future, in the foreseeable future. But if they are, then yeah, there'll be a smattering of Dodger fans like there usually are. But when the team is good, their fans follow. I guess the only one caveat I would have to that is like Braves fans don't travel.
Who? Braves? Yeah.
I don't see. I hardly ever see Braves fans.
They ain't taking over Oracle Park. No, when the Braves come to town, that doesn't happen.
No. And so, I mean, the Braves are like the one, but those fan bases that I just mentioned.
They won for 15 straight years and they weren't traveling.
Yeah. That's why I give it to Cubs fans. They traveled even when they sucked.
They didn't care.
They're just terrible. Like, hey, we're the Cubs. We're coming to town.
Kind of pat them on the head and enjoy the
drink
game.
Beer.
Have a nice time, guys.
And hang out. We'll be nice.
Go to the ballpark.
It's fun to the ballpark. It'll be fun. But, I mean, it makes it worse when it's your rival. I've never asked this. I've never had any reason to ask it, but I wonder how many Yankee fans are at Fenway for one of those games and how many Red Sox fans are at Yankee Stadium for one of those games. Like, I wonder how well they travel.
East Coast is a little different, though, for how you protect stuff and how you be. Like, I don't know. I know there's Yankee fans there for sure, but I don't think it's like this.
No, probably not. Well,
they're not as dominant.
Well, let's be honest, too. Because the Giants aren't as good, there's plenty of seats available. Right?
It's
I
true.
mean, back in the day, that place was sold out from, 10 to 15? Maybe even 16. It was sold out. Every time you watched it on TV, there was like a smattering of seats. People would pick at it a little bit. Oh, Giants announced another sellout. I see a couple hundred seats there, maybe 100 over here. Yeah, you might see a few here and there, but now they're all over the place. So if the Giants are good, then those tickets aren't going to be available. You're not going to have people coming in and taking over your ballpark because all those seats are taken by Giant fans. A couple of them will say, hey, I can make up a third of my season tickets or a quarter of or whatever it is and say, I can get good money for these seats. Yeah, I'm going to sell them for this game or two of these games. I'm going to go to the last one of the homestand. But now there are just not as many Giant fans there because the Giants aren't as good. There's other issues too, but if you're good, the Giants have proven, Giant fans have proven they will show up at the ballpark and they will show up in great numbers at the ballpark. Nobody remembers. And the Dodgers were still good, 10 through 14. They were good. In fact, they may have even won some division titles during that time. I can't remember how many, but I think they did. They didn't show up like this. Nobody showed up like that because the Giant fans wouldn't let them show up like that because they were keeping their tickets, and every ticket was sold. Like, if you wanted a ticket to go to a Giant game back then, you had to go through a ticket site. Because they had all the season tickets, people would buy them up at the beginning of the season, especially for the big games. Now, hell, it's Dodgers, and you could have walked up and bought good seats right before the game last night. That was never the case when the Giants were good. So that's really the answer to most questions. How do we take care of this? Be good. If you're good, it takes care of itself.
The Dodgers have been first in the National League in attendance every season since 2013, with the exception of the COVID year, which doesn't count. So, yes, every year they've been first since 2013.
Well, and their ballpark's
and as you know, the Giants
massive.
Giants won a World Series in that window, by the way. Their ballpark's it's like $60,000 or something, right? It's crazy.
Huge, like 55, 50. I mean, it's huge.
The Giants, by the way, this year ranked 7th to 15th. 7-15 in the league. Last year they were 10th. You have to go all the way back. I mean, the years that they were winning, they never really got outside of the top. They were top 3 mostly in the years that they were winning World Series and going to the playoffs. But like one of the texters earlier said, well, it's the Farhan style of baseball. And I go, well, that doesn't answer 2019. I know that was Farhan ball. It's also Bruce Bochy's final year. They were also coming off of 98 losses or something like that the year before. So, again, it is frequently about the quality of the team. And if you go back further than that, the Sabian years, I mean, you go to 08, where they win 72 games, they were 7th of 16. And that was their lowest finish since the ballpark had opened. Then the next year, 7th again, then 5th, and then they started to come back up. Out to the phone lines here. Dwayne is in Stockton. Dwayne in Stockton, where are the Giants fans at Oracle Park, man?
Hey, man, look, I'm going to say something. Farhan put together a budget ball club. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, put together a what ball club?
They're a budget.
A budget ball club, okay.
You know, there's no boppers, man. So you either have to have that bopping lineup or you have to have that lineup that hits for average and maybe have some speed and some pitching, you know. And they have nothing. There's nothing out there. So, and I just don't think teams are even getting pumped up to play the Giants. So they're playing lackadaisical for 6 innings and just turn it on and beat them, you know, and put the pressure on them and they'll falter. And I think it's Farhan's fault. You know, there's no protection. There's nobody that anybody is scared of. So it's sad to see, and it's really sad to see Dodgers taking over the stadium because now you guys know what it feels like when you did it to San Diego.
So real quick, Dwayne, budget to me, though, would mean that they're like in the bottom part of the league in the amount of money they spend. I know we talked about this offseason, money committed. Do you know where the Giants rank in payroll for this year?
So when I say that, I say they're playing like a budget club.
Okay.
I think he overpaid for Soler and Chapman. Those guys, even when they're in the lineup, bro, you could pitch to them. Good pitchers, get those guys out easy. And there's no protection for Soler.
I don't disagree. He also wasn't hitting when guys were on base. We got to run, Dwayne. I hear you.
Where are they, like 6 maybe in payroll?
They're 10th in payroll.
10th
They're
in
top
payroll?
10. The
Okay.
teams above them, Cubs, Blue Jays, Dodgers are only 7th in payroll because Otani's making like $1 million.
$2 million a year.
Which is hysterical.
What a joke.
Like when I say hysterical, it's not like funny, haha.
No, it's not
like,
funny
not
hysterical.
funny like a clown.
It's like sad hysterical.
Right. Atlanta 6th, Texas 5th, Philly 4th, Houston 3rd. That sucks. The Yankees are 2nd, and the Mets, that sucks, are number 1.
Ouch.
Mets and Yankees only 2 over 300. The Giants have a payroll of $200 million, higher than the Red Sox, Cardinals, D-backs, Padres, some teams that you would expect to be competitive, at least behind them. Lowest in the league.
Do we need a guess?
No, it's he is.
Yeah.
$63 million. Back to, let's go to JD. JD had some thoughts on Luis Matos last night. What's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
What you got?
Yeah, so I got to go to the game last night. It was a bit of a thriller back and forth, but I just want to see what you guys thought in the 5th inning and again in the 10th. Those 2 doubles hit over to Matos. Do you think if Slater or if Jung-hoo Lee was in there, they would have caught either of those balls?
We were wondering about the one that Lux hit that he stumbled, and I don't know if he would have caught. I don't know if anybody was going to catch the Smith ball. And I don't know that anybody was going to catch Lux's ball either. I don't know. But what we saw is he stumbled when you're watching it. And the announcer, I forget it was John, that said maybe he got a late break, kind of stumbled a little bit. I don't know. That looked like it would have been a tough ball for anybody to catch. But he didn't even come close. So I guess it's fair to ask. But I don't really have an answer for you. Maybe Copes does. I don't know if he would have caught it or not.
It's tough on the angle, yeah. I mean, the slice away from him on I don't think he's getting to the Lux one.
Yeah.
I really don't. The Will Smith one, maybe. Again, would Slater have caught it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Would Jung-hoo Lee? I mean, I'll take my chances with Luis Matos. He is a plus defensive outfielder. If you're playing center field at Oracle Park at the Major League level, like, you have to have speed. You have to have ability. And I want to say he won a minor league Gold Glove or was up near the top of that a couple of years ago. So, again, Will Smith's one of the best hitters, the best hitting catcher maybe in all of baseball right now. I appreciate the call, JD, but I don't know that changes much of anything. No. I'm more upset about how the game slipped away than I am about not getting to a ball that was hit hard in the gap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Chris in San Francisco. Chris, where have the Giants fans gone at Oracle Park? We got another one tonight. 6:45. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys, you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so check this out. I've been here 20 years. And I always listen to the Giants game from my living room, and there's a delay. So I have a little boy, and I have to shut the door because the crowd noise will ruin what I know is going to happen. So 2-on, base hit, it ruins the whole TV experience. So last night we were watching 2-on. I go, oh my God, there's going to be a double play. They did it. And it was freaking Giants fans. They are literally out screaming. I mean, Dodgers fans. They're literally out screaming Giants fans now.
I know what you mean. You like go to the bathroom.
First time in 20 years.
Yeah, I know what you I heard it last year. It happened to me one time where I went to the restroom and I heard a cheer and I was like, oh, nice. What do we do? Turn around and it was the Dodgers ripping a double.
I know, because now I always close my doors because I don't want to hear the noise. It spoils it. Now I don't even know which way it's going to go.
Now you can open the door. Now you can open the door and you can guess, dude. You can play along. You're like, who do you think got the hit? You, what do you think happened? Now you don't know. Now it's just totally random when they're playing the Dodgers. Appreciate the call, Chris. It is getting bad. Brad is in Santa Cruz. Brad in Santa Cruz. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man? Where are the fans?
Hey, my opinion as to why the fans aren't showing up is we have no connection to the players. Let's go this way. 2010, 2011. Cody Ross and Brad Wilson are doing videos with fans of the team, right? You have a lot more connection with the players doing, like, engagement with the fans and with the community. We don't have any of that anymore. That is a huge problem. I think the media team of the Giants is not there anymore, pushing this team with a lot of personality. We don't have any personal connections to these players. And you guys keep talking about what the payroll is. Well, in my opinion, Farhan got hustled by the agent, and they paid for the names of the players, but the players are past what their numbers show.
Well, I understand that you're paying. That's what baseball happens. You pay a guy for what he used to do. Appreciate the call, Brad. I also, the video he's talking about that Brian Wilson and Cody Ross did with that fan, that was like during the World Series run. Can't act like you had some big connection to Cody Ross. They got him in August off of a waiver claim that they used to protect to keep the Padres from getting him. That wasn't like the Giants had some entrenched player. Don't use 2010 as our baseline for what made you excited. I just told you 2 years prior to that, when I went to 50 games in 2007 and 08 on my buddy's season tickets, we went to 50. The Giants won 72 and then 77 or something like that, or 77 and 78 wins. They were not good seasons. Tim Lincecum made his debut in 07. Bumgarner makes his debut in 09. They won 88 games. They were 7th and 8th in attendance those 2 years, or 7th in attendance back-to-back years. It's not like people were loving Jose Castillo at third base, right? They didn't love Ryan Klesko at first. We still joke about the Shea Hillenbrand acquisition. We got to remember, it's not just far on ball. We said this about Sabian. People got upset when they weren't winning then either, and apparently stopped showing up as the numbers show, that they weren't selling out every day in 05, 06, and 07. Let's go to Lloyd. Lloyd is in Folsom. Lloyd, you're on the Sports Leader. Part of me thinks it's people are not as hungry. People you're not as desperate for the championship. So you go, I don't need to go see them lose to a team like that. They're playing the Dodgers. That's not going to be as competitive of a game as I want, and I'm not as desperate as I used to be. Lloyd, what do you got? Where are the fans?
Well, I think, just speaking for myself and our family, to come all the way from Folsom, which we've done and we love to do, to watch this team, it's not worth the money. I love them. I watch them from home and enjoy these young guys. But, man, when we had Posey and those guys, I didn't care that it was $20 a beer. Now, shoot, I'm not paying it not to watch some AAA players. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't love the Giants. It's not worth the money.
So who should be up right now instead of all these AAA guys when there's like 6 dudes on the injured list? What are you going to do?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's when I kind of stopped going. And, as far as should he have caught the balls last night, you know what? You can't compare that guy to anybody else. And it's not even fair to say, well, Lee would have got to those balls. It didn't matter. That wasn't what the game was about. The game was about we just flat didn't execute when we should have. And I'm with you. Fitzgerald is a liability.
Appreciate the call, Lloyd. Thanks so much, Lloyd. Yeah, people on the text line of the YouTube chat now still checking in. Farhan runs the team. Yes, he does, of course, dude. Of course. I'm not saying you can't be upset with Farhan. I'm saying, where are the Giants fans? And not one person. One person said it's Farhan and the team he put together. And then I asked further, and nobody's really given me any reason as to why Farhan's the people are just mad, and it's Farhan's fault, or it's this coach's fault, or it's that fault. The players aren't performing. One, they didn't overpay for Matt Chapman. Matt Chapman got like a much smaller percentage of a contract that we thought he was going to get. A lot of people still checking in on this on the phone lines. We can get back into this. We also still to come have an NBA grab bag. We got some great sound to get to. We've got Alex Pavlovic at 5:15, Sean Estes at 3:50. We'll talk to them about all of this. 808 KNBR. You going out to the game tonight? Where are the Giants fans? I'm wondering. I want a reason for it. I really think we're all just content. I say the Niner fan is the hungriest sports fan in the Bay Area. I just don't think Giants fans want it as much as we used to. We'll get back into that a little bit later on the Sports Leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's Sports Leader.
The Warriors WNBA team officially has a name. The Golden State Valkyries will be coming to Chase Center for the 2025 season. Thoughts on the name? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Sean Ness is at 3:50. We'll talk to him about a half hour. Alex Pavlovic, 5:15. We've got a big NBA grab bag to get to, and we'll do that momentarily after we clear up the phone lines here. David is in Richmond. We're going to start with a Dodger fan here. Get some insight as to what's going on. Giants fans not showing up against the Dodgers. What's up, David? You're in Richmond, a Dodger fan. What's going on, man? Where are the Giants fans?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on. Listen, I just want to make 2 points. First,
careful.
Come on, let's thank the Dodgers.
Nope.
Let's thank the Dodgers.
Nope. Hang him up. No, he's gone, dude. That was the point. See, I told you, careful. I don't play that crap, dude. I don't play it. I told you. You want to call with like a take about something cool? I'm gonna listen to that crap. I'm gonna tip my captain. Yes, screw that. I'd rather. Where's Armand? I'd rather get the music back. I'd rather get put back on hold. Let's go out to. I saw the Dodger fan thing up there. I was like, let's take care of this quickly. Rick in Pacifica. Rick, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, thank you guys for letting me on. My points are that my wife and I had season tickets since the stadium opened, and we dropped them pre-COVID because they were $10,000 a pair. So that was one. If you look around, they're starting to do these things where they want you to pay more to watch them on the Peacock Network and Apple Network now. You've already paid for, to watch these games. So now it's that. They got their hand out again. And then on paper, the team looked like a decent team in the
But Rick, they sold out this weekend. Rick, I was there all 3 games. Where are they? They were there this weekend. That argument doesn't play. It doesn't play when the Dodgers come to town year after year and nobody shows up.
Well, hold on. You mean they? Who was
the Giants fans are showing up outside. They've showed up numerous times this year, and that's why I get it. Like last year, and I get it when things are going really, really poorly. What I don't get is how they can sell out a weekend where it was beautiful weather, and I'm thinking, all right, a little bit of momentum. This is fun. Dodgers come to town. It's all Dodger fans. Giants fans aren't buying the tickets or are not going. That's where I can't buy into the too many other expenses thing because they're showing up elsewhere.
Bear in mind that there are plenty of season ticket holders left that did what we did. And you said it earlier that sometimes you got to make up a few bucks from this expensive $10,000 a pair of seats. You sell them to the Dodger fans for a game or two.
Tough deal, Rick. Thanks for the call, man. Peter's in San Jose. And Peter may have a good point here based on what the liner is here that he gave to Derek on the phone. Peter in San Jose, why do you think there's not so many Giants fans anymore?
I think there's a few reasons. I think, first of all, we have had, right after the Giants dynasty ended, we had the Warriors dynasty. We had one of the most popular, even worldwide, most popular teams and players with Steph Curry and the Warriors. So a lot of the Bay Area's attention went to the Warriors. And then recently, even though the Niners haven't really got the job done, they've been a really, really fun team, especially with the Brock Purdy story. We've had George Kittle, Debo. So those teams have kind of taken attention away from the Giants. It feels like they've become third fiddle for sure. And I love the Giants. Giants are my favorite team of all time. I love baseball. I love the sport of baseball. But I think that's part of it. And I think people just like to complain. So they have a lot of affirmation bias. I saw somebody the other day. I don't like Taylor Rogers, how he pitches. And then they go, he's bad and his brother is too. I'm like, Tyler Rogers has been our most consistent reliever outside of Camilo Duvall for the last 4 years. But just because they're twins, they just like to throw him in there.
That's a great point.
And how are we blaming Farhan? I've never been a fan of Farhan, but he had a great offseason. He did, and besides Otani, he got all the players we wanted on our wish list on good deals. And I don't know. I think people just like to complain. They like to whine. And then I think another factor is the Dodgers have a super team. They have probably one of the best rosters in the history of baseball. And their fans are like the new Warriors. And some of them are actually 49er fans and Warrior fans. I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of Bay Area
based people.
Dodgers.
Yeah. We got to run, Peter. I do appreciate the call. It's a lot of Rams fans. That's it, showing up to him. Not a lot of Rams fans. They're 49er fans, yet based out of Southern California. I mean, he's right in that I remember after they won their first title and even the second one in 2012, when you went to the park, and Giants fans who've gone for a long time know this, the fan base changed a little bit. it was easy to see that with the Giants fans who were already filling the ballpark. More people jumped on, the million people at the parade and all that. But there were people, you could sit in the ballpark and you hear people talking behind you and you realize, oh, this is a newer baseball fan, right? They're just not they're not a diehard about it. That's okay. That's what winning does. It gets people on the bandwagon. The Warriors, it wasn't as obvious because the Warriors weren't relevant.
Yeah.
So once they became relevant, everybody was all in. There was one team. The 49ers, somewhat of the same thing, but it's more about getting back to the winning ways they used to have that the generation before remembers. I think there's probably casual fans. I think there's probably a series of fans who became fans in the championship windows that go, well, I wasn't a diehard before. Why am I going now? And I do think that there's a lot of Giants fans who are just more content because you're not as hungry for the title. There's no more of that, just give me one before I die. They got 3. So it's hard to stay hungry sleeping in silk sheets, right? I mean, it's just not the same vibe around the team.
Well, it's every fan base.
Sure.
I mean, do you think Chicago, after the Jordan years, had great crowds for Eddie Curry and Tyson Chandler? No. Do you think the Warriors are going to have great crowds if they go down to like a 35-win team? No. They're just not. I mean, that's just the way it is. There's a few there's very few venues in sports, and this doesn't really count football because football's once a week, right? 8 games a year. More than even if you're bad, you're probably going to sell it out or come close to it because people love football so much. But baseball, basketball, where there is 40 some odd home games, 41 home games and 81 home games. If you're good, people will show up if they have it in them. And I think this area does have it in them. But if you're not the Cubs, like Cubs show up, period, right? Cubs go day game, Wrigley, cool. We're going to go out and have a good time. And Cub fans, like they show up.
And that's what I used to think we were.
Yeah.
Now I think we're fair weather.
Yeah. Well,
I think we've gone
go back to Candlestick. How many people showed up for those games?
Not very many.
10?
Yeah, it was cold.
So I mean,
the craws, all that.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like if you're good, they'll show up. If you're not, they won't. It's that simple. Now, to one extent or the other. I'm not saying everyone's going away, right? But when you have championships, that's what people expect. I always talk about the bar being raised. You can't lower the bar. You start lowering the bar. You watch if the Warriors lower that bar. You watch how many of those casual fans that popped on around 2008 pop right back off. Like, nah, I got other things to do. I don't need to go to the game, watch them get drubbed by the Lakers or drubbed by the Spurs or drubbed by whoever is going to be good in 5 to 8 years. Now, they might the Warriors, and I believe that that won't happen to them because of how they built the organization. But guess what? The Spurs built a hell of an organization, too, and they got one of the best coaches of all time. Look where they are the last 5 years. Straight downhill. So, I mean, it can happen to anybody. It can happen to any team. One bad move here, one bad break here, and all of a sudden you're coming off, your older players aren't performing anymore, and thing just like craters on you. It could happen. If it does, you'll see a lot of people jumping off. A lot of people jumping off because there was about 15 years of Warrior games where any ticket you wanted, you could go get just about. Like, oh, cool. I'll go watch the Lakers and get online and buy it. Let's go to the arena and get a ticket game. You could do that. Now you can't. Of course you can't now because they're good and people want to come watch them play. But this is an area that if you're not winning, your fan base is going to suffer. Period. And I agree with you. I think a lot of the fans that popped on in 2009, 2010 stayed for a number of years because it was like, maybe they're going up. They won again.
But
they're going down. Maybe they won again.
The players were all still
they
here.
All
the
stayed.
core. The core was here too.
Exactly. Everybody got a chance to know them.
Yep.
And all that. So, yeah, I mean, there's probably a number of different factors why it's just not what it once was. But if you win, again, the Giants have shown me one thing living here as long as I've lived here. Like, this is a baseball town. It's definitely a baseball town, but you also have to win. It's not a baseball town so much so that, hey, we're going to show up $35,000 every night. Doesn't matter. We don't care. No, they want to see the product and they want to see a winning ball club. But if it does win, if they do win, people will show up. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah, people say it could be. I mean, I do think there's a lot of factors, but the easiest one might just be what you talked about when the Giants were taking over San Diego because of the championship caliber roster that they had year after year, series after series. 3 times they'd go down there and take over every game. it happens now. It's an easy trip for Dodger fans, and why wouldn't they want to go to the most beautiful park in baseball to watch one of the most dominant teams the league has seen? 808 KNBR if you still want to get involved on the text line and on the phone lines. We're going to catch up with Sean Estes and Alex Pavlovic. It is funny, too. So many people in the last 2 weeks bring up the young guys, bring up Ramos. You got to play Ramos. And they bring up these young guys, and everyone's like, this team's a bunch of minor leaguers.
I don't want to pay for the River Cats.
River Cats again. You can't win. Damn if you do. Damn if you don't.
Can't please them
I'll
all.
I'll tell you this. I'm going. I don't care.
Yeah.
Lose 100, win 100. I'll be out there. Sean Estes, 350. Alex Pavlovic, 515. And up next, a big fat NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
on the
bag.
Sports Leader.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. It's enough to make me change the station. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
Tobin Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, and we have breaking news at the top of the NBA grab bag as it relates to the San Francisco Giants and their rookie center fielder, Jung-hoo Lee. So we told you yesterday Lee was getting the MRI. They told us that they would give us a better update today. He was going to meet with Dr. Ken Akazuki, who does a lot of the the Tommy John surgeries and whatnot. Breaking news here. This is from Susan Slusser.
Nagazuki. Nearly. No, that doesn't work.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
Nagazuker? No.
Yeah. Carry on. As you were. As you were, soldier.
From Celeste, Jung-hoo Lee's left shoulder MEI reveals that he has structural damage. This is per Susan Slusser of the Chronicle about a minute ago. Structural damage is reported in the shoulder of Jung-hoo Lee. He is going for a second opinion to the gold standard for shoulders, Dr. Neil Elatrash. It's feared it could be season-ending.
Oh, no!
So getting a second opinion usually means trying to find out if there's something else you can do besides just calling it a year. So we're hoping for better news, but Jung-hoo Lee, that's the report right now, per Susan Slusser and Alex Pavlovic, who's going to join us, by the way, at 5:15 tonight. Jung-hoo Lee, structural damage in the shoulder, getting a second opinion from Dr. Neil Elatrash, and is going to, we should find out more about whether or not this is season-ending for Jung-hoo Lee. Just a bummer, because he's been a lot of fun to watch at the top of the lineup. Also a bummer way to start the NBA grab bag. It's the NBA grab bag. We get a big mailbag each and every week here at KNBR. Stenciled on it, it says NBA grab bag. And that's where we'll start. Well, not so fast. We give Tom a lot of crap, and rightly so. Tom's deserving of some crap, especially when he misspeaks with something like this.
He has not been good. I bet you he would even say he was D shit. Or D.
Tom yesterday tried to bleep dog S, and he bleeped the D and not the S. But, dude, we do have to give credit where credit is due. We start on the hardwood with the NBA grab bag, and a place we normally never go, the WNBA, because Tom, months ago, before the Golden State WNBA team had a name, Tom suggested this to Warriors president Brandon Schneider on October 5th.
The Valkyries. Valkyries are female warriors. They're mythological,
yeah.
so they're not going to offend anybody. And they got the wings that you can put on the back of the T-shirts. I mean, you could
jerseys
sew,
even.
You could sew wings to little kids that come to the games.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there you go. You're welcome.
Our gift to you.
That's my gift.
Tolbert's giving me the pitch deck over the radio. I love it.
We found out today the new Golden State WNBA team will be named the Golden State Valkyries. Tip of the cap to our guy, Tom Tolbert. I'm giving you all the credit in the world, man.
And did I get a call from them? No.
Not a thank you?
No, not a thank you.
Not a urinal?
Not
Nothing?
a card.
Not a
I already
stall?
got a urinal.
She got a stall now for the
I
WNBA.
should get a stall. She get a full stall. I should graduate.
In the ladies' room, you get your own toilet now. Yeah, I tell you, anybody who was listening on October 5th, when Tom told me he had a suggestion for the name when it was announced, I was like, uh-oh. I was like, where are we going? Is he working a bid here? Dude, awesome name. I thought it was cool then. I'm all for it. I think it's a great name. The colors, purple and black, it's pretty cool. It's their own thing, and they will be Golden State. I'm pretty excited about this. The rise of the WNBA has been pretty cool in the last 2 years.
I'm going to be real curious. Hey, look, I have they'll start next year, right?
2025.
Yeah, so by that point, I'll have a 5-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah, man.
I'm sure she'd like to go to a game.
Oh, I got a niece who's going to be 3 by then.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Take her over there and go to a game. It'll be interesting to see how many people show up when the Fevers show up. Caitlin Clark shows up for one of those games. But yeah, no, it's super cool. And I mean, to me, I said they took the layup. Because that was a layup to me. Female warrior, it's a badass name. Valkyries are badass warriors. And the merchandising, it's just, I mean, I just on top of my head, I could think of 5 things I could sell to kids and fans that just are cool, badass Valkyrie things. So when I saw that, it was funny because I'm sure they knew. And we interviewed the president and I think the GM, I forget who it was, when we were doing a game. And I kept telling her, like, Valkyries, I think Valkyrie is a cool name. They probably knew by then. They're probably like, oh, he knows.
He knows.
How does he know?
It's because you got good ideas. What is the idea, guys?
No, I have one good idea.
I'm not going to execute, but what is the idea, guys?
I can't bleep the right word, but I have decent ideas every now and again.
Give me my grab bag music back. I'm sick of this crap. Seriously. I heard it. I heard Ride of the Valkyrie. I was like, yeah, that's clever. That's cute, Tim. Thank you. Thank you. Give the people
when
what
you
they
play
want.
God of War, Valkyries kick my ass. Took me a day to get through them.
I want him to come out to this.
Oh, my God.
To get to the Valkyries in God of War, dude. So hard.
They wore me out. I mean, that just
flying around at you, dude. Oh, dude.
They're really tough.
Shout out Valkyrie the Avenger, too. She'll show up in Thor.
Yes, there you go.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
According to Bill Simmons. This guy's still around? According to Bill Simmons, The NBA has already agreed to their new TV rights deal, and NBC is going to get games again, while TNT will no longer have games, which officially will mark the end of NBA on TNT.
Wow. That blows.
How about that? I mean, that's one of the great television programs in modern history.
Yep. And you know what's really gonna stink? No more Ernie.
Yeah.
Because Ernie said he's staying with TNT. He's not going anywhere.
Well, and Chuck doesn't have to stay with TNT.
Nope. He'll probably leave.
He said if they don't have basketball, he doesn't have to be there.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows what they'll do with Kenny and Shaq. But, I mean, look, Charles is the star. We know that. And they all kind of fit together and they work together. It's more of an entertainment show than it is a basketball infomercial.
Yeah, it's fun.
But Ernie's the conductor. Ernie holds that whole thing together, right? I mean, he's a guy that just knows when to go to who and, okay, when to pull back and when to go here. I mean, Ernie is so good, and it's going to be a real bummer. And the person, if that show stays together, the person that takes over for him, good luck. Because I don't know if anybody could do it any better than Ernie Johnson's done it all these years. So that's kind of a bummer. I mean, we'll all find the games. Wherever the games are, we're going to find them if we want to watch them.
I think the show has run its course, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, absolutely right, Ernie. So that's kind of a bummer, and we'll see. We'll see what parts of the show come over, and look, what makes it the show was their personalities, all the, I don't know if they're the memes or whatever they throw up there, and then, put Chuck's face on it, and they put their own words in it and stuff. But at the heart of it, Ernie's the guy that kind of runs the whole thing, so that's kind of a bummer.
The whole thing would be a bummer. It's a loss for all of us.
Yep.
The games themselves, I mean, whatever. I don't really care which network has it. It's more about the NBA on TNT show that produces so much great, hilarious content, has for many years. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
According to Shams Charania of The Athletic, the Lakers have narrowed down their head coaching search to 3 candidates. J.J. Redick is leading the competition, LeBron's podcast co-host. And Mike Krzyzewski is helping in an unofficial Mike Krzyzewski resource and a dark horse for the job.
What?
Now, do you remember when?
What?
Do you remember? Yeah. Apparently a dark horse to land the Lakers job. It would obviously be a short stint there to help LeBron try to get one more, right? That would be why he's showing up. Do you remember when Kobe wanted him?
Yes.
And there was talk about that. That was when Kobe wanted to first be traded to the Bulls.
Yep.
Then they were talking about, who was it coming in? Maybe Rudy T or somebody like that. And then
who came there? Who was it that came? Was Rudy T
was it
there
Tom
for a couple years?
It might have been him for a season. Derek confirmed.
Yeah,
So
I think he was there for a short stint.
He might have been the one that was hired instead of Krzyzewski, because Krzyzewski wasn't going to come, and then they went back and they got Phil.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I know he really wanted Coach K, but Coach K is like, nah, I'm good. I'm good at Duke. Well, here, how's this then? Because I didn't even consider Coach K. What if Coach K and Redick come, and Redick's his top assistant
That's what I thought.
for 2 years.
And then he works under him?
And then he takes over. Because the one thing I thought, and I kind of laughed, I go, well, I mean, look, J.J. Redick could take over. It's not, Steve wasn't a coach before he got into it, although Steve had been in broadcasting many years, and Steve was a general manager. But Mark Jackson, they didn't have any coaching experience whatsoever. So it can be done. It's not like it can't be done. I think Redick's smart enough to do it. And I thought, oh, man, he's really going to coach LeBron hard, isn't he? He's really going to get all over him. He's not going to let him on the podcast for a week if he doesn't run up down the court and play defense.
We'll play chess with me this week.
I mean, it is weird, though. It's a little weird to coach guys you played against and then ask them to do things that maybe you couldn't do. I remember a great story Larry Bird told Chris Ford, who was his teammate, when he coached the Celtics. And he was yelling about playing defense, and Bird looked at him and goes, shut the F up. You never played any defense.
That's what's tough.
That's your head coach.
It's like your mom yelling at you when she did the same bad thing you did. You're like, what right does she? If you knew it, then
shut up.
You can't know the mistakes.
Tell me what to do.
It's pretty good. Who else? Jason Kidd did that, right? With the Brooklyn Nets, right?
Yes.
The year after he retired.
Yes.
He's coaching KG and Paul Pierce.
That didn't go great.
No, it didn't.
Except for his Coke spill.
I was going to do this exactly what I was going. Maybe the greatest.
We don't have a timeout. Let me spill this Coke.
He's holding it.
Yeah.
He just set it down, kicked it over. That was so good. Rudy Tomjanovich signed in 2004 to replace Phil Jackson, a 5-year, $30 million deal. He resigned after 43 games, citing mental and physical exhaustion unrelated to his. He actually had a battle with cancer, and they said it was unrelated to that. But he ended up resigning with a winning record, 24-13 24-19 was a record when he resigned. So there you go. That would be wild. By the way, this is the situation that would, I don't know that it works, but for Coach K to be an NBA coach, it had to be not being plucked away from Duke. You know what I mean? I didn't think it had to be, it would be a situation like that if you were going to make that move. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
This is a weird one. Doug Gottlieb.
This is wild.
Doug Gottlieb. People know Doug
Talk
Gottlieb.
about guys who's jumping.
Sports talk show host.
Sports talk show host. Been around for a long time. Oklahoma State point guard. Most notably known for stealing credit cards when he was in college. I want to say maybe it was at Notre Dame and then transferred to Oklahoma State.
Yep.
I won't say most well known, but he is known for that. Yeah. I think he led the Big 12 in steals.
Here's what happens. Doug Gottlieb, he's been named the head coach of college basketball's Green Bay Phoenix.
Yep. The Green Bay Phoenix.
More alarming, him taking the job of Green Bay Phoenix or finding out there's a Green Bay Phoenix?
Well, I knew there was a Green Bay Phoenix.
Didn't.
Yeah, they won me some money sometime.
The Horizon
the Horizon League. Absolutely. Yeah, them versus Milwaukee. Great tilts. Here's the interesting part, though, because I read a little bit of the story. I go, you got to be kidding me. Doug Gottlieb's going to be a coach? And I guess he's been kind of putting feelers out for years and years. But they said, and I cannot believe this is true, but it was part of the ESPN story, he's going to continue doing his radio show.
He will still host his show.
He's coaching.
While he's the head coach of Green Bay Phoenix.
Are you going to take this seriously or not? Hey, we're going to cut practice short. I got to get the show started. Like, I can't even imagine. Like, if after the show tonight, I go, I got to run. I got to practice.
How about this? I got
a game.
I got to recruit. I got to go meet this kid, dude. He's
a recruit.
He's a 2-star.
I need to get over to Chase. We had a game tonight. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for the show. Do the show and coach. Like, I mean, it just makes Green Bay look stupid, too. Like, really? Your head coach also has a radio show? What are you kidding me? That's what I said. I go, that cannot be accurate. And if you're saying, oh, Tom, it'll be great content. Yeah, like everybody wants to hear about the Green Bay Phoenix. That'll be a huge topic on the show every day, I'm sure.
Yeah, they were 18-14 last year, 13-7 in conference. So he takes over a team with a winning record at least. There you go. That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. We're going to catch up with Sean Estes. When we come on back, talk about the Giants game last night. A lot of experience for Estes in the Giants-Dodger rivalry. Also, the update on Jung-hoo Lee. We told you just a few minutes ago. Structural damage in his shoulder. He's going to get a second opinion from Dr. Neil Elatrash, but the fear is that he could be lost for the season. We'll talk to Sean Estes about all that next on the Sports Leader. Mark Spears joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes Brandon Ingram could be an interesting trade option for the Warriors this offseason. How about that? Listen to the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants and the Dodgers back in action tonight. A 5:45 pregame, just a couple hours away, and a 6:45 first pitch. Same as last night. Giants lost 6-4 in 10 innings. Here to talk about it, a guy familiar with the rivalry, Oracle Park, and with the manager, Bob Melvin. Our guy, Sean Estes, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Sean? How are you, man?
What's up, fellas? I'm doing all right. Yeah, how are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Did you have the same feeling we did that last night's game slipped through their fingers? Because it was frustrating because it really did feel like the young guys came to play, and then the young guys kind of let it get away, too.
Yeah, right. That's kind of a give or take with young guys. I mean, you get some good, you get some bad, and that's the unfortunate part. And you can't have a lot of bad when you're playing a good team like the Dodgers. So, yeah, I mean, I thought that was a pretty big play, getting picked off first there in the ninth inning, Fitzgerald. And that's just youth, right? That's just a guy going out there trying to make things happen, trying to do too much. And then the guy behind you is another guy, and Ramos did a nice job, gets a base hit, and had he been on first base, you could have had maybe a first and third situation right there with nobody out, a chance to win the game in the bottom of the ninth. So, but you had Matos and Ramos put you in that position, to have a chance to win that game. So, yeah, like you said, that's what you get with young guys. You got to take the bad with the good sometimes. Unfortunately, last night it ended up, losing the game for him.
I'm watching you last night after the game, and I feel like it's funny because I'm older than you, but we're still that generation where we look at things a little bit differently. And I feel like sometimes and I feel like this with me too, Sean. It's like a get off my lawn session. And we were talking about that earlier today about how the catchers with the one knee down and how it even, drives Copes nuts. It just, bases empty, guy on first, I don't mind as much, but second and third, stuff like that, it's like, I guess the data shows that that's the way everybody does it. So there must be a reason they do it. It still drives me nuts, though. I gotta be honest with you. There are just certain things I look at and go, was it really like?
How was that better?
Did you miss that many low strikes that you had to go down? You had to go down to the knee. I don't know. I don't get it. So I was enjoying listening to you and Contos talk last night. 'Cause I was like, yeah, that's how I feel. Damn it, go back to the old ways. Give us our old baseball back.
I know. It's true, and I don't want to be that guy either that sits there and poo-poos all the new, whatever technology provides or a new way of doing things, because I guess you don't really know unless you try them out to see if they really work, and maybe that's just one of those things. It's still a work in progress. It's a trial and error situation, but I have a tough time because I love both. If you can still get in a squat, Tolbert, and you Copes, I love you guys right now. Get down in a squat and get down on one knee. I actually tried to do it today. I was explaining out on the golf course today that just some old school guys that actually think the same way as we do, and I couldn't even get down on one knee squat. So I'll give them.
Copes did it. Copes is good. Copes got it.
Copes is down there.
Yep.
Okay, but then get down in that position and then try to knock a ball down.
It's hard. It's impossible. I don't get it.
To your right or to your left within a foot or two.
You can't. You have no agility.
That's too impossible. You have zero agility. You have to get lucky and you throw the glove out there and hope it goes in your glove. But get down in a normal squat, two-legged squat, and then have the same pitches thrown. There's a pretty good chance that you're going to put yourself in a position to get in front of those balls and keep them in front of you. I mean, I almost feel like it's common sense that you're a much more athletic catcher in the squat like that. Now, as far as stealing strikes, well, why wouldn't you want to have the combination of being able to block a ball, especially with runners on base, where, you have a ground ball pitching team, one, and so you want to keep the double play in order as much as possible, because that can get you out of – that can save you from that can help you avoid big innings. It just doesn't seem like there's enough emphasis on that 90 feet with runners on base. Do whatever you want.
do whatever you want with nobody on base. I don't care how many balls go to the backstop with nobody on base. I want to keep that guy at first base. I want to keep that guy from going to third base because, as we saw last night, an infield single can end up scoring a run, as you saw with Shohei Otani. I want to keep that 90 feet. That's precious to me, right? So I want you to get in front of the baseball. I don't care if I can't get that strike at the bottom part of the zone, or if I can't get that strike on the outside corner by an inch or two. I don't care about that, right? I care about keeping the guy from going another 90 feet. So, to me, that's we talked about that in the post game, and I'm not trying to blow Blake Sable up because that's what they've been taught to do. I mean, what is he supposed to say? No, I'm not doing that. Like, this is how I'm going to catch. I mean, he's a guy with a year under his belt in the big leagues and doesn't have a ton of, catching experience. He's going to do what he's told. So, nothing against him. He just he's not in the right position to knock a ball down, especially when you have a guy like Jordan Hicks who has a split. He'll throw in the dirt from time to time. He'll yank it from time to time. So you have to be prepared for that. Or a Luke Jackson who spikes a lot of his breaking balls, his slider and his curveball. He'll throw a lot of those in the dirt because that's what he's trying to do, especially with two strikes. So as a pitcher, you don't want to have that in the back of your head that, gosh, I can't throw this ball in the dirt because there's a chance that it may get by him. Like, you have to have that confidence or eliminate certain pitches, and that makes you less of a pitcher. So, yeah, I mean, not getting on the soapbox talking about like how it used to be, but hey, there's certain times where I'd like to go back to like that's the way it used to be now, and it worked. Keep that ball in front of you.
So let me ask you this, because I think it was the double that Lux hit. Jackson caught too much of the plate. Like he threw the slider and it caught not quite the bottom part of the zone, maybe bottom third of the zone. And I was wondering, and you're the perfect guy to ask this because you had the big curveball, if you have a catcher who's on one knee, and that chances are if you spike one, it could be 50-50 or not, he gets that. And again, it's not his fault. It's the way he's taught, and you just got to stab at it. I mean, you better have great hands to get it at that point because you can't use your chest protector anymore. You can't go down on the knees and bow up and just get big and try to smother the ball anymore. Are you less likely, or is there any trepidation to throwing that ball below the zone, knowing that if you miss it a little lower, that could get spiked, and who knows where the hell it could end up being? Does that enter your mind at all as a pitcher?
100%. It does. And it doesn't until it happens. But then after it happens, then you're saying to yourself, okay, well, I can't do that again, right? I can't, or I have to make a little bit better pitch where it doesn't bounce. I can't. And it just leaves you a lot less room for error as far as the pitch that you're throwing. You don't want that in your mind before you throw a pitch. You want to know that if you get a 2-strike count, now you're not trying to spike a ball with no strikes or, a lot of times with 1 strike, you're not trying to do that. You are trying to throw it at the bottom of the zone. But sometimes, I mean, when you have a big breaking ball like Luke Jackson does, it's really hard to hit a spot with that. I mean, if you watch the way he throws, he's a max effort guy, and he's just trying to rip off breaking balls. And he's trying to get a pitch that looks like a strike that is in the zone, and then it's out of the zone. So he's not thinking about, I'm trying to land it here, or here. He's just throwing as hard as he can, and then you want to be able to trust your catcher with being able to knock it down. I mean, because that's what, in essence, you're supposed to do as a catcher, right? And put yourself in position. Now, there's certain pitches, without a doubt, that if you're throwing a breaking ball in front of home plate or you're yanking it into the other batter's box, that's on you. But that, to me, that's few and far between. It's the pitches that you throw at a 60% rate, those breaking balls that you want to be able to have knocked down. And you don't want a runner on third base. You don't want to have to think about that before you throw that pitch, because what's going to happen is you're saying, I don't want to do that. Well, 1, you're either going to do that, or 2, you're going to end up throwing a breaking ball in the zone that's going to get whacked because you're afraid to bounce it. So, they're definitely – that comes into play for sure. It shouldn't,
But if it happens one time, you're going to think about it. And the same with Jordan Hicks with that split. He's going to think about that. And he was yanking a bunch of splits down and into righties or to lefties last night. That was his miss. So as a catcher, it's like in golf. Yeah, what's my miss? So I'm going to protect against my miss today.
Yeah.
That's just what's happening. So if you're hitting the ball right, you're going to aim a little bit left. Well, Jordan Hicks' miss last night with his split was a pitch down and in. So as a catcher, you got to know that I got to protect against his miss. I'm obviously ready for a split in the zone. I know I can catch that. A split right in front of me that drops down. I know I can block that with my positioning. But if he ends up yanking that split down into a lefty, am I in a position to be able to stay in front of that and keep the runner from moving up? And you can't tell me that any catcher that's on one knee is in a position to cover that pitch. It just isn't going to happen. So you're just almost conceding the 90 feet at that point. And that was our point last night.
Yeah.
Talking to Sean Estes here on the UMA guest line. Jung-hoo Lee gets hurt at the game was it Sunday? Saturday, he goes down with the shoulder injury. He had an MRI yesterday and then was evaluated again by Giants trainers. And we found out a little while ago today that he's got structural damage in his shoulder. He's getting a second opinion from Dr. Neil Alatrash, but this is bad. It could mean he's out for the season. How much worse off are the Giants without Jung-hoo Lee this early on?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think we were still trying to figure out how good Jung-hoo Lee is, right? I mean, we're a month into the season, and I think that a lot of people like what he does. I mean, he's done a great job in center field. It's still a little bit of a learning curve playing in the big leagues, and he's had some sun balls he's had to deal with. I mean, but all things aside, I mean, you take the negatives away. They'll love the positives, that he's brought. And he's a guy you could pencil in at the top of that lineup every day. He's going to give you a quality at bat. He's going to hit the ball hard. He provides a little bit of speed. And then defensively, I've loved what he's done with his routes. And I love what he's done. He's shown a really strong arm. So there's a lot of positives. But how good is Jung-hoo Lee going to be? We don't know that, right? So I don't think we saw enough of him to say, losing Jung-hoo Lee, is that going to be the difference in the Giants season, winning, getting to the playoffs or not? I don't think that's the case. But yeah, is it a big loss? Without a doubt. It's a big loss for the organization, one, because they gave him a ton of money to play center field every day. And I think that, I think the ceiling's pretty high for that kid. So it's unfortunate that they're in that position. And the fact that you're seeing structural damage, you're hearing that, and then he's going to go get a second opinion. I don't know any more than you guys do as far as what we've heard, but that's never a good sign, because had their doctors said, the shoulder actually looks pretty good and we can get by with rehabbing this thing and we can avoid surgery, you're not going to go get a second opinion to hear good news again, right? So if you hear bad news, and the bad news, the worst case being that you're going to have to get surgery and potentially miss the season because of it, you're going to go get a second and maybe even a third opinion to find out if that's something that you need to have done. So I don't love the fact that he's going to go get a second opinion, because that means that there was probably more in there that probably means that surgery is an option. So, and now you got to start, thinking that you're going to probably miss him for at least 2 months. The surgery probably the year, but then, best case scenario, you miss him for a couple months. So who's going to fill that void? And that's where you got to look at, who's next up. Yaz can play center, but Yaz isn't hitting. Matos can play center, but it's going to be still he's young and he's still trying to figure out if he can play every day at the big league level. So it's not an ideal situation, guys, but there also is a scenario where it doesn't work out with whoever fills the void for Jung-hoo, and then potentially you go out and make a move to get a center fielder. I don't know. I think we're going to have to. I think the next week will tell a lot, but I think a lot of it's going to come on. I think a lot of it's going to ride on Luis Matos' shoulders, and if he can be that guy to play center field every day, and I know a lot of guys in the organization believe he can.
What would you like to see in the next few weeks from this offense? I mean, obviously it's so banged up right now. It's even hard to say, I guess. But the guys that are hurt weren't even performing when they were in the lineup for the most part. But is there something you look at and The one thing I will say, Sean, is with some of the younger guys coming up, at least they have some speed. They could theoretically have some speed on the base pass if you don't get picked off, of course.
Oh, come on.
Because they don't generate runs, right? They don't go first to third. They don't steal bases, and they don't have a lot of power. That's a horrible combination for if you want to score runs consistently. But is there something there that they're not doing? Or I know guys, if they're hitting better, it'd make it easier. But is this just an offense? I don't think it's this bad, but I'm just curious. What do you think? And is there something there that like they need to do this, and maybe they could take a step forward?
Well, I think the point you made is that, when they were fully healthy, were they doing enough offensively? And we didn't see it.
No.
Right? I mean, you saw certain guys that were swinging the bat bat well at different times. I mean, Lamont Wade Jr. has been good all year. Conforto's been, for the most part, he's been a bright spot. He's been a run producer. Chapman still hadn't gotten going, completely on a consistent basis. Soler hadn't. Yaz definitely hasn't. Ahmed was giving you a professional bat, but you were putting him in the 9-hole, and you weren't expecting a whole lot out of Ahmed. I think Estrada is still a guy we're waiting to get going. Bailey's done a nice job. I'm talking about guys that, would be in the lineup every day. So just from a consistent basis up and down the lineup, they hadn't done enough.
Yeah.
So, maybe you always kind of look at silver linings in these situations, especially when, typically you don't have teams get this banged up, this close together, right? Where you're trying to fill voids left and right. But, sometimes it's a blessing in disguise when you can actually go out where these guys wouldn't have got these opportunities for whatever reason. Even with the veteran guys not producing, you wouldn't have seen Matos, you wouldn't have seen Ramos, you wouldn't have seen Schmidt as consistently as we're seeing. Maybe one or two of these guys end up doing something clicks here at the big leagues, where now you're like, okay, these are guys that we could see play every day, and that's a good problem to have at that point when you get your guys healthy. Now you have some youth, you have some guys that have gotten consistent reps, guys that you can get excited about again. Guys that instill some energy into that lineup, some speed, and now you're clicking. And it happens with good teams every year. Good players go down, guys come up from the minor leagues, and you're like, oh, okay, we probably wouldn't have seen what this kid has, and he wouldn't have got that opportunity, but now he is, and he made the most of it. And now you can start thinking ahead. I mean, you can start thinking about just with Lee, Ramos, and Matos in an outfield, and that's a pretty young outfield that you can kind of look forward to in the future, right? You can get those guys for a long time. But now they lost Lee, so that's not going to happen for a while. But you can see what you can get out of Ramos. You can see what you can get out of Matos. Maybe we'll see Luciano here before long. See what Casey Schmidt can do. I think that's the silver lining here is that what do you have now? What these guys are getting an opportunity. Let's see if they can run with it, and in the long run, we'll be a better organization because of it.
Try to take a little inventory on what they have. Matos, the home run last night. Ramos has looked pretty good, and we'll see the Dodgers again tonight. A similar lineup to last night. Young guys are back out there again. Sean, always fun catching up, man. We'll do it again soon.
Okay, guys. Thanks
Sean.
Thanks so much. Sean Estes there. You see him on the pre- and post-game coverage, NBC Sports Bay Area of the Giants. 5:45 pregame tonight. Alex Pavlovic going to join us at 5:15 in about an hour. We'll hear from him about what he's heard about Jung-hoo Lee. But again, the update is that he's got structural damage in his shoulder, getting a second opinion, and it's feared he could be out for the entirety of the season. When we come on back, how about a sound soiree? Didn't have a chance to get into this yesterday. We talked about how the NBA on TNT is going away. Draymond was filling in on the NBA on TNT, except he was late to the broadcast.
What?
Yeah, we got that sound for you. He also had an interview with Jay Wright. Shaq had a diss track of Shannon Sharp we haven't had a chance to get to. And Jim Harbaugh, nobody likes rookie minicamp more than him. That's all coming your way next in a sound soiree on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's Sports Leader.
The Giants fell to the Dodgers last night in extra innings, letting one slip through their fingers after Tyler Fitzgerald is picked off at first base. How difficult will it be for the Giants to steal a game in this series? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports, even with the regular basketball season over. We got playoff games going on like right now, tonight. You can get in on the action through Underdog Fantasy's NBA Pick'em game, legal in California, and a ton of fun to play along as you watch the games. You pick between 2 and 5 players to build a Pick'em entry. They'll give you a series of player stats. If your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. There's endless projections to choose from. You get to customize your own Pick'em experience. I'm looking at the Underdog Fantasy app right now, and you can too. You download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR. They'll give you a mystery pick to use with your first Pick'em entry, plus a special deposit offer. I'm looking at Tyrese Halliburton. First quarter points tonight, 5.5. Probably go lower than the 5.5 there. Then you take a look at Jalen Brunson, 33.5 for the game. I'd go higher on Brunson in that one. You pair those two together with a few others, you can make 100 times your money, but it all starts with downloading the Underdog Fantasy app or signing up at UnderdogFantasy.com and using promo code KNBR to claim your new customer special of a mystery player pick and that deposit offer. But you must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. This is Tolbert and Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon, May 14th, 2024. Midway through May. Mustache May. It's not helping out. Guys on the Giants are starting young now. None of them can grow mustaches, it seems like. All the guys who could do it got hurt. We got a sound soiree for you. We had a lot of Draymond sound in the month of May. Now the Warriors aren't playing basketball. Again, I said this last week. I was like, he doesn't know what to do with himself, dude. He's had all this free time. He's not used to this. Warrior fans aren't. The playoffs seem really, really long when your team's not in it, doesn't it? It seems way longer when your team's not in this.
Way longer.
It's wild. I was thinking that last night. I was like, it's only like game 4.
You're like, bro, we're not even to the second round yet.
We're not to the conference final yet. I mean, dude, the first round, well, we're going to get the Summer Olympics.
When did it start? Like a month ago?
Like a month ago. This is January. Anybody knows the season starts Christmas Day. It started first week of April, right? So it's been a month. The Warriors season ended April the 14th. April the 14th was the last regular season Warrior game. April 19th is when the playoffs started. So we're about a month in and we're not to the conference final. That's pretty wild. First round takes longer than the entire Summer Olympics. You don't believe me? The Summer Olympics are coming. Just check it. And now we get the extra round of the playoffs. Well, not the playoffs, the play-in. So Draymond's got all this free time. So he was like, that's so much free time. I may as well jump on an NBA on TNT. It's what I'm going to do at some point anyway.
Sure.
Become a broadcaster. Well, the problem is he had so much free time. He was late to the set. Here it is.
No, this what happened earlier. I mean, when you're running late.
Yeah, stop snitching, Kenny.
No, they showing it on TV right now, man. They showing it. They just said, hey, look, J-Ross running late. The show hasn't started yet. You cannot take my job of being late. I had to do the big podcast.
So here we go.
Way out there, too.
So there you go. Draymond shows up late to the broadcast. Then you start razzing him for it. Like, come on, dude. You're filling in. You can't be late. It's like doing something extra. You can't be late to the deal. So then Draymond, he interviewed Jay Wright on that same broadcast on the NBA on TNT. Here's what it sounded like.
I have to ask you a question because I was a little surprised by you just retiring the way you did. I thought you still had a lot of life left in you and a lot longer to go. Did some of the new rule changes kind of drive you out? You saw where it was going, a lot like we're now seeing Coach Saban. Like we're starting to see some of the great guys of your era starting to take off. And I think you got ahead of it, but was that one of the reasons you got out when you did?
No, Draymond, it was strictly coaching you in the Olympics. After that, I was shot. I was
done. I understand that. You and Steve share that same.
No.
But it's a good point, though, by Draymond. In the shift of what coaches from a previous generation may feel about the college ranks and how the rules have changed. Is it still worth it sometimes to these guys? I mean, Saban is certainly a guy that comes to mind with.
I've talked to Jay Wright a couple of times, like off air. We'll just be chatting and stuff, and we're chatting about that. And he said it's just totally, it's like so different now. I think one of the things coaches hate is recruiting their own players during the season. Like once you had a player, like let's say I went to Arizona, Lou recruited me between me and Vegas, decided to go to Arizona. I get there. You don't got to recruit me anymore. You got me. I'm going to be there for a couple years. You can go recruit somebody else now. But the way the game is structured now with the transfer portal, you got to recruit your own players to keep them there. Yep. So not only are you recruiting out there trying to bring new players in, you're trying to recruit your own guys. And Jay told me that they have a GM now at Villanova.
A general manager at Nova.
I go, what GM? I go, what does a GM do in college? He goes, he handles all the NIL stuff. Like he's kind of a liaison between the parents and the agent and the players and the money and the NIL. He goes, it's totally different. So you could see where guys, and this, I don't think anybody would say, I don't think Saban would say this. I don't think Jay Wright would say that. It's not right or wrong. It's just, this is the way college worked for so long. And this is what we got used to. This is how we dealt with it. This is what we did. And then all of a sudden it's like, bang. Everyone's priorities have changed. And instead of like adapting, you're like 60. I mean, Jay doesn't look it, but Jay's like 61, 62.
I was surprised when I
Jay
heard
looks
that,
like he's like 48. And Saban's what? Saban's got to be like late 60s, maybe even 70. He's probably like, I don't need this anymore. Like, I don't, why do I need it? This is for like the young.
72 is
72. So this is for the young people. Not players, but coaches. They've just come up with the game. They're familiar with all this stuff, and they are very well versed in it. Like, for the older coaches who weren't versed in it, it's like I got to go back and kind of relearn this and redo that. But I think every coach will probably tell you it's a pain in the ass to recruit players you've already recruited. Like, I just recruited you. Now I got to recruit you to keep you here. I can't imagine any coach enjoys that at all.
I already did it once.
Yeah, I did it. I got to do it again.
You made your decision, now I have to do it again.
Like this year, I got to do it.
I told you my thought was always the rule should be if a coach leaves, the kid should get to leave.
Absolutely.
You should have to do you should have to stay for the school or do the 1 year sit out for a transfer. And I'm okay with kids being able to leave easy if a coach leaves, because that's the one thing that I thought was unfair. A parent agrees, I want to send my kid to the school. The kid says, I want to go play for you, coach. And then the coach goes, great, I got another. You're going to play for Lane Kiffin in FIU.
Go Owls.
Go Owls.
It's an exciting time.
What an exciting time. Yeah, that's what I mean, though.
There's Tim looking for it.
Kids like I thought this was an exciting time. What are we doing here?
It is.
But I'm with you.
It's an exciting time to leave, and I'm leaving.
That's got to be the most devastating and frustrating thing versus the other side of the coin, which is Dion shows up and he's like, you guys need to leave.
Yeah, you guys need to leave.
Get out.
Yeah. I'm asking you to leave.
I'm telling you to leave, yeah. Moving on here.
No, I would say two things real quick. I would say you can transfer when the coach leaves, or you get one freebie.
Yeah.
One freebie, that's it.
You get one, and then the others you have to sit out.
You're sucking it up. You're not putting your name in the portal every year going, I wonder how much money I can get from that school. How much money can I get from this school? How much money can I get from that school? No. One freebie, coach leaves, free for all, do what you got to do. Other than that, you're staying.
Hey, Owl Nation. This is Coach Kiffin. What an exciting time. Go Owls.
He's not exciting at all.
It sounds like there's a gun pointed at his head, like off camera. It's a ransom note.
Remember when he signed? We were like, that's where he's going?
Yeah.
We're like, well, we'll see if he can get back to a power
Worked
five.
out okay for him.
Worked out pretty good for Saban.
Hey, Owl Nation.
So bad. Shaquille O'Neal. We said this on Friday. Shaquille O'Neal, known for his Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes.
Yep.
Barkley has no rings. He's got Shaq Diesel, DJ Diesel. He then puts out a diss track on Shannon Sharp.
Wow.
Didn't see this coming.
Neither did I.
And I'm for it. Haven't heard it yet. Here's Shaq.
Oh no, Shannon Sharp, man, you're way beneath me. Your whole demeanor is faker than new rapper Beefy. You're soft before you get fly, you rather tweet me. I was in 3 different cars when you was in 3C. All I see is dollar signs, they come in 3D. Make it hot, ain't no way around my degree. You are not in my spot, you are like a peewee. Shula got them calling me Rocky the way I read. I get to the green bag, I don't mean a lawnmower. Jet flying forward, driving Best Buy and Don Tora.
I mean, cut the bass a little bit so I can understand the words.
I thought so, but yeah.
That's not Kendrick Lamar.
No, it's not.
I know that.
Okay.
For a fact.
Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes. Okay, everybody.
Okay.
Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes.
The people in the crowd yelling it. So maybe one of the greatest sound bites I'd ever heard in my life.
It's incredible.
Okay, everybody.
I remember when we first played that.
Right, heard it on your show.
What is that?
Okay, everybody.
Oh.
Kobe. I don't know. Does he have beef with Shannon Sharp? Is this something? Derek, you know about this?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know about this either. Derek, what do you got?
Yeah, Shannon just called him out on that Club Shay Shay show. I don't really know the details of the beef, but yeah, there's something going on there.
All right, so they're beefing. And by the way, at one point, Shaq shouted at his own degrees.
He did.
You had nothing on my degrees.
Nice.
He said something like that. I was like, nice. Okay, good for you, Shaq, getting his
Okay, very
master's.
good.
I read a story the other. I guess Shaq has a new biography out, or a biography that came out, and this was circling social media yesterday or last couple of days. Somebody put out a clip from, or like an excerpt from the book where Shaq got his degree, his master's at University of Phoenix, which is an online school.
Yep.
He wanted to take classes in person, but he was the only one signed up for the class. So they said, we can't do a classroom unless there's 15 people
Shaq
here.
just sitting in the class by himself.
So they said, we can't do it in person when we can't assign that to a classroom unless we have 15 people. He said, not a big deal. So he paid for 14 of his friends to get their masters.
What?
So they all went to school together to get their master's degree. So
Where do they get their
could do it
masters
person.
in?
I don't know. Who cares?
Who cares?
Without me, everybody, Kobe.
Yeah. You can't do it without me. Yeah. One more here. Our guy Jim Harbaugh. Get ready. I mean, we lost a lot of good voices in the NFL this past year. We lost our Belichick, right? We're not getting Saban sound back. But Harbaugh comes on back to the NFL.
Oh, so good.
And it's, even now, rookie minicamp, nobody more excited than Jim Harbaugh.
3:34 in the morning, woke up, staring straight at the ceiling, and said to myself, it's not just another day, it's 2 day.
It's 2 day.
Maybe that's just another way of saying attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. But yeah, it was a great day. And,
what is it?
Our team got bigger, got stronger, and great to see the guys out in the uniforms and
uniforms.
Why does it sound like he always gets off a treadmill?
So this guy's,
every time he's talking, it's like he just got off a treadmill.
Guys got bigger.
Talking
guys
to
got
you.
stronger. Team got stronger.
Gobbledygook.
So funny. By the way, he loves that line. Attack today with an enthusiasm unknown.
Oh yeah, well I think that's a family line.
It's one of his go-tos.
I think that's a family line.
It's a dad thing. Yeah.
Just like who's got
another day.
Just like who's got a better night. 2 day. It's 2 day. I want to do it one more time. Listen to the way it says 2 days. Almost demented. He goes 2 day.
Yeah.
It's not just another day. It's 2 day.
You know how he says it? He says it like the beginning. He says it like the beginning of Batman with Michael Keaton. He's like, "I want you to tell all your friends about me." They're like, "Who are you?" I'm Batman. Like he drops the Batman. 2 day.
2 day.
It's not just today. It's
2 day.
There you go. So we need that and Keaton next year. I'm Batman.
Tell the Joker. It's 2 day.
That is your sound soiree for
it's 2 day.
For Tuesday, May 14th, 2024. Should remind everybody, we had an update on Jung-hoo Lee a little bit.
Go Owls.
Oh, thank you. A little while ago. Jung-hoo Lee, not positive news. He's getting a second opinion on his shoulder, which has structural damage. The fear is that he could be out for the remainder of the season. We will talk at 5:15 to Alex Pavlovic about Jung-hoo Lee's injury and if we will see him again, what the likelihood of that is for this year. A 5:45 pregame, but when we come on back, the NFL schedule gets released tomorrow. We know the 49ers week one opponent, the New York Jets. We get Robert Saleh coming back, Aaron Rodgers coming back. Tom saw Aaron Rodgers week one this year. Didn't last long. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the fine people over at Kugelman Law. And yeah, that includes Alex Kugelman. Taxes, crypto, estate planning, they are there for you. I don't talk about estate planning all that often because, well, I don't think about it. I should think about it. In fact, I'm probably gonna catch up with Alex Kugelman here shortly and say, hey, you know what? I've been thinking about this. Maybe I should get this done. What do you say? Because I don't think of him when I think of. Here's when I think of Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law team. I think, oh man, you're in trouble with your taxes. Go to Alex Kugelman. Let them handle it. They know what they're talking about. It doesn't matter what it is. Filing late, good. They'll take care of that. Crypto, they know how to handle that. Criminal, they know how to handle that. But I don't just think, and I tell you about the normal taxes and stuff like that, but the other stuff, like the estate planning and stuff like that. I mean, they do so many things there at Kugelman Law that it doesn't have to be, hey, I'm in trouble, help me out. No, not at all. Set up a consultation. Let them work with you. Crypto. I have no idea. Like, I'm way out of pocket on this one because crypto, no clue whatsoever. But a lot of people are into crypto, and especially in the Bay Area. And if you want to know how to hide your money on the dark web, no, I'm just kidding. I don't even know where crypto. I don't even know how to Tim's into Bitcoin, crypto, all that stuff. He has a wallet. Is what he does. He has like a wallet, and then he does something with it. And it's like he takes a coin, and I don't know. But they know. Like Alex Kugelman knows. People over at Kugelman Law know. So if you have how do you taxes, how do I deal with the crypto? Just trust me. Alex Kugelman, Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. Set up a consultation, and estate planning, which I'm about to look into, taxes, crypto, whether you're in trouble, you need to get out of trouble, or like me, you just want to stay out of trouble. Tell Uncle Sammy, go down the street, next door, keep on moving, Sammy. I don't need you here. So, Alex Kugelman, Kugelman Law, sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Temple Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
So now they've got to start from deep in their end of the field, and Garrison Hurst takes advantage of it. He takes the handoff, sweeps to his right, gets to the 20. He's at the 30, needs to cut in. He comes back up the right sideline, breaks the third tackle, comes down to the 30. He's down to the 20. He's down to the 10. He's down to the 5. He's into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, 49ers! 96-yard run from scrimmage. Garrison Hurst breaking tackle after tackle, sweeps down the sideline, throws off bodies like clothes after a marathon, and he goes into the end zone. Niners win it.
How about that? Little NFL sound on May 14th. That was sound of Garrison Hurst, 1998 96-yard touchdown run, week 1 against the New York Jets at Candlestick Park to win the game. That was the last time the Niners played the Jets, week 1 in the Bay Area. That was 1998. Steve Young, who, by the way, is going to join us tomorrow. Is that right? Steve Young joins the show tomorrow evening at 4:30, I think is what time we're having him on tomorrow. Steve Young was in that game, faced off against QB Glenn Foley, Bill Parcells, and the New York Jets. The game was tied at 30 in overtime when the Niners pinned down at the 4-yard line, and that run ended the game. Garrison Hurst, 98 yards for a touchdown. It was announced today, or leaked today, that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets will play the 49ers at Levi's Week 1 Monday Night Football, and it's the first time since 2020 that the Niners will open at home. First time the Niners open on a Monday Night Football game since 2007. It's going to be Rodgers coming back from the Achilles injury, back to the Bay Area for the first time in a handful of years, which will be pretty cool as well. You saw him last year open on Monday Night Football against the Bills.
4 plays.
Came out with the flag, and that was about it.
Yep, that was about it. That's about all he did. So, yeah, that was like, ooh, you've never seen a crowd deflated so much.
Don't forget how that game ended. I mean, you didn't.
Yeah, it was a great game.
A punt return for a touchdown to win it. Was that overtime?
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable game.
No, it was an incredible finish. But, I mean, you've never seen a crowd go, oh.
Wasn't 9/11 too? It was like a 9/11 memorial.
God, I guess it was right around there.
I think it was.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly what day, but yeah, it was right around there. It was like, wah, wah. 4 plays, Aaron Rodgers out, done. And then it was, God, who was it? It was Tim. Who was it? Who was the quarterback that came in for Aaron Rodgers?
The Jets? Wasn't it Zach?
Yeah.
That was our guy.
Well, it's going to,
I thought you'd forgotten a minute. I was like, really?
No. I was just trying to give him a minute to get to the...
Tossing bombs and banging moms.
Exactly.
In Denver now, by the way.
In Denver, now the way.
Without an option picked up.
He's probably getting closer to that friend, I would think. It's got to...
Back to Denver, yeah. He was in Utah.
Be much closer.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's a very cool game. Very, very cool game. Looking forward to that. Probably a good time to catch the Jets offense. Defense still going to be really, really good. And that'll be a good one. They play hard, my man.
They play hard.
They play hard. So I'm hoping. Here's what I'm hoping. Here's what we need to hope. That the Niners Week 2 game is Green Bay or Minnesota. Well, that's kind of what I'm hoping. Now, it could be Miami, could be Tampa. That's cool, too. Sun, fun, all that kind of stuff. Could be Boston.
This is all about Tom figuring out his trip. That's why he's doing this.
But if I get Green Bay or Minnesota Week 2, Derek told me this. I didn't even know this, but the Rams play in Detroit Week 1, which is like I was like looking at all the, like, if they're Green Bay, it's like 3 hours. If it's like guess what? And the Yankees play in Chicago. They play the Cubbies too. That might be a fun game.
Back to Wrigley.
Anyway, so we got that
1932 World Series rematch.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
But really, what I was looking at for that part of the country was big noon kickoff.
College football.
Texas at Michigan.
Derek Papa's Texas.
That's the 7th. 14th, Bama at Wisconsin. Both of them are right up there.
On Wisconsin.
I was like, oh, baby, we could hit some college football, hit some NFL football. We're good to go. And I know there's some baseball games. I think Minnesota's in town, Detroit's in town, Chicago's in town. So a plethora of games.
What weeks are you looking to go?
I would Week 2.
Oh, bad news. I haven't approved that time off yet.
Oh, you haven't?
News is you're fired.
Well, guess what? I've approved my throat being sore about that time of year, too.
Yeah. I've approved catching a little flu right around Week 2, Week 3.
So that's what we're hoping.
Not gonna make it.
We're hoping for Upper Midwest tomorrow. So hopefully we get Upper Midwest tomorrow. Again, if it's Florida, that's cool, too. Because, I mean, it's good weather, and I've never been to I have been to Tampa, but it's been a long time. I don't think my Players Club card for Mons Venus will still work down in Tampa, but
Publix?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Mons Venus.
Gainesville's down there, but yeah. So we'll see tomorrow. Everything comes out.
Everything comes out tomorrow.
Everything comes out tomorrow. So that's what I'll be hoping for tomorrow at 5:00. I'll be hoping Week 2 is upper Midwest somewhere. And catch a couple good college football games.
Ready for this little wrinkle for Monday Night Football opener against the Jets?
Yes.
Do you remember who it was that hit Aaron Rodgers and injured him on that play?
God, he was a member of the Bills.
He was.
Okay.
He's now a member of the 49ers. Leonard Floyd.
Was it really?
Leonard Floyd was the guy who hit him.
That I did not know.
And now he's a Niner.
I didn't even know he got hit. I thought he kind of fell.
He sort of did, but I think it went down as a sack, right? I think he gets credit. He did sort of fall because it was like it was just the step back or whatever on the Achilles, whatever had happened. But yeah, Leonard Floyd will be out there. Robert Saleh faces off for the first time as a head coach for the Jets against Kyle Shanahan.
You guys play hard. You.
Yeah.
You.
Gotta take my chances.
Yeah. I'm not going to mess around with that any bleeps. And I ran into a bleeping problem yesterday.
It'd be funny if you said the F and then said blank the Y.
Yeah, bleeping issue yesterday. So we're just going to go ahead and leave that one alone for the time being. I bet you he would even say he was D shit.
How about this? Brock Purdy tonight? I just saw this is throwing out the center money on first pitch. Giants Dodgers.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
He'll be out there tonight. Careful, Brock. Careful, Brock. We don't need anybody getting hurt.
Now I'm going to say he'll make a good throw. He'll be fine.
Will he top Kaepernick?
No.
Kaepernick threw a dart.
No. Kaepernick threw a BB.
It was like 82 or something. Just threw a seed.
He threw a BB. I wanted to do that like 20 years ago. I wanted to get on the mound and just chuck one because I thought I wasn't even worried about getting it there. I was just worried about I kind of wanted to throw a curveball, throw a hook in there, get on the mound, check the run at first, and throw a big hook and see if I could pull that one off.
See if you drop to a knee, see if he blocks it.
Exactly.
See if the catcher blocks it with a knee.
Exactly.
It's always like some reliever back there too, right?
But he won't be Kaepernick.
No.
Kaepernick's arm is that's top tier arm. But I expect Purdy to put it right on the money.
I do too. That's all he does, delivers him. Well, I don't know. Does he have good enough guys out there to make him look good? Is the problem?
That's a good question.
He's not a good quarterback, of course.
Who's going to be catching the first pitch? Sergio Romo?
Usually was.
He's going to show up.
By the way, as it relates to the Giants, a little bit more injury news. What do you want? The good news or the good news or the bad news?
Let's go bad news. Let's just keep rolling with the bad news, and let's end on positive.
All right. The bad news, per Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, he writes, the Giants have to be cursed right now. That's how this bad news starts, everybody. The Giants have to be cursed right now. Jorge Soler hit on the field for his first time since going on the injured list, and he fouled the ball off the top pipe of the cage. It ricocheted and struck him in the head. He walked off the field with a trainer. The first comment on here says, bro, WTF? Like, we're laughing, not because it's funny, because he's right. Baggerly says the Giants have to be cursed right now. Soler, who they told us yesterday was going to hit on the field today, did so. He hit one straight up into the air, which, by the way, it's kind of how he was hitting anyway, if I'm being honest with you. Hit one straight up into the air, hit the pipe on the little shell, came back down, hit him in the head.
There's no way.
And then he walked out.
There's no way that happened.
I'd kill for some video of that, by the way. I would kill.
That's why you don't play defense with your face.
I mean, come on.
The second comment is, was he wearing a helmet? Probably not. For a batting practice, probably not.
I mean, come on. No.
And the good news, is...
The good news is...
It's like, okay.
Good news is...
Blake Snell is going to make a rehab start, one more on Friday in Sacramento. As long as all things go well, his next step would be returning to a big league mound. Seems like a big qualifier for all of a sudden.
Massive qualifier.
They're dropping like flies this week.
Yeah.
Football game, it happens like, man, that was the week everybody got hurt. But baseball, it's crazy. You got Tom Murphy and Pat Bailey and then Conforto and Slater. And who else is down? There's all kinds of guys who are hurt right now.
I wouldn't be surprised tonight if Matos took batting practice, hit the pipe, and then came down and hit Snell in the head. Like
in Sacramento.
Yeah, that seems to be the way it's going right now.
Oh man.
Holy smokes.
Tough deal. We'll get back into the Giants with Alex Pavlovic at 5:15. We'll ask him what else could go right. It could be worse. Could be raining.
Could be raining. Marty Feldman.
The good news is
you're fired. That's it. All right, well, come on back. How about this? 10 years ago today, one of the most, I'd say, tectonic plate moving decisions was made in Bay Area sports history. Steve Kerr was hired as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors.
God, that was 10 years ago.
A decade ago today. We'll get into what that move meant May 14th, 2014, when he replaced Mark Jackson as the Warriors head coach. That's next on the Sports Leader. The 49ers will be home week 1 against Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets on Monday Night Football. Listen or watch live tomorrow at 5 o'clock when we announce the full 49ers 2024 schedule, only here on the Sports Leader.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Dr. Junk.
10 years ago today, May 14th, 2014.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Steve Kerr replaced Mark Jackson as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. The decision was mixed as Mark Jackson was fired after 2 playoff seasons. Steve had 0.0 coaching experience. And as Derek just said to me during the break, he said, for my money, it's still the greatest first season of coaching in the history of coaching. For sure in the NBA. I mean, to win a title, certainly, but to go GM, to go player to GM, to broadcaster, and then to step on the floor as a coach, to turn the team around, not to turn them around, but to take them to the next level in the way he did, of course.
0.0.
Steph emerging as the greatest shooter of all time, and Clay is like the second best. Draymond emerging as the defensive guru that he was. The decision to put Andre Iguodala on the bench. I mean, we can run through a million things, but I was saying to you, Tom, when we went to break, 10 years as the Warriors head coach, or 10 years ago he gets hired. Is there anybody whose success in any sport stacks up to take a job like that and go 10 years, 6 finals appearances, and 4 championships? That's the most potent 10-year run you can imagine for a guy to start a career.
Yeah. The only ones I can come up with are Phil Jackson, Pat Riley.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones I think are close. I think Phil won a lot. Phil might have won in his first year, but he was an assistant. So he was kind of in there, and then took over from Doug Collins.
5 years as an assistant.
And then Pat Riley, same thing. He was an assistant for Westhead, and then Westhead gets whacked. He takes over, and then he's winning. So, like, they were there. Steve came from the outside, so he had to put together, like, a whole new staff. And then it's much different now than it was back in the 80s and 90s. Back in the 80s, it was like a 3-man show. You and 2 assistants, maybe a trainer, and that was it. You're good to go. And now it's just like a whole – it's like a boardroom. On the bench.
I just looked it up. By the way, Phil's is better.
What's Phil do? Phil won the first year, right?
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
Takes over, but did not win. They went 55-27.
Okay.
But so that's his first year. He doesn't win it.
Okay.
In his first 12 years, he has 9 titles.
That's pretty solid.
So he doesn't win his first year, and then he three-peats.
Okay.
Then nothing for 2, right?
Yep.
55-27, 47-35.
Yep.
Then the 72-10 year, and then he goes the 3. Then he goes the 3 with the Lakers, and the 3 with the Bulls, and then immediately 3 with the Lakers.
Okay. So how many? So it took him what?
He had 1 year off in between, but his first 12 seasons.
So I'm trying to think. His first 9 years with the Bulls, he won 6, right?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
Because missed the first year, the 2 that Jordan didn't play in the middle.
Yep.
And then the book ended by 3-peats.
But if you go 10, he's got 7 titles in the first 10.
That's pretty nice.
Steve's got 4 and 6 appearances. That's as good as you can get. It's as close as it comes.
Without Phil.
Without
Phil.
Phil.
Phil's the best. I mean, although what's Riley? Riley's got to be close to the titles. Like, I think he has the same amount of titles as Steve, 4. I don't.
You mean where in
L.A.
In L.A.
And not Miami. Just the first 10 years, because I think his first 10 years were probably in L.A. I don't think he lost in the finals though. No, Celtics beat him. Celtics beat him one time, so they're 4-1 in the finals. But I don't know if anybody else beat him in the finals. Like either they didn't make it there or they won. That's right. I blocked that from my memory that the Celtics beat the Lakers when Worthy that pass to Gerald Henderson cross court game 2. Ooh, that was a rough one.
He's great for Pat Riley's. He's pretty damn good too.
Yep.
First season as head coach, title.
Yep.
Second season and third season they go. So in his first 4 years, he wins 2 titles and he goes to the finals twice.
So how many did he win?
He won 2, lost 2 in his first.
Oh, did he
seasons.
lose 2? Oh, that's right. He lost to Philly too.
Back to back.
Philly
years
and
they
Boston.
lost. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That was the faux. That was Moses Malone. Faux. They ran into that team.
He did lose 3, Derek, but I'm giving you just the first 10 years in a row. So his first 4 seasons as a head coach, champion, lost title, champion.
Okay.
So he did the opposite of the LeBron Heat thing. He won the outside 2 instead of the inside 2.
Okay.
Then doesn't go to the finals, year 5. Year 6 and 7, championships.
Celtics.
Year 8, Western Conference champions. They lose the finals. So
they lost in the final? Who did they lose to?
In 1988-89.
Was that the Pistons?
Pistons, yeah, that was that year.
Was it real? Oh, I thought that was in the 90s. Oh, damn, so they did lose 4 in the 80s. Hell, they went to damn near every finals in the 80s then. So they won 4 and lost 4.
Yep.
So won 4, went to 8.
In his first 10 years, they missed the finals like twice, and he won 4 of them.
Wow.
That's pretty. So if we're going next to there you go. We're putting Steve Kerr in that class, though. That's what we're talking about. Those are the 2 guys you can find. And again, you look at these 2 guys and their coaching records. Both Phil Jackson starts with 5 years of assistant coach history. Pat Riley has 3 years listed as an assistant coach before a head coach. Yep. Steve Kerr has none, which is it's the even more impressive element to this, or part of this.
Those are immediately the 3 I thought of that would like to start off their career with that team, have been the most impressive. And no, what Steve's done has been incredible. No, absolutely. And Steve will be the first to tell you that he was very fortunate to fall into this situation. But he didn't fall into it. They went out, they got him for a reason. Because he's really smart. He knows how to communicate. He knows how to listen. He's a leader of men. He does all the other things that you want with a coach, aside from X's and O's. And you assume the coach knows X's and O's fairly well.
Yeah.
You assume that if he's not super strong with X's and O's, he can get assistants that can help him with that. The question is, can you come up with stuff during the course of the game? Like, to me, it isn't sitting in your hotel room or your home or your office, drawing up stuff, making stuff, figuring out stuff. Like, anybody could do that stuff. But can you use it during the game, and do you know how to adjust things? Like, what are your eyes telling you during the game that's going to work, what's not going to work? And then other than that, that's still a small fraction. It's how do you communicate with the players?
Right.
How do they respond to you? How do you get through to them? Like, all those things. Are you a leader? Like, if you're a leader, that's such a huge deal. I'm not saying everyone that's won is a bona fide leader. You may not have that, but a lot of them are. Like, I think Phil Jackson, leader. Pop, leader. Riley, hell yeah, leader. Steve Kerr, hell yeah, leader. And they respond to him. So what he's done has really been, I mean, it's still funny to me, right? I've known the guy for 30-plus years. Like, he's one of my best friends.
For you, it's got to be it's funny.
So it's like crazy.
Guy, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
One of the greatest coaches. He's going to the Hall of Fame.
It's crazy. It's like if I grew up in, like, Belichick was one of my buddies.
Yeah.
Or Popovich was one of my buddies, who he's a friend, but he's not Steve.
Oh, no,
like, Steve, it's somebody since I've known since we were, what?
19? Yeah.
19? So, yeah, it's like, getting close to 40 years we've known one another. So, yeah, it's crazy to me when I think of Steve, because we're both huge sports fans. So when I think of Steve in the same class as Riley and Jackson and Popovich,
it's wild.
It makes me laugh. I'm like, come on, you kidding me? But he is. He absolutely is. Like, you start looking at the greatest coaches in all sports over the last 20 years, he's one of them. He's absolutely one of them, and he deserves to be one of them. But it's still funny to me because I'm thinking, hey, wow, like, these are guys we used to follow growing up. He was a huge Laker fan. I was a huge Laker fan, so we know everything about Riley and the Celtics and all that, the rivalry, all that stuff. And then Phil Jackson, he got a chance to play for him. But it's wild to me to think, like, this is where his career has taken him. It's not surprising to me. It's still wild. And now he's a doctor, which is a crock.
Yeah, see, we'll get to that too. Yeah, PhD, Dr. Junk. He actually is a doctor now.
PhD of crap.
Dr. Junk.
Steve Kerr was giving with an honorary PhD?
Yeah, better be. I don't need this guy doing surgery on anybody, showing up there.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Doctor of what?
Yeah. Oh, it could be your appendix. Well, thank you, Dr. Steve.
Thank you. Yeah. I want to get that thing out of there.
It's like, he's going to be like Dr. Drew Pinsky. Dr. Steve Pinsky.
It's called Steve Line.
Exactly.
There's a show called Steve Line where he just gives you advice on your body.
Well, the part you touch her at is like, when it's right. Oh, okay. Thanks, Dr. Steve. I appreciate
sure he loves
it.
this riff.
Yeah, exactly.
What was your reaction when Steve took the job? When he got the job here, I knew it was close to him going out to New York.
Yep, real close.
Phil, but your reaction to him coming here, because the Warriors had, again, fallen short twice in the playoffs in a row under Mark Jackson. My thought immediately, I got to find the A's game I was at. I got to find the box score of the game I was at when I was bitching at my friends about, like, dude, this guy, we're going to go with another guy with no coaching experience. Like, Steve, yeah, I'm sure he's great and all that, but this was the guy? Did he get us over the hump? Another guy without experience? It was the guy.
Yeah, I knew he would be fantastic. I didn't know he'd succeed the way he succeeded right away.
Who could?
He won a championship right away.
Crazy to say that.
You could tell, though. I was calling games back then, and you could tell early on in the season, this is a good team. Like, this is really good. It fit together really well. They just had turnover problems. Like, they turned the ball over all the time. And one of the reasons was they weren't used to running the offense. So guys would cut and then stop, and then cut and then stop, and then back cut, and then side guys would throw the ball out of bounds because nobody knew where everybody was going. And once they figured that out, then I knew that, like, this team was going to be really good because they were good defensively. You could see it right away. Two big things that season that helped them win the championship. One, David Lee being hurt early, so Draymond starting. And then David Lee never getting his starting job back because Draymond was so good. And then Andre Iguodala accepting the role,
right,
being the sixth man. And people think, oh, that was probably pretty easy, wasn't it? You guys both went to Arizona, both Wildcats. All you had to do is say, Andre, hey, do me a solid, man. Andre was like, he wasn't down with that. He had to kind of talk him into it because Andre was like, oh, wait a minute now. I played on, I don't know if he played for the Olympic team. I think he did.
I think he did
actually,
too, yeah.
But he's an all-star. He's like all defensive. Andre had a pedigree. So it wasn't like, hey, just do it for me. Pound it. We went to Arizona. We're good. No, it wasn't like that. So he convinced him to do that for the betterment of the team, and then Draymond being the starting four. And then they took off from there. But no one expected that. No one expected someone to come in from the booth and lead a team to a championship. Steve didn't expect that, to be honest. But it just worked. It clicked, and you could see it. And then Steph grew, and Clay grew, and Draymond grew, and they all grew together. And then they just became this juggernaut when KD rolled over. When KD rolled over, it was like, oh, God. It's like a Panzer tank just rolling over the rest of the NBA. It's over. It's done unless these guys get hurt. And that's basically what it took. Because I think, now we'll never know, but I think they would have beat Toronto if everyone was healthy. They were so dominant, and then it went away. And then, they won one against the Celtics a couple years ago. But what he's done is been so impressive. It's going to get tougher because now guys are getting older, and you want to keep everybody around. Steve even said it last year, the postseason presser, you want to keep Draymond. Got to keep We're keeping Draymond. We're better when we have Draymond. We'd love to keep Clay. We want to keep Clay. But he knows. He knows how it works. Like, he follows sports. You don't – this isn't like wine. You don't age. You don't age. What do I want to say? Age with grace. Things just start going downhill in sports is what it is. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I have confidence in Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and Steve that they'll figure it out and get this thing going back in the right direction. But to go back to the first 10 years, it really is. I mean, it's incredible. You start looking, and the really kind of wild thing is you look at Bochy, look at Madden, look at La Russa, look at Nelly, Bill Walsh, right? He's right there with all of them, maybe even above them. Maybe even above. It's hard to say, like, he's above Walsh. Like, you kidding me?
I mean, he has as many titles.
Walsh.
Walsh never lost. He has more titles than Walsh. Walsh got 3.
So, but whether you want to put him above or below, it really doesn't matter. What really matters is he's in that class. Like, he is in that class. Like, if you were to say, okay, who are the 3? It's Bochy, it's Walsh, Steve, right? Those are the 3 guys. Am I missing anybody?
If you're going Rushmore, you probably throw Madden on there. If you're going to 4.
1.
Yeah.
But does the same guy win all the I can't remember if the same guy won all the championships for the A's in the early 70s.
No, they had 2 different. It was Dick Williams and who was the other one?
Yeah.
Al Dark or something? I don't know.
Al Dark.
Was it? Was it Alvin Dark?
Dark man. And then what? Tony won 1.
Tony got 1, but he won 3. He went to 3.
Yeah,
here.
with the Cardinals.
No, he went to 3 here.
Yeah, 3.
And he won 1 title.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's how we're putting. I'm doing body of work there. Again, it's like Kyle Shanahan. I'm not going to say he's not a successful coach because he hasn't won one. It's how you gauge success. But the NFC championships and the year after year being right there, in the NFC title game gives Kyle, like when he wins, it's the Andy Reid factor.
Yes,
when Andy
absolutely.
Reid finally got a couple, then you're like, well, look at the body of work.
Yep.
But until you win one, it's not body of work.
Well, it's do I think Andy Reid's a smarter coach now than he was 10 years ago? No, not really. Maybe
I would hope so, but
just from getting a more experience and all that. But he was still really good back then. But when you win, boom, there you go. It really is all about winning. And the same thing with Kyle. I think Kyle's a fantastic coach. But until you win, like as soon as he wins, you're going to hear everybody go, oh, yeah, Kyle's incredible.
That's always
Kyle's
the bridesmaid, never the bride at this point.
That's what it is. So, but as far as like status, already earned, can't take it away, legends in the Bay Area, Bochy, Steve, Walsh. And yeah, if you want to put Madden in there, sure, they won one, but Madden's just bigger than anything.
It's more of a character.
Yeah, but he's just, I think people don't even think of him as a coach anymore. He's a commentator, basically a video game guy. But you could put him in there. But as far as like wins, championships, that kind of status, it's really three. Those three guys. And the fact that Steve is there with them, it's like, well, guess what? There are probably people that are saying the same thing. They grew up with Bochy. Like, are you kidding me? You've won 3 World Series. I go, what are you doing?
Was he a 500 manager with the Padres?
Yeah, 4. He went through at the Giants. He just won one again.
He's got another one, Bruce Bochy. I forgot about that dude in Texas. By the way, another guy I was pissed about them getting.
Yeah.
If you look at the coaches, the last two that won championships for the Giants and the Warriors, I was like, why are they doing this?
Yeah.
I did not want Boch like at all. I was like, that's the guy? That's the guy. From San Diego? I was like, we're just catering to Barry now for 1 year. That's what we're doing? Just getting somebody who's going to be able to like roll over? No, dude, Boch knew what he was doing. Who knew he just had that Padres stink on him? What does Steve still want to accomplish, you think? Like, what? I mean, gold medal this year?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he still wants to win a title. That's why he's doing
that.
it. He's a competitive
Definitely
guy. He wants to win, but
I don't know how long he's going to want to keep doing this. We haven't even talked. I haven't talked about that. 2 years left. But I could see him in a Pat Riley type role.
Yeah, I was wondering that. I could totally see that. Yeah.
Where he kind of oversees everything and he's around.
Like Jerry West.
And does stuff, yeah.
Jerry West in winning time. That's Steve now.
But I could see that, where he's not doing all the day-to-day stuff, but he's still, like, involved in the organization and kind of oversees everything. Everybody else is doing the day-to-day stuff, but he's there. You need me, I'm here. I could see him doing something like that. But I don't see him coaching forever. Like, I don't see him going down Pop's Road and just being like a 30-year. Well, he wouldn't be. I don't think he's going to coach for 30 years anyway. But even if he could, I don't think he would. So, but that's kind of what I see. I kind of see him being with the Warriors until he's just done with basketball. I think they love him. He loves the organization. They understand what he brings to the organization. And I think ultimately they're doing the bench thing, day-to-day coaching, traveling, all that kind of stuff. At some point he's going to say, I've had enough of this, but I still want to stay involved in basketball. He loves competing. Like, he just loves to compete. He loves the sport, and he'll want to stay involved in it somehow. But ultimately, I think that's probably where his future is.
Advisor, and then, I mean, you call your shot at that point, right?
Yep.
It's sort of like Bob Myers. He can do whatever he wants. At that, he could go run an NFL team, like Bob Myers, if he felt so inclined. By the way, there is now video. I told you, Jung-hoo Lee, first of all, Jung-hoo Lee, the update on him is he's got structural damage in his shoulder per the MRI and the evaluation. He's getting a second opinion tomorrow, it sounds like. And the worst case scenario is he's out for the year, and usually that's why you would go get a second opinion. We'll talk to Alex Pavlovic about that. But a little while ago, Andy Baggerly said the Giants have to be cursed right now. Jorge Soler, who was hitting in the field, on the field in the cage today. Have you seen it?
No.
I've got a video for you. I said he was in the cage in that little bubble shell thing. He swings at a pitch. The pitch goes up. It hits the pole right above him, like the crossbar. It comes back down, hits him in the head, and he had to leave the field with the trainer.
It's like a scene in Major League.
Well, in the movie Rookie of the Year, Daniel Stern, who plays Edward Brigma, the pitching coach, has it happen. He does it like 4 times in a row. Hits a line drive straight up, a pop-up, it comes right back down. The video's out there. I've retweeted it. I'm not going to laugh on the air. I'll do it during the break. It's a pretty funny video. 808 KNBR, the number to call. We are going to catch up with Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports Bay Area. After I tell you that Tolbert & Cope is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can save at redwoodcu.org. Alex Pavlovic of NBC Sports Bay Area joins us next, talking Giants and Dodgers on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Warriors WNBA team officially has a name. The Golden State Valkyries will be coming to Chase Center for the 2025 season. Thoughts on the name? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants and the Dodgers getting ready for Game 2 of a 3-game series, 5:45 pregame. We'll get you over there in just under a half hour here for a 6:45 first pitch. And here to talk about all things Giants baseball, Alex Pavlovic covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Alex? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Pretty good. If I were you, I'd stay away from the Giants with the guys who are dropping like flies like this, dude. I wouldn't get too.
I'm behind the net, so I'm safe.
I wouldn't be so sure, man.
I'm not sure.
Don't forget Nori Aoki playing catch. You know what I mean? He's not out there, is he? Hitting somebody else in the head. We'll get into some of that, but why don't we start with the news of the day? Jung-hoo Lee. We knew he was getting the MRI yesterday, was going to be evaluated by the Giants trainers today, and when I heard that, I kind of thought, all right, they're going to talk about the next plan here, and we find out there's structural damage in the shoulder. He's going to see the expert on shoulders, Dr. Neil Elatrash, tomorrow. But the worst case scenario here is that he's done for the year, is what we're hearing.
Yeah, I think the fear here is that usually, I mean, I don't even want to say usually, but often those second opinions, especially Dr. Elatrash, I mean, he's a surgeon, so that is the fear that he would need surgery, and given where they are in the season and given that it's a shoulder, I think that would probably be season-ending. They're hopeful. They're hoping that they get good news here over the next day or two, but I think, there's a decent chance probably that his season is done.
And then we just saw the video. So Lair hits his in the batting cage, ricochets, hits himself in the head with a foul ball.
Make that up,
come on. What else is going to happen here?
I've covered this team since 2012. I've covered a lot of Giants teams that have had a lot of injuries. I don't know that I've seen like a stretch of like 10 days like this where it's basically every day. And yeah, Soler, we were just watching him. First time has been on the field for BP since he went on the IL. And I think he looked more annoyed than injured as he walked off the field. But again, ball hit him in the head. So at the very least, it's like they must feel cursed right now. And I could see some of the staff walking off the field with him. And I think there's a sense of just like what else could happen at this point.
I would definitely be looking up and around just to make sure.
Where?
That's what I would do. What's what do we know on Bailey?
It's a weird one. They're concerned because he had just come off the IL. The concussion IL was that it wasn't, they thought at first maybe it was a head cold, but you're always going to be careful. And their concern was that maybe this isn't a cold and that maybe this is just lingering concussion symptoms. At the same time, they haven't put him back on the IL. So my guess is they're hopeful that with like 3 or 4 more days that he's okay. And he is so valuable. And we've seen, the issues with our other catchers that if they can, find a way to carve out an extra 2 or 3 games for him by not putting him back in the IL, I think they would like to do that. But at the same time, it's a guy who's had concussions back-to-back years, and we know how seriously they take those. So that, would I be shocked if there was a roster move before first pitch like yesterday? I wouldn't, and I think it stood out that Marco Luciano was not in today's lineup in AAA and is basically the only guy they can call up at this point. So I would imagine that he is somewhere potentially waiting for a call, but Bob has said this back-to-back days. It's a little confusing with the Bailey thing, but mostly they're just being very careful with a very important player.
It's worrisome to me. I keep going back to the Brandon Belt concussion, where it's like, oh, he's good, oh, he's not good, oh, he's good, he can play for a couple, and then he's back again for
Mike
Matheny.
I think all those tips, one little thing can re-aggravate something.
Oh, it's just, they really, really, well, they need everybody, but they need him. What's the mood with the Giants right now? I mean, it's still early, and it's not one of those things where it's like, oh man, we're in deep, deep, deep trouble. I don't think anybody expected they would win the division, but they would be in the hunt for a playoff spot, and they still kind of are, kind of run around there. That's still there. But I mean, what's the feeling there with all these injuries and the team kind of they haven't been able to get going quite yet where they can put it on a roll. I'm just wondering what the mood's like.
It's a little interesting because I was thinking this last night after the game. I don't remember seeing that many players at their lockers after a game in the last 2 years. And I think part of it is there have been so many injuries over the last week that basically all the young kids are here. So they're, those guys haven't been dealing with 6 weeks of disappointment. Those guys just got here. They're excited. They played pretty well, some of them. So I think that's part of maybe why it's not – I don't think it's like as depressed as maybe as people would think from the outside. I think there are people like Bob Melvin who certainly is a little shell-shocked by the last week or so. I would imagine the front office is. I know some of the veteran players are feeling the same way, but then at the same time, there's like 7 or 8 new guys who are excited to be here and looking forward to the opportunity and bringing some energy. So it is a little bit of like a half and half.
The good people talking to Alex Pavlovic on the UMA guest line here. The piece of positive news we got a little while ago is that the report is that Blake Snell, after his start in San Jose on Sunday, is going to make one more rehab appearance in Sacramento this Friday, and then he'll rejoin the team. Any other news you can give us on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to skip that spot. They have off day on Thursday, one on Monday. And you know, if you're looking for optimism for me, like it's not only Snell, but it's just the fact that when he comes back, like this will still be a really good rotation. And we saw what Jordan Hicks was able to do last night against this lineup and what he's done in general. And I think that is what can keep him around the fringes of that wild card race, is just having every single night, basically, you have somebody that you trust in the rotation. And, you know, Alex Cobb's making progress and Robbie Ray is on track. So at some point they will have that, but yeah, they're going to have to hit as well if they want to make any progress. But I think that's the optimism here is just the potential that in, 2-3 weeks, this could be a rotation that gives them a shot every night.
Is there something, because look, there's a lot of guys that aren't hitting. I went through this last week, all the averages, OPS, all that kind of stuff. I mean, Soler was down when he was playing. Chapman down. Flores down. Yaz is down. I mean, there were just so many guys who are way below what their expectations would be. Is there optimism that this thing can get turned around in the right direction? I mean, maybe some of the young guys, maybe a little bit of more speed, manufacturing some stuff can help. But I kept saying, Alex, until the guys that are paying the money to do damage start doing damage, well, this is what you're going to see. 3 runs a night, try to get 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying as well. I can't tell you what the percentage of the tweets that I get that are about Austin Slater and Mike Yastrzemski.
Yeah, it's like,
which I understand, but this team is not going anywhere if Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman don't hit. Like, if they're not who they were brought in here to be. So I think I think we have the same thought there, that if they can get going at some point, if Soler, if he's okay after today and he comes back, I mean, it was good progress for him. He's a DH. So once he gets back in the cage, it should be 2 or 3 days, I think. If he can get back, and if he turns into the guy they signed, if Matt Chapman can turn into what they think he is, like, the offense will be fine. But ultimately, it's going to come down to those guys. And I don't even think, like, it's not fair to put all the pressure on the young kids. I think a couple of them can contribute, and we'll see what happens with Matos and Ramos and these guys. But ultimately, this team, and I really included Lee in that as well, because for as exciting as he has been, like, you look at the advanced numbers, and he was below average, below league average as a hitter. So this team wasn't going anywhere if their big offseason additions didn't contribute. And we'll see what happens with Lee, but most of those guys should still be on the field for most of the season.
Any reason as to why Yaz last night and tonight back in the leadoff spot, or if there was anything stated about that?
He's been. This is like a low standard right now offensively for these guys, but he's been one of their better hitters basically since the last homestand. It is a low standard right now because they're at about 3 runs a game over the last 2.5, 3 weeks. So I think that would be just the comfort level of him against righties. And there's only one Lamonte Jr. right now, and they're trying to figure out where to put him. I thought he would hit leadoff once Lee went out, but they want him in the heart of the lineup right now. So I think they're just kind of, I think they're out of guys who they feel really comfortable with at the top of the order. And with Melvin and the staff, they're always going to kind of resort back to track record. And yes, has done it before, so I think they're hoping to get him going there.
So we were talking about this earlier on, Alex, and Alex Pavlovich, our guest, nice enough to join us. And Sean Estes and I, and I'll even include Copes in there for a little bit. We're the old guys on the porch yelling at everybody just for a second.
I did. I was upset.
And I'm curious because you follow all this stuff, and you're a different generation than me, so I'm curious to get your viewpoint on it. We were talking about the catchers down on one knee. And I was wondering, does everyone is this like a league-wide industry? Because I'm pretty sure everyone does it now, which leads me to believe that, well, there's stats. They're not just guessing at this. There's analytics that say this is a better way to go. Stealing low strikes is a better way to go than maybe keeping the ball from the backstop. But is there any pushback from like anybody at all, or is this kind of like accepted league-wide now that, look, I know we may give up a few balls to the backstop, and it may not come in opportune times. And when that happens, there are going to be people that aren't going to be real happy about it. But for the most part, it works out. It does. And it might. I'm 58. I grew up watching catchers. I grew up watching catchers on 2 feet. But is there ever any pushback to that, or is that just, hey, look, that's the way it is, and there's a reason for it?
There has been pushback. I think it's industry-wide, not just league-wide. And it's, I've Craig Albernaz, I have all the respect in the world for. I think he's a fantastic coach. And I talk to him about this a lot. And it's how guys are being taught when they're younger as well.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've been around like Little League, but I would imagine you'd probably see that a lot if you went out to fields now. It's how guys are being taught in the minors. The guys who are experts on this are pretty adamant that it's the way to go.
Okay.
I don't know enough to I agree with you. I think at times it just doesn't look right. And at times it just looks like they're not in a great position. But the catching coaches will tell you it's right. I think for me the bigger issue is there's such an emphasis on framing now, which is great. But I don't think guys are always in the best position to actually be a defensive catcher because they're trying so hard to steal every strike. And, we saw even early in the year, as good as Patrick is, he just flat out dropped a couple balls in games. And it's because he's always trying to frame strikes. And he's probably the best pitch framer in baseball. So you don't blame him for doing that. But I just think it's a different way of playing that position. And it leads to some errors. And I don't know. I guess maybe 5-10 years from now, someone will have a big study and tell us either they were all right or they were all wrong.
Well, the great part about it
certainly is different.
The great part about it is this, Alex. I mean, one, I hate seeing catchers stab at the ball. Like, that's the way they have to do it. But here's what's going to be the best part about it. In 10 years, when everybody comes up with that big study, I'm just going to be sitting there and going, hey, look, there's a robo-ump. He's coming. Get back on your feet now. We don't need you framing pitches.
If the robo-ump comes, then it's gone, right?
We don't need you stealing low strikes anymore because the robo-ump's here. And when the robo-ump gets here, who cares what you do behind home plate besides catch the ball?
I think you're right, but this is one of my I tell this to Giants fans all the time. I say this on the podcast all the time. Never complain about balls and strikes because the Giants have the best guy back there.
Yes.
And if robo-umps come, the Giants are going to lose more than anybody because Patrick can do this for the next 15 years, health permitting. So they need him to have the ability to steal strikes.
I agree, and I hate the robo-ump anyway.
Yeah,
so I just kind of assumed it was coming, but if it doesn't, I'll be happy.
Before we let you go, Alex, just a thought on the invasion of the Dodger fans again last night at Oracle Park. You said you've been covering the team since 2012. We were talking to callers earlier, and I was like, I don't remember this ever happening. Certainly not in the World Series era, but the Dodgers weren't hanging titles or anything like that. Tom and I were discussing why it is that Giants fans aren't showing up. Like, we saw them fill the ballpark all weekend long against the Reds. It was a great weekend. A lot of Giants fans out. Mother's Day was cool. Then Monday comes in, and it's like all blue at the ballpark. I know the Dodger fans are traveling well, but where did last night stack up for the time you've covered the team in Dodger fan invasions?
It's been like this for a few years.
It has,
so I wasn't surprised. And people who follow me on Twitter know I got myself in trouble with attendance tweets. Like, I think it was like 3 years ago. People were yelling at me for tweeting about the attendance all the time. But part of it was because of Dodger games.
It's on you.
Because the Dodgers, it was like, I think last night it was probably like 50-50. I mean, there have been games here where it's been 60-40, maybe worse.
Yeah.
So I actually last night I didn't think it was as bad. But look, it's like I guess we're just used to it. But I do think in general, for me, the Giants crowds have been a lot better this year. So I don't know that it was necessarily I think it's just the Dodgers do this everywhere. Like, you see what they did in San Diego over the weekend, and it's just what they do now. I compare it to, I was talking to somebody earlier about this, like, and Tom would know better than me, but I would imagine this happens when the Warriors go places.
Yeah.
Teams are just pissed off that there's 8,000 people in Steph Curry jerseys. Like, I'm looking around me right now. I can count, like, hundreds of brand new Shohei Otani jerseys. So it's just the way it's going to be, that they were really good anyway. They traveled well anyway. And now I think that every city they go to, they're going to have a ton of people who are simply Otani fans and show up. So I don't worry about the Dodger series as much. And I think, you hope that the crowds here get better over the course of the year, and they have a reason to keep coming. But I do think the first month it's been better than the last 2-3 years.
Alex, we always appreciate the time, man. Great to get to I don't know if any of this news was positive stuff, but it's always great to catch up, man, and we'll see you out at the yard.
Well, yeah, I'll say we did that with Melvin today, and I think it was about 9 minutes, and he was like, any baseball questions here? So it's one of those times.
Yeah, we're trying, man. Catch you later, Alex. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, guys.
Good stuff from Alex Palovich, NBC Sports Bay Area. Great dude. Love talking to him, and good insight there. He says, it's oftentimes, he said not usually, but oftentimes when you seek that extra opinion or that second opinion on a guy like Jung-hoo Lee, it means you're trying to avoid season-ending stuff. So that may be what we're trending.
Yeah, you're ugly too.
Also, go check out the Jorge Soler video if you have not of his injury today in BP before the game. Should remind you that Tolbert & Cope is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Got time for a little bit of soup, and then we'll get you ready for the Giants and the Dodgers pregame at 5:45 on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, what do you do if you didn't pay your taxes?
You call, and that's a very common situation. People just haven't paid their taxes, sometimes for years. They feel like they're underwater. They don't know what to do. And there's so many good solutions. And that's true whether you filed the returns or not. And if you haven't, we'll just file the returns for you. Maybe you qualify for a compromise. If we just pay part and we forgive the rest. Or maybe we can get the penalties forgiven. Or get you a monthly payment plan. Or get you put on hold until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is there's a lot of good solutions. Don't let one of these new IRS agents ruin your life. In a lot of cases, the solution is quick and simple, and people can't believe how easy it was for them. We want to make it easy for you. We want to do everything for you. Put your tax problems in the rearview mirror and hand you back a normal life. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call us. I want to talk to you. I want to help you. Just give us a call.
Steve can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day. What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, we got a few minutes here for a little soup before we get you ready for Giants and Dodgers. I hate syndromes. It just seems like, especially the China syndrome. It's a good movie, though. I like that movie. Jack Nicholson, I believe, correct? Yeah. You like Stockholm Syndrome? Yeah. Stockholm Syndrome's a good one. I kind of like that one.
Right here in San Francisco.
Dead butt syndrome? Not so much. Not so much. I don't like dead butt syndrome.
Dead butt?
Yeah. I didn't know there was a dead butt syndrome. I knew there was a dead butt. I've had dead butt before.
Butt falls asleep?
It just falls asleep, which sucks. What's even worse is when I sit in the front seat of one of my friend's car, small car, and get out, and your leg's asleep. And you put it down on the ground, you just about fall on your face. But you can't stand on it.
Fall on your butt.
Yeah, fall on you. Well, the butt wouldn't be dead.
Dead
the
butt.
butt is dead. Dead butt syndrome. It's really nothing more than that. It's just your butt getting numb from sitting on it too much. Like, basically what they're telling you is get up and walk. Don't just sit around all day. Get up and walk.
Hold on to
minutes.
your butt.
Hold on to your butts. But I did not know they had a name for it. Like, they have a name for everything, right? Everything.
It's not even creative. It's like Tim coming up with it.
Yeah. It's
Witty.
like those little pock marks in the ceiling there.
Yeah.
There's probably a name for those that aren't pock marks. Probably just a name. Somebody comes up with a name. Like, why does everything have to have a name? Why can't it just be my ass is asleep? It fell asleep. Okay, cool. Do we need a name for that? Oh,
My buttocks.
Oh, you got dead butt syndrome. Oh, do I really? My butt is asleep.
A gyrating buttocks.
The worst is when your arm falls asleep in bed and you got to pick it up. You're probably too young to have this happen, but it didn't happen to me until like the last 15 years. But I can't sleep with my hand above my head like this.
Or to fall asleep?
Yeah, my whole arm will fall asleep, and then I got to pick it up and throw it over the edge of the bed.
You can't do it yourself. You can't move it yourself.
No, I can't move it. It's my whole arm
There's
is
like
just
no blood in it? It's just all
there's
cinched
nothing.
out?
It won't move at all. So I got to actually pick it up and throw it over the bed, and then when it dangles there,
then it'll fall asleep again, right?
No, it dangles. All the blood goes to it, and it's like, okay, now we're good. Now we're good. No, if I don't sleep like that, then it won't fall asleep. But it's just if I have my arm over my shoulder. I can't even lift his shoulder anymore. It's got so much arthritis in it.
This guy, dude.
This arm is pathetic.
He's like, actually, never mind. I don't want to.
Well, here's the thing. I can lift this elbow up to the hair. That's as high as that goes. I'm sorry. It's as high as it goes. I got so much arthritis in my right shoulder. Playing sports.
John McCain? What are you doing?
I'm sure wiffle balls didn't help.
You got a special shirt for that, right?
I'm doing the wiffle balls. No, I don't have a special shirt for that.
AC/DC,
You think I have a special shirt for that. I don't have a special shirt for that. No, Tim, if you would have been paying attention, that's my left sleeve that I have a hole in.
He can get his arm into that
I can
one,
get it through there. So if you do have a dead butt, just get up and walk. Get up and walk more. That's your solution. Get up and move around. Don't just sit.
Hold on to your butt.
Don't just sit and play video games. Don't sit at your cubicle. Get up and walk around a little bit. And look, if you want to, it does say in here that if you're at the workplace, this may be frowned upon a little bit, but if you want to help people avoid dead butt syndrome, just go around pinching people in the ass occasionally. It'll wake them up. You'll be good to go. So
nothing wrong with that growing.
Pinch him in the ass.
Yeah.
Is that what the doctor prescribes?
Yeah, and don't tell me you heard it from me. I'm just passing along information that may or may not be true. This one is funny just because of the visual. Man in his underwear arrested for joyriding a boat. He stole a $100,000 boat and then crashed it. And what were they? Do you have the? You don't have sound of that? You don't have sound of the boat crashing? Oh, I'm very, very disappointed
Tim's
in
working
you.
on the sound. He's digging
Very
it.
disappointed in
Load
you.
up all that butt sounds.
Yeah, I thought we had video of the boat crashing. So a man went to so he got on the boat, was going to take the boat. There you go. I guess one eyewitness said her daughter and boyfriend were out there. And so he rolls up in his underwear, got on the boat. He has a boat bumper tied to his arm. Now, I'm not sure exactly what a boat bumper is, but I think it's one of those like
It's like it sounds like a buoy, right? It's like a little
that you put between the boat and the dock.
Yep.
So you don't,
Exactly.
it's like blue or
Looks like a buoy almost.
red, one of those type
It's
deals.
inflatable sometimes. Yeah.
Exactly. So that was not all that weird. I guess what kind of threw me a little bit, he had an ankle monitor on. That usually makes you a little suspicious when the guy rolling up to the boat has an ankle monitor on. So he had been arrested before, reportedly on probation for domestic battery. So he was trying to escape. They said, I love this line, it was very clear he had very little boating knowledge.
Yeah, I kind of got. I anticipated that would be.
Said
the
he
case.
struggled with basic knots.
Yeah.
Didn't know whether to attach the anchor or not.
Well.
Or where to. He was just a mess. He said, "Give me the boat. Let me turn the key, and let's go."
I bet he doesn't have his California boater's card.
Probably not.
No.
And let it rip and see how this thing goes. Now he crashed it. You would think driving a boat's pretty easy, wouldn't you? It's like water, no lanes. You're just kind of out there. You should be good to go at that point.
Right.
Apparently not.
Well, you see, like orcas are taking down yachts now. You see this?
What?
And there's like another yacht that sank in like the Strait of Gibraltar yesterday. And dude, orcas have been taking down yachts.
No way.
I just want to see what their end game is. Like, what are they hanging out for?
Wow.
Like, where are they?
Dude, orcas are smart.
I know.
They're scary.
They're killing great whites still. They like pin them upside down and then just hold them there.
Yep.
Now they're taking down yachts.
They don't mess around, man.
What is this, boat jail?
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. Get you ready for the Giants and the Dodgers. Let's thank our guests, Sean Estes, Alec Pavlovich. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you to Tim. Great job today, fellas. Time to get you ready for the Dodgers and the Giants next on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh,